Chapter 1. The Devoted Father and the Filial Daughter System. In a secluded alley of the magical city, a disheveled man gazed vacantly into the distance. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters, he possessed a handsome exterior, yet his eyes were dulled by despair. Cradled in his arms was a 5-year-old girl, her hair styled in a playful ponytail, her large eyes sparkling with life. Despite her spirited demeanor, her face was smeared with dirt, and her clothing bore the marks of wear and tear. I could see that moment. The man stood motionless, his left hand resting over his heart, a look of astonishment etched upon his features. Just an hour prior, he had been stabbed in the heart by assailants, who had stolen 50,000 yuan from him. Yet now he found himself alive, inexplicably returned to the moment before that fateful event. His name was Wang Jun, and the little girl in his arms was his beloved daughter, Wang Shi. Strikingly, he had come to sell his child, having arranged a deal with human traffickers for 50,000 yuan. He was now awaiting their arrival. But how could it be that he still lived? In that instant, clarity washed over him had been granted a second chance at life. The heavens had bestowed upon him the opportunity to choose anew, to continue down the path of selling his child and incur divine retribution, or to reclaim his life through his own efforts. What choice would he make? Daddy, what's wrong? Aren't you taking me to play? The little girl tugged gently at Wang Jun's collar with her tiny hands. Wang Jun paid no heed to her, lost in a torrent of memories. 6 months prior, his wife, Yang Li, had abandoned their home. Upon her return, she was arm in arm with a wealthy older man, declaring to him, "Wang Jun, as a mere courier, you will never amount to anything. Hurry and sign the divorce papers. The child is yours. Let us go and obtain the divorce certificate right away." Wang Jun vehemently refused, but Yang Li retaliated with a slap across his face, disregarding their daughter's cries for her mother and uttering harsh words. "Then I shall file for divorce. I will never return to this home." Ultimately, Yang Li left him. Yet that slap did not awaken Wang Jun. Instead, it plunged him into despair. He lost the will to seek employment, succumbing to a life of alcohol and gambling, accruing significant debt. In the end, he could not even pay his rent, and he and his daughter found themselves homeless. In that dark time, he harbored sinister thoughts about selling his precious 5-year-old daughter, Shi. Just an hour ago, he had followed through on that dreadful decision, receiving 50,000 yuan. As the money exchanged hands and Shi was taken away by the traffickers, regret consumed him. Yet, in this world, where is the antidote for regret? The 50,000 yuan never warmed in his hands before it was snatched away, and he was stabbed multiple times in the heart, leading to his demise. Now, he had been reborn. He struck himself across the face with great force. "Wang Jun, how could you be so inhumane?" The sound of the slap startled his 5-year-old daughter, who looked up at him with her clear, innocent eyes, causing his face to flush with shame. "Daddy, Shi will make it better," she said, her tender heart shining through her simplicity. How could he bring harm to such a delightful child? He held her tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Shi, I promise that from now on, I will provide you with a good life." "All right, then I want to buy lots and lots of toys." Shi clapped her hands in innocent delight. Little did she know that Wang Jun was now penniless, having lost his home, leaving him bereft of means to purchase toys for her. Wang Jun pondered for a moment, realizing that Shi must be of age to attend kindergarten. Yet, the thought of his circumstances brought tears to his eyes. His reaction startled the child. Shi, fearing something was amiss, hurriedly reassured him, "Daddy, don't cry. Shi won't buy toys anymore." What a thoughtful child she was. In this life, he must strive even harder to provide a good life for his daughter. "Daddy, what's that?" Shi pointed to a spot just a meter ahead. It was a red bill, a 100 yuan note. With it, he could buy some food for his child. "It's money. 100 yuan. Wang Jun approached and picked it up. This sum could alleviate their meals for the next few days. However, as he contemplated placing it in his pocket, he hesitated. No, he must not set a poor example for his child. In the past, he would have simply pocketed it, using it for cigarettes or alcohol. But now, with his daughter watching, he could not act in such a manner. Instead, he handed the money to her. "Sure, this 100 yuan must belong to someone who lost it. They are undoubtedly very anxious right now. We should return it to the police." Shi nodded earnestly, her small voice chiming. "Okay, here, you take this money and give it to the police officer, all right?" From this moment forward, he vowed to be a good father. Okay, let's go. Daddy will take you to return the money to the police officer. Okay. The father and daughter exited the alley. Thus, Wang Jun began to rise from his despondency. He gazed into the distance. Sunlight warming his face. Life was not merely about the struggles before him, but also about his daughter and the fields beyond. From now on, he would work diligently to ensure a prosperous life for her. Lost in thought, they arrived at the nearest police station. Upon their arrival, a young female officer, in her 20s and radiantly beautiful, noticed the pair and approached them. "Comrade, what's the matter? Do you need assistance?" Sure, holding the 100 yuan note, gazed at the lovely officer, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Wasn't it supposed to be a police, uncle? Why was it an Ann instead? Sure, quickly tell the police sister what you are here for. At this, sure, finally revealing the money, pointed in a direction. "Police sister, we found this 100 yuan over there. The owner must be very anxious, and Daddy said that we should give it to you because that's what good children do." The officer, upon hearing this, smiled warmly as she patted Shishi's head. "What a good little friend you are. Sure. I will take this money for you. And how about I give you a big red flower in return?" "Thank you, sister. You have such sweet words. Here, I have some candy for you," the officer said enthusiastically, pulling a piece of candy from her pocket to offer Sure. Although Sure coveted the large candy, she hesitated to reach for it. Instead, she played with her little hands, mumbling, "Daddy says children shouldn't eat candy. Their teeth will fall out." His eyes couldn't help but glance at Wang Jun. The female police officer observed the father and daughter. Although they appeared quite destitute, their character radiated an innate nobility. It is indeed a rare quality. Most individuals, when faced with such a situation, would likely claim the 100 yuan for themselves rather than return it to the police station. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wang Jun's mind. "Congratulations. The filial piety system has been activated. As long as your daughter makes the right choices and reaps benefits, you will receive a return of 2 to 100 times the amount. All rewards will be legitimized." Before he could fully comprehend this, the voice resounded once more. "Ding! The system has detected that your daughter has found 100 yuan and returned it to the police. You are rewarded with 1,000 yuan. Then, the familiar notification sound from his phone, which he had used for 5 years, chimed in. He glanced at it, astonished. "You have received a transfer of 1,000 yuan to your bank card, ending in 7253. Current balance, 1,000.01 yuan. Wonderful. With this system, he and his daughter would lead a prosperous life." Noticing Wang Jun's silence, the female police officer placed a candy in a Shishi's hand. Sure carefully tucked it away, fearful of her father's noticing. The officer then inquired, "Comrade, may I have your name and contact information for registration?" Wang Jun seemed lost in thought, unresponsive. Daddy. The sister is talking to you." Daddy. Sure called out anxiously, gently touching Wang Jun's face. It was only then that he snapped back to reality. "What did you just say?" Chapter 2. Reward of Fortune 100. "Comrade, may I kindly request your name and contact information for registration?" The female officer repeated her inquiry. "Oh, all right." Wang Jun finally comprehended. He embraced the child and proceeded to register. Meanwhile, the officer fetched 2 cups of water and placed them before them. Thank you, sister." Sure expressed her gratitude politely, then eagerly took a sip. The arrival of Sure captured the attention of many within the police station. "What an adorable child. She is truly perceptive," the female officer remarked affectionately as she gazed at Sure. "Come, shall I help you with your hair?" the officer offered. "Daddy, is that all right?" Sure inquired once more. Her hair had been styled by herself, albeit not very well. "Yes, let the sister assist you," Wang Jun replied. Noticing the disheveled state of Sure's ponytail, a pang of regret surged within him, reflecting on his own shortcomings as a father. The officer noticed the change in Wang Jun's demeanor and observed that he had only written down his name and phone number, omitting their address. "Sir, please provide your address as well." "We currently have no place to stay," Wang Jun replied. At that moment, Sure interjected, "Sister, we were just kicked out by our landlady. She was so fierce." "Is that so? Then we shall not reconcile with her." "Okay," the officer continued, "Mr. Wang, do you require assistance? I can help you contact a nearby shelter." It was evident that Wang Jun and his daughter were in need of help. The officer encountered many individuals in similar predicaments daily, often down on their luck due to a temporary inability to secure employment, finding themselves homeless. Without assistance, some might stray onto a perilous path. Thus, the police acted on the principle of offering help where they could. However, Wang Jun declined the offer outright. He believed in his capacity to provide a better life for Shir through his own efforts. Moreover, he was financially stable now. "Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it," he replied. The officer chose not to press further. Before long, she had tidied Shir's hair and gently wiped her face with a wet tissue, holding up a mirror for Shir to see. "Do you like it?" Shir beamed at her reflection, her joy soaring, before her expression shifted to one of melancholy. "Sister, you are amazing, even more so than my mother. Unfortunately, my mother said she went very far away and hasn't styled my hair in such a long time. I miss her so much. And where is your mother?" The officer inquired gently. "She has gone," Wang Jun replied, his expression devoid of emotion. That woman was not worth reminiscing about. Having said that, Wang Jun stood up, cradling Shir in his arms. "Shir, say goodbye to the sister." "Goodbye, sister." Shir waved with her chubby little hand. "Goodbye, Shir." The officer replied warmly, then turned to Wang Jun, saying, "Mr. Wang, my name is Zheng Ling. Should you require assistance one day, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, Officer Zheng," Wang Jun said before departing the police station with Shir in his arms. "Daddy." Shir's tummy is growling. Just outside the police station, Shir patted her little belly, expressing her hunger. Wang Jun suddenly realized that they had not eaten anything that morning, and now it was already noon. The child had long been hungry. "All right, let us go get something to eat," he said. However, a single question from the child rendered him momentarily speechless. "But Daddy, do we have money? If we don't, can we trade candy with the owner for food?" The child innocently suggested. Such innocence. He had not even spared his candy for himself, yet he was already thinking of bartering for a meal. Wang Jun felt a pang in his heart. How could he have entertained such foolish thoughts? In the past, he had been without money, but now he was fortunate enough to have some. Although it was not much, he was confident that the provisions for the two of them would pose no issue for the month ahead. Perhaps there would even be enough left over to rent a small room. Now, with the support of the system, if only Shir could strive a little harder, their lives would surely improve. As Shir nibbled on her fingers, she sweetly asked, "Daddy, will we be poor in the future?" It was astonishing that such a young child was already aware of poverty, and Wang Jun's eyes brimmed with tears once more. "No, my dear, we will not be poor. Daddy will provide you with the finest things in the world, even the stars from the sky, if you wish." "That's wonderful." Shir clapped her chubby little hands. "Then let us go eat." "All right." Shir beamed with joy, and Wang Jun felt as if he might melt from her happiness. He owed this child so much. Ever since his divorce, his spirits had plummeted, and he had ceased going to work. He had succumbed to drinking, often neglecting meals altogether, and without the help of neighbors delivering food, his child might not have survived to this day. Fortunately, the child was understanding and well-behaved. After walking a short distance, they found themselves surrounded by numerous restaurants and a large lottery shop. Since the child could not handle anything too hard, Wang Jun opted for a small eatery, ordering 2 bowls of wontons. He did not rush to eat himself, but instead began feeding his daughter, watching her relish each bite with a smile of happiness illuminating his face. The owner of the eatery was a middle-aged woman. Seeing how adorable Shir was, she approached them with warmth. "Little one, how old are you?" "What's your name?" "Auntie, I'm Shir, and I'm 5 years old," the child replied. 5 years old? You must be in kindergarten now?" The woman's question temporarily stumped the child. "Auntie, I'm not in school. Daddy doesn't have money at the moment." One could sense her disappointment. However, she quickly added, "But Daddy says we will have money in the future, and then I can go to kindergarten." The woman glanced awkwardly at Wang Jun, realizing that this disheveled man was likely facing hardships. Her intentions had not been a pry. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she said, "Sir, I apologize." Yet Wang Jun smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Everything will be fine." Had it not been for the system, he might have felt offended, but times had changed. He then turned to his daughter and said, Shir, how about I take you to kindergarten tomorrow?" "Really? Thank you, Daddy." Shir exclaimed joyfully. jumping up and planting a kiss on Wang Jun's cheek. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in Wang Jun's mind. Ding! The system has detected that your daughter is exceedingly happy. Thus, you are awarded a single use of today's luck with a value of 100. This system reward appeared to be random, or perhaps it operated under certain thresholds. Ever since his rebirth, Sure had been perpetually smiling. He noticed that the reward granted was indeed a single use of today's luck valued at 100. Luck, one might interpret, signifies an overwhelming fortune. The notification also indicated that it was valid for today and could only be used once. He cast a glance at the nearby lottery shop. Perhaps it was worth a try. What if a bicycle turned into a motorcycle? Meanwhile, the woman had stepped aside, choosing silence. She observed the father and daughter, sensing they must have encountered some form of hardship. Thus, he addressed the shopkeeper. Madam, I'm stepping over to the store for a moment. Could you kindly keep an eye on my child? The woman glanced at the lottery shop and urged, Young man, one must remain grounded to secure a promising future for the child. Such thoughts are unwise. Thank you, sister, but I wish to take a chance. The woman looked on with disappointment as Wang Jun entered the lottery shop. She sighed softly. Yet, it was his decision, and she could not dictate his choices. Chapter 3. Dreamers. As Wang Jun approached the lottery shop, he immediately drew the attention of the crowd. His appearance evoked a sense of astonishment, as it resembled that of a refugee. This was a lottery shop, not a place for begging. If one wished to beg, they should do so elsewhere. At that moment, a young woman approached, intent on ushering Wang Jun away, clearly mistaking him for a beggar. I am not begging. I merely wish to purchase a lottery ticket, Wang Jun asserted. Laughter erupted from within the shop. Why? Someone remarked. Is it not a betrayal of goodwill for this beggar to use money given by others to buy a lottery ticket? If I were to fall into destitution, I would first address my basic needs rather than come here to gamble. Another chimed in, a beggar is still a person. He too can dream. Perhaps he seeks to infuse his life with a glimmer of hope. Is that not why we come here to buy tickets? Wang Jun paid no heed to their debates. Who had informed them that his money was acquired through begging? He merely wished to leverage his luck. There was no need for such harsh words. There were even those who opined, I suspect his poverty stems from a penchant for daydreaming and idleness. One onlooker expressed a desire to see how much he would spend on a lottery ticket. Ironically, some beggars might earn more than the rest of us, just as certain individuals who scavenge have been known to drive Ferraris. Yet, that is merely a rare occurrence. The majority remain impoverished. Truly, they are dreamers. Do they even comprehend the odds of winning a first prize in the lottery? It is a staggering 1 in 17 million. Perhaps he is merely here to show compassion? Someone else suggested. Wang Jun chose to ignore these individuals, as it was unnecessary. Moreover, who decreed that a beggar could not purchase a lottery ticket? Besides, he was not a beggar. Why should they judge someone as a beggar based solely on their attire? Such a conclusion seems rather hasty, does it not? Moreover, even beggars harbor dreams. Why must they be subjected to such harsh scrutiny? Upon hearing that someone had come to purchase a lottery ticket, the girl remarked, Hurry up. Don't linger too long, or you'll disrupt our business. People's perceptions of certain individuals can often be rather narrow-minded. Yet, those who hold such views are pitiable, for their characters remain unrefined. After the girl spoke, she retreated inside, engrossed in her phone. Wang Jun surveyed the lottery shop, which spanned approximately 100 square meters, filled with dreamers. Some individuals were calculating on their calculators, jotting notes on blank pages, while others stood motionless in front of the trend graphs for hours on end. There were also those who tugged at their hair in frustration, agonizing over a few numbers. The lottery tickets available were drawn every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, priced at 2 yuan each, with the highest single prize reaching 20 million. The odds of winning the grand prize stood at a staggering 1 in 17 million. As today was Monday, the draw had yet to occur, and today's luck could only be applied today. Thus, he relinquished that thought and turned his attention to scratch-off tickets, which provided immediate rewards. He was drawn to a particular scratch-off ticket priced at 30 yuan, offering a top prize of 1 million and a second prize of 100,000. He did not dare to aspire for the full million. A second prize of 100,000 would suffice, and even a third prize of 10,000 would be acceptable. The game was straightforward. by scratching off the covering film. If any of his numbers matched the winning numbers, he would receive the corresponding prize beneath his number. Therefore, he addressed the middle-aged owner at the computer, saying, "Sir, I'd like one scratch-off ticket, the 30 yuan kind." The proprietor, a slender man with a receding hairline and deep-set eyes, adjusted his reading glasses. Upon noticing Wang Jun, his expression shifted dramatically. "Young man, do you have a family?" he asked suddenly, without waiting for a response. He continued, "Regardless of your situation, life is challenging. Why rely on the lottery for wealth? I advise you to seek employment instead. Do you know the odds of winning? 1 in a million. I cannot sell you this ticket. To sell it to you would be to harm you. Save your money and buy something nice for your wife and children." Clearly, the owner refused to sell, demonstrating a sense of conscience and speaking the truth. 1 in a million odds. That is indeed a pure gamble. But that was only because he had not encountered Wang Jun. Meanwhile, onlookers began to murmur about the owner's interference. "Sir, you're being unreasonable. He has the right to buy a lottery ticket. Don't crush his dreams." Others chimed in. "It's business. Why refuse to sell?" Ultimately, Wang Jun, feeling quite helpless, said, "Sir, I just want to buy one. I merely wish to hold on to a glimmer of hope." Wang Jun understood that the owner had his best interests at heart, so he refrained from reacting harshly and spoke with earnestness. "Young man, I'm doing this for your own good." Yet Wang Jun remained perplexed. Wasn't this merely obstructing someone's path to prosperity? Where is the good for oneself? Thus he said, "Boss, just one ticket. If it doesn't win, I will leave immediately." After much negotiation, the boss finally relented. "All right, I will sell you just one." With that, he handed a scratch-off ticket to Wang Jun. Wang Jun promptly paid with his mobile phone and proceeded to scratch off the protective film at the counter. Soon, the winning number appeared, 05, and he continued to scratch. Moments later, he had uncovered the entire prize area. Staring at the ticket, Wang Jun was in disbelief. The boss glanced at his expression and remarked, "You didn't win, did you? Just go home and find a job. Stop dreaming of sudden wealth." He had seen this situation countless times and was no longer surprised. He could tell at a glance whether someone had won or not. Opinions among the onlookers were mixed. Some were merely daydreaming, struggling to make ends meet while still harboring fantasies of riches. If wealth were so easily attained, everyone would be a millionaire. "Young man, focus on finding a proper job. The odds of losing on a scratch-off ticket are 90%, with the remaining 10% yielding only a few dozen dollars. Clearly, you didn't win a dime. If I were in his position, I would have purchased a $2 ticket instead of spending 30 on a ticket with such slim chances. Life is already so arduous. Yet he chooses to spend money on a worthless piece of paper. I truly cannot comprehend some people. The money is in their hands, and how they choose to spend it is their business. We should not be overly critical." Amidst the crowd, there were some dissenting voices, yet the mocking tones were plentiful. Wang Jun ignored them and said, "Boss, could it be that I've won 100,000? Please check for me." Though his voice was not loud, it rippled through the air like a stone cast into still waters. 100,000? He must have misread. I remember winning a maximum of 100,000 once. But that was a year ago. Could he be illiterate or have vision problems? The boss adjusted his glasses, took the ticket, and examined it closely. He was astounded, his gaze filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 4. I really won. The boss adjusted his reading glasses and scrutinized it several times. Beneath the 05, there was a 1 followed by 5 zeros, a full 100,000. Good heavens! It's true. The boss could hardly believe it. Amidst the murmurs of skepticism from the crowd, he exclaimed, "It's true, you won 100,000. 100,000. At that moment, the entire lottery shop erupted with excitement. Envious glances were cast all around. Some lamented, "I was just about to buy that scratch-off ticket. What a pity I didn't otherwise that 100,000 would have been mine." Life is full of such missed opportunities. Those who had previously derided him fell silent. Yet a few still muttered, "This guy is remarkably lucky. How could he win? Life is so unfair. I bought tickets for 10 years, and the most I've won is 200. He buys one and wins 100,000. Is it possible he cheated? Can one even cheat at this? You overthink matters. Do you assume the boss is a fool?" At that moment, the proprietress of the nearby Sha County snack shop peered out, clearly having overheard the commotion. she observed that it was indeed Wang Jun who had won. He had struck gold, and the prize was a staggering 100,000 yuan. This meant that tomorrow, he could genuinely take his child to kindergarten. Just moments ago, she had advised Wang Jun to seize the opportunity, and now it appeared that fortune favored him. Truly, simple folk often find themselves blessed by the heavens. "Auntie, what about my daddy?" asked Sure, tugging at the proprietress's sleeve. "Child, you will be going to kindergarten tomorrow," the woman replied. "Really?" Sure exclaimed with unbridled joy, her voice brimming with innocence. The child was simply delightful, evoking a desire to pinch her cheeks. "What about my daddy?" The proprietress withheld the truth, knowing that Wang Jun's actions were meant to shield his daughter from distress. Such revelations could lead to misunderstandings. Therefore, she reassured her, saying, "Your father will be back shortly. Now, eat up, and when you're full, he will return." Meanwhile, within the confines of the lottery shop, Wang Jun exhaled softly. 100,000, not a bad sum. The proprietor then stood, clasping his hand firmly. "Sir, your luck is extraordinary. You have won 100,000 yuan. Congratulations." Wang Jun was perplexed by the man's grip. Was it a gesture of hope for his own life, or was something else entirely? Was he retracting his earlier statements? Wang Jun appeared taken aback, looking around to find himself surrounded by envious gazes. 30 yuan for a chance at 100,000, a return of 3,000 times the investment. Typically, upon hearing such news, one would be ecstatic, perhaps even engage in astonishing antics, eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet, Wang Jun merely responded with a calm, "Thank you, boss." The proprietor turned to the girl who had previously dissuaded Wang Jun Xiaofang. "Quickly, fetch last year's banner and hang it up again." The girl was clearly taken aback. She and T expected Wang Jun to actually win. 100,000 yuan, equivalent to 2 years of her salary, all from a single lottery ticket. "Xiaofang, why are you standing there in a daze?" "Boss, which banner?" "The one for the 100,000, he reiterated. His intention was to attract more customers to purchase lottery tickets. This was both a gimmick and a form of advertisement. The sign proclaiming that a lottery shop had issued a 100,000 yuan prize would certainly draw attention. Undoubtedly, if the banner were to be displayed, the day's revenue could easily triple. That was a considerable amount of money. "All right, I will get the banner right away." "Boss, how do I redeem this 100,000? Where do I go?" he inquired. It was then that the proprietor realized the matter of redemption needed addressing. "Redemption? You could do that right here. Our lottery center is a branch of the Magic City. As long as the prize ISN T1 million or more, we can redeem it here. Also, you will need to pay a 20% tax on the unexpected income. Come here, let me verify this for you. And then you can sign, and I will transfer the funds to you." So, it seemed he would ultimately receive only 80,000 yuan. However, this is a regulation, and there is no alternative. If the amount is below 10,000, then no tax on unexpected income is required. "All right, it's no trouble at all. Your winning brings me joy as well. I hope you find a good future and a decent job, and refrain from purchasing lottery tickets again." The lottery was originally established to assist those in need. Yet, it is precisely these individuals who now resort to lottery tickets. This is why the proprietor feels such resistance. The boss remarked that if one lacks luck, Wang Jun would not purchase again, for how could he possibly outplay probability? However, if fortune were to favor him, it would be a different matter altogether. "Very well, let us proceed. Do you have a mobile phone?" "Yes, boss." "All right, I will transfer to your phone." The boss began processing the formalities for Wang Jun. At that moment, those who had previously exchanged banter, along with some neutral parties, gathered around the counter. "Xiaofang, please give me a 30 yuan lottery ticket." "No, I want 10. "Xiaofang, I want 5. Initially, the sales of scratch-off tickets were lackluster. But Wang Jun's when ignited a desire for others to try their luck. If another 100,000 were to be scratched off, wouldn't that be delightful? Just as Xiaofang retrieved the banner from the storeroom, she was pulled to the counter to distribute tickets. Once the tickets were acquired, everyone began scratching them off. Wang Jun observed their antics, feeling both exasperated and amused. Although the boss was advanced in age, his movements were remarkably swift. Within 5 minutes, he completed the transactions and transferred 80,000 yuan to Wang Jun, satisfied with the balance. Wang Jun contemplated treating himself to a meal and purchasing several outfits for his child. Since his wife's departure, He had not bought a single piece of clothing for the little one, a source of deep guilt for him. As he passed by the crowd, he overheard their lamentations. Some were cursing. No win. 31. Just enough to break even. A monumental loss, not a penny gained. Observing their dismay, Wang Jun chuckled as he departed. He made his way to a local eatery. At that moment, Shi was engrossed in her meal, glancing up at the television where a martial arts film was playing. Her chubby cheeks were stuffed with food, chewing adorably. The proprietress approached him. "Sir, your good fortune has arrived. But allow me to share a piece of advice you may not appreciate. A man must possess ambition. Otherwise, he cannot provide a bright future for his child." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun realized the proprietress was already aware of his win. "Thank you for your sage advice, boss," Wang Jun replied. Just then, Shi spotted Wang Jun and tugged at him, seemingly eager to speak, though her mouth was still full of dumplings. Chapter 5. The reward for mastering combat skills. Wang Jun took a piece of paper from the table and gently wiped the corners of her mouth. "Daddy, let us talk after I finish eating." Shi quickly swallowed her food. Pointing at the television, she inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy." The martial arts skills of those people are incredible. I wish you could be like them and fend off the bad guys. Every child harbors the desire for their father to be a superhero, and Shi is no exception. This is a carefree age. Wang Jun chuckled wryly. "Look at how thin I am. How could I possibly fight off bad people? Then you should eat more, and I will feed you, Daddy, so you can defeat the villains." The moment her words fell, a notification from the system chimed in. "Ding! The system has detected your daughter's overflowing sense of justice, rewarding you with mastery in combat." Before Wang Jun could fully comprehend the situation, he felt his body become significantly lighter, yet his muscles were remarkably firm. His physique had also grown considerably stronger. This child is truly a treasure. Henceforth, it seems no one would dare bully them again. "Daddy, I will feed you." Unbeknownst to Shi, Wang Jun's body had undergone a transformation, while she was simply intent on devouring the wontons in her bowl. What a dutiful daughter she is. Shi, if you cheer for Daddy, he will become powerful. Daddy is the best," she exclaimed, embracing Wang Jun. He lifted her into his arms and said, "Come, give Daddy a kiss." However, to his surprise, Shi refused and declared, "Daddy smells bad. I don't like it." Only then did Wang Jun realize he had gone many days without a bath and still bore the scent of the spilled wine from the previous day. "How about I wash up first, and then you can kiss me?" "Good. Then hurry and eat. Afterward, Daddy will take you to buy pretty clothes and toys." "Okay." Watching his child behave so obediently filled Wang Jun with warmth. At that moment, the proprietress was attending to a customer holding a plate of fried rice. Suddenly, her hand slipped, and the rice flew towards Shi. The proprietress gasped, but it was too late. The plate was about to collide with Shi's head. If it struck her, she could be seriously injured. The skulls of young children are exceedingly fragile, and the consequences could be dire. The adorable Shi continued to enjoy her wontons blissfully unaware. Everyone around was paralyzed with indecision, witnessing the impending tragedy. In the past, Wang Jun might not have been quick enough to respond to such a situation. However, now endowed with martial prowess, he sprang into action, his reflexes sharp, and deftly caught the plate of fried rice without spilling a single grain. The crowd was left in awe. Was this a scene from an action film? The room fell silent until someone broke the stillness. "Does that uncle know martial arts? His movements were so cool. It was like a movie. I recorded it. Incredible. He must have trained." Some even shared Wang Jun's remarkable feat online. Captioned, "Masters among the people. A loving father catches fried rice for his daughter." Once this video was uploaded to Douyin, it went viral, garnering hundreds of thousands of shares. Netizens flooded the comments, proclaiming, "This is the coolest dad I've ever seen. Did he come from Shaolin? He must be a martial arts star." Mastery resides among the common folk, and exceptional skills emerge from the grassroots. It feels akin to witnessing a circus performance. The child is truly delightful. However, the attire appears somewhat worn. Judging by this, it seems the father may not be faring well. This short video rapidly garnered 200,000 likes and attracted significant attention. Numerous prominent social media accounts began to share it, and even television stations provided commentary. In an instant, the discussion surrounding Wang Jun reached a fervent peak. The audience that Douyin engages is exceedingly vast. Meanwhile, Yang Li, also in the bustling metropolis, caught sight of the child's video along with the comments below. She swiped the screen in disbelief, turned off her phone, and nestled into the embrace of the man beside her. Yet, Wang Jun remained oblivious to these events unfolding. "Boss lady, please be cautious in the future," Wang Jun stated as he handed the fried rice to her. The boss lady stared in astonishment, bewildered by what had just transpired. "I apologize." Meanwhile, Shir was still in the dark. She turned to her father and asked, "What is wrong, Dad? Why is everyone staring at us?" Wang Jun gently ruffled her hair and replied, "Those older siblings are looking at you because you are so adorable. Is that true? Dad would lie to me." The boss lady gazed at the father-daughter pair with envy. Such good fathers are rare in these times. Wang Jun took a seat, watching his child savor the wontons while he casually picked at his own meal, finishing a bowl in no time. Rising, he inquired, "How much do I owe you?" "Oh, no charge. I truly feel embarrassed about earlier." The boss lady expressed her apologies. "It's all right. Just be more careful in the future. But I must pay. I cannot take advantage of your kindness. Running a business is not easy. 10 yuan. All right, I'll pay you." Wang Jun settled the bill and stepped towards the entrance, craving a cigarette. However, upon reaching into his pocket, he found it empty. "Dad says no smoking. It stinks." Shir chimed in, having caught sight of him. All right. Dad will listen to Shir. Wang Jun then returned inside. Observing Shir's bowl, he noticed she still had 2 wontons untouched. Rather than urging her, he sat quietly in front of her, watching her eat. At that moment, 2 girls, around 17 or 18, approached. They were quite charming, standing before Wang Jun. One of them asked, "Uncle, have you practiced? Your moves were so impressive just now. You must be an actor, right? Dressed like this, you are performing, correct?" The inquiries from these youngsters elicited a wry smile from him. Before he could respond, Shir interjected, "My dad is a superhero, incredibly powerful. My dad is unbeatable and specializes in vanquishing villains." Her expression brimmed with pride, with remnants of food adorning her little mouth, rendering the scene amusing. Others began to gather around, and one particularly lovely girl presented her QR code. "Handsome, let us connect on WeChat." "Me too, I want to connect." In an instant, 3 more girls approached, eagerly seeking his WeChat. Wang Jun politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, I cannot add you." Now he must devote himself to caring for his daughter. And at present, he possesses nothing and harbors no desire to harm others. However, at this moment, a sudden shout echoed from a distance. "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Wang Jun's heart sank upon hearing this. He rose to his feet and looked outside. A young woman, having discarded her high heels, was pursuing a man clad in black. Upon recognizing this individual, a chill ran through him. Was that not the very person who had previously sought to take his life? Chapter 6. The wandering uncle pursues the thief, how audacious to commit robbery in broad daylight. As Wang Jun discerned the man clearly, he noted the young man bore a scarred face, an image etched vividly in his memory. The perpetrator was armed with a knife, the very weapon that had pierced his heart. The thought sent a pang of pain through his chest. He loathed this scoundrel. The scarred man was undoubtedly dangerous. Yet, a beautiful woman, clutching her high heels, relentlessly pursued him. This woman appeared to be in her early 20s, wielding a pair of red stilettos, with an oval face and flowing hair. Her complexion was fair and striking. If she were to catch up with the villain, she would likely face dire consequences. Thus, Wang Jun resolved to intervene. He was skilled in combat and no longer feared his adversary. Turning to the girls nearby, he implored, "Please watch over my child." With that, he dashed outside. It was only then that the others reacted. They grabbed their phones and began filming Wang Jun, captivated by his sense of justice. His actions deeply moved everyone present. Others followed suit, while one girl lifted Shir and trailed behind. Wang Jun Shir appeared oblivious to the unfolding chaos. "Sister, where is Daddy going?" she inquired. "Little one, your father is going to catch the bad guys." Shir puffed up with pride, declaring, "I knew it. Daddy is a superhero. He'll catch the bad guys and lock them up." Meanwhile, the commotion had also drawn the attention of those in the lottery shop. The owner seized a chair and rushed outside, undeterred by his age, ready to confront the criminal. Others followed in his wake. Just then, a figure dashed past them with great speed. In less than a second, someone recognized Wang Jun. Isn't that the beggar who buys lottery tickets? As the words left his lips, Wang Jun inexplicably produced a stone, which he hurled with precision, striking the thief's leg. The thief yelped in pain and tumbled to the ground, his bag flying from his grasp. As he attempted to retrieve his bag, Wang Jun positioned himself before him. "We meet again. Those stabs you inflicted upon me were quite excruciating," Wang Jun remarked. The thief looked utterly bewildered. Had they truly crossed paths before? In his memory, he could recall no such individual. And what was this talk of knives? How did Wang Jun know of his weapon? "Kid, get out of my way. Don't obstruct my path." The thief barked, dismissing the matter as he scrambled to his feet. All of this was captured in its entirety by the group of girls. As they filmed, their thoughts were also occupied with concern for Wang Jun, ignoring their worries. Wang Jun picked up his bag and threw it to the girl in high heels. As she caught the bag and looked at Wang Jun, her eyes sparkled with gratitude, while she scrutinized him. To her, this man was extraordinary, exuding a comforting aura. The villain, upon witnessing this, was about to turn back and snatch the girl's bag when a large hand seized his arm and executed a powerful throw. With a resounding thud, the assailant was momentarily stunned. He struggled to escape Wang Jun's grasp. "You dare to ruin my plans? You shy D," he shouted, brandishing a knife aimed directly at Wang Jun's heart. In that instant, everyone's hearts sank. A stab wound would surely be fatal. The girls gasped in shock, and sure, witnessing the scene, clutched the arm of her companion, visibly anxious, repeatedly exclaiming, "Bad guy! Bad guy!" Wang Jun was taken aback. The knife strike resembled the one he had previously endured. However, his mastery of combat triggered an instinctive response within him. He swiftly sidestepped, grasped the assailant's wrist with his left hand, and with a forceful twist, sent the knife clattering to the ground. But that was not the end. He lifted and twisted his hand, causing the criminal to lose his balance and crash to the ground. With one decisive punch, the assailant was rendered unconscious. The girls, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into cheers, no longer concerned with Wang Jun's disheveled appearance or attire. Truly, a master among the wandering, a skilled fighter among the common folk. The uncle is so handsome, so incredibly handsome. What just happened? With just one move, he subdued the villain. "Quick, upload the footage online. This will surely go viral," one exclaimed. They promptly edited the video and titled it, "Wandering Uncle Chases Thief. Thief Draws a Knife, Only to be Subdued by Uncle in One Move." Upon uploading, the video quickly began to circulate, garnering an increasing number of likes. Sure, waving her tiny fists, cheered, "Daddy is amazing, beating the bad guy. Beating the bad guy." Then she added, "Sister, put me down, I want to go to Daddy." Struggling to free herself, the girl had no choice but to release her. Sure, with her clumsy steps, hurried towards Wang Jun. Meanwhile, the lottery shop owner, observing the situation, remarked, "This guy clearly has some skills. Who would have thought?" Reflecting on this, others pondered why someone with such prowess would find themselves in such a predicament. As witnesses recognized Wang Jun's abilities, they were astonished, relieved that they had not provoked him, for they might have been the ones sprawled on the ground. Passers-by raised their thumbs in admiration. Such valiant individuals have become a rarity. A call was made to the authorities, yet at that moment, a voice rang out. The police had arrived. Wasn't it just a moment ago that the alarm was raised? How did they arrive so swiftly? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, two officers approached, one of whom was a woman. Wang Jun recognized her. It was Zheng Ling, whom he had encountered at the police station. After all, the station was just a stone's throw away, and upon hearing the commotion, they naturally came forth. As the officers arrived, they swiftly handcuffed the assailant, who, upon regaining consciousness, glared at Wang Jun. "Kid, I'll remember you. Don't let me catch you again." The male officer retorted, "You're in no position to talk back. Prepare to spend a decade sewing in prison." Suddenly, Zheng Ling turned to Wang Jun. "Mr. Wang, you must be a fighter, right?" This question caught Wang Jun off guard. "Officer Zheng, I believe you're mistaken." Upon hearing his response, it became evident to everyone that they were acquainted. I too have practiced martial arts. I observe your skills. They are at least equivalent to a 4th-degree black belt. Her assertion stunned the crowd. A black belt, with 7 degrees in total. To be praised as a 4th degree is indeed a high honor. Wang Jun waved his hand dismissively, quickly stating, it was an accident, purely an accident. Chapter 7. Heroes Wander. While fools frolic, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Was it truly an accident? Yet they admired his humility. Zheng Ling, however, chose not to pursue the matter further. Mr. Wang, our city of magic needs commendable citizens like you. On behalf of our citizens, I thank you. Wang Jun straightened up, gesturing towards the lottery shop owner. This is what we ought to do. Look at them. They rushed out as well. I merely acted a tad quicker. Everyone turned their gaze around. At that moment, the lottery shop owner finally realized he was still holding a chair aloft and hurriedly set it down. Just then, a girl in high heels approached. She looked at Wang Jun. If only the dirt on her face were washed away, she would undoubtedly be a striking beauty. She extended her delicate, fair hand, Mr. Wang. Greetings. I am Lan Yu. Thank you for your assistance. Lan Yu, what a lovely name. Wang Jun began to reach for her hand when, suddenly, Sure dashed over. Daddy, come, Daddy hug. Wang Jun promptly scooped up Sure in his arms. Upon witnessing such a charming daughter, Lan Yu felt a twinge of curiosity. Were all good men already taken? Yet her hand remained suspended in midair, neither able to pull back nor proceed. Sure held Wang Jun's head tightly and proclaimed to the onlookers, my daddy is a hero. He is a Superman. I love Daddy the most. She planted a resounding kiss on him. Previously reluctant to show affection, she now showered him with love. In her eyes, her father was the greatest. Good girl. At that moment, Lan Yu withdrew her hand, saying, Mr. Wang, thank you for your bravery and righteousness. Please accept this small token of my respect. After speaking, she took out 2 red bills. However, Sure, standing in for Wang Jun, declined them. Auntie, that's not appropriate. Dad is a hero, and heroes expect no rewards. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Offering money seemed so mundane. She could only respond, little friend, you are so understanding. You have a wonderful father. Of course, my dad is the most amazing person in the world, Sure replied with great pride. Your mother must be very beautiful and happy to have such a wonderful daughter. Lan Yu added, but Sure burst into tears. Mommy doesn't want us anymore. I don't want Mommy either. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu realized the situation and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her expression turning apologetic. I'm sorry. Don't cry. Sure, your daddy is here. Wang Yun hurriedly comforted her. Mr. Wang, here's my business card. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact me anytime. I have some matters to attend to. So I must leave now, Lan Yu said, handing Wang Jun another card. He glanced at it briefly. Little Angel Kindergarten, Vice Principal. How remarkable that Lan Yu, at such a young age, had achieved the position of Vice Principal. As Lan Yu was about to leave, Zheng Ling spoke up, Ms. Lan Yu, please don't go. Is there something you need? Lan Yu inquired. Could you and Mr. Wang come to the police station to give us a statement? Zheng Ling asked. Here is my card. I have an urgent matter at hand. Can we talk tonight? Lan Yu said, clearly anxious. All right, we will contact you this evening, he replied. After Lan Yu expressed her gratitude once more, she hurriedly departed. What about Mr. Wang? Wang Yun asks. Dad, where are we going next? We are heading to the police station. What? Didn't we just come from there? The police lady needs to gather some information. We'll be out shortly. Okay. Just then, a group of girls approached them excitedly, having learned that Wang Jun was now single. They clamored, Uncle, can I have your autograph? Uncle, sign here, I have a marker. One girl tugged at her white shirt, signaling for attention. Handsome, can I get your contact information? I'll add you. What is your number? Wang Jun was taken aback. How had he become so popular? Or perhaps people simply needed a hero. They disregarded his current awkwardness. They were drawn to him because of his impressive demeanor, a reflection of his true essence. Daddy is mine. You can't have him. Sure seemed to grasp the nature of adult connections, hugging Wang Jun's head possessively. Wang Jun, however, was not inclined to dwell on such matters. And were these girls even of age? If they were not, he would certainly be crossing a line. It was better not to share his contact details. Thus, he said, "I'm sorry, but my daughter won't allow it. Officer Jung, shall we go?" The girls appeared somewhat disheartened, their eyes filled with a sense of loss. Yet, they had gained something. At least they now knew that Uncle S.'s surname was Wang. Zheng Ling observed Wang Jun for a long moment until a nearby officer prompted, "Sister, shall we leave?" Only then did she snap back to reality. All right. A group of individuals made their way directly to the police station, with the young girl unexpectedly following suit. Meanwhile, the video captured moments earlier had gone viral, with numerous angles of the footage flooding the internet. This surge of videos garnered a substantial amount of shares, one post alone surpassing 50,000 reshares, while the comments skyrocketed to a staggering 100,000 within a mere 10 minutes. Each second saw an increase of 1,000 comments. The online community exhibited a unanimous stance regarding Wang Jun's actions. True heroes are not defined by their strength, but by their courage. Let's applaud the hero. Let us show our appreciation for the homeless uncle. We thank you for your bravery in stepping forward to assist others. In times of crisis, the uncle demonstrated profound humanity and kindness. We are grateful for your efforts to safeguard the safety and happiness of others. I have studied martial arts. His skill must be at least a 6th-degree black belt. Dressed like a beggar, who would have thought he was so remarkably capable? One must not judge by appearances. If I were to seek a partner, I would undoubtedly desire someone like him. Others also lauded the little girl, praising her cuteness and expressing a desire to pinch her cheeks. Did the father and daughter encounter some difficulties? Heroes wander while clowns create chaos. This reflects certain aspects of our current society. Heroes wander while clowns create chaos. Let us rally behind this sentiment. As various major news outlets and official media channels began to share Wang Jun's uplifting actions, the news continued to circulate. In a corner of the city, Yang Li came across Wang Jun's video. Holding her phone, her strikingly beautiful eyes remained fixated on Wang Jun for an extended period. At that moment, an elderly man reached out from behind and embraced Yang Li. His face was marred with scars, an unappealing sight, while Yang Li, with her fair skin and innocent beauty, resembled a princess entwined with a beast. "What is wrong, my dear?" asked the old man, Zhu Kansheng. "I never expected him to be so formidable. He can fight. He was once as helpless as a newborn chick." Kansheng examined the phone and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Had Wang Jun chosen to act against him, he could have easily been left incapacitated. Sanqing's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned indifference. "So what if he can fight? Without wealth, he is nothing. My husband is truly remarkable. Whatever I desire, he fulfills." Yang Li nestled into Sanqing's embrace, while his palms grew clammy with perspiration. Chapter 8. Kneeling after approximately an hour. The record was finally completed. Zheng Ling escorted Wang Jun out of the police station, expressing her gratitude. "Mr. Wang, you have been invaluable. Without your intervention, the wrongdoers would have roamed free. The safety of our city would have been compromised." "It is merely my duty," Wang Jun replied. "I believe it is what any conscientious individual would do." At that moment, Shur had fallen asleep on Wang Jun's shoulder, having spent the entire day by his side. It was indeed a challenge for her. She should be in school. As Wang Jun contemplated his child's schooling, he inquired, "Officer Zheng, do you happen to know if there are any kindergartens in the vicinity?" "To my knowledge, there are 2 kindergartens nearby, one public and one private. The public one can be found by walking 500 meters to the left, while the private institution is located 200 meters to the right, followed by a left turn and an additional 50 meters. By the way, do you currently possess a residence permit?" Wang Jun shook his head. Despite having lived in this city for many years, he had never obtained such a document. This presents a bit of a challenge. The public kindergarten offers a modest tuition fee of 3,000 yuan per semester, but it is district-specific and requires proof of residence. If one holds a household registration in this metropolis, the likelihood of admission increases significantly. It seems that private schooling is the only option now. They impose fewer requirements. And one could say that as long as one can afford it, admission is virtually guaranteed. However, the private institution charges a staggering 50,000 yuan per semester, boasting excellent facilities and a staff comprised of doctoral graduates. Moreover, today is the final day for enrollment. Wang Jun glanced at the sky. Time was fleeting. The disparity between public and private institutions is indeed stark. 50,000 yuan per semester for a private kindergarten. What sort of extraordinary establishment is that? Yet, any expenditure for the child is undoubtedly worthwhile. Although the child has reached the appropriate age for kindergarten, I believe we can afford to wait another year. Until you secure employment and attain stability, then obtain your residence permit in this area. Perhaps you could be assigned to a district kindergarten, Zheng Ling suggested. Evidently, she assumed that Wang Jun lacked the financial means, which prompted her remarks. After all, 50,000 yuan per semester is not a trifling sum. Even 5,000 might be beyond Wang Jun's reach, in her estimation. This was not disdain, but rather concern for him. All right, thank you, Officer Zheng. I must take my leave now, Wang Jun declared, cradling his child as he walked towards the right. Zheng Ling watched his departing figure, letting out a sigh. Such is fate. Poor child. Yet, observing the child's expression, there seemed to be happiness as well. Though she lacked a mother, she had a father who adored her even more. Following the directions suggested by Zheng Ling, Wang Jun realized that time was of the essence. Today marked the final day for registration. Regardless, he resolved to enroll first. Guided by Zheng Ling's directions, Wang Jun indeed discovered a kindergarten. The environment was delightful, featuring a spacious playground adorned with vibrant colors. Through the gate, one could glimpse an array of constructed toys and play equipment. The sounds of children's laughter echoed within. At that moment, Shir awoke. She gazed in awe at her surroundings. Daddy, look, there are toys, building blocks, and toy cars. Her small fingers pointed excitedly in every direction, captivated by the wonders of the kindergarten. Do you like it? He asked. I love it, she exclaimed. Tomorrow, will you take me here for kindergarten? Wang Jun responded. This place is so much fun. Shir wants to go to kindergarten. All right, let us enroll first. As Wang Jun approached the kindergarten, he noticed the colorful letters above the entrance, spelling out Little Angel Kindergarten. Isn't this precisely the place where Blue Moon works? However, Wang Jun did not dwell on it for long and proceeded to enter. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he was halted by a security guard. Halt! What is your purpose here? This is a kindergarten. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. The guard's expression was one of disdain, and his gaze left Wang Jun feeling quite irked. It felt as if he were being regarded as a thief. I am here to register. Register? You must be mistaken. The public kindergarten is not located here. Turn left upon exiting. Do you even know how much the tuition is? You beggar. A year's income wouldn't cover a semester's fees. If you lack funds, stop pretending to be affluent. I have seen many like you. They all enter with joy and exit in sorrow. Now be gone. Do not waste my time, or I shall not be courteous. The guard's voice was loud and clearly conveyed his contempt. Daddy Shir is scared. This uncle is so fierce. Shir does not want to go to kindergarten anymore. Wang Jun was infuriated, for Shir had been frightened by the guard. He could endure the bullying directed at himself, but not towards his daughter. Holding Shir tightly, he reassured her, do not be afraid. Daddy is here. I am determined to register at this kindergarten today. Summon your captain. Wang Jun, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, spoke resolutely. The guard laughed derisively. Hey, you beggar. Do you not understand human language? Scram. As he spoke, he attempted to take action. This man, robust and strong, reached out to seize Wang Jun by the collar. However, his actions startled Shir into tears. Daddy, Shir is scared. Wang Jun was enraged. With lightning speed, he raised his left foot and kicked the guard's shin. With a thud, the guard lost his balance and knelt before Wang Jun. Witnessing this, Shir burst into laughter, finding the guard utterly ridiculous. She then clung tightly to Wang Jun's head. Their commotion attracted the attention of another security guard. Zhu Shizhong, what is happening? Captain Lin, this kid is causing trouble. The guard shouted upon seeing the newcomer. Are you here to stir up trouble? A larger man approached, dwarfing the guard before him. He frightened my daughter. He even attempted to strike me. What is wrong with me defending myself? Wang Jun replied, holding back his full strength. Otherwise, how could this man named Zhu Shizhong remain unscathed? Captain Lin, this fellow is indeed here to create a ruckus. Do not listen to his nonsense. Wang Jun glanced at the surveillance camera above. You may review the footage to see if I have spoken falsely. Captain Lin remained silent, scrutinizing Wang Jun for an extended period before stating, I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. At this moment, the guard named Zhu Shizhong was taken aback. Could it be that they recognized each other? The situation became awkward. Wang Jun assessed Captain Lin, unable to recall if he had met him before. Were they classmates? Unlikely. Were they colleagues? He did not recognize anyone fitting that description. Or perhaps childhood friends. That seemed even less plausible. An orphan, raised in an orphanage since childhood. Who is this individual? Do we know them? Regardless, Wang Jun still posed the question. Chapter 9. Apology. Captain Lin then produced his mobile phone and began to compare Wang Jun to someone. Are you a wandering uncle? Wang Jun was taken aback. What wandering uncle? At just over 20 years of age, how could he be labeled as such? Yet, the term uncle had evolved. Its contemporary connotation was far from ordinary. It could signify an elder brother or an object of affection. I am not. You are. Just look at this video, Captain Lin asserted, holding up his phone. It was at that moment Wang Jun beheld footage of himself pursuing and subduing a criminal. He could scarcely believe that his video had been uploaded online, complete with the moniker Wandering Uncle. Astonishingly, the view count had exceeded 1 million, with comments surpassing 900,000. This was merely one of many clips. Wang Jun had inadvertently become a symbol of positivity in the present day. This is me. Wang Jun did not deny it. But I am not a wandering uncle. My surname is Wang. Mr. Wang, I deeply apologize. The new security guard was unaware of the situation. He then instructed Zhu Shizhong, hurry and apologize to Mr. Wang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shizhong felt disgruntled, still kneeling on the ground. Get up. Why are you still on the floor? Captain Lin urged. Captain, I cannot rise. Zhu Shizhong replied. Some individuals, when kneeling for too long, become so soft that they cannot stand again. Such people, who bully the weak and fear the strong, are truly pitiful. Captain Lin yanked Zhu Shizhong to his feet. Once stable, Zhu Shizhong quietly inquired, Captain Lin, why must I apologize? I did nothing wrong. Clearly, he had yet to recognize his fault. Captain Lin presented his phone to him. Upon viewing the video, Zhu Shizhong was astounded. Wang Jun's combat skills were exceptionally formidable. His movements seamless. Just moments earlier, he had brought Zhu Shizhong to his knees using only one foot. Such prowess could not be achieved without rigorous training. Mr. Wang's bravery commands my utmost respect. I also witnessed that you were the one to initiate the altercation. Furthermore, as the guest, it is not our small angel kindergarten's way to treat visitors in this manner. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry. Regardless of the veracity of Captain Lin's assertions, his proactive approach to resolution was commendable. Zhu Shizhong then said, Mr. Wang, I apologize for my earlier behavior. Please apologize to my daughter and see if she is willing to forgive you. Wang Jun responded, as for her, that is entirely up to her. Zhu Shizhong, albeit reluctantly, turned to Shir and said, Little one, I frightened you. I am truly sorry. His voice was soft, yet Shir dared not meet Zhu Shizhong's gaze, for he appeared too fearsome. She clung tightly to Wang Jun. Mr. Wang, is this acceptable? Zhu Shizhong inquired. Yes, it is all well now. Had they communicated openly from the start, such a situation might have been entirely avoided. In this society, individuals like Zhu Shizhong are, regrettably, quite numerous. Captain Lin remarked, Mr. Wang, this is a shortcoming on our part, and I sincerely apologize. Wang Jun, surprised by his own notoriety, realized that what was destined to be a conflict had dissipated due to his fame. Of course, please, Captain Lin gestured graciously. Thank you, Wang Jun replied with utmost politeness. His principle in life was simple. Treat others with respect, and they shall reciprocate in kind. Since Captain Lin spoke amicably, Wang Jun felt no need to dwell on grievances. Thus, he proceeded inside. At that moment, Zhu Shizhong inquired, Captain Lin, what is happening? How can we be in the wrong? Besides, do you think you can take him on? He subdued the armed assailant with a single move, and now he has you kneeling. Do you really want to provoke him? If he calls the police, you might end up losing your job. Captain Lin reprimanded him sternly. Zhu Shizhong then comprehended that Captain Lin was concerned about this very outcome. He gazed at Wang Jun's departing figure. Captain Lin continued, Zhu Shizhong, you must refrain from looking down on others in the future. If you wish to work here, treat everyone equally. Do not let this happen again, understand? Zhu Shizhong retorted. How was I to know he was such a person? I used to do the same and help the kindergarten avoid a lot of trouble, didn't I? These people waste the kindergarten's resources, and I still have to open the door for them. Zhu Shizhong expressed his discontent. You better watch yourself. If you get fired, don't come crying to me. Captain Lin warned, pointing a finger at him. I understand, Captain Lin, Zhu Shizhong replied, lowering his head. All right, go stand guard. Yes, Captain Lin. Wang Jun insult, unaware that his simple act of kindness would yield such benefits. Upon entering, he noticed that no one greeted him. A few parents were present, and upon seeing Wang Jun's attire, they instinctively recoiled, whispering disparaging remarks among themselves. When did the little angel kindergarten start accepting anyone? Is the threshold so low? How could such a person appear here? It seems I must reconsider whether my child should attend this place. Wang Jun recognized their snobbishness. They were all preening peacocks, dressed in their finest, while speaking the most contemptible words. He considered purchasing a more formal outfit to present himself appropriately, but time was of the essence. If he missed the registration deadline, he would have to wait another year. This was a promise to his daughter, and he could not afford to break it. Ignoring the judgmental stares, he directly joined the line at the registration desk. The queue was short, comprising just 5 people, including himself. As closing time approached, these were likely the last individuals registering. Soon, 3 people passed through, and 1 remained at the desk. At this moment, Shir exclaimed, Daddy, I want to walk by myself. All right, just don't run off. Wang Jun gently set Shir down. Okay. Poetically, Shir grasped Wang Jun's hand, while holding onto the small hand of a child. When Wang Jun arrived, the woman handling the registration lifted her gaze towards him. This woman appeared to be in her 40s, adorned with glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. However, the scrutinizing look she cast upon Wang Jun was decidedly discomforting. In front of her was a sign inscribed with the words finance, beneath which lay the name Zheng Lijun. Surrounding individuals also directed their attention towards Wang Jun, and from their tones, it was evident they anticipated his embarrassment. This fellow must believe this is a public kindergarten. I am keen to observe whether he can successfully enroll. The Little Angel Kindergarten is not a place for just anyone. Only the offspring of accomplished individuals like us are deemed worthy of admission. Some even recorded the scene on their phones. I am eager to see if Little Angel Kindergarten will accept that child. If they do, I shall undoubtedly share this video in the parent group, letting them witness it. Nevertheless, Wang Jun remained unfazed by their glares. Hello, I would like to register. The slots are full. Zheng Lijun replied with a terse tone. In the past, Wang Jun might have turned and walked away. But now, that was not an option. Why is it that when I arrive, there are no openings? I demand to speak with your principal. Wang Jun was incensed. This was clearly an act of isolation. Sir, please mind your volume. If you continue to raise your voice, I shall have to call security, Zheng Lijun stated. At that moment, none of the parents present sided with Wang Jun. On the contrary, they began to mock him. One must know their place. Little Angel Kindergarten accepts a limited number of students each year. And even if they were to admit more, it would only be the children of successful individuals who are intelligent, well-mannered, and cultured. The insinuation was that Wang Jun lacked refinement. I demand your principal come out to explain this. Otherwise, I shall call the education department to file a complaint against you. Wang Jun was not to be trifled with. It was unreasonable that there had been availability moments ago, and yet none remained for him. Moreover, private kindergartens are subject to oversight. They fall under the jurisdiction of the education department. If a complaint were lodged, they would surely face repercussions, potentially disrupting their educational operations. At this juncture, the crowd grew restless. Sir, how can you behave this way? The finance department has stated there are no slots. Are you suggesting they would deceive you? One of them retorted, you should consider enrolling in a public institution. Their fees are far more affordable. Silence. Did I solicit your opinions? Wang Jun snapped in anger. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions twisting into scowls. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. One parent began to curse. Wang Jun chuckled. What's wrong? Are you flustered? Where has your so-called high culture gone? His words rendered them speechless. Observing their frustration and ire, Wang Jun continued, "Have your principal explain this to me. Dealing with such individuals necessitates exerting a higher authority. Otherwise, if she claims there are no slots, then indeed there are none. There will always be an array of excuses to deny you. In such moments, no amount of effort will suffice. The only course of action is to escalate the matter to a higher authority. Sir, please do not make this difficult for me," Zheng Lijun implored once more, her demeanor softening slightly, revealing a hint of grievance. Individuals of her ilk are most apprehensive when confronted with someone as formidable as Wang Jun, who is undeniably a force to be reckoned with, as evidenced by his previous remark urging parents to cease their chatter. "All I wish is for my child to attend kindergarten. How has this become a burden for you?" "Sir, I'm only considering your best interests. For my benefit, all I desire is a spot. If granted, then indeed it would be for my good." Wang Jun persisted unrelentingly, just as he prepared to elaborate further. The sound of a piano resonated in his ears, followed by a voice in his mind. "Ding! The system has detected that your daughter is practicing piano, rewarding you with master-level piano playing skills." Thus, it was evident that Shir was engaged in playing the piano, her dedication elevating her to a remarkable level of proficiency. However, this very act sent Zheng Lijun into a frenzy. "Whose child is this? Do you have any idea how much this piano is worth?" Her words startled Shir, who stood frozen beside the instrument, instinctively retracting her hand. Observing this, Wang Jun promptly scooped her up. "Daddy, Shir plays beautifully," he offered her encouragement. "Your child?" Zheng Lijun inquired, approaching him. "Indeed, this piano is worth over 100,000. Can you afford to compensate if it gets damaged?" She retorted with a sardonic tone. "Has it been damaged?" Wang Jun counseled. Indeed, it remained unscathed. How could a 5-year-old possibly ruin a piano? It was evident that such a scenario was implausible. If a 5-year-old could wreak havoc on it, then the piano would hardly be worth its price. Zheng Lijun fell silent. Isn't a piano meant to be played? Or is it merely for display? If a child presses a few keys, it signifies their interest in the instrument. Is not your kindergarten intended to foster such passions? If you cannot even facilitate that, then what purpose does your piano serve? Wang Jun's words left Zheng Lijun at a loss for a response. In her eyes, he was nothing but a thorn in her side, and she deemed it necessary for him to depart. "Sir, our kindergarten is at full capacity. Little Angel Kindergarten prioritizes nurturing students' interests. We have a policy that allows children to enroll based on their parents' special skills." Wang Jun immediately thought of martial arts. "Does fighting count?" he inquired. His reference to legitimate martial arts, however, sounded akin to brawling in the ears of the onlookers. "That is unacceptable. It is far too violent. If you lack a particular skill, even the principal's involvement would make no difference," Zheng Lijun asserted, seemingly discovering a way to dissuade Wang Jun. "But I play the piano." He pointed toward the instrument. Laughter erupted from the crowd. "Sir, knowing how to play the piano is not the same as having a skill. Do not conflate the two," remarked the very man who had been rebuffed by Wang Jun earlier. Indeed, knowing how to play and playing well are two distinct matters. "The kindergarten seeks individuals who are at least proficient," Zheng Lijun concurred. This was clearly a manifestation of her disbelief in his abilities, a self-imposed limitation masquerading as rationale. However, they seemed to have made a mistake, for he had just acquired master-level piano playing skills. "Excuse me, where is the restroom?" Wang Jun inquired at that moment. "What? Sir, are you feeling nervous?" The man replied, "I merely wish to wash my hands and tidy up my appearance. After all, performing is a sacred act, and the piano must not be profaned," Wang Jun stated. This explanation left the man utterly ashamed. Wang Jun simply wanted to freshen up, as it is always preferable to approach a performance with a clean demeanor. 10 meters ahead, then take a left, Zheng Lijun instructed. At that moment, the man added, "Who among you understands a piano? Be sure to listen attentively to the performance. Don't be deceived." A woman in her mid-20s stepped forward. "I am at level 8 in piano." Level 8 signifies a medium proficiency, which is considered quite advanced. The universally recognized piano grading system comprises 12 levels, which are as follows: 1 to 3, beginner 4 to 5, elementary 6 to 8, intermediate 9 to 10, advanced 11 to 12, professional. Very well, Ms. Lee, we shall rely on your expertise to judge his performance. If it is lacking, do not claim we did not offer him a chance, Zhang Lijun remarked, her expression brimming with skepticism. No one at the scene believed Wang Jun could play the piano. After all, how could a drifter possess such elegance? Chapter 11. The world's most challenging piano piece at this moment. Everyone was prepared to witness Wang Jun's humiliation. Ms. Lee crossed her arms, exuding an air of arrogance, while others wooed and spare him a glance. Suddenly, the man who had previously berated him scoffed. Still washing your hands? This is nothing but a charade. In a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Mr. Lin, that fellow truly does not understand his place. How dare he provoke our beautiful accountant? We could unite to send him elsewhere, someone suggested. Mr. Lin chuckled. Indeed, such a person is nothing but an eyesore. He has nothing to lose here. When the time comes, he will merely press the keys and then slink away in disgrace. Who knows, he might even damage the piano, and then he would be unable to pay for it for the rest of his life. At this moment, Wang Jun quickly washed his hands and arranged his hair. He picked up his phone and casually searched for a piece of music. After glancing at the score, he felt it was quite manageable. Strangely enough, he memorized the sheet music at a single glance. His master-level piano skills were indeed remarkable, allowing him to retain the information effortlessly. He felt capable of competing with professional pianists. What is Daddy looking at? Sure asked curiously. As he emerged from the restroom, he appeared entirely transformed. Gone was the disheveled appearance. His robust physique imbued him with vitality, and after tidying up, an artistic aura surrounded him, with a child cradled in his arms. His presence captivated everyone's attention. Ms. Lee relaxed her crossed arms, and Zhang Lijun's disdainful gaze softened slightly. Mr. Lin paused for a few seconds. Then a smile graced his lips, filled with contempt for Wang Jun poetry. When your father plays the piano, sit beside me and don't fidget, all right? Wang Jun gently placed Sure on the chair. Okay, Sure won't move. The child replied obediently. Wang Jun then addressed the gathering. Now, I shall present my humble performance. The audience scoffed at his words. The piece to be performed was Balakirev's Islami, leaving many in a state of bewilderment as they were unfamiliar with the composition. Their understanding of the piano was limited to the black and white keys. Who is Balakirev? What is Islami? Someone inquired. Ms. Lee interjected. He is an extraordinary Russian composer and pianist. He plays entirely from memory, never consulting the score. Islami is his most celebrated work. The crowd suddenly comprehended. Indeed, he must be a master. The ability to play without looking at the score was a testament to his remarkable memory, akin to a living repertoire. What makes this piece so special? Another person asked. Ms. Lee replied, it is one of the top 10 most challenging piano pieces in the world. Only a select few can perform it in its entirety, and even among pianists, those capable of mastering it live are exceedingly rare. This composition is notoriously difficult, with sheet music that can evoke despair, and it demands exceptional finger dexterity. That such a daunting piece would be attempted by Wang Jun was astonishing. Sometimes, merely knowing the title does not confer greatness. I believe he is all show, deliberately pretending, someone remarked. Ms. Lee uncrossed her arms and stated, generally, those familiar with this piece possess at least intermediate skills. Even I would hesitate to attempt it. For his courage alone, that gentleman deserves admiration. Just how difficult is it? One might wonder. The piece's main theme is a dance of the Leskians from the Caucasus region of Dagestan, structured in 3 sections. The opening introduces the theme. The middle section presents an emotional adagio, and the finale accelerates back to the theme, culminating in a fervent and intense allegro. Without professional training, one would struggle to play even a single section. At this moment, Zhang Lijun remarked, I believe I have heard professional piano instructors mention this piece, rating its difficulty at over 10 stars. Is he not setting himself up for embarrassment? Proving that merely knowing how to play the piano suffices. Yet he insists on choosing the most challenging piece, Mr. Lin added. Wang Jun, however, paid no heed to their comments. Instead, he extended his hands, loosening his stiff movements, and took a deep breath. A wealth of music theory flooded his mind, as if innate, Rhythms and scores danced before him. As he struck the first note, a hush fell over the crowd. Curious onlookers, eager to witness any misstep, held their breath. Then, a flurry of notes erupted, his fingers flying across the keys, astonishing all present. He is not just playing randomly, is he? And he is not even looking at the score. Someone questioned. At that moment, someone remarked, if a jester can produce such melodious tunes, they must truly be a genius. Mizzy had already picked up her phone to examine the relevant sheet music, and then she declared, this is indeed the piece. Moreover, this piano score is exceptionally rare. It is truly astonishing. The man surnamed Lin gazed at Wang Jun, lost in thought. It turned out the true fool was himself. Wang Jun inquired, Ms. Li, could you share your thoughts on his playing? At this point, Ms. Li's expression towards Wang Jun had transformed into one of admiration. He plays remarkably well, with an astonishing fidelity to the original. His technique is superb. In this piece, he executed numerous intricate techniques, including rapid repetitions and sustained notes, thirds, wide leaps, alternating hand chords, arpeggios. In leaps, this level of mastery is akin to that of a true virtuoso. Listening to him feels as if one is experiencing a live concert. Everyone was taken aback. It turned out the true fool was indeed himself. Many parents lowered their defenses in disdain, quietly appreciating Wang Jun's performance. Even the children playing nearby halted, their toys suddenly losing their allure. Passers-by were drawn into the kindergarten, capturing Wang Jun's performance on their phones. Shishi what's Wang Yun play? Clapping her hands and softly exclaiming, Daddy is amazing. Wang Jun even turned his head, smiling at the child, engaging in interaction. This only stunned everyone further. Shouldn't a performance demand utmost concentration? Yet, Wang Jun appeared to be undertaking something completely ordinary. Was he even human? His hands moved with fluidity, transitions flawless, clearly revealing layers of harmonious lines. The audience felt as though they were immersed in a concert hall. It was truly unimaginable that such exquisite melodies emanated from someone who appeared to be a vagabond. This was an unparalleled musical experience. The piece lasted at least 8 minutes. During this time, Wang Jun's mind was a blank slate, entirely devoid of sheet music support, yet he played every note flawlessly. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had been slapped in the face. More and more people gathered outside, captivated by the enchanting music. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance, stepping in high heels and clad in a blue dress, exuding an aura of innocence and charm. Chapter 12. The Master Wanders. The jester in hall, her arrival, transformed the expressions of everyone into smiles, especially Wang Jun, whose demeanor became almost sycophantic. What was going on? Was a piano recital taking place? The speaker was Lan Yu, the vice principal of the Little Angel Kindergarten. She had heard the piano from a distance, and, upon entering, saw everyone gathered around a piano. Principal Lan, it's the children's parents who requested the performance, Wang Jun promptly explained. Oh, the crowd parted, revealing Wang Jun. Lan Yu gazed at the individual at the piano and gasped in astonishment. It's him, clearly. She recognized Wang Jun. Principal Lan. Do you know him? Indeed, it was he who valiantly retrieved my handbag. Otherwise, the precious documents within would have been lost. What? Is this the person you mentioned over the phone? Wang Jun was utterly astonished. Earlier at noon, Lan Yu had called to discuss this matter, but due to the influx of parents wishing to enroll their children, Wang Jun had paid little heed. Moreover, she had not kept up with the news, hence she was unfamiliar with Wang Jun. To think that it was Wang Jun who came to the rescue of the vice principal. How incredibly awkward. How could she find herself entangled in such a predicament? Lan Yu then remarked, I truly did not expect him to be so dashing while managing everything. Clearly, she was somewhat smitten. Who could resist a man with such responsibility? And with such talents, he must surely be adored by many young women. Yet, the presence of a child by his side was somewhat difficult to accept. Fortunately, Wang Jun is currently single. Could it be that Vice Principal Lan has taken a liking to him? Wang Jun whispered. Stop being foolish. By the way, what's he doing here? Surely, he isn't just here to play the piano? Lan Yu gently scolded before inquiring. He is here to enroll his daughter. It's a pity he has a daughter. A daughter as adorable as that. His wife must be stunning. Only then did Lan Yu realize that Wang Jun was enrolling Shir. He is divorced. Vice Principal Lan, have you already inquired about all this? As their conversation continued, Wang Jun struck the final key of the piano, and the hall erupted into thunderous applause. Wang Jun stood, gently nodding to the audience in gratitude. Those few individuals with the surnames Lin and Li were utterly abashed. Truly, a master in disguise while jesters occupy the stage. The audience even offered their assessments of Wang Jun. This gentleman's level of performance is nothing short of world-class. His attire is that of an artist. No wonder I perceived him to be extraordinary upon first sight. I wish to hear another piece. Was this gentleman invited by the school? If so, my child must transfer here to learn from him, no matter what. Outside, other parents, bewildered by the situation, inquired. A master, indeed a masterly presence. I once heard a maestro perform a slam, and his rendition was nowhere near as fluid. Others echoed similar sentiments. I must upload this video online for everyone to enjoy. Truly, a talent hidden among the masses. I saved it too, though it lacks the beginning, which is such a shame. The security guard who had been standing outside the door muttered, "How impressive! With such skills and dress like that, he must be a rich heir fallen on hard times. Or perhaps he seeks to experience life intentionally." Meanwhile, at the piano, Shir gazed at Wang Jun with admiration. Daddy is amazing. Shir wishes to learn to play the piano like Daddy. In her memories, she had never known her father could play. Today, her pride in him swelled. All right, Daddy will teach you. In the future, whatever Shir wishes to learn, just tell Daddy, and he will teach you everything he knows. For what he does not know, he will enroll you in classes, all right? Wang Jun looked at Shir with fondness and then lifted her into his arms. He encourages his child to explore new knowledge, urging her to pursue whatever she desires, assuring her that her learning will ultimately benefit him. Naturally, these benefits will return to Shir, allowing her to lead a more fulfilling life. However, the cost of education is substantial. Can father afford it? In the past, Wang Jun might have remained silent or cautiously responded to such inquiries, but the situation has changed. With Shir by his side, she is a treasure. Father is Superman, and Superman has the means. My father is Superman. As a superhero, I have countless aspirations. I wish to learn so many things, and I aspire to become a pianist. Just like my father, the simplicity of a child's joy is truly remarkable. She remains oblivious to the origins of Wang Jun's finances. Yet she trusts that he would never deceive her. At that moment, a voice echoed in Wang Jun's mind. Ding! The system has detected that your daughter has developed her first grand ambition. A reward of 20,000 yuan has been granted as startup capital. Now, he possesses over 100,000 yuan. This sum has been amassed in merely half a day, whereas previously, as a courier, he struggled for years to save even a fraction of that amount. Indeed, Shir is a remarkable daughter. It is essential to inspire her to dream even bigger in the future. All right, shall I enroll you in kindergarten now? Yes. With that, Wang Jun approached Zheng Lijun. He did not notice the presence of Lan Yu beside him, but instead addressed Zheng Lijun. How does this talent measure up? Zheng Lijun felt a bit embarrassed, particularly with Lan Yu present. It's satisfactory. I will register you now, and you can await further instructions. Why must I wait for instructions? Isn't the payment sufficient? Wang Yun quizzed perplexed. Sir, 50,000 yuan is not a trivial amount. I believe you should prepare before proceeding. Clearly, she assumed he lacked the funds. Just as Wang Jun was about to say something further, Lan Yu interjected. Sister Zheng, please assist him with the registration. We can discuss the financial matters later. But, Director Lan, it's you, Ms. Lan. Wang Yun recognized you. Mr. Wang, it's a pleasure to see you again. Greetings. Lan Yu extended her delicate hand, and this time Shir did not intervene. Greetings. How could Wang Jun refuse? He extended his hand in return. Her touch was soft, smooth, and refined, a sensation unlike any he had experienced with Yongli. As Wang Jun attempted to withdraw his hand, he realized that Lan Yu held on firmly. Moet Lang. Wang Jun felt compelled to speak. My apologies. Only then did she release her grip. Sister Zheng, please assist him with the procedures. The child can begin attending school tomorrow. Director Lan, is this not against protocol? Zheng Jun struggled to comprehend why Lan Yu was acting in this manner. Even if Wang Jun is altruistic, what if he truly cannot pay? Who would cover the cost? However, Lan Yu is the director. Can she be disregarded? No need. I will pay immediately. Wang Jun declared emphatically. He did not wish to owe anyone, particularly a woman. Moreover, he had 100,000 yuan. He was certainly capable of paying the tuition. From now on, he would take full responsibility for Shishi's needs. Everyone was taken aback by Wang Jun's proclamation. Chapter 13. What is wrong with these parents? Sir, the tuition for a semester is 50,000 yuan, and with the additional expenses for the child, it totals 60,000 yuan. I believe you can wait for news at home, Zheng Jun remarked. Clearly, she assumed that Wang Jun was financially incapable. My identification card and my child's household registration book are right here. What other documents do you require? I shall provide them all. Now, where do I make the payment? I can transfer it directly. Wang Jun did not afford Zheng Jun a moment to respond. Sister Zheng, please proceed with the enrollment. Lan Yu interjected at that moment. Sometimes, a man needs his dignity. Although Wang Jun had previously rescued Lan Yu, it was not appropriate for her to shoulder the financial burden. Very well. I shall take care of it, Zheng Jun replied. At this point, silence enveloped the room. Moments ago, they had been discussing Wang Jun's apparent lack of funds. Now, it was evident that he was indeed affluent. Furthermore, his demeanor regarding the 60,000 yuan was unflinching. Ordinary families would seldom expend such a sum for a child's preschool education. Yet, the seemingly impoverished Wang Jun was willing to do so. Not for any other reason, but to provide his child with an excellent learning environment. He aimed to furnish his child with the very best, believing that if the child applied themselves diligently, rewards would follow. As they observed Wang Jun transferring the funds into the school's account, the 60,000 yuan vanished without a hint of remorse on his part. The onlookers stood by, seemingly eager to voice their thoughts. All right, please bring your child to school tomorrow, Zheng Jun announced, her previous demeanor having softened. Whether it was due to Wang Jun's impressive display of talent or Lan Yu's return, the atmosphere had shifted. Regardless, the issue of the child's enrollment was resolved. Next on his agenda was to purchase some clothing, particularly attractive outfits for his child. He could not allow Shishi to be outshone by her peers. For such an occurrence would surely lead to feelings of inferiority on her first day at school, a scenario he would not permit. At that moment, Lan Yu remarked, Mr. Wang, I noticed your piano performance earlier. Your technical skill undoubtedly surpasses level 10. Our little angel kindergarten is currently seeking to hire a piano instructor with a salary of 10,000 yuan per month for just 2 hours of teaching each day. Would you be interested? Wang Jun, however, had no desire to remain in the kindergarten. He felt the weight of the responsibility to earn a living. Moreover, he lacked the necessary certifications. Though he possessed the talent, without formal credentials, his skills would not be acknowledged. My piano proficiency is merely at an amateur level. I play occasionally, but am not suited for the stage. And without relevant certifications, I may not meet your criteria, he stated candidly. Although Lan Yu was the vice principal, she recognized that lacking certifications would undermine his employability. Yet, she did not relent. Certifications can be obtained. The quickest turnaround is within 2 months, she suggested. Still, Wang Jun remained undecided. Let's discuss this later, he replied. In any case, you have my business card. If you think of anything, feel free to approach me when you come to pick up your child. Yu remarked that her gaze had never strayed from Wang Jun throughout. The parents observed this with clear understanding. Thank you, Principal Ln. Vengi Yot and responded. At that moment, Ms. L approached directly. Sir, I was rather presumptuous earlier, unaware that you are a master in your field. Wang Jun, upon observing this elegant woman, felt little interest, perceiving her and her ilk as those who look down on others, believing themselves to be of great significance. Nevertheless, he felt obliged to exchange pleasantries. It's quite all right. By the way, sir, may I add you on WeChat? I would love to discuss piano techniques when time permits, Ms. L suggested, arching her eyebrows. Was this woman attempting to seduce him? One could not deny her allure. Yet her character left much to be desired, making her not his type. I'm afraid I do not use WeChat, Wang Jun replied, leaving Ms. L visibly disappointed. NU interjected, ZHNG. Please add Mr. Wing on WeChat so he can be included in our parent group. Mr. Wing, here's the QR code for our kindergarten. Please scan it to join. Any updates regarding the children will be shared in the group, stated ZHNG Elkun. Certainly, WNJN accepted this without hesitation, as it pertained to the well-being of the children. He could not allow them to feel isolated. Thus, he would play along with the others. Once the children entered elementary school, they would all part ways. After WNJN completed these formalities, many parents swiftly gathered around him. Mr. Wing, my child is learning piano. Could you possibly tutor them? I can offer $300 per hour, which is the market rate. Would that be acceptable? Mr. Wing, could you perhaps start a training class? My child is also eager to learn piano. I apologize, but I currently have no plans for tutoring or training classes. WNJN replied with utmost politeness. Another parent inquired, Mr. Wing, you must be a graduate of a prestigious music academy. May we know which one? When my child grows up, I would like them to apply there. The parents exhibited a remarkable transformation in their enthusiasm, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. Sometimes, people tend to inflate their own significance. Consequently, WNJN fabricated a response. I am not from a music academy, but my teacher is a renowned pianist from abroad, though he is quite humble, so I cannot divulge more. His words were impeccably crafted, earning the trust of those around him. Their belief stemmed from his evident prowess. One with talent easily garners faith. LNUS wide eyes fixed intently on WNJN. What is your child's name? They will be classmates with my Ying. Ms. L inquired again. Annie, my name is SHSH. The child replied eagerly. This little one was innocent, devoid of ulterior motives. When treated kindly, she would naturally respond with obedience. However, if adults displayed poor attitudes, she would be quite displeased. At present, SHSH only remembered the disagreeable ZH in Elkun and the man with the surname L in. SHSH. What a lovely name. Where is your mother? Why hasn't she joined us? Poetically, Sure turned her head in anger, for she had grown weary of inquiries regarding her mother. Currently, I am the one caring for the child, as I have divorced her mother. Wang Jun did not conceal this fact. Unexpectedly, his revelation stirred the hearts of several mothers present. They remarked, Mr. Wang's talents are exceptional. The divorce is undoubtedly the loss of his former partner. Sure is fortunate to have such a father. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Li Duo. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Li added. Wang Jun was taken aback by his newfound popularity. The mothers were eager to cultivate a good rapport with him, while several fathers stood by, transfixed, particularly Mr. Lin. Meanwhile, Lanyu was somewhat astonished by the behavior of these parents. Chapter 14. You want to come back? I have no time. Wang Jun was not inclined to continue the conversation. He wished to leave with his child, as time was of the essence. Therefore, he stated, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. He then made his way out amidst the gaze of the crowd. Upon reaching the door, Zhu Shizhong stood at attention and saluted Wang Jun. Mr. Wang, please take care. Wang Jun was quite curious about this sudden change in demeanor. How had his attitude shifted so swiftly since he had acted in such a manner? Wang Jun politely responded, goodbye. This dog still could not change its nature. Observing the deference shown to him, Wang Jun chose not to dwell on it, as his child still needed to attend school here. Afterward, he embraced Sure and departed the kindergarten. As for the parents inside, particularly the mothers, they watched his departing figure with a hint of reluctance. Setting aside Wang Jun's handsome appearance, his piano talents had undoubtedly earned him significant admiration. If one could cultivate a friendship with him, perhaps he might even offer guidance to their children. Some remarked, his wife was blind to divorce such a treasure. Indeed, what an opportunity to miss with such a high-quality man. Mr. Wang must be around 25 or 26, the prime of youth, vitality, and energy. Just look at his broad chest. It exudes a sense of security. One mother blushed as she spoke. I wish to meet him. My sister is still without a boyfriend. Why not add him in the parent group and send him a photo? Discussing it face-to-face would be too awkward. Yes, let us do it now. His WeChat name is Solitude. Such a profound choice. I've sent a friend request and am now awaiting his approval. The parents were beside themselves, regardless of gender, driven by a singular purpose. With such an impressive pianist, they were determined to form an acquaintance with him, hoping he might provide guidance for their children's studies or perhaps even facilitate connections. Lan Yu, too, contemplated Wang Jun's departure until Li Jun remarked, "Mr. Wang has indeed divorced." Yet another artist. "Director Lan, you are still single. Such men are rare." Wang Jun, so this was his name. Everyone noted it silently, imprinting it in their minds. Is Wang Jun truly the King of Kings? Such a name exudes an air of dominance, reminiscent of a powerful CEO, remarked Zhang Jia. "What are you saying? Hurry up and get to work," urged Lan Yu, her face flushing. "It's a pity she has a child. If only she didn't, things would be so much easier," Li Jun added. Lan Yu's face turned even redder as she swiftly retreated to her office. Li Jun merely smiled, choosing not to comment further. Her reaction spoke volumes, indicating Lan Yu's interest in Wang Jun. Both being single suggested that possibilities were abundant. Meanwhile, Wang Jun's third video had also been uploaded online. After a period of intense discussion, and with some individuals compiling the videos into a collection, his content once again ignited a frenzy across the internet. People began to investigate Wang Jun, eager to uncover the origins of this master. Not only was he skilled in combat, but he also played the piano. Some even speculated that it was all a publicity stunt, supported by a team, questioning how an ordinary person could achieve 3 viral videos in a single day. Yet, a greater number of viewers believed in the authenticity of it all. Among those watching were former colleagues from Wang Jun's days as a courier, who expressed their astonishment. They were shocked to learn that this previously quiet young man possessed such remarkable talents. Even their former supervisor sought Wang Jun's contact information, insisting on bringing him back to work, claiming they would support him financially regardless of whether he worked or not. Why? Because Wang Jun's positive energy had significantly uplifted the city, and having him return would only enhance their enterprise's reputation, yielding benefits far exceeding his salary. At that moment, Wang Jun was leaving the kindergarten with Sure, intending to purchase several outfits and some toys. They planned to find a hotel for the night, and the next day, after dropping the child off at kindergarten, he would seek a rental to settle down. Just then his phone rang. "Who is this?" He answered. "It's me, Ruan Tian," came a male voice from the other end. Upon hearing this name, an unwelcome sensation washed over him. Ruan Tian was his former manager, who had never appreciated Wang Jun's efforts. While others enjoyed promotions and raises, Ruan Tian had denied Wang Jun any increase in 5 years of diligent work, ultimately forcing him out and withholding compensation. Wang Jun had been naive at the time and, lacking the means and support, had let the matter slide. It was also due to his financial struggles that Li had divorced him. However, she was not a virtuous person either. Wang Jun's anger stemmed primarily from Ruan Tian's despicable nature. "What is it?" Wang Yun inquired coldly. "Wang Jun, our courier station is looking to hire an assistant manager, and I think you'll be a perfect fit. When can you come to the office to discuss this?" Wang Jun immediately sensed ill intentions behind the offer. "I'm sorry, but I'm unavailable," he firmly declined. "I have also watched your video. It was truly astonishing. I acknowledge my previous errors and extend my sincerest apologies. My colleagues at the company are eagerly awaiting your return. I find it hard to trust you, nor the company, considering how you and the organization treated me back then. Have you forgotten?" Ruan Tian pondered for a moment and said, "Is it about the compensation? I can apply for a reinstatement for you. Let's discuss it later. I am currently preoccupied and have no time for this," Wang Jun retorted with a cold smirk. He felt no obligation to be courteous to such a person, nor did he see any reason to be polite. He vividly recalled how Ruan Tian had belittled himself at that time. Ruan Tian had sought to dismiss himself, utterly negating his contributions and regarding himself as worthless. No matter how diligently he worked, in their eyes, he was merely a joke. Thus, he had little to say. After a brief pause, Ruan Tian spoke again. "If I were to apply for the previous compensation, would you consider returning to work? Apply for it, and then we can talk. I have other matters to attend to." Wang Jun replied, "All right, I will apply. Await my good news." Ruan Tian eagerly agreed. However, Wang Jun dismissed it entirely, feeling indifferent towards the entire conversation. He hung up the phone. "Daddy, Are you unhappy? Sure noticed Wang Jun's irritation and cautiously inquired. A rogue had called, reminding him of some unpleasant memories. Sure wished to eliminate that villain on her father's behalf. She flushed with anger. Wang Jun playfully pinched her nose, saying, "It's all right. Let us go buy some lovely clothes." "Shall we?" "Yes. I want a beautiful dress and a Barbie doll." "Okay, Daddy," Sure exclaimed, cuddling her father's head affectionately. "Of course. Whatever you wish to buy, Daddy will get it for you. You're the best, Daddy." She cheered, showering him with kisses. They then made their way to the shopping mall. Chapter 15. The Alipay deposit of 30,000 yuan. Meanwhile, in a villa located somewhere in the bustling metropolis, Yang Li was busy in the kitchen preparing a meal. Zhu Qincheng repeatedly called her name, yet she remained unresponsive. Yang Li, what's wrong with you?" Finally, he barged into the kitchen, visibly frustrated. "What is the matter? I called you numerous times. I thought something had happened." Upon seeing the plump Yang Li, his eyes instantly gleamed with interest. He then embraced her from behind. "Stop it. Let go of me." Zhu Qincheng inquired, "What is the matter? Why didn't you respond when I called? Are you troubled?" he asked, perplexed. "Look, it's Wang Jun's video." Yang Li then handed her phone to Zhu Qincheng. He furrowed his brow as he watched for a moment, utterly astonished. When did Wang Jun become so remarkable? He had never been like this before. Such elegance. When did he acquire such skills? Had he been feigning weakness all along? When did this fellow learn to play the piano? The title even claims he is a wandering master. How shameless. Does he truly consider himself a master? Where does his limit lie? However, as Zhu Qincheng glanced downward, he found the comments overwhelmingly in favor of Wang Jun, praising his remarkable skills, hailing him as a masterful figure. Several piano virtuosos from the bustling metropolis also shared their insights. A certified music critic even proclaimed the man in the video to be a rising star in the music realm. Yet, the crux of the matter lay not in his musical prowess, which bore no consequence to them, but rather in the name of the kindergarten displayed. Doesn't Yang Li care how formidable Wang Jun is? She continued, "Isn't that the little angel kindergarten?" Zhu Qincheng scrutinized the details, and with a twitch of his lips, confirmed. Indeed, it costs over 50,000 for a semester, and with the additional expenses, it amounts to at least 60,000. The kindergarten also organizes paid activities regularly. Was Wang Jun flourishing enough to afford such a prestigious institution for sure? Or had he secretly saved a considerable sum? Was he deliberately feigning financial hardship in front of her? If so, he had certainly deceived her in the end. Yang Li lamented. Given the circumstances, her thoughts were decidedly grim. After all, those were marital assets that she was entitled to. Look at that fellow. He appeared to be quite affluent. I support you in claiming your share of his wealth. If you require legal assistance, I know several lawyers who can pursue him. Zhu Qincheng chuckled. If that is the case, it is certainly worth demanding. He constantly claims to be broke, yet once I am divorced, he suddenly has the means to enroll our child in such a prestigious kindergarten. I am utterly unwilling to accept this. Yang Li said it head. Very well. Tomorrow we shall confront him and demand our due. Zhu Qincheng added. If Wang Jun were to learn of this couple's intentions to reclaim the money, he would surely find it laughable. All his earnings were acquired today and belonged solely to him. Even if deemed marital property, he would give Yang Li not a single cent. He would rather donate it all than part with a penny. All right, we shall seek him out tomorrow. With my exemplary performance, do I not deserve some reward? Zhu Qincheng assessed Yang Li, his eyes gleaming with unabashed desire, and began to advance. Wasn't that just a moment ago? How can you still be unsatisfied? With such a beautiful wife, how could one possibly tire of intimacy? Enough. I still have to prepare dinner, Yang Li retorted. Meanwhile, Wang Jun was already cradling Sure as they headed to a nearby shopping mall. At that moment, his phone chimed. Ding! A notification from Alipay indicated a deposit of 30,000 yuan. The sound was clear and rather pleasant. Wang Jun picked up his phone and, indeed, confirmed the arrival of 30,000 yuan, pondering who had sent him the money. His thoughts immediately turned to Ruan Tian. Surely, it was he who had transferred the funds. Could it be that fortune has finally smiled upon me? Or has he had a change of heart? With an additional 30,000 at his disposal, the options for clothing expanded significantly, allowing for even more purchases. Regardless of the sender, money that found its way into his pocket was to be spent wisely. Thus, he entered the store, cradling Shur, marveling at the elegance and luxury surrounding him, reminiscent of his previous visit with Yongli. At that time, it was primarily due to a lack of funds. Upon entering, everything seemed too precious to purchase, leading to a swift departure. The prices of all items here were rather steep. A woman even mocked me, claiming I would live my life in such a manner. "Father, this place is so beautiful, so sparkling," Shur exclaimed, her head turning as she took in all the wonders around her. She had never been taken to a mall before. While other children enjoyed the amusement parks within shopping centers, Shur had been confined to home. This was a det Wang Jun owed her. "Do you like it here?" he inquired. "I love it, Daddy," Shur replied enthusiastically. "Then let us buy some lovely clothes." "All right. Thank you, Daddy," Shur said, wrapping her chubby arms around Wang Jun in a warm embrace. Just then, Wang Jun's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Ruan Tian calling. "What is it, Ruan Tian?" "Wang Yun Ensuth. Did you receive the compensation?" Ruan Tian inquired, his tone noticeably more pleasant. 30,000 in total. I had the finance department transfer it just now. I wanted to check if it reached you." "Yes, I received it." "What is the matter?" Wang Jun retorted. Ruan Tian appeared somewhat embarrassed, recalling their previous agreement to discuss matters only upon payment. However, Wang Jun seemed disinclined to engage in conversation. This is quite a futile endeavor, Ruan Tian thought to himself. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and brazenly asked, "Could we discuss your return to the company?" Soru. "But I'm currently out and lack the time for such discussions." "Perhaps another time," Wang Jun replied firmly. What a joke. Having left his former company, there was no way he would return. A good horse does not turn back to graze in the same pasture. He would not go back, not even if Ruan Tian begged at his feet. It was clear that Ruan Tian was seeking something by requesting his return. Wang Jun saw through Ruan Tian's fade, recognizing the duplicity behind his words and actions, especially when in the presence of their boss. After hanging up, Wang Jun proceeded to the restroom to wash Shur's hands and face before making their way forward. Children's clothing was located on the second floor, and, as he ascended, he found himself uncertain of which brand to choose. Thus, he turned to Shur. "Which store do you think has the prettiest clothes? We shall buy from there, all right?" He relinquished the decision-making power to her. Whatever she chose would be the choice. After pondering for a moment, Shur surveyed the surrounding stores and pointed to a shop adorned in pink, exclaiming, "Daddy, that one." Indeed, children often gravitate towards pink items. "Very well. We shall go to that store. If you see something you like, just tell Daddy, and I will get it for you." "Okay." The father and daughter made their way to the store. Chapter 16. Misfortune breeds mischief. Wang Jun approached a shop named Kemi Children's Wear. Upon their arrival, Shur was captivated, unable to tear her gaze away. The designs of the children's clothing perfectly aligned with a child's aesthetic. He glanced at the prices. Each outfit cost over 1,000 yuan. Although expensive, as long as the child delighted in it, that was all that mattered. From today onward, he intends to raise his child with abundance, providing the finest within his means. He believes that through a systematic approach, as his child flourishes, so too will his own fortune. "Welcome," the elegant young woman greeted as they entered. Initially, she wore a smile, but upon seeing the father and daughter, her expression soured, for their attire resembled that of beggars. If one had previously enjoyed wealth, who would choose such clothing? Yet here they were, in search of garments. While delivering packages, Wang Jun often encountered individuals like this, and thus he chose to ignore her, directing his attention to his child. Shur, which one do you like? Let us try it on." "Daddy, I want this one," Shur exclaimed, pointing to a white dress. At that moment, the young woman interjected sharply, "Little one, the clothes are quite expensive. Do not touch them. If you dirty them, you must buy them." Wang Jun was momentarily speechless. Such snobbishness was unbearable. What harm was there in a child's innocent touch? Then the girl continued, "Adults should watch their children. Moreover, these clothes cannot be tried on. If they get dirty, they cannot be sold." Shur hesitated, a look of confusion crossing her face. How could a child understand such adult concerns? She only perceived the woman as frightening. Had she not just washed her hands? The dress may be a bit worn, but the adult was intimidating. Wang Jun picked up his child to comfort her, then expressed his displeasure. Is this how your store conducts business? Do you operate in such a manner? The child's hands are not dirty. His voice brimmed with indignation, his gaze potent enough to pierce through steel. Confronted by Wang Jun's fury, the girl was taken aback, but retorted, I'm sorry, but these are the rules. If you cannot accept them, please shop elsewhere. Though her words were firm, she could have conveyed them in a gentler manner, sparing the child from fear. Bring your manager here. Is this how you conduct business? How can one know if the garments fit without trying them on? If they do not fit, shall one keep them merely for display? Wang Jun raised his voice further. Sir, I am merely trying to assist you. Your anger seems misplaced, she replied. I do not require your assistance. Are there not others in the store? Let them attend to me. Humph, as if I wish to assist you. The girl muttered under her breath. What did you say? Wang Jun seethed, incredulous at her audacity. How had her family raised her? What culture had she absorbed? The girl, startled by his reaction, scurried away and called, Zhou, come here. You handle them. As her words faded, a simple girl emerged from within. All right, Sister Sue. Zhou approached, her gaze falling upon Wang Jun and his daughter without judgment regarding their attire. She greeted them with sincerity. Sir, please do not be upset. How may I assist you? Noticing sure, her expression softened. She smiled warmly at the child. What a delightful little one. How old are you? Sister, I am 5 years old. Such a good girl. Zhou reached out and gently patted Shurshu's head. Wang Yun, somewhat remarks. I heard that trying on clothes here is not permitted. Not all, sir. You may certainly try them on. Which piece would you like? I shall fetch it for the child. But your colleague insisted that trying on was not allowed. Zhou found herself at a loss for words to clarify that statement. However, from the earlier interaction, it was evident that the girl had a rather privileged background and possessed a knack for directing others. Never mind. Let the child try on this outfit, she decided. Very well, sir. Our store also has other new arrivals. Would you like the child to try those as well? That seems acceptable. Then I shall retrieve the garments. She promptly went to gather several outfits. Dear child, shall I assist you in trying this on? Zhou inquired. Daddy. Sure looked to Wang Jun for approval. Wang Jun nodded. You and the sister may proceed to the fitting room. All right. Sure obediently followed the girl into the fitting room. At that moment, a couple entered the store. The woman, visibly pregnant and in her mid-20s, was accompanied by a man around 40. Clearly, they were there to purchase clothes for a child. The girl, named Suchi, approached them, her eyes gleaming with eagerness, as the expectant mother held a designer handbag. Such clientele were indeed affluent patrons. Welcome to Kemi Children's Wear, she exclaimed, revealing a demeanor far removed from her usual self. However, Wang Jun soon heard a familiar voice emanating from the pregnant woman. Do you have any suitable clothing for infants? Upon hearing that voice and inflection, Wang Jun looked up to confirm his suspicion. It was indeed her. The woman was his high school classmate, Kong Rong, nicknamed Dinosaur. In their youth, she had been quite unattractive with a prominent nose, bulging eyes, and a stout figure reminiscent of a dinosaur. She had once pursued Wang Jun, but he, engrossed in his studies, had never reciprocated her affections. In front of the entire school, she had boldly declared that Wang Jun would one day regret his decision. It was later rumored that she had undergone cosmetic surgery, and they had lost touch since. She had previously subjected Wang Jun to numerous humiliations, and her sharp tongue was notorious, truly embodying the adage that ugly people often cause trouble. To Wang Jun's astonishment, she had indeed married, and to a man in his 40s. No less. The man was rather ordinary in appearance, but Kong Rong had undergone a drastic transformation. Her face now bore the marks of at least 10 surgical procedures. At this point, Kong Rong noticed Wang Jun and made her way over with a piercing voice. Well, if it isn't Wang's classmate. Her tone was sharp and mocking. Wang Yun chose to ignore her. Just then, her husband approached. What's the matter, dear? Is he your classmate? He scrutinized Wang Jun with a furrowed brow, clearly surprised, and a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze. Upon looking at Wang Jun, he held his head high, exuding an unwarranted confidence. Nevertheless, judging by his attire, a suit and watch, he could at least be considered a successful individual. Indeed, during our high school days, He was not only the most charming student, but also an academic achiever. Later, he advanced several levels to attend university, and upon graduation, he secured a job as a courier, earning quite a handsome income, which certainly evokes envy. Kong Rong appeared to harbor disdain for Wang Jun, exuding an air of superiority. Speaking with a sarcastic tone, "You actually have such a humble classmate?" she remarked. The man seemed eager to leave the conversation. At that moment, Su Qi stood by, amusedly observing Wang Jun's humiliation, relishing the moment, especially since Wang Jun had just been stern with her. Now, it seemed, someone was there to confront Wang Jun. "I heard you got divorced and are raising a child. How pitiful. Are you here to buy clothes for your child? I think you would be better off shopping at the night market, where outfits are only 9 yuan each, because here a single piece costs over 1,000, which you cannot afford on your monthly salary." This woman's words were quite cutting, and although Wang Jun initially intended to ignore her, her remarks stirred a sense of irritation within him. Therefore, he responded with a smile, delivering a powerful retort. Chapitre 17, Challenging Perspective Conjoint. You remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Was it not merely a rejection that you could not let go of for all these years? And surely, you must understand the reason behind that rejection. Wang Jun's words visibly unsettled the man. It seemed that Kong Rong had harbored unrequited feelings, and her object of affection was none other than Wang Jun, this seemingly ordinary individual. "Darling, did you not claim your name was Kong Lian? Who then is this Kong Rong?" he inquired. "It was my former name," Kong Rong quickly replied, a hint of panic in her voice. She had never anticipated that Wang Jun would speak of her in such a manner. It was known that Wang Jun was once the quintessential good boy, incapable of confronting others, which emboldened her to speak so freely. Although she perceived herself as superior, she always felt inferior in Wang Jun's presence. Some may alter their appearance, yet their inner flaws remain unchanged. Kong Lian, as in a pure white lotus? Even if you change your name, it does not alter your essence. I suspect you have undergone more than 10 cosmetic procedures, and your physique was not always so refined. That 300-pound frame must have frightened countless boys. Is that true, darling? The man was incensed, feeling deceived. "Honey, let me explain," Kong Rong interjected. Wang Jun continued, "Oh, you also have a child now. I wonder if the child resembles the old you or the newly transformed version. Or perhaps your pregnancy was merely an illusion." Wang Jun discerned that Kong Rong's pregnancy was fabricated. At that moment, the atmosphere fell silent. Su Qi was taken aback, unable to fathom the potency of Wang Jun's words, which had swiftly turned the tide. Observing the man's reaction, it was evident that he was growing furious. "Did you not claim to be natural? I can't believe you are a product of cosmetic surgery. You deceived me. Honey, do not listen to his nonsense. I have always looked this way." Kong Hon protested. "I possess evidence, sir. Would you like to see photos? I still have pictures from high school." Wang Jun asserted. "I shall divorce you. I detest being deceived." The man, seething with anger, stormed out of the shop, having initially thought he had stumbled upon a treasure, only to discover he had merely found trash. "You, Wang Jun, shall not escape my wrath." Kong Hon fumed. Yet, she pursued him, and in her haste, she stumbled and fell to the ground. The onlookers gasped. After all, she was pregnant, and any mishap could prove fatal. Some rushed to her aid, but before they could react, Kong Rong cast aside her faux pregnant belly and continued her pursuit. It turned out her pregnancy was a mere fade, the bulge on her abdomen a mere prop. This revelation shattered the crowd's perceptions. This woman, Kong Rong, was a fraud. She had pretended to be with child to ensnare a wealthy man. Her character was laid bare. Wang Jun chuckled, marveling at the world's eccentricities. He felt a surge of exhilaration. No longer would he be the victim of deceit. After a while, Zhou Ying emerged from within, holding the hand of a little girl named Shi, who was clad in a delightful white princess dress, clapping her hands in joy. "Daddy, do I look beautiful? Am I pretty?" Shi twirled, embodying the essence of a little princess. Wang Jun was taken aback by her charm, reminiscent of his own childhood. "Indeed, you're the most beautiful, Shi," he replied. The child, having tried on 4 outfits, expressed her fondness for each, stating she would wear one for her father to see before deciding which to purchase. The little girl was astute, understanding that Wang Jun might only buy one outfit for her. Hence, she showcased one for his approval. "Excuse me, do you receive commissions for your sales here? If I purchased this dress, how much would your commission be?" Wang Jun inquired suddenly. There were few as sincere as Zhou. Since he intended to buy, why not indulge a little more and assist her? "Around 10%, sir," Zhou replied without hesitation. At that moment, Su Qi, who stood nearby, became somewhat wary. "Very well then, select 16 more outfits and 10 pairs of shoes, and let us calculate the total," Wang Jun stated decisively. 20 ensembles coupled with 10 pairs of shoes would amount to a considerable sum. "Daddy, I can't count to 16. That's too many," Sure exclaimed, trying to tally them with her 10 fingers, struggling to reach the number 16. "Whatever you desire, my dear, I shall procure for you." Sure beamed with delight, showering Wang Jun with a tender kiss. Zhou regarded Wang Jun with disbelief. "Sir, are you not jesting?" she asked. "Do I appear to be joking? Now, please ensure the sizes are correct and inform me of the total. I shall settle it immediately." Wang Jun insisted. "Understood, sir." Zhou realized she was in the presence of a wealthy patron, while Su Qi approached directly. "Sir, allow me to assist you in selecting," she offered. It was evident that this woman intended to serve herself and share the commission with Zhou. Her intentions were rather unscrupulous. Why should she receive any commission? However, Wang Jun firmly declined and interrupted her, saying, "I only require her assistance, my good sir. I cannot afford you. Please attend to your own affairs." As a result, Su Qi could only stand aside, bearing the consequences alone, swallowing her grievances in silence. Zhou remained in a state of bewilderment, clearly struggling to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Her movements were swift. Whenever she chose an item, she would inquire with sure if it was to her liking. If the child hesitated even slightly, she would move on without a second thought. This young lady possessed a remarkable intuition. After all, no one's money comes easily. Since she was entrusted with this responsibility, she had to provide exemplary service to Wang Jun. After approximately 10 minutes, 20 outfits and 10 pairs of shoes were neatly packaged. "Sir, the total comes to 39,870 yuan, Zhou announced after processing the payment. Upon hearing the sum, Wang Jun realized that this young lady could earn 3,987 yuan today, a commendable amount. Consequently, he retrieved his worn mobile phone and completed the transaction. Su Qi and Zhou exchanged astonished glances at Wang Jun's choice of device. It seemed that wealthy individuals preferred to remain understated. It was akin to encountering a billionaire casually strolling down the street in shorts and flip-flops. Today's experience imparted a valuable lesson to Su Qi. One must not judge a book by its cover. It is perilous to assume someone's financial status based solely on their attire. Had she been the one to provide service, that sum would have been hers. Regretful tears began to flow as she realized her misstep. Meanwhile, Zhou was still grappling with disbelief. Everything felt surreal, yet undeniably real. The computer screen displayed a total exceeding 30,000 yuan. "Well then, I shall return to seek your assistance next time," Wang Jun declared. "Yes, sir, when you return. I will ensure you receive exceptional service," Zhou replied. Wang Jun nodded and turned to Sure, saying, Sure, let us depart." "Daddy, hug." "All right, Daddy will hug you. Off we go." As they watched the father and daughter depart, the two women in the store felt a mix of emotions. Chapter 18. Reward of 1 year's residency in the villa. After purchasing clothes for Sure, Wang Jun casually entered a men's clothing store. He acquired 5 outfits, 3 pairs of shoes, and a beautiful backpack for his child, spending nearly 10,000 yuan in total. In comparison, it was indeed easier to earn money from children and women. Previously, he would never have spent so freely. However, circumstances had changed. He was now capable of earning substantial amounts. Even without a system, relying on his combat skills and master-level piano proficiency, he could secure his livelihood. Yet before pursuing wealth, he prioritized settling his daughter and spending quality time with her. If he became too busy, he feared he would have no time left to nurture a meaningful bond with her. Subsequently, he donned his new clothes and shoes, discarding the old garments into the trash. He still held onto his mobile phone, as he had no immediate desire to acquire a new one. The remaining funds might soon be allocated towards renting a house. At that moment, the father and daughter strolled through the shopping mall, adorned in their new attire, and from then on, no one dared to cast judgments upon them or judge by appearances. During their outing, Shi praised her own charm, which brought immense joy to Wang Jun suddenly. He recalled that they had yet to purchase a Barbie doll. Thus, he lifted Shi into his arms and ascended to the 5th floor of the mall, where an array of children's toys awaited. Wang Jun chose a relatively large store without hesitation. Upon entering, they were greeted by the shop owner, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, clad in a brightly colored qipao that accentuated her figure. As she spotted Wang Jun, she approached them with warmth. "Sir, what may I assist you with?" Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a songbird. "Do you have Barbie dolls?" he inquired. "Indeed, we do. What kind of doll are you seeking?" She responded. "Sweetheart, what do you want?" Sid aunsi, Wang Yun in Kudichishi. She expressed a desire for a dollhouse, complete with a sofa and various other items, struggling to name them all as she counted on her fingers. The shop owner then said, "I understand. Please follow me." Wang Jun trailed behind her as she led them to a shelf brimming with exquisite Barbie dolls. "I believe this might be what your child desires. The 60th anniversary collector's edition of the Barbie Dream House. It includes over 100 accessories and features 10 areas, such as a living room, dining room, bedroom, terrace, elevator, and restroom, merging lifestyle, leisure, and play. Do you like it, Shi?" Wang Jun asked, refraining from making the decision for her. "I love it, Daddy. It's so beautiful," she exclaimed. "Very well, let's take this one." The shop owner promptly retrieved a large gift box. Wang Jun followed closely behind her. When the set of toys was presented before them, Shi pointed to the packaging, declaring, "I am Barbie, and this is our house, Daddy. I will live in a big house with you. I'm so happy. Such a delightful child," the shop owner remarked, gazing at Shi. "Indeed. How much is it?" Wang Yun inquired. "The original price is 5,999 yuan, but it's currently on promotion for only 3,499 yuan. All right. May I scan your QR code?" Wang Jun asked, revealing it. "Certainly." A beep resonated as 3,499 yuan was deducted. After completing the transaction, an unexpected voice echoed in Wang Jun's mind. "Ding! The system has detected that your daughter has acquired the Barbie doll set, rewarding you with 1 year of residence rights in a villa located in the city center." This was quite fortuitous. Surely, it was Shi's words that prompted the system's response. Remarkably, with this, he needn't search for a house. However, where was this villa located? How could he obtain it? How would he find it? While lost in thought, his phone rang. Upon checking the number, he noticed it was unfamiliar. "Hello, who is this?" He answered. A male voice responded from the other end. "Is this Wang Jun?" "Yes, this is Wang Jun. Who might you be?" he queried, intrigued by the caller's identity. "I am Jiang Xiaoyong. Your phone was indeed difficult to locate. I had to contact every friend at the orphanage before I could find you." Wang Jun then recalled Jiang Xiaoyong, a dear companion from his days at the orphanage. Eventually, he was fortunate enough to be adopted by a wealthy couple who were exceedingly pleased with him, taking him as their godson and raising him. From that moment onward, he lost all means of communication with Jiang Xiaoyong. Once he started working, the chances of reconnecting with him diminished even further. It was truly unexpected for Jiang Xiaoyong to call him first. To be honest, this touched him deeply. "Where are you? It has been over a decade since we last met. Let us go out for a meal," Wang Jun invited. "No, I'm currently at the airport." "What? Where are you headed?" "I'm going abroad for my studies," Jiang Xiaoyong replied. "Why didn't you contact me sooner? You wait until you're leaving the country to get in touch. Isn't it because your phone was so hard to find?" After saying this, Jiang Xiaoyong added, "By the way, there is something I need to discuss with you." "Go ahead. I'll be studying abroad for a year, and my adoptive mother is currently overseas. The villa in Shanghai is unattended, and I don't trust anyone else to look after it. So, I'm counting on you to help take care of the plants and flowers there. Please trim them when you have time. Also, feel free to use the utilities. The expenses will be charged to my card. There are plenty of good things in the kitchen. Eat whatever you can, as they won't last long. There is also an array of fine wines. You should indulge in those as well. By the way, I've placed the keys in the mailbox at the door, and I'll send you the address shortly. We'll reconnect when I return." Jiang Xiaoyong rambled on. Now Wang Jun understood. This was indeed a generous offer. Before he could respond, Jiang Xiaoyong added, "All right, my flight is about to take off, and I'll lose signal soon. I'll send you the address now. Check it, and we'll gather again when I'm back." After finishing his speech, Jiang Xiaoyong hung up. This guy was still as hurried as ever. Yet, he was quite generous, having already paid for the property's utilities for 10 years. Wang Jun simply needed to move into the villa. He felt a bit dazed yet elated. Just then, a notification chimed. A message had arrived. Upon checking, Wang Jun saw that the address was number 1, Sihai Road. He quickly searched the map. Astonishingly, the villa was located merely 100 meters from the kindergarten. This meant he could drop Shir off at school every day. "Sweetheart, we're going home." "Daddy, are we going back to the old house?" That landlady was so fierce. Shir doesn't he want to return? That was a painful memory. The moment when Wang Jun was evicted, which frightened Shir. "Daddy will take you to the villa. It's a lovely place, just like a Barbie dollhouse, all right?" "Really?" "Indeed." "Yay, Daddy." Chapter 19. The Chinese villa. Wang Jun cradled his child in one arm while carrying bags in the other, making his way to number 1, Sihai Road. It wasn't too far, merely a distance of about 300 meters. This is the advantage of living in the city center, where shopping malls, schools, and hospitals are all conveniently close. He walked with a briskness that even a multitude of belongings could not hinder. Thanks to his mastery in martial arts, his physical prowess had significantly improved. Clad in designer attire and cradling a charming little child, with a branded handbag in hand, he instantly attracted numerous admiring glances. Many passing young ladies were captivated by Wang Jun. Some, engrossed in their admiration, collided with lampposts, while others, distracted, stumbled into ditches. A few bystanders gazed intently at Wang Jun, for he was truly unique and exceptionally handsome. Wang Jun already possessed a commendable appearance, and his fashionable attire further enhanced his allure. However, he paid no heed to the attention he garnered and quickened his pace. As he passed the Angel Kindergarten, it was evident that the premises were deserted. After walking an additional 100 meters, he finally beheld a 3-story villa, surrounded by trees and adorned with artificial hills. The villa exuded a distinctly Jiangnan architectural style, decorated with rosewood, blue bricks, and gray tiles. Its overall structure was both splendid and intricately varied. The mailbox at the entrance bore the inscription number 1, Sihai Road, confirming he had arrived. The villa's price in this area was undoubtedly steep. A cursory glance revealed that properties within a kilometer averaged around 100,000. Observing the villa before him, it must encompass at least 300 square meters. With 3 stories, it likely exceeded 1,000 square meters. By such calculations, it would not be surprising if the price reached 100 million. In reality, it could be even higher, considering it was a villa in a prime location. One couldn't help but wonder what business Jiang Xiaoyong's adoptive parents were engaged in to amass such wealth. At that moment, Shir suddenly pointed at the villa and exclaimed, "Daddy, that house is so beautiful. Is that our new home?" "Indeed," Wang Jun replied, noting her excitement. "Look, what is this?" He retrieved a set of keys from the mailbox. "The keys to our home." "Wow." As he unlocked the grand entrance, the interior revealed exquisite wood and stone carvings, murals, and a sprawling garden. Wang Jun felt immense satisfaction. This place was indeed 1,000 times better than the small room he had previously inhabited. "Wow, this is so beautiful," Shir exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's so big, bigger than where we used to live, with a garden and a swing. Daddy, I love it here. If you love it, we shall make it our home," Wang Jun said, gazing at his child with affection. He then embraced her as they entered the inviting living room. The ambience within was even more enchanting. The spacious and bright hall extended throughout the villa, adorned with rich and intricate decorations, featuring landscape paintings and exquisite wood carvings. The floor was covered in plush, high-quality carpeting, soft and inviting. He set down his belongings and sank into the comfortable sofa, savoring the relaxation. As he surveyed the surroundings, he thought to himself, with such a large villa, cleaning it must surely take quite some time. After sitting for a while, he took the child to explore all the rooms, each equipped with large windows that allowed the natural light to pour in. Living here was indeed a delightful experience. There was even a piano that one could play when time permitted. To his surprise, the basement housed a gym. Goodness, the amenities here were truly comprehensive. He circled around and chose a bedroom on the first floor. Once he sat down, sure, she began to run about excitedly, exclaiming with joy. She genuinely adored this place. Meanwhile, Wang Jun ventured into the kitchen to see if there were any ingredients available. Before him stood a row of refrigerators. He opened one to find an array of vegetables, fruits, some milk, and an assortment of fine wines, along with various unidentifiable items. The selection of ingredients was astonishing. Caviar, foie gras, and matsutake mushrooms were among the luxurious offerings he encountered. One could only imagine the lavish lifestyle Zhang Xiaoyong had been living these past few years. It was truly enviable. As Wang Jun contemplated what to prepare, the sound of the child echoed from the living room. "Daddy, Daddy!" He set down the wine and rushed out, concerned that something might be amiss. Upon seeing Sure, he sighed in relief. All was well. Sure pointed excitedly at a 100-inch television and exclaimed, "What a big TV! I love it. Well, if you like it, then Daddy will make dinner for you." She chirped, "Daddy, can I watch cartoons?" "Of course," he replied, and Sure handed him the remote control. He took it, turned on the television, and was immediately struck by the sheer size of the screen. He navigated to a cartoon that featured a lesson on addition and subtraction within 100, anchored by the lovable character Doraemon. This educational program was excellent. If she grasped the concepts, it would ease her learning in kindergarten, and if not, it served as a valuable preview. Thus, he clicked on the episode. Upon spotting the blue cat, Sure clapped her hands in delight and fetched a small stool to sit 3 meters away. Repeating, Daddy said, "We shouldn't sit too close to the TV, or our eyes will get hurt." Wang Jun set the remote down, allowing her to enjoy the show while he prepared dinner. Just as he turned to head back to the kitchen, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. He opened it to find numerous friend requests, all stemming from group ads, which he chose to ignore. Just as he was about to put his phone down, he noticed a new message. Lanwei requests to be friends, with a note. "Mr. Wang, I will be contacting you through this number in the future. Please accept my request." Since the child would be attending kindergarten there, it was prudent to have a connection for any necessary arrangements. Therefore, Wang Jun accepted the request without hesitation. No sooner had he done so than Lanwei sent a message. "Good evening, Mr. Wang." "Good evening, Director Lanwei." He replied, "I wanted to discuss something important with you today. Please go ahead. You did not leave your contact address on the registration form. Could you kindly provide it now? There will be regular home visits from teachers." "Ah, so that's the matter." Wang Jun did not conceal anything. He stated, "I currently reside at number 1 C High Road." "Very well. I shall input your information into the system now." "All right. I shall not disturb you further. We shall meet tomorrow." "Very well. See you tomorrow." Wang Jun took his phone, turned, and entered the kitchen, where he began preparing dinner. Once the meal was ready, he served the food in the dining room, noticing that Sure in the living room was still engrossed in watching cartoons. Just as he was about to call her for dinner, his phone rang again. It was a voice call from Lanwei. What did she possibly want now? Chapter 20. Mastering Stocks. Director Lan. "Is there anything else?" Wang Jun answered the voice call. An urgent voice from Lanwei came through the phone. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for bothering you again." Wang Jun was puzzled. What could Lanwei want? Why did she sound so breathless? Was something serious afoot? "What is it? Speak." "Just now, a woman accompanied by a man came to the kindergarten asking for your address. She claimed to be Sure's mother and brought a copy of the child's birth certificate. We did not give her the address, but she caused quite a scene, and ultimately, we had no choice but to provide it. I sincerely apologize for this. It won't cause you any trouble, will it?" Lanwei said, her tone filled with guilt. She likely did not wish to divulge Wang Jun's address to Yang Li. But as Sure's mother, she was rather assertive, leaving the kindergarten with no choice. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun felt a sense of foreboding. What on earth did Yang Li intend? Why was she suddenly seeking his contact details? Was she planning to take Sure? He recalled that the divorce agreement stipulated that the child would remain with him, while she left with nothing. If this heartless woman truly sought to take Sure, he would certainly fight tooth and nail against her. His precious daughter could never be entrusted to Yang Li or that loathsome Zhu Kanxing. The mere thought of those two made him feel nauseous. "Mr. Wang, I'm truly sorry. I sincerely apologize. This must be causing you immense distress. Lan Yue continued to express her remorse. It's nothing. You have my phone number, right? Wang Jun inquired. Yes, I saved it long ago. Wang Jun did not pay much attention to Lan Yue's behavior, but it was evident to anyone that she harbored feelings for him. All right, if she comes to the kindergarten again, ensure that the child is not allowed to leave with her. Remember to contact me. Wang Jun decisively resolved that if Yang Li sought to take his child, he would not let her off easily. Understood, Lan Yue affirmed. Mr. Wang, will providing her address cause you any trouble? She asked, clearly concerned about the matter. In the past, he might have been humiliated by this woman. However, he was no longer the same man. He now aspired to lead a good life and shower his daughter with affection. There would undoubtedly be some distress, but it all depended on how one chose to handle it. It's all right. Don't take this matter to heart. I will handle it well, Wang Jun assured. Okay, if you need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Lan Yu's tone softened. Certainly, when Shi arrives at your kindergarten. I hope you can take good care of her. Of course, you need not worry. We treat all children equally, Lan Yu responded, evidently concerned that Wang Jun was implying Shi might face unfair treatment or exclusion from her peers. However, she was overthinking. Once Shi entered kindergarten, she would likely be treated like a princess. Then I shall trouble you, Wang Jun said, just as Shi approached, tugging at his hand. Daddy, I finished watching. The TV stopped. I want to see more. Sweetheart, please wait a moment. Daddy is on the phone. Shi nodded in understanding. All right, I will hang up now, Wang Jun declared. Okay. Once the call ended, Wang Jun noticed 3 words on the television screen. Did you finish watching? I did. It was great. Doraemon is so adorable. And I learned addition and subtraction within 100. Shi exclaimed. As soon as she finished speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in Wang Jun's mind. Ding! The system has detected that your daughter has mastered addition and subtraction within 100. You are rewarded with stock proficiency, and a trading account has been opened for you. Stock proficiency, and they've even opened an account for me? Wang Jun mused, opening his phone to find a stock icon displayed. He clicked on it, and indeed, an account had been opened. Well, I should study this thoroughly tonight and perhaps invest some capital. I might even earn a little for household expenses. Lost in thought, he realized Shi was tugging at his hand once more. Daddy, I want to watch more. He snapped back to reality and glanced at the dinner spread on the table. Shall we eat first? After dinner, we can watch more. You must listen. Okay. Shi nodded obediently. The two then enjoyed their dinner together. Afterward, he encouraged Shi to bathe independently, a skill he had nurtured in her since childhood, though her hair still required his clumsy assistance. With somewhat awkward hands, Wang Jun managed to tie her hair, though not as expertly as a female officer would have. Clearly, such tasks are best suited for women. After he had also taken a refreshing bath, to his surprise, Shi did not clamor for the television, but instead nestled in his arms, her eyes heavy with sleep. She was exhausted after such an eventful day. Having once lost everything, he now possessed what few could dream of. Most importantly, his daughter lay in his embrace. He gently patted Shi's back, humming a lullaby. Once she fell asleep, he carefully placed her in bed and opened the stock trading app. Previously, he had little knowledge of the stock market, but with his newfound proficiency, the complexities seemed far more manageable. The rules of trading were exhilarating. There were no limits on price fluctuations, and stocks purchased within the day could be sold on the same day, entirely regulated by the market's inherent dynamics. The fluctuations of its stock are remarkably significant. It may soar tenfold or even higher in a single day, while it could plummet by 80, 90, or even more. Historically, the greatest single-day increase or decrease has reached an astounding 62 times. Engaging in this stock could lead to immense wealth or total loss. Wang Jun, engrossed in his phone, meticulously sifted through options and ultimately settled on a stock from Royal Shares. He examined the trend graph, comprehensive announcements, and industry attributes, discerning that there was a bullish sentiment surrounding Royal Shares. In such instances, purchasing before the market opens the following day could secure an advantageous price. He understood that he must exit early, lest he encounter short sellers driving the price down. He opened the trading software, set a timed purchase, noting the current price at 1 per share. With 20,000 yuan, he decided to buy 200 lots, establishing a target sell price of 10 yuan per share. Should the price reach 10 yuan, he would earn 200,000 yuan. He anticipated that the peak price tomorrow might hover around 12 yuan. However, he feared that once the peak was reached, a substantial sell-off would ensue. He worried that even if he wished to sell at that moment, he might be unable to do so due to the ensuing panic. After completing these tasks, his bank card was left with only a few dozen yuan. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would recover his losses the next day. Following this, he tidied up and lay down to sleep. Chapter 21. Mr. Wang, shall we discuss? The next day, at the break of dawn, Wang Jun was still in slumber. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation on his face. He opened his eyes to find Shirshir gently caressing his cheek, her laughter ringing like bells. The child was undeniably mischievous. Yet he was too sleepy to fully engage, so he closed his eyes again. "Daddy, it's time to get up. We need to take Shirshir to kindergarten," she insisted, tugging at his hand. When Wang Jun reopened his eyes, he discovered that Shirshir had donned her backpack from the previous day and dressed herself, albeit with her hair in disarray. "You lazybones. Daddy is such a sleepyhead. Hurry up. Shirshir has already brushed her teeth and washed her face. She's just waiting for you to take her to school." All right, Daddy will get up now," he replied, rising to check his phone, which indicated it was only 6:30. The child was so excited about attending kindergarten. The classes began at 8 o'clock in the morning, with a midday break and dismissal at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After getting up and washing up, Wang Jun headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. He recalled that the pantry was stocked with enough groceries to last half a year, and with some fresh produce, he would be all set. Jiang Xiaoyong had truly been a tremendous help. What had he been up to all those years? Having completed his tasks, he shared breakfast with his child, and by the time they finished, it was 7:40. The walk to kindergarten would only take a few minutes. A distance of 100 meters could easily be traversed without delay. "All right, let us go." Yes. Shirshir is going to school." Shirshir counted the stones in the courtyard as they walked together toward the school. Upon reaching the entrance, they found it bustling with people. Everyone noticed Wang Jun, who was warmly greeted by those around him. Particularly, several mothers found their gaze captivated by Wang Jun. Today, he appeared even more dashing than yesterday, and his demeanor radiated a newfound elegance. Having formed a positive first impression of him, the crowd held him in high esteem. Wang Jun naturally did not disappoint. He smiled and exchanged pleasantries with everyone. From a distance, Zhu Shizhong spotted Wang Jun, noting his formal attire, which epitomized the appearance of the affluent. Yesterday's casual outfit seemed to have been a deliberate choice to experience life differently. He hurried over, greeting Mr. Wang. "Good morning." "Good morning," Wang Jun replied. At that moment, Shirshir hid behind Wang Jun, harboring a strong dislike for the peculiar man. Zhu Shizhong even personally escorted Wang Jun into the school grounds, leaving the surrounding parents astonished. When did the security here become so attentive? Yet, reflecting on Wang Jun's impressive performance yesterday, they felt reassured. In Wang Jun's eyes, many parents brought their children to kindergarten, with some little ones expressing their reluctance through tears. The parents could do little. As for some children, it was their first experience away from home in such an unfamiliar setting. Meanwhile, Lan Yu and other teachers awaited the arrival of the children at the entrance. Initially, she did not recognize the father and daughter duo, as their attire conveyed a sense of affluence, starkly contrasting their appearance from the previous day. Only after confirming their identities did she approach to greet them. "Good morning, little Shirshir." "Good morning, Principal Lan." Wang Jun responded graciously before encouraging Shirshir. "Quickly say hello to your teacher." "Hello, teacher." Shirshir's voice was barely audible, tinged with shyness. "Come on, let the teacher guide you inside. She will introduce you to your classmates, all right?" Shirshir looked at Wang Jun, who gestured for her to proceed, saying, "Go ahead. Daddy will come to pick you up this afternoon. The teacher will take care of you." Lan Yu spoke gently. "Goodbye, Daddy." Remarkably, Shirshir did not cry or fuss. "Goodbye, Mr. Wang. I shall take care of the child. If anything arises, I will contact you," Lan Yu said after observing the two for a moment. Their eyes briefly met. Yet Wang Jun's focus remained predominantly on his child. At this moment, the child was his everything. She represented his future, and matters of affection would unfold naturally. Thank you for your assistance. It is no trouble at all. Let's head inside now. All right, teacher. He watched as she followed Lan Yu into the building, feeling an unexpected sense of reluctance. However, children must learn, grow, and engage with others. He could not confine her too much. As Wang Jun exited the kindergarten, intending to return home, he was approached by Li Duo, who had just delivered her son into the kindergarten. Mr. Wang, wait. Upon recognizing her, Wang Jun was taken aback. Today, Li Duo has adorned herself with special care. Her makeup is exquisite, and her lipstick is strikingly vibrant. She wears a delicate lavender gown that billows gracefully in the breeze, complemented by a pair of elegant black high heels, exuding a captivating charm. As she scrutinizes her reflection, one cannot help but wonder what has captured her attention. Soon, the intensity of her gaze becomes palpable, leaving her feeling somewhat disconcerted. Wang Jun, perplexed by her sudden appearance, inquires, "Ms. Li, is there something you need?" Only then does she seem to register his presence. "Mr. Wang, do you have a moment? May we find a quiet place to discuss something?" Wang Jun furrows his brow, questioning, "Discuss what exactly? Please do not misunderstand. I am currently studying advanced piano techniques and find myself grappling with certain concepts. I would appreciate your insights." Discussing while dressed like this? He muses skeptically, questioning the appropriateness of her attire for piano practice. Moreover, he feels little inclination to engage, especially with a married woman. "I'm afraid I don't have the time," he replies, turning to leave. Yet Li Duo persists. "I, too, am single and understand the challenges of parenting." Wang Jun pauses, glancing back at her. She possesses a certain allure, perhaps worthy of an 8 out of 10 in his judgment, though still slightly less captivating than Lan Yu. Li Duo continues, "A child needs both a father and a mother. Only then can love be complete, ensuring the child's psychological well-being." Her words hint at a desire for a deeper connection with him, and Wang Jun's initial reaction is to consider this implication. However, he is reluctant to introduce a stepmother into his child's life so soon. "I find great joy in raising my child. Witnessing their growth brings me immense satisfaction. My love for my child is singular," he asserts, implying that forming a new family might dilute that love. The notion of possibly having another child arises, suggesting that without a new addition, the marital bond may weaken. This dilemma is unavoidable, and he resolves not to complicate matters further. Li Duo is taken aback by Wang Jun's response. As adults, they both comprehend the underlying meaning of his words. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," he states before departing. "Mr. Wang, wouldn't it be worthwhile to give yourself and others a chance?" She calls after him, but he offers no reply. Yang Li serves as a cautionary example. He has no desire to encounter a second Yang Li. Additionally, he feels little familiarity or attraction towards Li Duo. Many onlookers have begun to take notice of the unfolding situation, rendering it rather awkward. Once Wang Jun has left, Li Duo, infuriated, stomps her foot and mutters expletives about his ignorance. However, her frustration results in the unfortunate demise of her high heel. Regardless of her plight, it bears no consequence on Wang Jun, who is now engrossed in the latest stock market news on his phone, finding no updates regarding royal shares. To achieve a tenfold increase, substantial investment from shareholders or a significant push from major players is essential, typically occurring during trading hours. In essence, when favorable news is released during trading hours, invariably leads to a significant surge. The initial impetus from investors invites a flurry of retail participation, marking the opportune moment for harvesting profits. The major stakeholders, having accumulated substantial shares, subsequently offload their holdings. This back-and-forth cycle results in their coffers overflowing. Those with greater acumen may also seize the opportunity to buy at lower stock prices, delivering yet another blow. The intricacies of this maneuvering are well understood by Wang Jun. Although generally, without billions in capital and exceedingly high leverage, one cannot shift the trajectory of such a stock. He did not dwell on these thoughts for long, opting instead to return home, where he could indulge in stock trading and tending to his flowers, wholly devoted to nurturing his child. Was that not a delightful existence? The kindergarten was a mere 100 meters away, easily reachable in under 2 minutes on foot. Upon arriving at his doorstep, He retrieved his keys and entered. Yet, no sooner had he closed the door than a knock resounded. Who could it be? As Wang Jun opened the door, two individuals forcefully entered his home before he could discern their identities. Wang Jun, it seems you are living quite well, dressed to the nines. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yang Li and Zhu Kancheng. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it's you two scoundrels. Wang Jun retorted sharply. Yang Li gazed at him incredulously. For the Wang Jun of yore had been a timid soul, enduring her insults without retort. But today, he was remarkably different, standing his ground. Zhu Kancheng, incensed, spat. You dare repeat that? Do you believe I want to take legal action for defamation? Wang Jun replied, what? Do you want me to reiterate your transgressions? You seduced Yang Li and then pressured me in a divorce. Are you hoping I will expose these deeds? Zhu Kancheng fell silent. Yang Li interjected, Wang Jun. You're not still trapped beneath the shadows of your past, are you? I misjudged you. Wang Jun chuckled. It was your departure that rekindled hope in my life. In truth, I owe you gratitude. Without you, I would have nothing. His words transformed their expressions into a mask of discomfort. Before them stood a grand villa, and their child attended the finest kindergarten nearby. All of this seemed to stem from the actions of Yang Li and Zhu Kancheng. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Jun felt as if he were living a second life. In his previous existence, he had made a grave error. This time, he vowed not to repeat such mistakes. With the origins of his current circumstances rooted firmly in their betrayal. Yet, speaking further was futile. His disdain for them was palpable. Unexpectedly, Yang Li seized upon his words. So within just 6 months, you've moved into a villa and enrolled Sure in the best kindergarten. Wang Jun, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Have you been hiding money? She continued, I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. At last, Wang Jun comprehended their true intent, a covetous desire for his money. It is truly amusing. Back then, one lamented the lack of funds, yet now seeks to reclaim their own money. Moreover, they had already settled the division of assets during the divorce. Young Li, we had reached a clear understanding at the time of our separation, and now you inquire about money? How is it that your hidden funds are also considered marital property? If you refuse to share, I may pursue legal action against you. You are utterly shameless. Wang Jun was exceedingly infuriated. I have come here for my own interests. To afford such an excellent kindergarten and reside in a villa, achieving this within half a year suggests that the previous amount must have exceeded 1 million. Here's what we shall do. You provide me with 500,000, and we shall consider our account settled. I shall not trouble you again. There are many shameless individuals, but few rival Yang Li in her audacity. Beside them, Zhu Kancheng chimed in, stating, 500,000 is a reasonable request. I have already retained a lawyer, and if you refuse to comply, we shall meet in court. It appears this unscrupulous duo believes they can take advantage of me. Very well, proceed with your lawsuit. You may even check my account balance from 6 months ago. I eagerly await your legal action and hope you follow through. By the way, do include the child support for the past 6 months in your claims. If you do not come forth, I shall have difficulty obtaining it from you. Wang Jun responded with remarkable composure. No one understands better than he what he has endured over the past half year. Surviving on a mere 1,000 yuan for 6 months left him bewildered. After Yang Li found a new partner, she simply walked away. The child support stipulated in the divorce agreement had not seen a single cent. Moreover, even if Wang Jun were wealthy, he would not part with any funds for them. Wang Jun, consider this. I researched your villa yesterday. It is valued at 1 billion. If this escalates into a life or death struggle, I possess a professional legal team capable of claiming half of your villa. Zhu Kancheng asserted shamelessly. However, Wang Jun immediately discerned his intentions. This man merely aimed to intimidate him. Very well, pursue your course. Whatever you can sue for, do so. I await your good news. Wang Jun stated with dignified calmness. He feared they might not dare to pursue legal action. After all, the villa was not even his, so let them engage in their futile endeavors. What did you say, dear? This villa is worth 1 billion? Yang Li inquired incredulously. Indeed, as I discovered yesterday, it cannot be less than 1 billion, Zhu Kancheng reiterated. Yang Li appeared to be contemplating something, her gaze toward Wang Jun becoming somewhat fervent. Compared to the older Zhu Kancheng, Wang Jun was handsome, strong, and now wealthy. How could she have let him go? Zhu Kancheng, are you not a manager? You claim to be affluent. Surely you wouldn't be so destitute as to demand money from me? Wang Yun the Mox. Zhu Kancheng grew flustered, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, as a manager, he had no need to stoop to such tactics. Chapter 23. A modest profit of 200,000. Just as Zhu Kancheng was about to say something further, Yang Li suddenly interjected, "Dear, I would like to speak with Wang Jun privately. Could you please wait over there for a moment?" Zhu Kancheng, perplexed, questioned the necessity of a private conversation. Is there something that must remain concealed from him? Behave. I'll be quick. Yang Li zhou du zhu jianjing. All right, hurry. Zhu Canqing's heart softened, and he directly stepped aside. Meanwhile, Wang Yun xiokut. Recognizing that this man was utterly bewitched by beauty, aside from his wealth, he was devoid of any merit. He couldn't fathom how Yang Li could possess such a voracious appetite, able to indulge in even this sort of company. Wang Jun, can we start anew? Once Zhu Kancheng had departed, Yang Li suddenly proposed. This was perhaps the most amusing jest Wang Jun had ever heard. Had she returned 2 days prior, in his moment of despair, he might have entertained the idea, for her return would not have been motivated by money. However, upon witnessing the villa, the woman's demeanor had shifted entirely. Perhaps Zhu Kancheng did not possess the 10 billion, nor could he procure such an amount. Or was it that her appetite could no longer accommodate the repugnant man that Zhu Kancheng was? Yang Li mused that if she could reconcile with Wang Jun, perhaps a portion of that 10 billion could be hers. Yet, the more she acted in this manner, the more it irked Wang Jun. Humph. Yang Li, are you here to amuse me? We are not of the same ilk. Do not drag me into your mess, for I abhor it. Wang Jun expressed his disdain. I was at fault previously. Can you forgive me? Yang Li, you are nothing but a worn-out shoe. I have no need for you. Even if I remain single for life, I will never consider you again. Your eyes are only for wealth. For the sake of money, you would sacrifice everything, even your own daughter. In my eyes, you are merely a tattered shoe. I would put it on even if I were barefoot. Yang Li's type revolted Wang Jun profoundly. From that moment onward, they would be mere strangers, their only connection being the mother of his child. Yet even the child would not acknowledge her. Have you not given it a thought? Truly, I deeply regret being with Zhu Kancheng. He is so old and unattractive, especially with that large mole on his face. It disgusts me. My unhappiness is irrelevant to you, is it? Wang Yun told it. He had not anticipated that this woman initially sought money, only to now desire reconciliation. He would not repeat the same mistake. Moreover, with so many admirable women in the world, why would he settle for such a loathsome individual? Enough, you two be gone. This place does not welcome you. Wang Yun usotit. At that moment, Zhu Kancheng returned. Mind your tone, or do not blame me for being rude. Zhu Kancheng declared fiercely. Oh, it seems you wish to spar? Wang Jun rolled up his sleeves. Zhu Kancheng, now apprehensive, stepped back, having seen videos of Wang Jun's prowess. He knew he could not match him. Coward. Wang Jun casually dismissed him with those 2 words. Enough. Leave now, or I shall call the police. I'll report your trespass. That could lead to 3 years of hard labor sewing. The law stipulates that trespassing constitutes a crime, punishable by imprisonment for up to 3 years or detention. Zhu Kancheng, now displeased, pulled Yang Li along, saying, "Let us go, dear. We'll have our lawyer discuss this. Just leave. Don't let me see you again." Wang Jun concluded, forcefully ejecting the couple from his premises. His strength was immense, and in an unfortunate mishap, both individuals tumbled to the ground. At that moment, Wang Jun felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Having previously endured humiliation at their hands, he relished this opportunity for retribution. It was truly gratifying. Ultimately, he secured the door. Regardless of the raucous commotion outside, he strode into the living room and uncorked a bottle of beer to celebrate. Meanwhile, Zhu Kancheng and Yang Li stood bewildered before the villa. "Darling, I had someone investigate, and the owner of this villa does not bear the surname Wang, but rather Jiang. It appears to belong to the Jiang group," Zhu Kancheng remarked, having just received a phone call relaying this information. "What? That scoundrel!" Yang Li exclaimed, a hint of frustration creeping in. Just moments ago, They had been warmly approaching him, and now the absurdity of it all was glaringly evident. Let us return and consult a lawyer. I refuse to believe he can evade justice. Absolutely, husband. You must hire the finest attorney. I am determined to make Wang Jun pay dearly. It seemed they were miscalculating their strategy. Ever since his divorce, Wang Jun had been financially strained. Otherwise, he would not have contemplated selling his daughter. Fortune had smiled upon him, granting him a second chance at life. Come, let me help you up, Zhu Kanchang said, assisting Yang Li towards the Qian parked by the roadside. In contrast, Wang Jun lifted his beer, savoring a few sips, feeling an immense sense of relief. The pent-up anger within him had finally found an outlet. He had longed to humiliate the unscrupulous couple, and now he had been providentially afforded that opportunity. A celebration was in order. With beer in hand, he ascended to the second floor, pausing before the piano. He set the beer aside and launched into a rendition of Liszt's Fantasy on the bells. This piece, renowned as one of the 10 most challenging piano compositions, seemed to come alive under his fingers. The jubilant melodies perfectly encapsulated his current mood. The sound of his performance resonated throughout the villa, enveloping the area in an artistic ambience. Transitioning to one-handed play, the effects of the beer enhanced his spirited expression. What was originally a 15 or 16-minute piece was completed in a mere 10 minutes. As he pressed the final key, the performance concluded. He then rose, grasped his phone, and opened the stock trading application. The market had already opened. His scheduled purchase of 200 shares had successfully executed. Moreover, the stock price began to rise rapidly. $2, $3, $4. In just 10 minutes, it surged to $10. This sudden shift sent shockwaves through the stock market, prompting a frenzy of retail investors to flood in, convinced that a new legend was in the making. By this time, Wang Jun had already distanced himself from the commotion. His account now boasted 200,000 yuan. The speed and surreal nature of this influx left him in disbelief. Although he was adept in the stock market, encountering a second opportunity like this would undoubtedly prove challenging. He then withdrew 100,000 yuan, preparing to select another stock for a long-term investment. He was observing the stock market trends, and within his selected stocks, Royal shares began a precipitous decline from 12 to merely 1 within the span of 10 minutes. The market trembled once more. Many retail investors had not yet managed to escape, losing everything in the process. Wang Jun felt a profound pity for those who failed to flee in time. Ultimately, he decided to purchase Royal shares again. Why? Because all the indicators for this stock were promising, and its profitability was commendable. Its worth exceeded 1 yuan. This also presented an excellent opportunity to buy at the bottom. He initiated a purchase of 1,000 shares. Should the market favor him, he would contemplate increasing his investment further. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Wang Jun walked over to open the door. Standing outside was an unfamiliar young woman. Chapter 24. The money comes rather swiftly. Who is it? Wang Jun inquired as he opened the door. Rather than opening it fully, he peered through the peephole to glimpse the person awaiting him. It was a young woman clad in a pink dress, tall and possessing exquisite features. She was undeniably a breathtaking beauty. Appearing to be in her early 20s, she wore her hair in a ponytail, exuding an aura of youthful vibrancy. With her hands clasped behind her back, she paced slightly, seemingly waiting for him to open the door. Who could she be? Could she be the girlfriend of Jiang Xiaonyong? Regardless, he decided to inquire first. With curiosity, he opened the door. As the door swung open, the young woman was captivated by the depth of Wang Jun's eyes. She felt her heart race and an electric current surge through her. Momentarily dazed, she gazed intently at him until Wang Jun, smiling, broke the silence with a question. May I ask whom you're looking for? How could his voice be so magnetic? And how could he exude such an artistic ambience? In the eyes of the young woman, Wang Jun was simply too perfect. She sensed his gaze upon her. Unexpectedly, she boldly continued to stare at him, leaving Wang Jun perplexed. What was the matter with this girl? Yet, the clarity in her eyes was remarkable. Excuse me, whom are you looking for? Wang Jun li-it-it, shattering the silence once more. Hello, my name is Zheng Shui. May I ask if you were the one playing that piano piece just now? The chime fantasy, she inquired eagerly. Wang Jun was taken aback, It was surprising that she recognized the notoriously challenging chime fantasy. That was indeed me. May I ask what you need? Wang Jun acknowledged it here, albeit with a hint of caution. After all, while the girl was strikingly beautiful, she was still a stranger. One must exercise caution against any ill intentions. Wow, that's impressive. Hello, allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Zheng Shui, a freshman majoring in piano at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. I currently reside at number 2 High Road, which is your neighbor. The girl was quite talkative. Given that number 2 High Road was also a villa, it indicated that she came from a wealthy background. Hello. However, Wang Jun remained unaware of her intentions. However, regarding her major in piano, she possesses a certain level of understanding of the instrument. It is quite natural for her to seek out someone after hearing their performance. Perhaps this is the enchantment of music. As the saying goes, distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. May I step inside? Zheng Shui inquired with an air of openness. This young lady truly exhibits a remarkable fearlessness. Does she not worry about the potential for danger? Nevertheless, since she has expressed a desire to enter, Wang Jun, being the gracious host, replied, "Of course, please come in," after which he led her into the courtyard and closed the door behind them. Previously, this residence was occupied by someone surnamed Jiang. "Have you just moved here?" Zheng Shui asked, her hands clasped behind her back as she walked with a spring in her step, embodying a lively spirit. From her words, it was evident that she had researched the former inhabitants of this place. She found a spot in the courtyard to sit, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. Gazing at her, Wang Jun felt as though he had been transported back to his school days, a time of vibrant youth. "He is my classmate. I'm staying here for a while. Do you know him?" "I have only heard my father mention him," she replied. "That makes sense. I had never seen you before." Zheng Shui continued to fixate her gaze upon Wang Jun, her complexion radiant and her demeanor bright. "What? Is there something on my face?" Wang Jun quit, puzzled. Suddenly, Zheng Shui stood up, pointing at him with a look of astonishment. "You are the wandering uncle. I recognize you. Your performance of Islam at the Little Angel Kindergarten yesterday was incredible. The complexity of your fingering was executed with such fluidity. A master, truly a master. I almost did not recognize you in your clothes." This comment left Wang Jun feeling rather vexed. What did she mean by not recognizing him with clothes on? Besides, the title of wandering uncle had evidently taken root in the public consciousness. It turns out he had become quite renowned. Admittedly, he had not dressed particularly well yesterday. Zheng Shui appeared to realize her faux pas and quickly corrected herself. "I apologize, that is not what I meant. I meant that when you change your outfit, I almost did not recognize you. Your technique yesterday was simply remarkable, surpassing even our teacher. We were discussing you in our group just yesterday, and I never expected to encounter a master like you here. I feel so fortunate." Wang Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I am not a master. I am merely an ordinary person." "If you are an ordinary person, then there are no ordinary people in the world," she retorted. "So, did you come here just to say this?" Wang Jun asked, intrigued. "Well, our school has piano assessments after the semester begins, and I am seeking a tutor. However, the teachers available in the market are quite subpar. Ever since I heard your performance yesterday, I have been wondering how to reach you, but no one seemed to have your contact information. Just now, when I heard you play, I initially thought it was a recording. I was astonished to discover it was you in person." This young lady was exceedingly talkative. Once she began speaking, it was as if a machine gun had been unleashed. Without a moment's pause, So, I would like to hire you as a tutor. How does 1,000 yuan for an hour sound?" It is indeed permissible to tutor such a beautiful young lady. The crucial factor lies within the home, and it does not hinder the task of picking up and dropping off children. Wang Jun was deep in thought, while Zheng Shui mistakenly believed he disapproved. 2,000? Wang Jun remained silent. 3,000. Now that is my daily living expense. What do you think? What sort of family pays 3,000 per hour? Those who can afford a villa are not ordinary folk. She is indeed the child of the affluent. It wasn't that Wang Jun objected. He was simply contemplating the decision. However, since she had already mentioned 3,000, he would naturally not let this splendid opportunity slip away. "All right, shall we meet at my home?" Wang Jun inquired. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shui was overjoyed. It is entirely feasible. Come on, reveal your payment code, she exclaimed, displaying a sense of urgency. All right, I've sent it to you. With a schedule of 5 piano lessons over a week, the total for this week amounted to 15,000. Before Wang Jun could fully process the situation, his account had already swelled by 15,000. He was still in a daze, astonished by how swiftly money could be made. If only such girls could come by more often. Aren't you afraid I might be a fraud? Wang Jun chuckled, noting that Zheng Shui still lacked the harsh lessons of reality. Should she encounter a rogue, she might indeed suffer a financial loss. How could a master possibly be a bad person? Suddenly, Zheng Shui adjusted her phone to selfie mode, turned around, and aimed the front camera at Wang Jun, snapping a picture. What are you doing? Wang Jun frowned. Taking a photo to share on my social media. I must boast to my classmates about how wealth cannot buy master-s lessons. Furthermore, I now have a chance to know a master. She swiftly composed a caption. Day 1 with a wandering uncle. He has promised to teach me piano. This message could easily be misunderstood. Fortunately, their relationship was not particularly intimate. Wang Jun chose not to intervene, but once she posted it on her social media, it garnered 50 likes almost instantly. The social circles of the wealthy were truly beyond his comprehension. He was unaware of his own notoriety, while Zheng Shui reveled in the attention. Xiao Xue, truly a wandering uncle. Wishing you both the best. The uncle looks exceptionally dapper today, dressed in designer attire. My father owns a similar suit. Please share the uncle's contact information. I want private lessons. Jealous of Xiao Xue. I want the contact details too. Same here. That is not your home. Where is this? Others commented. Xiao Xue. Come to the office tomorrow. Haven't I told you that the school forbids dating? The multitude of comments filled her with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. By the way, what is the uncle's name? Wang Jun. All right, can I have your contact information? Add me on WeChat. Use my code. Wang Jun presented his WeChat QR code. Sure. Mr. Wang is indeed straightforward. I have a bit of business today. Shall we commence tomorrow? Just to clarify, I'm only available from 10 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon. I have no other free time. At this moment, Zheng Shui noticed the children's clothes hanging in the yard and inquired, Do you have children? It became apparent why he only had time during this particular period, as he needed to pick up his child from school. A 5-year-old daughter. How delightful. When Wang Jun spoke of sure, his expression radiated happiness. Zheng Shui, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that all the good men had already been claimed. It appeared that Wang Jun was indeed a married man. Just then, the doorbell rang again, and Wang Jun went to answer it. Upon opening the door, he found a woman in police uniform standing before him. Officer Zheng, what brings you here? Wang Jun recognized her, as Zheng Ling was jotting down notes with a pen and paper in hand. Ah, Mr. Wang. Do you live here? Zheng Ling scrutinized Wang Jun, noting how he appeared completely different from the previous day. In just one day, he seemed transformed. Had he won a lottery or received a windfall? Regardless, it was certainly for the better. Yes, I reside here. Is there something you need? Wang Jun asked, curiosity piqued. He wondered if Officer Zheng was following him, but he was mistaken. Zheng Ling explained, We received a report of noise disturbance coming from your residence, so I came to investigate. Noise. Wang Jun was bewildered. Could the sound of a piano be considered noise? Upon reflection, he realized it might be due to the fact that he had left the door ajar. The villa was well soundproofed. He promised himself to ensure the door was properly closed next time. I see. My sincere apologies. Such a beautiful piano piece. How could it be deemed a nuisance? Do the nearby residents not appreciate fine music? At that moment, Zheng Shui emerged from behind and said, but when she saw Zheng Ling before her, she was taken aback. Sister, what brings you here? Xiao Xue, what are you doing here? Zheng Ling replied, equally curious. Wang Jun felt quite vexed. It turned out they were sisters. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at Zheng Shui. So, Zheng Ling was also the daughter of a wealthy family? Sometimes, he couldn't comprehend why some individuals forsook their privileged lives to experience the mundane. But that was their choice, if they found fulfillment in serving others. It spoke to their compassion, a quality he felt unqualified to critique. I came because of the piano sound you mentioned, which you refer to as noise. I truly cannot fathom how such a beautiful melody could be labeled as a disturbance. Zheng Shui exclaimed indignantly. It's all right, Zheng Shui. This time, it's my fault for not closing the door properly, Wang Jun interjected. Officer Zheng, why not come inside and sit for a moment? Wang Jun invited again. No need. Just keep it down next time, Mr. Wang. We have no choice but to respond to reports, Zheng Ling clarified. All right, sister, who made the complaint? I shall teach them a lesson in manners. Zheng Shui retorted defiantly. You little rascal, be quiet. I'm handling official business. Zheng Ling's reprimand left Zheng Shui quite displeased. But what could she do? After all, it was her sister, and blood ties held sway. Where is Shir? Zheng Ling inquired, recalling her fond impression of the child from the previous day. She has gone to kindergarten. The one we found yesterday is just nearby. It is quite commendable that you are raising the child alone, although it can be exhausting. Encouraging the child to start preschool early is indeed beneficial, as it allows you more time to pursue your own interests, Zheng Ling remarked. Furthermore, regarding yesterday's conversation, please do not take it to heart. I assumed you were experiencing financial difficulties, Zheng Ling continued, clearly implying that she believed Wang Jun was short on funds, which led her to suggest he postpone the matter for a year. It's quite all right. I didn't take it to heart, Zheng Shui interjected, seemingly startled by the revelation. Sister, what are you implying? Are you suggesting that Wang Jun is divorced? Single? Could you refrain from gossiping? This concerns someone else's private life. It's nothing of concern. That woman must be blind to leave such a remarkable man as Wang Jun. There are still many opportunities ahead. Tomorrow will surely be brighter, Zheng Shui asserted, raising her eyebrows in emphasis. Mr. Wang, I apologize for my child. She has always been this way, lacking proper discipline, Zheng Ling said. It's quite all right. I find her individuality and candor refreshing, Wang Jun replied graciously. Very well. There is nothing more to discuss. When you play next time, please be mindful. I shall not intrude further, Wang Jun said warmly. Until next time, he added with a friendly smile. Xiao Shui, let us return home. Sister, I wish to stay a while longer. Zheng Ling's expression darkened. Reluctantly, Zheng Shui exited, not forgetting to exclaim, Master Wang, let us connect on WeChat. I will come to practice the piano with you. Wang Jun merely smiled and nodded. As he watched the sisters depart, he turned to prepare lunch. At that moment, Zheng Shui suddenly exclaimed, Wang Jun is truly exceptional. Sister, what would you think if he were to become your brother-in-law? Zheng Ling frowned. Your current task is to focus on your studies. If you were to start dating, and our father found out, he would certainly be displeased. I understand. I was merely jesting. Must you take it so seriously? Zheng Shui replied, her gaze lingering towards Wang Jun's home. A youthful heart in bloom is hard to conceal. Zheng Ling was well aware of her sister's inclinations. However, Zheng Shui persisted. Father has already suggested that you find a boyfriend. Since you haven tea, could it be that you prefer women? I'm simply busy with work. You little rascal, I swear I'll give you a good scolding. Zheng Ling exclaimed in mock anger as she pretended to strike Zheng Shui, and the two playfully made their way home. As for Wang Jun, he was entirely oblivious to the conversation between the two women. His thoughts were consumed by the stock market, as the price of royal holdings began to stabilize. He mused that this particular stock would surely soar in the future. Thus, he decided to increase his investment, adding an additional 100,000 yuan and setting a sell target at 10 yuan. If it did not reach this price in the short term, he would hold on to it for the long haul. After completing his purchase, he began to scrutinize the chairman of this stock, a man named Zheng Kai, aged 55. A brief inquiry into Zheng Kai left him astounded. The man possessed a fortune in the billions, residing on Sihai Road, and had two daughters, Zheng Ling, the elder, and Zheng Shui, the younger. However, he found no further details regarding their personal lives. There are no photographs of them, yet the situation is already quite apparent. Those two women were indeed Zheng Kai's daughters. What an uncanny coincidence. He shook his head, stretched lazily, and, still feeling a bit drowsy from the beer he had earlier, decided to catch up on some sleep. He retreated to his room and dozed off. By noon, hunger stirred him awake, and just as he was about to prepare something to eat, his phone rang. It was Ruan Tian calling, and without a moment's hesitation, he answered. What is it? Wang Jun. Have you considered yesterday's matter? The company leadership is eagerly awaiting your response. What matter? Wang Jun inquired. The issue of returning to work. Even if you don't want to come in every day, you could simply maintain a nominal position, showing up a few times a month. Wan Tian continued. I have no desire to work in delivery anymore. Wang Jun firmly declined. He didn't wish to return even for a single day. He had invested years of his youth into the company, only to be dismissed. An utterly disheartening experience. Isn't 20,000 a month worth it? I understand your financial struggles, which is why I requested the leadership to offer you that amount. You wouldn't need to do anything. Just show up occasionally for appearances and interviews. How's that sound? Quite easy, isn't it? Wan Tian pressed on. What audacity! It seemed he merely sought to exploit Wang Jun's reputation. Yet, a mere 20,000 a month felt insufficient, especially since he had just earned 200,000. Although such opportunities were rare, coming in once a month was still quite appealing. Wang Jun held no fondness for Wan Tian and thus rejected him once more. Wan Tian, refrain from calling me again. Once the compensation is settled, we will be even. We owe each other nothing. If you persist, I will cease to answer your calls. Don't be like that. By the way, I need to warn you about something. Take care, Wan Tian abruptly said. Wang Jun's heart leaped into his throat. What is it? Your ex-wife has brought a few people to our company, claiming they want to inquire about your salary and income records. I suspect they intend to extort money from you. Goodness, Yang Li certainly has a knack for manipulation. How soon they have acted. How shameless. I haven't provided them with anything. They threatened to use legal means against us. But I rejected them. What a joke. We have legal counsel. We cannot allow them to behave this way. When had Wan Tian become so altruistic? However, such information was confidential to their company. They wouldn't disclose it to anyone else. Noticing Wang Jun's silence, Wan Tian continued, I share this for your own good. If you come back to our company, I assure you, no one will dare to harm you. Was Wan Tian attempting to curry favor? Yet, having visited that company once, he recognized their true nature. Besides, he had no need for money. Enduring further mistreatment was simply unnecessary. Thank you for the warning, but I still will not return. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. With that, Wang Jun promptly ended the call, completely depriving Wan Tian of the opportunity to speak. Wang Jun let out a cold laugh after hanging up the phone. This pair of duplicitous individuals truly believed they could hide money during their marriage. Let them investigate. Wang Jun was utterly unconcerned about the matter. Even if they hired the finest lawyers, so what? Could they uncover anything substantial? It is essential to note that the wealth he possessed was earned only 6 months post-divorce. If it came to a serious confrontation, he would demand alimony from Yang Li, and regardless of the amount, he intended to vex them. Meanwhile, in a certain villa, Yang Li furiously pointed her finger at Zhu Kansheng, berating him. Zhu Kansheng, I wonder how I ever ended up marrying someone like you. You were supposed to obtain Wang Jun's income verification, yet what have you accomplished? You claim to have money and the ability to handle this, yet you cannot even manage a small courier company? Zhu Kansheng felt utterly humiliated by her tirade. Wife, this requires time, and that courier company is clearly favoring Wang Jun. Otherwise, we would have obtained the information. Stop making excuses for your incompetence. Yang Li's disdain for Zhu Kansheng grew with each passing moment, especially as her gaze fell upon the blemish on his face, which filled her with revulsion. Her heart had long since returned to Wang Jun. In the past, when Wang Jun was financially struggling, her affection for him stemmed from his striking appearance. He had been the campus heartthrob during their school days. Yet when temptation arose, she succumbed to Zhu Sanqing's monetary allure, ultimately abandoning both Wang Jun and Shi. Now that Wang Jun had acquired wealth, this woman sought to return to him. Once a woman finds a man displeasing, even his very breath becomes irksome. Wife, don't be like this. I investigated. That villa is not Wang Jun's, but belongs to a family with the surname Jiang. A wealthy Jiang? Could it be a woman? Good heavens, he has latched onto a rich lady. No wonder he is so affluent. Yang Li murmured. Then, with a smile, she addressed Zhu Kansheng, darling. I acted in haste. Could you please investigate further to discover the owner of that villa? Surprisingly, Zhu Kansheng was not angered. Instead, he replied, I already checked. It belongs to a woman. A year ago, her husband passed away, and it is now registered under her name. Upon hearing this, Yang Li began to formulate her own plans. This confirmed her suspicion that Wang Jun had indeed attached himself to a wealthy woman, which accounted for his newfound prosperity. An insidious thought flashed through Yang Li's mind. Husband, please investigate Wang Jun's other sources of income. I appreciate your hard work. Very well, I shall consult my lawyer friend. Zhu Kansheng agreed. Thank you, darling. Just as Zhu Kansheng intended to depart, he turned back, saying, Wife, this approach seems to be costing us more money. It may not be worth it. Indeed, attempting to extract funds from Wang Jun will undoubtedly incur substantial legal fees. Are you suddenly concerned about money? When you were with me, did you ever worry about expenses? Yang Li retorted. I cannot swallow this humiliation. I have always been the one deceiving others, never the one deceived. No, that's not what I meant. I will investigate, Zhu Kansheng said, and with his tail between his legs, he left. Meanwhile, Yang Li picked up her phone, deep in thought. Chapter 27. The bodyguard at this moment, Wang Jun, was relishing delectable cuisine. It must be said that residing here was an unparalleled delight. If one day he could afford such a residence, it would be simply splendid. Living with his daughter, life would be boundlessly joyful. After satisfying his hunger, he settled into a protruding spot on the top floor, a glass room that offered panoramic views through its floor-to-ceiling windows. The tranquility was utterly sublime. Life ought to be thus, to be truly enjoyable. However, as his gaze wandered next door, roughly 30 meters away, he spotted the villa at number 2 Shanghai Road, where Zhang Shui resided. At that moment, he beheld a young woman clad in a purple yoga outfit, gracefully practicing yoga. Her figure was elegant, as light as the wind, with movements that flowed naturally, her body remarkably supple. She radiated a vibrant healthiness, her perfect physique showcasing the vitality and strength of life. Upon closer inspection, she appeared quite familiar. Indeed, it was Zhang Shui, immersed in her yoga practice, exuding poise and serenity. Youth is indeed an asset. The yoga attire accentuated her form beautifully, devoid of any excess flesh. Yoga instills a sense of calm and relaxation. It not only reveals external beauty, but also reflects the purity and inner peace of the soul. Just as Wang Jun was captivated by the scene, Zhang Shui suddenly lifted her gaze, their eyes locking in a fervent exchange. Upon realizing he had been observed, Wang Jun raised his cup in a gracious toast to her. Zhang Shui responded with a knowing smile, her expression laden with meaning. She did not retreat from the courtyard, but continued her practice, seemingly intentional in her display. The sight of such an alluring figure stirred something within Wang Jun. This young woman was undeniably striking. At that moment, however, his phone chimed. He glanced at it to find a message from Yang Li. Several red dots indicated unread notifications. It had been quite some time since this profile had appeared, and the memory of the frustration she had caused him ignited a flicker of anger. He had not blocked her, as he had been waiting for her response. But now it seemed unnecessary. As he contemplated blocking her, he noticed her message. Wang Jun, shall we reconcile? A child cannot be without a mother. Wang Yun Xiaokiled. The woman who had left him was now seeking to rekindle their relationship due to his financial stability. Such blatant practicality was disheartening. He replied without hesitation, Life is better without you. As for Shishi's mother, I can find another. Could anyone truly replace a biological mother? Could anyone else be as good as a real mother? This woman was utterly untrustworthy. Her morning demeanor had left him feeling quite unsettled. Biological mother? Do you even recall that you were Shishi's biological mother? Where were you when she was hungry? For 2 months, she cried for her mother. And where were you then? Eventually, the child became understanding, realizing you had departed. She ceased to mention you, having lost all hope. Yet now, you wish to speak of being her mother? If you truly cared for Shishi, you would promptly send her support. Wang Yun so zu unsidlia. Wang Jun, don't be like this. Imagine us living together in a grand villa, carefree and content. Yang Li indeed remains fixated on the villa. Such a woman is best left behind. Moreover, the villa does not even belong to her. Even if it were hers, he would no longer entertain the thought of rekindling their relationship. Who can predict what this woman might do in the future? Depart. I do not wish to see you again. Go as far away as you can. Furthermore, all my earnings will materialize in 6 months. I await your legal action. Farewell. To the blacklist you go. Wang Jun furiously typed this message and promptly blocked Yang Li. With that, he felt an immense sense of relief. Once he completed these actions, he lifted his head, yet could not catch a glimpse of Zheng Shui. She was likely resting at home. He chuckled and shook his head, then lay down and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a kilometer away on Sihai Road stood a 50-story office building, the headquarters of Royal Holdings. An elderly gentleman, not exceeding 7 meters in height, gazed out at the scenery through the window. Sporting a pair of black-framed glasses, his nearly bald head gave him a spirited appearance. This man was Zheng Kai, the helm of Royal Holdings. He was the father of Zheng Shui and Zheng Ling, a magnate with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. The market capitalization of Royal Holdings reached 1,000 billion, with liquidity surpassing 200 billion. At that moment, a refined gentleman entered the room, holding a stack of documents. Chairman, Zheng Wei, how goes the matter? Zheng Kai in Gui. The young man, Zheng Wei, was the nephew of Zheng Kai. The individual in the video was named Wang Jun, who currently resided in the villa on Sihai Road. Zheng Kai then remarked, "Is he near my residence? Excellent. Find a suitable time to invite him over. I want to be my bodyguard." Chairman, why? I perceive that Wang Jun's skills are rather mediocre. Besides, you already have 10 bodyguards. Is another truly necessary? 10 bodyguards? I am dissatisfied with all of them. They lack a sense of justice. Consider this. A person willing to intervene on behalf of a stranger to repel evildoers possesses commendable character. Moreover, I have had someone observe Wang Jun. His combat techniques and reflexes are exceptional. I have trained in combat myself and have won several awards. I understand he is not to be underestimated, Zheng Kai articulated. However, I have investigated. He was merely a courier previously. Can he truly be relied upon? With the Zhu group tightening its grip, posing a severe threat to your safety, is it wise to entrust your life to a courier? Royal Holdings and the Zhu group were bitter enemies. The Zhu group had long sought to undermine Zheng Kai and had dispatched individuals to harass him, prompting his recruitment of numerous bodyguards. Yet, he harbored particular fondness for Wang Jun. That is his past. I do not care. I place my faith in his character and current abilities. Now, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Your task is to negotiate with him and offer him a lucrative salary. Let him be my bodyguard. The rest is not your concern. Zheng Wei had intended to voice further opinions, but upon hearing Zheng Kai's words, he chose to remain silent. Understood. I shall seek him out immediately. Wait, is there anything else, Chairman? The Zhu Group has artificially inflated our stock price while short-selling Royal Holdings. To prevent them from attempting this again, prepare the funds to repurchase our shares. I refuse to let anyone hold leverage over me. It turns out the fluctuations in the new Royal share stock are orchestrated by the Zhu family. By the way, I have heard that the chairman's brother, Zhu Kanchen, has taken Wang Jun's ex-wife. How intriguing. Wang Jun must certainly be able to reclaim her. We could even dangle an offer if he agrees to be my bodyguard. I shall assist him in winning back his former spouse. Let us reunite their family. Should he seek vengeance, we could also aid him. Zheng Kai remarked. I shall go seek him out. Zheng Wei announced. Very well, off you go. After Zheng Wei departed, Zheng Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Chapter 28. My daughter is my career. Meanwhile, in the villa at No. 1 Sihai Road, Wang Jun lay on the top floor, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. He opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was 3:30. Time to pick up the children. Rising from his repose, he noticed a man in a suit waiting outside. Could this be a friend of Jiang Xiaoyong? As he pondered, the man, seeing that Wang Jun did not open the door, pressed the doorbell several more times. Please wait. He leaned out and called down to the man. The stranger waved in acknowledgement. Wang Jun then descended to open the door. Whom do you seek? Wang Yun inquired, suspecting the visitor might be a friend or client of Jiang Xiaoyong. It was imperative to clarify. Missing the opportunity would be regrettable. Hello, you must be Wang Jun. My name is Zheng Wei, the secretary to the chairman of Royal Shares. Wang Jun thought, Royal Shares? Could they be contacting me because of the few shares I purchased? However, Only bought 200 lots. That hardly constitutes stock manipulation. My earnings barely amount to 200,000. Royal shares, valued in the hundreds of billions, would not seek me out for such a trifling sum, would they? Or could it be regarding Zheng Kai's daughter? Yet, I have only known him and his daughters for a brief time. Surely that is not the case. A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yes, I am Wang Jun. What brings you here? Regardless, it was best to inquire. May I come in for a chat? Zheng Wei asked politely. Certainly, but I have only half an hour. Why is that? Because I must pick up my daughter in half an hour. Wang Jun replied candidly. Half an hour is sufficient. Please come in. Wang Jun ushered Zheng Wei inside and gestured for him to take a seat. Would you care for something to drink? Just water, thank you. Zheng Wei replied. Wang Jun poured a glass of water, and as he did, Zheng Wei remarked, I recall that an elderly couple used to reside here. What has become of them? It seemed this man had some knowledge of him. Wang Jun, unsure of Zheng Wei's intentions, decided to ask for clarification. They are my friend's parents. They have gone abroad. Wang Jun placed the water before Zheng Wei. Thank you. Now, what is it you wish to discuss? Wang Jun settled into his seat across from him. Mr. Wang, the matter is this. Our chairman has viewed your video and wishes to hire you as his personal bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun finally understood the purpose of Zheng Wei's visit. So this was the reason. It appears that my video has spread quite extensively, attracting the attention of some influential figures who are now seeking my services as a bodyguard. However, being a bodyguard does not seem appealing. It leaves little time for oneself, and the moments spent with my daughter are diminishing. My foremost desire is to be present for my daughter, as companionship is the most valuable form of growth. Thus, without a second thought, I declined their offer. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of becoming a bodyguard at this time. Please have your chairman seek someone else. Mr. Wang, please do not be so hasty in your refusal. Allow me to present our terms for your consideration. Wang Jun remained silent, opting to listen to what the other party had to say. First, a monthly salary of 100,000, along with a year-end bonus of 1 million. Additionally, we have discovered that you have a daughter. If you agree, we will provide your daughter with the finest educational resources, including dedicated transportation to and from school, along with excellent care, allowing you to have peace of mind. Wang Jun was taken aback. It had only been a day, and they already knew so much about him. You conducted an investigation on me? He asked, his voice tinged with caution. I apologize, but it is a necessary measure to ensure the safety of our chairman. We must conduct background checks, but rest assured, we have not disclosed your personal privacy. This was the first time Wang Jun had heard such illegality presented in such a grandiloquent manner. Goodness, this royal corporation appears to be quite formidable. Mr. Zheng, I'm truly sorry, but I still cannot accept your offer, as I wish to spend time with my daughter. Zheng Wei appeared perplexed, questioning the value of spending time with a daughter. Shouldn't a man pursue his career to secure the best future for his child? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Jun's greatest ambition was indeed his daughter. Nurturing her would lead to their mutual prosperity. As a father, one must have a career to provide the best for their daughter. Otherwise, companionship becomes a mere trinket. You are not wrong, yet my career is my daughter, and I refuse to be confined to one place. Being a bodyguard means sacrificing personal time, as one must be available around the clock for their employer. How then does one earn rewards? How can one be present for their daughter? Zheng Wei remained bewildered. Wang Jun glanced at his phone. The time read 3:45. He set the device down on the table. You have 15 minutes. Upon unlocking his phone, Zheng Wei noticed something. This individual, capable of serving as the chairman's secretary, displayed considerable acumen. That stock on your phone must be Royal Corporation, correct? You invest in stocks? Zheng Wei inquired with curiosity. Your observation is astute. Wang Jun replied, slightly astonished. I noticed the curve. Today, Royal Corporation faced malicious manipulation from both buyers and sellers. Seeing the initiated this topic, confirming Wang Jun's suspicions. However, your profit margins appear favorable, as the current price is at a low point, with future target prices hovering around 10. Yet, it may take some time to reach that level. Oh, it seems you possess knowledge of stocks and have conducted research on our Royal Corporation. To be candid, I pre-purchased 200 lots yesterday, planning to sell at 10, and I have now acquired 2,000 lots. Zheng Wei was taken aback. He had pre-ordered yesterday, which indicated one thing. This individual was akin to a stock market sage. However, he remained remarkably composed and remarked, "I never anticipated that Mr. Wang possessed knowledge about stocks. If you were to sell 2,000 shares at 10 yuan, you could easily earn 2 million. No wonder Mr. Wang looks down upon a mere 100,000 yuan monthly salary for a bodyguard." Zheng Wei, being astute, quickly discerned the reason for Wang Jun's refusal, primarily due to matters concerning his child. He refrained from pressing Wang Jun for a response and instead introduced another significant topic, the Zhu Group. He continued, "Are you familiar with the Zhu Group?" "The Zhu Group? Indeed. Let me take a look." Wang Jun casually glanced at the Zhu Group's stock, which had been remarkably stable recently. Currently, the stock was priced at 2 yuan, but was expected to drop to 5 yuan after today, South Market close, potentially rising to 2 yuan by tomorrow. Clearly, Wang Jun was unaware that Zhu Kancheng, who had taken his ex-wife, was the general manager of the Zhu Group and owned 10 of its shares. Zheng Wei intended to mention Zhu Kancheng, yet Wang Jun had already grasped the future trajectory of the Zhu Group stock after just a brief observation. Initially, Wang Jun assumed that Zheng Wei was merely recommending stocks to him. Then Zheng Wei spoke again. "Mr. Wang, I believe you have misunderstood me." What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Were you not introducing stocks to me?" Wang Jun even conducted an analysis of the situation. No. What I mean to say is that Zhu Kancheng is the general manager of the Zhu Group, and he is the current husband of your ex-wife, Zhu Kancheng." Zheng Wei reiterated. Wang Jun was perplexed by his statement. "What are you trying to convey? Be direct. I appreciate straightforwardness." After a forced chuckle, Zheng Wei continued. "The matter is this. We have uncovered Zhu Sanqing's involvement in your wife's departure. This may be a sensitive issue, and I apologize for bringing it up. I understand that you desire retribution against Zhu Kancheng. Therefore, if you acquiesce to my proposal, we will certainly ensure that the Zhu Group faces consequences." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun realized the ulterior motive behind Zheng Wei's words. Such businessmen were driven solely by profit. They would resort to any means for their gain. However, Wang Jun was aware of certain inside information. He would not be easily swayed. He was no naive child. Thus, he responded, "As far as I know, your Royal Holdings has a deep-seated rift with the Zhu Group. You have been inclined to confront them for some time, have you not?" Zheng Wei fell silent, revealing that Wang Jun not only possessed strength but also intelligence. He understood that such promises were futile. Even if Wang Jun did not join their ranks, they would pursue the Zhu Group regardless. "Time is of the essence. I must pick up my child from school. However, should you wish to confront them, if you trust my judgment, I suggest you consider the stock price I mentioned." His implication was that they could potentially outmaneuver the Zhu Group in the stock market, merely offering a strategy for their consideration. As for belief or disbelief, that is up to them. After speaking, Wang Jun rose and gestured for him to leave. Zheng Wei could only stand and handed over a business card, saying, "This is my card. If you need anything, feel free to contact me directly." Wang Jun accepted the card and tucked it into his pocket. "All right, I must go pick up my child now. It is inconvenient to stay longer." Zheng Wei understood he could not linger any further, so he stepped out of the courtyard, with Wang Jun following behind. The time was nearing 4 o'clock. He would proceed and wait a little while longer, as his daughter would soon be dismissed from school. He wondered how she was doing today. After seeing off Zheng Wei, Wang Jun headed toward the kindergarten. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei picked up his phone and dialed Zheng Kai's number. "What is wrong with Xiao Wei? How did the matter go?" Zheng Kai's voice came through the line. "Chairman, I have not completed the task. Wang Jun is not an ordinary person. He rejected my proposal," Zheng Wei replied. This revelation startled Zheng Kai. "What happened? Was it a matter of insufficient funds? How much were you offering per month?" 100,000. "With an annual salary of 2 million, Zheng Wei responded. Such a salary was indeed considerable. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have scorned Wang Jun for refusing such a lucrative offer. However, had they been in Wang Jun's position, their choice might have been the same. "That salary is not low. My bodyguard earns up to 1 million. What does he desire? Did you mention the Zhu Group to him?" Zheng Kai inquired, his tone becoming notably somber. Typically, when he dispatched Zheng Wei, success was guaranteed. Yet this time he had failed. Logically, presenting the Zhu Group should have assured success. I did mention it, but it was of no avail. He still refused. Chairman, please allow me to explain further. I have some intelligence regarding what he said. Go on. Zhen Gai Uget. Firstly, Wang Jun has an exceptional eye for stocks. Yesterday, he timed his purchase of our shares perfectly and achieved a tenfold return, earning 200,000. Today, he reinvested all his earnings and predicted our stock will reach 10 yuan. Zheng Kai fell silent on the other end of the line, absorbing this information. No wonder Wang Jun would not agree. Why would he need to be a bodyguard if he could easily earn 2 million? Zheng Wei continued. He also predicted just 10 minutes ago that the closing price of the Zhu Group would be 50 cents, and that it would rise to 2 yuan tomorrow. Let me see. The closing price of the Zhu Group has indeed reached 50 cents. Zheng Kai exclaimed, "Ist nicht bei Wang Jun's Foresight." Just moments ago, he had been observing the Zhu Group's stock at 12 yuan, only for it to plummet to 50 cents in mere seconds. Wait a moment. There is still 5 minutes left in the closing auction period. Hold on, I will instruct someone to buy 100 billion. The closing auction period allows for stock trading to extend for an additional 10 minutes after 4 o'clock, wherein the first 8 minutes permit only the input of buy or sell prices, while the final 2 minutes are reserved for clearing transactions. In other words, stocks can still be purchased until 4 minutes and 8 seconds past the hour. After a while, Zheng Kai instructed his associates to purchase 10 billion worth of shares in the Zhu Group. If, as Wang Jun predicted, the price reaches 2 yuan tomorrow, that investment would transform into 40 billion. When he reconnected the call, Zheng Wei was perplexed. Chairman, isn't this a bit too much of a gamble? What if the price doesn't rise to 2 yuan tomorrow? I have been observing Zhu Group stocks for a considerable time and have yet to find the right moment to invest. My target price has been around 5 yuan. And today, Wang Jun's expectations aligned perfectly with mine, which took me by surprise. Therefore, my decision to invest 10 billion is not solely based on his influence. If the price genuinely reaches 2 yuan tomorrow, I must confront him. Zheng Kai's words deepened Zheng Wei's understanding of Wang Jun. Then, Zheng Kai added, "This individual is quite formidable. He seeks to utilize our efforts against the Zhu Group, hence sharing his stock predictions with you. A clever tactic of using others to achieve one's goals. However, this arrangement benefits both parties." It turned out that Wang Jun was contemplating more than they had imagined. His statements regarding the stock price were indeed intentional, which Zheng Wei had not anticipated. So, Chairman, should we still have him serve as our bodyguard? Do we need to raise the price again? Zheng Wei inquired. Let's assess tomorrow's predictions. If they hold true, appointing him as general manager is not out of the question. But will others agree? If they disagree, let him serve as investment advisor. He can act as our strategist and effectively challenge the Zhu Group. The chairman's wisdom was evident, Zheng Wei praised. All right, return now. There is much work awaiting you. Yes, I shall head back now. Wait, could you also check on Xiao Shui? I'm concerned she may be sleeping at home again. Understood. I will go right away. Chapter 30. Rewarding the beauty teacher with 100 favorability points, Wang Jun stepped out of his house and walked 100 meters to the entrance of the kindergarten. At that moment, he overheard several parents discussing stocks. Intrigued, he listened intently. Today's stock market resembled a roller coaster. First, royal shares were heavily bought, then short sold, with some reaping tenfold profits, while others suffered losses of 90%. It had been a long time since such a situation occurred. Indeed, royal shares are astonishing, akin to a wild ride, and it remains unclear who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Even more astonishing was that Zhu Group's stock plummeted to 50 cents at closing, only to see a major player invest 10 billion during the after-hours trading session. It was rumored to be a purchase made by royal shares. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun was quite taken aback. Royal shares had directly acquired 10 billion of Zhu Group's stock. It must have been Zheng Kai's doing. He must have acted on Wang Jun's advice to purchase those shares. If the price reaches 2 yuan tomorrow, the Zheng family will indeed profit immensely, directly amassing 40 billion, a net gain of 30 billion. The major players are remarkable. With 10 billion entering, they will emerge with 4 times that amount. If only he possessed 10 billion, he would undoubtedly fare just as well. However, in reality, The opportunities to multiply such an investment are few and far between, due to the considerable amount of capital involved. Both buying and selling such a substantial sum necessitates a considerable amount of time. The child has not yet finished school. He lights a cigarette and continues to listen. Tomorrow, I am determined to invest heavily in the Zhu Group. With an infusion of this 100 billion in funding, there is no doubt that there will be a significant rise. Investing in the Zhu Group is undoubtedly the right choice. Indeed, I shall liquidate all my other stocks and concentrate my investments in Zhu. Wang Jun chuckled, observing these individuals. They will become mere cannon fodder tomorrow. They likely believe that, upon seeing an increase, they will hold on to their shares indefinitely, unaware that this stock may soon face a severe cleansing. As he puffed on his cigarette, he noticed that the teachers at the school were concluding their classes. The children in the kindergarten were also preparing to leave with their backpacks. At that moment, Zhu Shizhong spotted Wang Jun. Mr. Wang, need to pick up your child? Zhu Shizhong inquired with a sycophantic demeanor. Yes. Would you like to come inside for a moment? Zhu Shizhong continued. No need, I'll just have a smoke. Wang Jun dismissed him. Feeling a sense of disinterest, he retreated to his small room. Just then, the school bell rang, causing a commotion throughout the kindergarten as children began to exit one by one. Mr. Wang, what a coincidence. You're here to pick up your child too? A voice called from behind him. Wang Jun turned to Filial Daughter. This woman had changed her outfit again. This afternoon, she sported a fashionable look. She was truly unpredictable. Hello, Wang Jun replied politely, continuing to smoke, his gaze scanning the kindergarten scene as he awaited Shishir's appearance. Once he spotted her, he extinguished his cigarette. Ultimately, he caught sight of Shishir, who was accompanied by Lan Yu, emerging from the premises. Upon seeing Wang Jun, Shishir dashed over, her large backpack bouncing adorably on her back as she ran. Daddy, Daddy, Shishir exclaimed joyfully. She had missed him dearly throughout the day. I'm here. Wang Jun extinguished the cigarette and extended his arms, ready to embrace her. The child nestled against Wang Jun's shoulder, seeking affection. How was your day? Did you get along well with your friends? Daddy, Shishir had a great time today. All the children said they liked me, and they said you are amazing, that you are a superhero, and I am the daughter of superhero. Observing her delight and her harmonious interactions with the other children filled him with satisfaction. The children at the kindergarten truly cherished her. And how did Shishir perform? Teacher Lan is very kind to Shishir. She even has treats for her. As they conversed, Lan Yu approached Wang Jun. Shishir performed exceptionally well today, unlike other children who cried and fussed. She even received a little red flower. Additionally, she can perform addition and subtraction within 100. This child is truly intelligent. You must have taught her quite a bit, Lan Yu remarked to Wang Jun, who was well aware of Shishir's high intelligence. She could perform basic arithmetic while watching cartoons, and with further guidance, this child's potential could be immeasurable. Following Wang Jun, he discovered the small red flower adorning Shishir's chest, so vibrant and beautiful, a source of immense pride for a father. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has detected that your daughter is being praised by a beautiful teacher, rewarding you with a favorability score of 100. It was then that Wang Jun realized the gaze of Lan Yu upon him had grown somewhat fervent, as if she were about to devour him. However, contemplating remarriage, he would choose someone who genuinely loves children. Some may appear kind to your child and treat you well, but once married, they could turn out to be just like Yang Li. If that were the case, Wang Jun preferred to remain single. Daddy, you haven't praised me yet, Shishir exclaimed suddenly. This child was truly adorable. He could not bear to dampen her spirits. So he replied, Shishir is wonderful. I'll make you something delicious tonight. All right? Okay. I want cake, chocolate, and so many things. Shishir chirped. You can't have sweets tonight. They ruin your teeth. As long as it's made by Daddy, I'll love it. Shishir's words warmed Wang Jun's heart. This was truly his child, so well-behaved and considerate, evoking tenderness. Mr. Wang, Lan Yu interjected at that moment. What is it, Principal Lan Yu? Wang Jun was not quite sure what a favorability score of 100 entailed. I wanted to thank you for yesterday. May I invite you to dinner? Lan Yu wished to treat him, and Wang Jun pondered whether he had any prior engagements that evening. Without you, I might not have made it. You are indeed my savior, she added. Daddy, Ms. Lanue is really nice. Let us eat with her. Sure eagerly suggested. Since his daughter had spoken, Wang Jun felt reluctant to refuse. He would heed her wishes. Was it possible that Lanue possessed some enchanting allure that captivated the child? All right, let us have a simple meal, he acquiesced, wary of Lanue offering something too extravagant. After all, though she was a principal, she was also an employee, earning a modest salary, and there was no need to overindulge. Moreover, truth be told, he was unaccustomed to relying on others. I know a delightful Hunan restaurant. How about we go there? Wang Jun proposed. Sure doesn't eat spicy food. Is there something non-spicy? He inquired. I apologize. I nearly forgot about the child. There is also a lovely Minnan restaurant. Shall we go there instead? It suits children's tastes. Great. That works. Then let us go. All right. The two departed the kindergarten one after the other. Meanwhile, Li Duo stood there fuming, stomping her feet in frustration, unable to comprehend why she fell short compared to Lanue. Was it because she had born children, or was it merely due to her age? There is a saying, a man is most devoted, regardless of age. He will always favor an 18-year-old girl. Chapter 31. Your daughter is very upset. As they exited the kindergarten, Wang Jun inquired, is it far? If it were too distant, they could take a taxi. If not, they would walk. Not very far. It's about 1 kilometer from here, Lanue replied. Let's take a taxi then. Wang Jun suggested that he should set aside some money to purchase a vehicle, as it would facilitate travel and eliminate the need to wait for public transportation. It seemed he would have to wait until he earned some money before acting on this plan. Although walking was an option, he considered that his child might not be inclined to do so, which is why he initially thought of hailing a taxi. I suppose I'll call Didi, Lanue remarked, reaching for her phone to order a ride. However, midway through her sentence, Sure interjected, Daddy, I want to walk. But it's a bit far. Are you sure you want to walk? 1 kilometer could be somewhat daunting for a child. Yes, I am sure. I've been in kindergarten all day, and I'm feeling quite bored. Sure tugged at Wang Jun's collar. Children, after all, enjoy moving about. All right, shall we walk, Lanue on? Of course. 1 kilometer is just a matter of 10 minutes, Lanue generously replied. So, sure, would you like to walk on your own? Yes. Great. Wang Jun set Sure down and took her hand. As they walked along the path, the sunlight bathed the father and daughter, casting a charming silhouette that evoked a sense of romance. Perhaps this was the essence of beautiful companionship. At that moment, Lanue found herself deep in thought, contemplating many things, even the possibility of names for future children. Teacher Lan, why aren't you walking? Sure seemed to notice that Lanue had lagged behind. I'm coming, Lanue replied. Catching up. Teacher, hold my hand. Sure extended her right hand. Taken aback, Lanue hesitated, but, upon seeing Sure's cheerful smile, agreed, all right. The three of them, Lanue, Wang Jun, and Sure, held hands, resembling a family. Sure skipped joyfully, her laughter a rare expression of relaxation that she hadn't experienced in a long time. Lanue turned her gaze to Wang Jun, who appeared quite handsome under the sunlight. Wang Jun was aware of her scrutiny, yet he refrained from responding, choosing instead to focus on the child. He approached the idea of a partner with great caution, knowing that one must not be too impulsive or overly enthusiastic. It was vital to test the waters. After all, should they eventually marry, children would be an unavoidable reality and could even become a source of conflict between them. Thus, Wang Jun felt inclined to observe a little longer. After walking for a while, Sure grew weary, lifting her head and declaring, Daddy, I want a hug. Clearly, the child had exhausted her energy. Wang Jun looked at her affectionately, noting how she had become tired before even traversing half the distance. All right, come here. Before Wang Jun could scoop Sure into his arms, Lanue interjected, May I carry you, dear? Thank you, teacher, but Sure only wants Daddy to hold her. Sure responded politely. Lanue felt a bit awkward. It appeared that entering the bond between father and daughter was not as effortless as she had hoped. The affection Sure had for Wang Jun was not easily penetrable. Come here, Daddy will carry you. Wang Jun lifted the child into his arms, while Lanue walked alongside him. They drew closer together as they progressed down the path. A mere 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Located in the heart of the city, near a stretch of shimmering waters. The area is adorned with ancient structures reminiscent of traditional architecture, accompanied by a plethora of ancient Minnan artifacts. Above one such edifice hangs a sign proclaiming authentic Minnan cuisine. In front of the building, there is a small stage for performances. Lanya remarked, "I have visited this place several times. It exudes a distinct Minnan charm. In the evenings, they perform opera, specifically Gezi opera, though I struggle to comprehend it fully. Nevertheless, the melodies are captivating, drawing numerous patrons in for dinner each night. The creativity behind transforming a restaurant into a cultural enclave is remarkable, serving as a microcosm of Minnan culture that leaves a profound impact." "Ah, I see. Let's enter." Suggested Wang Jun. Certainly. They stepped inside, where the crowd was sparse. It was still early, just approaching 5 o'clock. Later, they might struggle to find table. They chose a cozy spot by the window. Wang Jun set Shirshir's backpack aside, but she pointed excitedly towards the nearby amusement park, saying, "Daddy, I want to play there for a while." Only then did Wang Jun notice the park filled with children. The proprietor of this establishment truly knows how to attract business. Wang Jun, not wishing to deny her, acquiesced. "All right, just remember to return for dinner." "Okay." Shirshir eagerly dashed off to the amusement park. Now, only Lan Yu and Wang Jun remained. Lan Yu expertly picked up the menu and inquired, "Mr. Wang, do you have any dietary restrictions?" "As long as it's not spicy, that's fine. My child can't handle that," Wang Jun replied. The child's needs took precedence. Whatever she could not consume, he would abstain from as well. "Very well. I shall order," said Lan Yu, her eyes occasionally glancing at Wang Jun while he remained focused on Shirshir. "Would you like to order some wine?" "Let us hold off on that for now," Wang Jun responded. "Drinking can lead to complications. If there isn't ample time to rest, I want to indulge. Besides, who will look after the child if I were to become inebriated?" "Understood. I'll order some beverages instead." "Let us not overdo it. We can't eat too much," Wang Jun suggested, concerned about Lan Yu's expenditure. After all, they were both laborers. She didn't have the luxury of earning through alternative means. Here, the average cost per person is 100, which isn't exorbitant. Besides, you are my savior. Treating you to a meal is only right, Lan Yu declared, prompting Wang Jun to remain silent. However, at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, the system has detected that your daughter is feeling distressed, deducting 1,000 yuan. What? What is wrong with my daughter? Why is she upset?" He was taken aback by the deduction. While the financial loss was manageable, he could not tolerate the thought of his daughter being wronged. With a sudden surge of determination, he stood up abruptly. As he did so, he spotted Shirshir standing next to a chubby boy, appearing quite aggrieved. "What is happening? Is there some misunderstanding among the children, or has Shirshir been bullied?" Wang Jun's anger surged. Anyone who dared to harm a child would face his wrath. This was his unwavering principle. The abrupt change startled Lan Yu. She soon noticed Wang Jun striding towards the amusement park. What was wrong with the child? Rising to her feet, she followed closely behind him. Chapter 32. Am I reasoning with you while you resort to thuggery? From a distance, Wang Jun spotted a chubby boy, likely weighing over 100 pounds, around 7 or 8 years old, standing approximately 1.30 meters tall. At that moment, the boy had raised his hand, seemingly poised to strike Shirshir. Witnessing this scene, several onlookers gazed at the boy in disbelief. Should he land a blow, Shirshir would undoubtedly be left severely injured. Although merely 5 years old, Shirshir was small for her age, weighing only about 20 pounds due to previous nutritional deficiencies. As the chubby boy prepared to swing, Lan Yu couldn't help but cry out, "Ah!" "No!" Her exclamation drew even more attention. The entire restaurant fell silent. The boy's hand was about to strike Shirshir, gripped by fear, had already begun to weep. However, the boy's hand remained suspended in midair, flailing but unable to make contact with her, for he had been lifted by Wang Jun. With a single hand, Wang Jun effortlessly hoisted the boy, who weighed over 100 pounds. "Let go of me! Let go of me! I'll kill you!" The boy shouted defiantly, threatening Wang Jun. Yet, Wang Jun could not retaliate against the child. He simply held him aloft. The onlookers were astonished by Wang Jun's sheer strength. "Daddy, Shirshir is unhappy." "Boo!" Shirshir cried, her sobs growing louder. What happened? Sure. Tell Daddy. Wang Jun inquired, disregarding the boy's struggles. He tugged at the boy's clothing and subsequently hung him on a nearby hook. No matter how much the boy protested, he could not free himself. The boy hurled insults, taunting Sure for lacking a mother and cursing Wang Jun, still intent on hitting Sure. Wang Jun is Israelno. The boy displayed an utter lack of upbringing. How could he behave so rudely? Sure, let Daddy handle this. You go to Teacher Lan, Wang Jun said tenderly. Daddy, be careful. Sure choked out. After speaking, she dashed to Lan Yu's side, where Lan Yu embraced the child, offering her comfort. Whose child is this? Where are the parents? How do you raise your children? Wang Jun called out forcefully. The surroundings fell silent. Suddenly, a towering man, nearly 1.90 meters tall, emerged. Dolfing Wang Yunya. At that moment, someone began calling the police, fearing a potential brawl. You dare lay a hand on my child? Who gave you the audacity? The burly man, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and tattoos on his arms, exuded an intimidating presence as he scooped up the chubby boy. The child immediately wailed, Daddy, hit him, kill him. Such a child appeared utterly beyond redemption, even wishing death upon Wang Jun. As an adult, how could one fail to discipline a child? Had he not taught him that one should not insult or strike others? Wang Jun lowered his head slightly, but maintained his composure, refusing to be intimidated by the imposing figure. The people around began to converse. If a child misbehaves, it is the parent's fault. They lamented the fact that such a young child resorts to violence. What will become of him in the future? It is truly difficult to envision the path this child will take. If he does not amend his ways, he may very well become a regular at a juvenile detention center. We witnessed the incident unfold. It was indeed the boy's fault, yet as parents, an apology would suffice to maintain harmony. While everyone spoke of the burly man, he retorted, mind your own business, or I'll take you on too. Faced with his wrath, the crowd fell silent, for he was immensely strong, resembling a cannonball, instilling a sense of intimidation. However, Wang Jun was resolute and unyielding. Have your child apologize, and we shall consider the matter settled. His demand was reasonable, providing an explanation to Sure. One cannot simply endure bullying without uttering a word. Yet the burly man laughed uproariously. Apologize? You must be unaware of who I am. This entire street is under my protection, even if my son strikes your daughter. What of it? He then stepped closer to Wang Jun. Dad. Beat him up. Kill him. The boy behind the burly man continued to taunt, sticking his tongue out at Wang Jun, a true reflection of poor upbringing. Let us see how my father teaches this blind fool a lesson. The burly man glared at Wang Jun, yet Wang Jun remained unfazed, dismissing him entirely. Those around him began to express their concerns. Young man, perhaps it's best to let this go. Indeed, a wise man does not seek trouble unnecessarily. There is no need to get hurt over a thug. Others whispered among themselves, why does this man seem so familiar? I feel I've seen him somewhere. From behind, Lan Yu called out, Mr. Wang, avoid conflict with him. Be careful. In her view, there was no need to provoke the burly man. The consequences could be dire. Yet she overlooked Wang Jun's devotion to his daughter. He does not seek trouble, but he is unafraid of it. Should anyone threaten his daughter, he would fight fiercely. Of course, one must approach such matters with strategy. The key is to refrain from striking first. Once one does, they lose the moral high ground. Wang Jun offered a cold smile in response to the burly man's taunts. However, this very smile incensed the man further. Who do you think you are? Watch how I teach you a lesson. Upon finishing his threat, the burly man lunged, his arms larger than most people's thighs. Should he grasp Wang Jun, injury would surely follow. The crowd shouted warnings to be cautious. Yet Wang Jun did not indulge him. Since the man had initiated the assault, he could hardly be blamed for retaliating. With a swift motion, he stepped back, evading the attack with remarkable agility. In the next instant, he seized the burly man's wrist. With a deft maneuver, he pulled back, causing the man to lose his balance and tumble to the ground with a resounding crash. The force of the fall rendered the burly man devoid of combat capability. As he attempted to rise once more, his wrist was firmly grasped by Wang Jun, rendering him utterly immobile. Pain! The burly man cried out, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. Wang Jun had managed to bring the formidable man to his knees. Although Lan Yu was aware of Wang Jun's prowess, it was astounding to witness him defeat a man twice his size. Meanwhile, a voice broke through the tension. "Dad, you are truly useless. You can't even handle him." The boy's words evoked a chorus of laughter from a crowd. Such a bold insult aimed at a parent was unprecedented, yet also highlighted the parent's misfortune. With inadequate guidance, the child now stood in opposition. The burly man's expression twisted in rage. "Kid, let go of me. If you don't, I will report you." As he uttered these words, Wang Jun chuckled. "When I try to reason with you, you resort to thuggery. Yet when I engage in thuggery, you wish to reason with me?" Chapter 33. This is self-defense. Report me? How will you do that? The cameras are right there. Open your eyes and see. This is what you call self-defense. Wang Jun spoke with unhurried confidence. Self-defense refers to necessary actions taken to protect oneself, others, or property when facing unlawful harm or imminent threats. It was abundantly clear that Wang Jun was acting in self-defense. Even without the cameras, numerous pairs of eyes bore witness. The burly man glanced around and indeed saw multiple cameras trained on the scene. "Kid, I dare you to report me. Go ahead, I await your complaint." "Not reporting would be cowardly," Wang Jun retorted. At the side, Shir observed the unfolding situation, feeling a slight alleviation of her anger. Yet her concern for Wang Jun prevailed. "Teacher Lan, will Dad get hurt? If he does, I won't mind being a little sad. I just don't want him to be hurt." The child, not fully comprehending the gravity of the situation, expressed her worries. "No, your father is very capable. He has defeated the villain. Look, the bad man is now on the ground, unable to move. Your father was compelled to use force, but remember, violence is not the sole solution to problems. However, in certain circumstances, it is the only means to safeguard oneself or others from harm." Shir's eyes widened, clearly bewildered by Lan Yu's explanation. She was still too young to grasp these concepts. The burly man struggled, but he remained under Wang Jun's control, utterly powerless. "Apologize, and I will release you." Wang Jun declared. He sought only an apology. Should they deign to concede, all his actions would be rendered meaningless. "Never. Is that so?" Wang Jun tightened his grip. The pain elicited desperate cries from the burly man. This injury could not be substantiated. Even if the man wished to report Wang Jun, it would be impossible. "I apologize. I apologize. Along with your child." Wang Jun demanded. "You little rascal, come here. Apologize to that child." The burly man was compelled to utter these words. The chubby boy approached hesitantly, fear evident in his demeanor as he faced Wang Jun. The seemingly frail man managed to defeat his father in an instant. Surely, he must possess some martial prowess. "Hurry, you're killing me, you rascal," he exclaimed. Soda. The chubby boy murmured apologetically. Wang Jun turned his gaze toward Shir, who was now calm and no longer crying. "Speak louder." Soda. "I was wrong." The chubby boy shouted his apology. Shir, are you no longer angry?" Wang Jun inquired. "Daddy, Shir isn't mad anymore." She replied. "Good." Upon hearing her words, he released the burly man. "Get lost," Wang Jun whispered. However, the moment he let the burly man go, the latter lunged at him, evidently still unwilling to concede. Yet Wang Jun was not one to indulge him. He bent slightly and swept his leg, causing the burly man to lose his balance and kneel before him. "At least acknowledge your mistake while kneeling. Hurry up." Wang Jun's words nearly choked the man. At that moment, someone recognized Wang Jun. He asked the homeless uncle who subdued the thug with one hand yesterday. The entire restaurant erupted into an uproar. The burly man seemed to recognize Wang Jun as well, the very individual who had caught the thief the day before, explaining his formidable strength. Soda. I want to dare do it again. I was wrong. Please have mercy." The burly man began to plead for forgiveness. Wang Jun, however, did not seek to annihilate him, for it was a society governed by law. Inflicting harm, or worse, could lead to severe consequences. He could not leave Shir unattended in such a manner. "Begone," Wang Jun commanded. The burly man, dragging his child, fled in a state of disgrace. As they departed, the scene erupted into enthusiastic applause. Wang Jun nodded in acknowledgement, and soon the crowd gathered around him. At the forefront stood a young girl clad in a white dress. "Sir, could you please sign my dress? Does anyone have a permanent marker to lend?" she implored. "Sir, I have a notebook here. Could you sign it for me? I want a signature too, may I?" The crowd exclaimed. "The homeless uncle looks so handsome today. There have been reports about him on the news these past few days." Sure observed the commotion with her little eyes, wondering why these people sought her father's autograph. Wang Jun, somewhat speechless, thought to himself that he had merely stepped out for a meal. Was it necessary to create such a fuss over helping his child? Nevertheless, with kindness, he replied, "I apologize, but I am not a celebrity and do not wish to be disturbed. We simply wish to enjoy our meal in peace." Such a request seemed reasonable, for everyone should possess decorum. However, the crowd showed no intention of dispersing, particularly the girl in the dress. "Uncle, please just sign my dress. Just homeless uncle. Sign here, and on the back. I want to preserve my dress properly." Others joined in, urging Wang Jun for his signature. Some even rushed over to take photos with him. Ultimately, Wang Jun had no choice but to comply, signing autographs and smiling for pictures, as the number of people was not overwhelming. After he finished signing, everyone departed in an orderly fashion. At that moment, the dishes were served. Lanyue patiently awaited at the side, biding her time for Wang Jun to complete his signing and photography. At this juncture, a variety of voices emerged around them. The earlier discord appeared to stem from the matter concerning the uncle's daughter and her mother. Could it be that the young lady was the stepmother? This seemed plausible, for the girl was indeed strikingly beautiful and shared a good rapport with the child. Men of integrity and responsibility, like the uncle, are a rare breed. Once Wang Jun took his seat, a middle-aged man with a Minnan accent approached. This individual sported a beer belly and walked with an amusing gait. "You must be the wandering uncle, right? I am the proprietor of an authentic Minnan restaurant. Greetings, boss." That nickname was given by others. "My surname is Wang. Mr. Wang, you have brought abundant positive energy to our magical city. My family adores your sense of justice, and I personally admire it as well," the proprietor continued. Wang Jun assumed he sought an autograph. However, the boss added, "All the dishes at this table are complimentary. I have also ordered a few of our signature dishes for you." "What? Complimentary?" "Yes, for the sake of justice," the proprietor reiterated. This left Wang Jun somewhat flustered. It was indeed free. "But, could you grant me one request?" "Speak, boss. Let us take a photo together. I wish to display it on my wall of fame." He pointed to a nearby wall adorned with numerous stars and their photographs. Wang Jun replied, "Of course, although I am not a celebrity." "Thank you," the proprietor exclaimed. Subsequently, someone came to assist them in capturing the moment, and the proprietor added, "Enjoy your meal and drinks. If you need anything, just ask. Today, all food and beverages are complimentary." "All right, thank you, boss." When Wang Jun returned to his seat and glanced at Lanyue, he noticed her slight embarrassment. "This was supposed to be my treat. How did the boss?" "No worries. We can dine together next time at my place," Wang Jun casually suggested. Lanyue took note of his words. "Very well. Next time I'll come to your home to cook." "Sound good. Let us eat," Wang Jun remarked, observing Sure, who was salivating. "All right, let us eat." The trio enjoyed their meal together like a close-knit family, evoking envy in some onlookers. Chapter 34. So you're acquainted. Wang Jun fed Sure while barely touching his own food. Lanyue, watching from the side, felt a twinge of jealousy. How she wished to be in Sure's place, cherished by such a devoted father who considered her in every aspect, even risking life and limb to seek justice against stronger adversaries. Such valor and wisdom in a man are indeed rare. Yet, some individuals become infatuated, unable to extricate themselves when encountering such a figure. Lanyue was one of them. She nibbled at her food while gazing at Wang Jun's handsome face, utterly entranced. At this moment, she would willingly give anything for him. Just as they were midway through their meal, two women entered, the sisters Zheng Ling and Zheng Shui. Zheng Ling adorned herself in casual sports attire, while Zheng Shui opted for a short skirt complemented by a pair of high heels. The appearance of these two enchanting ladies instantly captivated the attention of many onlookers. They surveyed their surroundings when a server approached them, politely inquiring, "Ladies, how many in your party?" "Two," Zheng Ling replied. "Right this way." The server guided them toward the direction of Wang Jun. As they journeyed halfway, Zhang Shui spotted Wang Jun. Master Wang. "We meet again," she said with a slight smile, her gaze also drifting toward the strikingly beautiful Lan Yu seated across from him. What a stunning young lady. How could they possibly be dining together? Could they be lovers? "Is it you two?" "Hello." Wang Jun rose to greet them. "Police sister." Upon seeing Zheng Ling, Shi called out. At that moment, Lan Yu also stood, recognizing Zheng Ling as the police officer from the previous day. "Mr. Wang, greetings." Zheng Ling said before turning to Shi. "Shi, you look lovely today. Your sister is beautiful as well." The child's sweet words filled Zheng Ling with joy. "Is this your daughter, Master Wang?" "She's simply adorable," Zhang Shui remarked, noticing Shi, who bore a striking resemblance to Wang Jun, dressed in a charming princess dress. "Your name is Shi, right? May I have a hug?" "No, I don't know you." Shi firmly resisted, typical of a child confronting a stranger. Zhang Shui felt a bit embarrassed. The child certainly provided no leeway. At that moment, the surrounding crowd expressed astonishment. Wang Jun had a child, and his romantic prospects seemed quite promising. All three girls were undeniably attractive. "Hello." Lan Yu greeted the Zheng sisters. "It's you, the girl from yesterday?" Zheng Ling recognized her. Zhang Shui, feeling slightly displeased, remarked, "Master Wang, your girlfriend is truly beautiful," her tone tinged with peculiarity. Zheng Ling cast a puzzled glance at Wang Jun. Could it be so soon? Just a day had passed, and they were already together. What a whirlwind. Wang Jun quickly clarified, No, she's not my girlfriend. This is Lan Yu, my daughter's teacher. Due to yesterday's incident, she invited me to dinner, which is why we're here." Upon hearing this, the Zheng sisters felt relieved. However, Wang Jun found himself puzzled as to why he felt the need to explain. Was he worried about their misunderstanding? What was there to fear? He then introduced Lan Yu. "This is Zheng Ling, the police officer from yesterday, and this is Zheng Shui, her sister." "Hello. So you all know each other?" Lan Yu inquired with curiosity. "What a coincidence. I met Officer Zheng yesterday, and Zheng Shui just this afternoon. We're neighbors," Wang Jun quickly added. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Zheng Ling remarked. "In the span of 2 days, I've encountered you 4 times. Lan Yu responded, "Mr. Wang, your friend is truly stunning," her tone laced with a hint of envy. The Zheng sisters, as women, were well aware of this sentiment. Yet, Zheng Ling did not dwell on it, while Zheng Shui chimed in, "Sister is lovely too. Her beauty is exceptional. She must be of considerable age, one might presume." There is a hint of tension in the air. After all, teachers tend to be older, don't they? "Xiaoxue, what are you saying? Mind your words," Zheng Ling admonished, pulling Zheng Shui back. Lan Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness, as did Wang Jun, who could certainly discern the underlying implications. This university student was remarkably bold, her words piercingly sharp. "Sister, I merely speak the truth. Unlike me, you're still a university student." Lan Yu's embarrassment deepened. "Master Wang, let us not forget our arrangement. I shall visit your home tomorrow." This statement was deliberately directed at Lan Yu, who was now seething with indignation. Yet what could she do? Wang Jun was not hers to claim. But what could Wang Jun clarify? There seemed to be little to explain. "Xiaoxue, what are you saying? Have you forgotten what Dad said?" Zheng Ling scolded, tugging at Zhang Shui's ear. "Practice the piano. Where's your mind wandering, sister?" Zhang Shui quickly retorted. "Enough. Do not disturb Mr. Wang and the others while they dine. Let us go. Sister, may I join you for a meal?" At that moment, Shi, still bewildered by the adults' exchanges, spoke up. "Little one, may I sit with you?" Zhang Shui asked, which startled Shi, prompting her to retreat into Wang Jun's embrace. Compared to Zheng Ling, Zhang Shui's exuberance and loud voice were overwhelming for the child. "Look, you frightened the child," Zheng Ling remarked. "Apologies, Mr. Wang. We shall dine together next time." Zheng Ling expressed a regret, pulling Zhang Shui away. "Sister, don't pull me." Zhang Shui protested, yet she was still led aside. The surrounding onlookers had fallen silent, captivated by the unfolding drama, while also envying Wang Jun. For all 3 girls were strikingly beautiful and seemed to harbor some interest in him. One suffers drought, while another drowns, one might say. Do not take it to heart. That girl is simply spirited. She was like this when I met her, Wang Jun hastily assured. It's quite all right. I'm not bothered. Lan Yue replied. Let's continue our meal, Wang Jun suggested. Let me feed Sure. I see you haven't eaten much. Lan Yue said, her concern evident. All right, teacher, you may feed me. Without waiting for Wang Jun's response, Sure eagerly declared, leaving Wang Jun feeling somewhat bashful. That will not do. Unexpectedly, Lan Yue stood up, cradling the child and gently feeding her. To everyone's surprise, Sure did not resist. As for the two sisters who had just departed, Zheng Ling was furious with Zheng Shui. Zheng Shui, feeling disheartened, retorted, Sister, don't scold me. Master Wang is my ideal type, and I want to let anyone take him away. You'd better tell that to Dad. I can only imagine his reaction. Zheng Ling shot back. I want him. Zheng Shui fumed. Chapter 35. Continuous probing today, Sure was exceptionally joyful. It had been ages since she had experienced such happiness. However, the system had yet to provide further prompts. These paused Wang Jun somewhat. He contemplated whether the system's rewards were random or if it had already distributed rewards to certain individuals, hence refraining from further rewards. With these questions in mind, he resolved to observe closely in the future. Their meal extended until after 7 o'clock, at which point they departed from the restaurant. During this time, Lan Yu suggested a stroll in a nearby park, to which Sure readily agreed. As long as Sure was happy, Wang Jun had no objections. They did not return home until after 9 in the evening. Upon their arrival, Sure had fallen asleep on Wang Jun's shoulder. He chose not to wake her, but gently laid her down on the bed, where she slept soundly. It seemed he would have to wait until the morrow to rouse her early for a bath before school. He quickly took a shower and went to the balcony for a cigarette. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping child, he felt an unparalleled sense of happiness. He thought to himself that he wished the child would not grow up too quickly. While growing up is indeed a positive development, it also brings a sense of melancholy. In the future, as the child matures, there may be a distance between them, misunderstandings, secrets, conflicts, partings, and longings. With this thought, he took a deep breath and lit another cigarette. At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. It was from Lan Yu. Mr. Wang, I truly enjoyed sharing dinner and strolling through the park with you today. Unfortunately, joyous moments are fleeting. I wish for more such delightful times in the future. Lan Yu was uncertain about what to convey. She was a woman of subtlety, not one to easily express her emotions. Unlike Zheng Shui, who boldly embraced love and hate, perhaps out of fear of rejection. Sometimes, a refusal can hinder even friendship, making it preferable to continually probe, as it might yield the answer she sought. If only Wang Jun did not have a child, Lan Yu mused. Teacher Lan, it is a pleasure to meet you, Wang Jun replied. There was a brief pause from her end. This was akin to a young man pursuing a young woman, who, after making a call, finds himself at a loss for words, resorting to a simple observation. The weather is lovely today. Such a remark typically arises from a lack of conversation. Wang Jun and Lan Yu maintained a certain distance, having only known each other for 2 days. There was no need for deep emotional exchanges or ambiguity. Things that come too easily are seldom valued, and such behavior might seem somewhat casual. Has Sure fallen asleep? The child is sleeping. Then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Lan Yu may have been unsure of what else to discuss, prompting her to hasten the conclusion of their conversation. After sending the WeChat message, Wang Jun set his phone down and gazed at the sky. The moon was exceptionally full that night. Suddenly, his WeChat notification sounded again. He glanced at it, expecting it to be Lan Yu, but to his surprise, it was Zheng Shui. Master Wang, why are you still awake? Are you out on the balcony smoking? Don't you know it's harmful to your health? Hurry and extinguish that. Wang Jun immediately looked around, but could not spot Zheng Shui's figure. His phone chimed again. Are you looking for me? I'm on the second floor balcony, just at your 2 o'clock direction. Zheng Shui sent another message. It was only then that Wang Jun noticed a young girl clad in a sheer nightgown, standing on her balcony not far away, waving her phone in his direction. Wang Jun suddenly realized that his balcony faced Zheng Shui's. Whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act remained uncertain. Why are you silent? Zheng Shui inquired. What time will you come over tomorrow? I need to know to arrange my schedule, Wang Jun responded. What? Are you so eager to see me? Zheng Shui teased. What are you talking about? Let us be serious and not wander off topic. Will 1 p.m. tomorrow work? Zhang Shui indeed returned to her usual demeanor. Let us make it 2 p.m. I'll teach you for an hour, but I need some rest during noon. He was concerned about his time being fragmented, as he intended to purchase a new phone tomorrow, considering his current one was in a pitiful state. It's a deal then. It's getting late. Sleep early. Good night. After Wang Jun sent his message, he stretched and retreated into his room, vanishing from sight. This behavior left Zhang Shui utterly exasperated. Just then, Zheng Ling appeared behind her. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? You've been here all night. What are you watching? Zheng Ling asked. And upon noticing the lights were on in the opposite room, she quickly deduced what Zheng Shui was up to. Zheng Shui put away her phone and turned to her sister, saying, "It's nothing, sis. You should go to bed." However, Zheng Ling had already noticed the situation across the way. That's Wang Jun's room. Right now, only the two of us are residing in this villa, she remarked. You little girl, I wondered why you wanted to switch rooms. It turns out you had this in mind. Watching Master Wang makes me quite content. Zheng Shui seized her pretense and replied, "What you're feeling is unrequited love, and it leads nowhere. I advise you to abandon this notion. I think that girl, Lan Yu, is quite lovely. The child accepts her, and she is a teacher with a good rapport with Wang Jun. Proximity brings opportunity. Besides, it seems the child also likes Lan Yu. Furthermore, she is more reserved than you. Don't you know men are attracted to demure women? How could she compare to me? I'm closer to him, after all. Our families are so near, we can visit any time. As for the child's feelings, they could be nurtured. If I were to care for the child, I would ensure she has the best nanny and the highest standard of care, something Lan Yu cannot compete with. I also understand that men are drawn to passionate, charming women." Zheng Shui remained unfazed, countering Zheng Ling's opinions one by one. "Also, sis, I see a glimmer in your eyes, especially when Master Wang is around." Zheng Ling felt somewhat flustered by her words, her cheeks reddening as she awkwardly replied, "Stop talking nonsense. That's not the case. I'm not discussing this with you anymore. I'm going to sleep." With that, Zheng Ling exited the room. Zheng Shui, resting her chin on her hand, gazed longingly at Wang Jun's room, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, remaining so until the lights in his room were extinguished. Just then, a male voice echoed from outside her door. "Xiao Shui, are you asleep?" It was her father, Zheng Kai. "I heard from your brother that you have no classes tomorrow and will help Dad pick someone up in the afternoon." "Dad, I won't go. I have piano lessons tomorrow." Zheng Shui replied after some contemplation. She had plans to study piano with Wang Jun and couldn't possibly spare time to pick someone up. This child, alas. Zheng Kai felt profoundly disappointed upon hearing such a response and left. Chapter 36. Master-level appraisal techniques. At that moment, in Zhu Sanqing's villa, Zhu Kansheng had just returned home. As he walked in, he noticed Yang Li wearing a stern expression while watching television. "Dear, I'm back," Zhu Kansheng announced. "How did it go? Did you find out where his money comes from?" Yang Li inquired absent-mindedly. "I had a friend look into it. Remarkably, this person earned over 300,000 in just 2 days." Zhu Kansheng exclaimed. "How could that be possible? How did he manage that?" Yang Li stood up, intrigued. She was all too familiar with Wang Jun's character. 2 significant wins. One was a lottery prize of 100,000, with an actual payout of 80,000. This person has such luck. I've seen him buy lottery tickets before, but never witnessed him win. Yang Li expressed her bewilderment. "I verified it. It's true. He paid 20,000 in unexpected income tax. The other amount is 200,000 earned through investing in royal shares." Zhu Kansheng added, "When did he start trading stocks?" Yang Li was even more perplexed. "I've also investigated. He is among the few who have made tenfold profits. Others have suffered considerable losses," Zhu Kansheng stated, admiration evident in his tone. After hearing this, Yang Li remarked, "So, his money isn't marital property? Indeed, if we pursue legal action against him, we might end up paying child support. Perhaps we should let this matter go." Zhu Kansheng reconsidered. "We cannot simply let this go. I want him to come back, begging for mercy. I want him to be unable to stand in this society," Yang Li declared with bitterness. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Kansheng asked, somewhat bewildered. "Your Zhu group is so vast. Dealing with one individual should not be challenging, right?" Use your resources to cut off his financial avenues, she insisted. It's not that simple, but it can be done, though not immediately, Zhu Kansheng replied. I don't care. I just want to see him fall from grace. Whatever it takes, Yang Li was resolute. Zhu Kansheng, recognizing her determination, acquiesced. All right, I will handle it. You're the best, dear, Yang Li exclaimed, throwing herself into his arms. Despite feeling a wave of nausea, she felt compelled to play along for her own advantage. Yang Li's eyes brimmed with hatred, indicating her intention to pursue Wang Jun to the bitter end. Zhu Kansheng embraced her and led her to the bedroom. You reek. Go take a shower first. Wait for me, dear. I'll be quick. The next morning, before Wang Jun had fully awakened, he heard the voice of Shi beside him. She sat at the edge of the bed, playing with her Barbie doll. After some time had passed, Shi tugged at Wang Jun's shirt, saying, Daddy, Daddy, the sun is shining. Wake up. I need to go to school. Only then did he gradually rouse from his slumber and check the time. It was 7 o'clock. As time slipped away, the child still needed a bath, breakfast had to be prepared, and personal grooming awaited. With a sudden spring from the bed, he leapt up, prompting applause from Shi. Daddy is amazing. Shi, hurry and take a bath, then toss your clothes into the washing machine. Don't forget to brush your teeth. Wang Jun instructed. One commendable trait of his daughter was her relative independence. She managed these tasks on her own. Daddy, Shi needs to go to the bathroom. Quickly then, or you'll be late for school. Okay, Daddy will wait for you downstairs and prepare breakfast. Come down soon. All right. With that, Shi entered the bathroom, while Wang Jun busied himself. It seemed that caring for a child could indeed be exhausting. Perhaps it was time to consider hiring a nanny. However, with 200,000 tied up in the stock market for the long term and only 15,000 available, it seemed insufficient to afford a nanny in the long run. He needed to devise a way to earn more money. Perhaps he could withdraw funds from Royal Shares and invest in the Zhu Group. Why? Because he had learned yesterday that Royal Shares was investing 10 billion in the Zhu Group. Yet, this depended on the pre-market situation. If the price surged to 2 yuan beforehand, entering would be unnecessary and only lead to losses. Who knew if Royal Shares might employ underhanded tactics to short-sell the Zhu Group? Money, it seemed, could manipulate market trends. Without it, one was merely fodder for the harvest. Lost in thought, he realized it was already 8 o'clock. The child needed to eat and be taken to school, and time was slipping away. Shi, are you ready? He called up the stairs. Daddy, I'm ready. Shi replied, emerging dressed in her pink outfit, her beloved backpack slung over her shoulders, utterly adorable. Wang Jun scooped her up and set her at the dining table. Eat quickly. Daddy will freshen up and then take you to school. Okay. With utmost seriousness, Shi began her meal. Her little cherry-like mouth made eating a delightful spectacle. It is often said that a daughter is a father's lifelong sweetheart. And as Wang Jun watched Shi, his affection only deepened. Daddy, can you recite Spring Dawn? Shi suddenly inquired. Of course. Let us see, he replied. Spring slumber unaware of dawn. Everywhere mosquitoes bite, Wang Jun blurted out, recalling a playful childhood rendition. Just as he realized his mistake and prepared to correct it, Shi exclaimed, Wrong, Daddy. It goes like this. Spring slumber unaware of dawn. Everywhere one hears the singing birds. Last night, the wind and rain sounded. How many flowers have fallen? Shi was remarkable, having caught him off guard. Wang Jun affectionately pets hit. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System has detected your daughter correcting your mistake. Reward granted. Master level appraisal skill. Master level appraisal skill. Could this be another avenue for profit? He decided against purchasing a mobile phone and opted to stroll through the antique market, hoping to unearth some valuable treasures to sell at a premium. Oh, my dear daughter, you truly are a gem, he thought, gazing at Shi with a contented smile. Dad, I'm full, she exclaimed. All right, let us set off, he replied. Yes, off to school we go. Observing his child's enthusiasm for learning filled Wang Jun's heart with joy. Perhaps it was due to the solid foundation he had laid. After all, his performance that day had left everyone astonished, and coupled with his connection to Lan Yue, the teacher would certainly provide her with special attention. Father and daughter then stepped out, heading towards the kindergarten. It was already 7:50, but they still had ample time as the journey from their home to the kindergarten took less than 2 minutes. Chapter 37. A mixture of fish and dragons upon their arrival at the kindergarten. Lanyue was already at the entrance waiting for the children. As she spotted the duo, she immediately approached them. Her demeanor did not go unnoticed by onlookers. It was clear that Lanyue had a particular interest in Wang Jun, showing less concern for the other children. At that moment, Shir wriggled free from her father's grasp and dashed towards Lanyue. Could it be that the teacher had become more important to her than her own father? Nevertheless, seeing his child so joyfully engaged brought him peace. "Good morning, Teacher Lanyue," Shir greeted politely. "Good morning, little Shir." Lanyue replied with a warm smile, then glanced at Wang Jun. "Good morning, Mr. Wang." "Good morning. I appreciate your care for my child," Wang Jun said. "Not at all," Lanyue responded with a radiant smile. Today, she had applied makeup, looking exceptionally lovely. "Come on, let's head inside." Shir waved goodbye to her father. "Goodbye," he replied, watching her enter. Wang Jun then lit a cigarette and opened a stock market app on his phone to check the day's market trends. He first looked at Zhu's group. The stock had already surged to over $1 in pre-market trading, making further investment unwise, as entering at such a high price would be detrimental. He couldn't deny the formidable impact of Royal Holdings' $1 billion. Next, he checked his own stocks. An announcement had been made. Royal Holdings had invested in Zhu's group, causing its stock to reach $150 in pre-market trading. Originally intended for long-term holding, it now appeared that he might see returns sooner than expected. If Zheng Kai heeded his advice, he would deftly maneuver both groups to his advantage. With just these two stocks, he could amass considerable profits, contingent upon Zheng Kai's cooperation and willingness to follow his suggestions. After finishing his cigarette, he used a map app to locate a nearby antique market 10 kilometers away and hailed a taxi to take him there. Soon, he arrived at a place called Songzhan Antique Market. Upon entering, he was greeted by a throng of vendors, most of whom had set up their stalls directly on the ground. As he surveyed the scene, it was clear that the market was a mix of quality. Some areas were dimly lit, and it was the kind of place where novice buyers could easily be taken advantage of. He ventured further inside, where antique shops abounded, alongside a few places for recycling. He noted these recycling spots, contemplating the possibility of selling any treasures he might uncover. As he walked, he stumbled upon a quaint vintage shop. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. However, upon entering, he was immediately struck by an oppressive atmosphere, as the shop owner and his assistants were all imposing figures. Such establishments are often perilous, potentially rife with coercive sales tactics. Listening to their incessant jargon, they fervently insisted that every item in their store was an authentic masterpiece. Yet, in Wang Jun's discerning eyes, not a single piece was genuine. All were high-quality replicas, worth at most a couple of hundred yuan, while they audaciously priced them at tens of thousands, even over 100,000. To be fair, the quality of these replicas was indeed impressive. At that moment, a group of young patrons entered, quickly surrounded by the staff, who eagerly showcased the store's prized possessions. This fervent enthusiasm could easily lead one astray, particularly targeting those novices with a superficial understanding of antiques, especially those dreaming of sudden wealth, making them the most susceptible to deception. As soon as Wang Jun stepped in, he turned on his heel and exited. The staff, taken aback by his demeanor, thought to themselves that he must be an experienced connoisseur, and they refrained from further persuasion. Such a bustling place was unlikely to yield genuine treasures. Thus, Wang Jun hastened to the depths of the market. Here, throngs of people gathered, indicating that, like him, they were seasoned experts. At that moment, a particular stall caught his eye. The proprietor, a man in his 50s, donned thick black glasses and wore a simple cotton linen outfit, his complexion deeply tanned. Wang Jun crouched down to inspect a small bottle, approximately 20 centimeters tall, prominently displayed and hard to overlook. He reached out and picked it up. The moment the owner noticed him, he greeted him warmly, even offering a cigarette. Wang Jun set the bottle down, accepted the smoke, and tucked it behind his ear. "You truly have an eye for quality. This is a piece of Jin Dynasty Celadon," the owner continued, but Wang Jun remained silent, studying the bottle closely, which featured a dragon motif. At this point, the old man added, "It does have a small flaw. The base has a slight chip. If you are genuinely interested, I can let it go for 1,680 yuan. Wishing you prosperity." He smiled, displaying the demeanor of a seasoned merchant. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been easily misled. Wang Jun took the bottle, and the old man grinned knowingly. After a thorough examination, Wang Jun remarked, "This has undergone a grinding process and has been painted with a color matching the bottle's surface, cleverly concealing its true nature. This piece is worth no more than 30 or 50. The old man chuckled nervously, realizing he had encountered someone knowledgeable. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a true connoisseur." Wang Jun saw through the man's intentions. Nowadays, no counterfeit could escape his discerning gaze. "Friends, let us speak plainly. There is no need to peddle counterfeit items. Your collection of porcelain contains not a single genuine piece. If you possess an authentic artifact, present it directly, and we shall dispense with unnecessary chatter." Wang Jun referred to the elderly man as friend, bridging the gap between them, urging him to reveal his treasures. Upon seeing this, the old man realized he was dealing with a connoisseur and chuckled lightly. Engaging in commerce, he merely aimed to earn a modest profit. Unlike others whose stalls boasted items worth hundreds of thousands, his humble stand offered more accessible wares. Since the proprietor was also discerning, he proposed to sell his items at a discounted rate, suggesting a small profit of 1,000 or so was feasible. In Wang Jun's estimation, the porcelain he had just examined was worth at most a few dozen yuan, yet the old man dared to ask for 1,680, a bold claim indeed. Did he presume his youth would allow him to deceive? One wonders how many had fallen victim to his ruse. While the essence of treasure hunting lies in uncovering gems, it would be dishonorable to circulate fakes. We shall not partake in such unscrupulous dealings. The old man, recognizing their disparity in stature, suggested Wang Jun might explore elsewhere for more satisfactory finds, subtly indicating that he had nothing of value left to offer. Wang Jun was about to depart when his gaze fell upon an extraordinary item. To his surprise, the old man's stall contained such a remarkable piece. Perhaps he had mistakenly lumped it in with the fakes? If that were the case, it must be acquired. Chapter 38. 100 to collect, 1,000,000 to sell? "Friend, may I inspect that dragon pattern celadon plate?" Wang Jun inquired, pointing to a dragon emblazoned dish. "Here you go, boss." The old man nonchalantly produced it, showing little concern. To him, it seemed merely a counterfeit, not worthy of excessive reverence. Even if it were to break, it mattered not, for these items held little monetary value. However, in Wang Jun's eyes, this was an extraordinary find. It was genuine and thus of significant worth. Though dust clung to its surface, and it appeared unremarkable, it was indeed authentic. This was a long quan kiln dragon-patterned celadon plate, dating back to the Yuan dynasty. Standing 7 centimeters tall, with a diameter of approximately 40 centimeters and a foot diameter of around 30 centimeters, it was a masterpiece of Yuan-era long quan celadon. Upon closer inspection, the plate's broad, flat surface, level base, and wide foot ring became apparent. Coated inside and out with celadon glaze, the base was unglazed, revealing a fiery red clay. The center of the plate bore a cloud dragon motif, while the inner wall was adorned with wave patterns and the exterior featured delicate lotus engravings. The craftsmanship was exquisite, representing the pinnacle of artisanal skill of its time. Furthermore, its substantial size and thick porcelain body, with a rich yellow-green glaze applied in relatively thick layers, showcased the clarity of the cloud dragon motif imprinted in the center. The production of long quan celadon surged significantly from the Song dynasty, yet by the Yuan dynasty, it was no longer possible to replicate the plum-green hues of the southern Song period. To compensate for the lack of color in celadon, artisans of the Yuan dynasty employed techniques such as molding, pasting, and carving to enhance decorative quality, striving for greater aesthetic appeal in both pattern form. However, few artifacts unearthed in modern times possess such exquisite quality. The market value is approximately 150,000. Where did this item originate? Wang Jun inquired faintly. This is a consignment from a fellow villager. Unfortunately, it is not an authentic piece. Otherwise, it could easily fetch over 100,000, the old man replied. Clearly, some genuine items had mingled with the fakes, likely because they were carelessly grouped together at the time of acquisition, leading to the inadvertent receipt of an authentic piece. The old man was unaware of this. In his limited perspective, he would not discern the difference, for it appeared so genuine, akin to a counterfeit. With an abundance of fakes, one begins to feel that nothing is truly real. I desire this. How much? Since you are genuinely interested, let's settle on this figure. The old man said, extending 5 fingers. 500? My friend, you are quite audacious. Sell it to me for 50. The old man recognized he had encountered a tough negotiator. He promptly slashed 90% off the price. Just then, a stout man approached to offer a friendly warning. Hey there, don't be deceived. Every antique this old man sells is a fake. Last time, I bought several pieces and was denied a refund. The stout man expressed his frustration. Wang Jun observed the stout man, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing around 300 pounds, sporting a slick-back hairstyle. Despite his appearance, he seemed somewhat simple-hearted. Judging by his attire, he likely belonged to the affluent class. Thank you for the reminder, Wang Jun replied. If you truly desire it, how about adding 50 more? 100 for the lot. Moreover, this item is a rare find, difficult to acquire even with wealth. Although it has flaws, its quality remains exceptional. If it meets the right person, it could perhaps fetch 1,000 or 1,800, the old man hastily interjected. He estimated that he had only paid a few dozen for it. Selling it for 100 would still be a decent profit. Yet, he was oblivious to the fact that this item was genuine while the rest were fakes. He dared not claim it was a counterfeit, merely referring to it as flawed. A fake is a fake. You simply label it as flawed. Filial Daughter, you truly lack shame. The stout man retorted. Go on, don't hinder my business. The boss's judgment is infallible. The old man insisted, eager to sell. Whatever I can earn is a gain. I must make the most of it. Today has yet to yield any sales. Such stalls, if left unattended for too long, can tarnish one's reputation. The only clientele that can be profitable are those who visit here for the first time. Fine, 100 it is. I shall make the purchase. Wang Jun feigned great resolve, then handed the old man 100 yuan. The stout man was taken aback. Now that is truly buying a fake knowingly. Perhaps they intend to use it as a mere ornament. 100 yuan is not exorbitant. Yet, the stout man believed that for such a person, even a single yuan would be excessive. But there are indeed foolish individuals. Friend, just let it go. You cannot persuade him. He lamented. That 100 could buy 4 or 5 of such quality fakes. The stout man departed in dismay. The old man quickly retrieved an old newspaper to wrap the item before handing it to Wang Jun. Wang Jun then opened his prepared bag to place the porcelain inside. Rising, he said, Farewell, my friend. Boss, it is for the best that we do not meet again. The old man replied. When encountering such a connoisseur, it is indeed preferable to avoid future encounters. Wang Junza departed with a smile, meandering through other areas of the antique market. The prevalence of replicas vastly overshadowed the authentic articles here. Unearthing a genuine piece felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After another hour of browsing, he found no remarkable treasures. The pursuit of valuable items proved excessively arduous. Thus, he resolved to leave. His next course of action was to part with the dragon pattern plate. With some back and forth, a modest profit of around 100,000 yuan was certainly feasible. He selected a redemption point and entered without hesitation. The establishment was adorned with an antiquated charm, filled with numerous artifacts, all of which were authentic. To Wang Jun, the proprietor's discerning eye was commendable. Collectively, these items were valued in the millions. Such an unassuming shop housed treasures worth a fortune. It seemed that the antique world was indeed populated by the affluent. Is the owner present? He inquired, noticing the absence of anyone in the shop. Coming, a man in his 40s emerged, clad in a long robe and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Accompanying him was none other than the rotund individual from earlier. Old Liu, is this item genuine or not? The portly man questioned, holding a porcelain bowl. A cursory glance from Wang Jun confirmed its counterfeit nature. Yuan, your judgment is lacking. I advise you to abandon this path. In just a month, you've squandered 100,000 yuan. At this rate, bankruptcy is inevitable. And that bowl in your hand is a fake. I wouldn't offer a dime for it. Dispose of it, lest it mislead others, The owner replied with unvarnished candor. How could it possibly be fake? Yuan retorted. Fake is fake. I have customers to attend to. The owner stated firmly. Yuan sighed but didn't leave. Instead, he stood beside the owner with a bowl in hand. At that moment, the owner noticed Wang Jun and asked, My friend, I apologize. How may I assist you? Wang Jun retrieved the dragon pattern plate from his bag and inquired, How much would you offer for this dragon pattern plate? He then presented the plate he had acquired from the elderly man. Yuan immediately recognized both Wang Jun and the dragon pattern plate in his possession. Pointing at Wang Jun, he exclaimed, Old Lu, he obtained that dragon pattern plate from Old Li. It's a counterfeit. The owner appeared puzzled. Old Li? Yes, that's south the place where I got swindled the other day. This friend here also bought a dragon pattern plate from him, Yuan explained. Upon hearing this, the owner refrained from accepting the plate from Wang Jun. Wang Jun felt a twinge of frustration. How had he encountered this insufferable fool again? This blundering oaf, lacking discernment, presumed everyone else did as well. Chapter 39. It is genuine, in excellent condition. Go ahead and weep. Owner, take a look and give me a price. Wang Jun extending the dragon pattern plate towards Old Lu, undeterred by the portly man's presence. Old Lu examined the plate meticulously. Yuan interjected, Old Lu. He spent 100 yuan on that. If it were me, I wouldn't pay a single cent to Old Li. That scoundrel is too unscrupulous. Old Lu ignored his remarks. Old Lu, don't waste time. You might as well acquire my bowl instead. Yuan suggested. Even I cannot discern the authenticity of this item. If you acquire it and sell it to others, it could turn a tenfold profit. Otherwise, I could simply consign my bowl here. Zhou Yin remarked again. Be silent. Stop speaking. Old Lu retorted with great ire, leaving the hefty man somewhat bewildered. Subsequently, Old Lu switched on the light and wiped the dragon pattern plate clean with cloth. The plate immediately revealed its grand base, astonishing Old Lu, who then picked up a magnifying glass to examine it closely. As he scrutinized, he remarked, This porcelain piece has a curved lip, an uneven base, and a restrained foot. The foot's edge exposes the clay, which is firm and exhibits a fiery red hue. The interior bears an impression of a four-clawed dragon motif, while the inner wall is etched with wave patterns, echoing the dragon design. The exterior is adorned with delicate lotus petal engravings. The entire piece is enveloped in a blue glaze, exuding a brilliant luster and a rare condition. This is a dragon pattern plate from the Longquan kiln of the Yuan dynasty. The hefty man was somewhat perplexed. Old Lu's analysis was quite professional. Could it be that this dragon pattern plate was genuine? This revelation left him astounded. Boss, how much will you offer? Name a price. Wang Jun inquired directly. Old Lu spread his arms wide. 100,000. When Old Lu uttered this figure, the hefty man was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Purchased for a mere 100, it could potentially fetch 100,000? From what he understood, this Old Lu was no ordinary individual. His discerning eye was infallible. This implied that Wang Jun was indeed a master in his own right. At that moment, the hefty man felt a twinge of regret. He had also seen this dragon pattern plate, but had hesitated to acquire it. Old Li had quoted 3,000 at the time. Had he invested that amount, he would have recouped his previous losses. Wang Jun then remarked, That's too low. Raise it a bit. Old Lu chuckled nervously. What do you deem appropriate? With this question, the initiative was now in Wang Jun's hands. The hefty man was puzzled. Did this imply there was room for negotiation? The piece appeared rather unremarkable. Why was it so exorbitantly priced? Boss, offer a sincere price. If it is suitable, I shall proceed with the purchase. However, I must inform you that such items are rare in the market, especially in this condition. If evaluated by experts, the price would be around 150,000. If placed in an auction house, the ceiling would be even higher. While this item is indeed scarce, it may not reach several 100,000 in private transactions. 150,000 already possesses a significant premium. However, if it were to go to auction, the price could fluctuate. Thus, it was now up to Old Lu to determine how much he would offer. Zhou Yin was utterly astonished on the sidelines. 100 could equate to 150,000? Clearly, his own perceptions were lacking. What is your esteemed surname, my friend? My surname is Wang. Mr. Wang. Let us enjoy some tea before we continue our discussion, old Lu suggested once more. Yet Wang Jun replied, no need, I must return shortly. If your price is unsuitable, I shall seek others. Old Lu chuckled awkwardly. I shall offer 130,000. Although this dragon pattern plate could reach 150,000, it would take a longer time to sell. Let us be candid with one another. Indeed, it is as such. While the item's value is high, it must be sold, or else it is all for naught. Deal. Wang Jun stated succinctly, foregoing any further deliberation. According to the words of an insider, there may be instances of acquiring items at a higher price, though such occurrences are based on probability. In order to expedite the transaction, Wang Jun opted for a quick sale. Indeed, Mr. Wang proved to be a man of action. Please present the QR code for payment, he exclaimed. Wang Jun promptly produced the code, and the sum of 130,000 was swiftly transferred to his account. Now, his balance stood at 145,000. He planned to return the following day to see if any new treasures had appeared. After scanning the code, old Lu placed the dragon pattern disc in a conspicuous spot, ensuring it was visible to all. He then affixed a label to it, marking a fixed price of 200,000. This method of selling inherently involved an element of chance. If a kindred spirit happened upon it, they might purchase it outright, while a knowledgeable connoisseur might negotiate the price down. Thus, typically one cannot find bargains in established shops, but rather at small stalls. Here, the profit margins are slim. Although the items are genuine, their prices are inflated. However, if one is truly seeking collectibles, that is a different matter altogether. As for Zhou Yun, he remained unable to calm his excitement. Eventually, he managed to utter, Mr. Wang, it appears you are quite skilled. Wang Jun chuckled modestly. I occasionally dabble in treasure hunting. I wouldn't consider myself an expert. Perhaps I was just fortunate. Isn't that skillful? To turn 100 into 13,000. If Oldie were to hear this, he would surely be beside himself with envy. Mr. Wang, let's be friends. Here is my business card. Should you have items to sell, feel free to contact me directly or bring them along for a generous offer. Wang Jun accepted the card. Let us connect on WeChat. It will be quicker, he suggested. Old Lu happily opened his QR code. Please scan. Once the two had added each other as friends, Zhou Yun stood by, astonished. All right, boss, we'll be in touch. Certainly. Safe travels. After Wang Jun departed, Zhou Yun remarked, Old Lu, is that piece truly worth 13,000? It seemed far from genuine to me. Thus, it is not without reason that one might be deceived, failing to recognize a valuable item while mistaking a worthless one for treasure. That broken bowl should be discarded. It's an eyesore. Is he really that impressive? Zhou Yun pondered aloud and then added, at the very least, he is quite the expert. It seems I ought to frequent Old Li's stall more often. Old Lu, I'm going to tell Old Li about this. It will infuriate him. The rotund man concluded with a smirk, for he had been duped out of considerable sums by Old Li. However, in the realm of collectibles, as long as one believes an item to be authentic, proposes a price, and the seller agrees, it cannot truly be labeled as a scam. Nevertheless, the rotund fellow felt disgruntled and insisted on confronting Old Li to make him regret his actions. 13,000 is no trifling matter. Having said this, he excitedly rushed to Old Li's stall, unleashing a barrage of words. Old Li, you crafty merchant. The dragon pattern disc you sold for 100 just now was acquired by Old Lu for 13,000. His voice boomed, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Unfazed by the chaos, some onlookers even began to mock Old Li. At that moment, Old Li stood in stunned silence. Indeed, it appears I have encountered a true expert. He mused. What did you say, Zhou Yun? The counterfeit item you have sold. No. What you perceive as counterfeit is indeed an authentic Yuan Dynasty dragon pattern plate. In splendid condition. Go ahead and weep. That man has just sold it to Old Lu for 130,000. What? 130,000? Old Li collapsed onto the ground. Had I known, I would never have sold it. Chapter 40. Lady, please conduct yourself with dignity. Wang Jun exited the Songzhan antique market, indulged in a light meal, and hurried home. It was now 11 o'clock. Today he had made a modest profit of 130,000, an amount he had never achieved before in 2 years, but now could be earned in just 1 hour. The appraisal of antiques relies heavily on luck. One must encounter valuable items, for without such opportunities, even the most skilled individuals would find their talents wasted. For now, he decided to return home and rest briefly before teaching Zheng Shui, and afterward, he would take a moment to unwind before picking up the children. Life is indeed simple, fulfilling, and joyous. Thus, he hailed a taxi to return home. While seated in the taxi, he listened to the radio broadcasting the day's stock market updates. Royal Holdings had acquired a substantial number of shares from the Zhu Group, now owning 5% of the entire Zhu Group. This acquisition had led to a significant surge in Zhu Group's stock price, now reaching $1.90. Some industry insiders speculated that the Zhu Group might experience a substantial rise, with a target price of $10. Yet, critics argued that the operational capabilities of Zhu Group could not sustain such a high stock price, suggesting this might merely be a game of capital speculation. Wang Jun chuckled at this, for they were evidently unaware that Royal Holdings was manipulating the Zhu Group stocks. This $1 billion would soon be withdrawn, causing the Zhu Group's value to plummet. The broadcast was indeed curious, presenting both optimistic and pessimistic views, leaving the interpretation up to the investors. Finally, a cautionary note was issued. The stock market is fraught with risks, and one must invest with caution. The taxi driver, noticing Wang Jun's smile, assumed it was due to profitable stock investments and inquired, "Sir, have you also invested in the Zhu Group?" "Not at all," Wang Jun replied. "I saw you so pleased. I thought you had purchased Zhu Group shares. Those investing in Zhu Group might reap substantial rewards. Royal Holdings and Zhu Group have always been competitors. Some speculate they have reached a certain agreement, which is favorable for the industry. I also bought Zhu Group stocks this morning at $1.50. If it reaches $10, that would be splendid. I could just stay home and count my money instead of driving the taxi." "Master, one must not judge solely by appearances. If Zhu Group reaches $3 today, I suggest you sell immediately," Wang Jun advised. The taxi driver appeared perplexed. "Why? If everyone is profiting, who is incurring losses?" Wang Jun merely stated this without elaboration. The driver seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, pondering the implications. Wang Jun chose not to elaborate further. Whether he understood or not was his own concern. "Just a little further, please." "Thank you." Upon exiting the taxi, he noticed a young woman outside, clad in a pristine white dress, radiating an extraordinary purity under the sunlight. She had been incessantly ringing the doorbell. Yet no one inside seemed to acknowledge her presence, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. "Zheng Shui." Wang Jun recognized the girl. Zheng Shui turned around and caught sight of Wang Jun. At that moment, her face was adorned with meticulous makeup. "Master Wang, you weren't home, were you? I thought I had been ringing the doorbell for ages, yet no one came to answer." Wang Jun glanced at the clock. It was not yet noon. "What are you doing here? What time is it right now?" Wang Jun expressed his surprise at Zheng Shui's early arrival. "I have a last-minute class this afternoon, so I wanted to come over to study a bit earlier. Is that all right? I realize I should have informed you in advance, but I just found out." Zheng Shui explained. "Is university life this casual nowadays?" Wang Jun pondered, but did not dwell on it. "All right, come in." Thus, he opened the door and allowed Zheng Shui to enter the villa. "In the mornings, you might not be able to find me, as I will be out. If you plan to come over, please let me know in advance. Otherwise, you may not locate me," Wang Jun said earnestly. After all, having accepted payment, one ought to exhibit a commendable attitude, especially as a teacher. "Okay," Zheng Shui replied, proceeding upstairs as if she were in her own home. She seemed to know precisely where his piano was located. As she walked ahead, her silhouette was strikingly beautiful, her figure curvaceous without an ounce of excess. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. "Master Wang, did you know? My social media post from yesterday received 200 likes. Everyone is envious of me," she exclaimed. "They asked me to share your contact information with them, but I refused. If they find you and ask you to teach them piano, I wouldn't want to be outdone by them." Zheng Shui's voice was melodious and pleasant to the ear. Wang Jun, however, paid little mind to her chatter, as he would not have much interaction with her classmates. He proceeded to secure the doors and windows. "What are you doing, Master Wang? Why are you closing the doors and windows? Do you wish to be alone with me? It feels quite warm with everything shut," Zheng Shui suddenly remarked. Wang Jun, maintaining his serious demeanor, did not overthink her words. Wasn't there a complaint yesterday? This room is soundproof. Closing the doors and windows ensures that we do not disturb anyone else. Otherwise, someone might file another report. If it's too warm, I can turn on the air conditioning. Wang Jun replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Zheng Shui felt somewhat embarrassed. I simply cannot understand these people. Such delightful piano melodies. And they still have the heart to report it. What a bunch of art unappreciators. Wang Jun chose not to respond to her comment. Instead, he took out his phone, set it up on a stand, and initiated a countdown timer. From this moment, we shall have a 1-hour lesson. No more, no less. Afterward, I will need to rest. Zheng Shui looked at Wang Jun in astonishment. How could this man be so principled? Considering the value of his time, it was indeed impeccable. She uttered a soft "oh." At that moment, the countdown commenced. Shall we begin? Zheng Shui then asked, Master Wang, do you think my hands are suitable for playing the piano? With that, she extended her hands. Her fingers were long, slender, and quite lovely. Feel it. Does it not exude strength? Mastering the piano requires not only long and agile fingers, but also considerable hand strength. Without it, one cannot perform pieces that resonate with a strong sense of rhythm and power. Wang Jun attentively examined her hands, noting their smoothness and delicacy, and the dexterity of her fingers. Your fingers are long and quite agile. Try clenching your fist, he suggested. Zheng Shui promptly formed a fist. You do possess strength, which makes you quite suited for piano playing, Wang Jun affirmed. Zheng Shui gazed at Wang Jun with adoration in her eyes. Then, she did something that left Wang Jun feeling somewhat awkward. She suddenly intertwined her fingers with his, her gaze turning tender. Their eyes locked, and they felt an electric connection. It dawned on Wang Jun that he had lost track of propriety, but he was merely observing her hands. He then remarked, Miss, please maintain your composure. Master Wang, I apologize. I was too engrossed and lost control, Zheng Shui replied, releasing his hand. Now, shall we begin? Wang Jun took a seat. Chapter 41. Allow me to introduce our chairman. Let us commence. Before we play, I must outline a few points, Wang Jun stated, while Zheng Shui rested her chin on her hand, fixated on him. At this moment, whatever he said was of no consequence to her. She was not truly listening. Wang Jun remained oblivious to this. From another perspective, he was indeed a commendable teacher. As he approached his instruction with utmost seriousness, disregarding whether Zheng Shui was responsive or not, he continued, to excel at piano playing, one must master 5 essential points. What 5 points? Zheng Shui inquired, her gaze fixed intently on him, echoing his words. Wang Jun, taking her curiosity at face value, assumed she genuinely wished to learn the piano. The first point is finger control. Each finger must possess complete freedom of movement. Repeatedly practicing octaves and 4-note or 5-note sequences can enhance finger dexterity. The second point is precise transfer. When rapidly shifting finger positions, it is vital to keep the fingers relaxed and appropriately curved to accurately reach the desired location. The third point involves glissando and tremolo. Glissando creates a smooth effect in melodies, while tremolo adds a gentle and rich tonal quality to the notes. The fourth point pertains to the use of harmony, which aids in understanding and mastering complex melodic structures. We must learn to employ techniques such as folding, inversion, and voice leading. The fifth point is pedal technique. Utilizing the pedal can produce a more fluid sound and enhance the overall emotional impact of the music. Wang Jun spoke with great seriousness, yet Zheng Shui remained transfixed on him. Wang Jun, observing her intense focus, asked, Now, please recapitulate what I just said so I can ascertain whether you absorbed it. What? What do you mean, what? This is a fundamental aspect. Wang Jun insisted sternly. If the foundation is not solid, one cannot play the piano well. However, Zheng Shui interjected, Master Wang, I would love to hear you play yesterday's Bell Fantasy once more. It was simply enchanting. The Bell Fantasy is indeed intricate, yet not insurmountable, Wang Jun replied. The Bell's Grand Fantasia is undoubtedly among the world's 10 most challenging piano compositions. It is hard to argue otherwise. Nonetheless, given Master Wang's formidable prowess, it indeed appears less daunting. Interestingly, the words of the young lady resonate with Wang Jun. Now, as I play, focus on my technique, not on me. Very well. Master Wang, please commence. With that, Wang Jun began to perform the bell's grand fantasia. His execution remained at an exceptionally high standard. At that moment, Zheng Shui diverted her attention from Wang Jun's presence to the rapid movements of his fingers, witnessing a fluidity that resembled flowing water. As the piece concluded, she found herself enveloped by its beauty. Wang Jun took a deep breath and said, Master Wang, may I pose a question without inciting your ire? What question? Wang Jun assumed it pertained to the piano. With such talent, how did your wife come to divorce you? Zheng Shui's inquiry took Wang Jun aback, slightly offending him. Nevertheless, he replied, due to material matters. Do you comprehend? I had anticipated something different. Such materialistic women are best avoided, Zheng Shui remarked. Wang Jun felt a twinge of discomfort. Let us resume our practice. You shall play next while I guide you. He added, furthermore, I must emphasize the importance of respecting my teaching. I do not expect you to memorize everything I say, but at least pay earnest attention. Otherwise, I shall not accept your payment and will return it to you. Understood. Master Wang, please begin. Zheng Shui finally adopted a serious demeanor. Time passed slowly, with only a few seconds remaining. Wang Jun observed Zheng Shui, recognizing her exceptional aptitude. Time is up. We shall conclude here for today, Wang Jun announced. Zheng Shui sighed. Joyful moments are always fleeting. She then asked Master Wang, may we extend our lesson for another hour? Unexpectedly, Wang Jun replied, piano mastery requires a gradual approach. Spending excessive time on learning may hinder progress. Practice is paramount. Hence, today's session concludes here. After speaking, he proceeded to open the doors and windows. Zheng Shui sighed once more. Very well, I shall return tomorrow. All right, you may exit on your own. I am a bit weary and need a rest for a moment. After tidying up, Wang Jun entered his room, closed the door, and fell asleep. Uncertain of how long he slumbered, his phone rang. He answered, Mr. Wang, this is Zheng Wei. Are you available? What is it? Wang Jun glanced at the time. It was already 2 o'clock. Our chairman wishes to meet you, Zheng Wei stated earnestly. Oh, I have instructed the driver to wait at your door to take you. Please make it a point to meet our chairman. Zheng Wei's tone was filled with sincerity. Very well. I, too, am eager to encounter this individual named Zheng Kai. One never knows when he might be of use, Wang Jun replied. I will get up now. Thank you, Mr. Wang, Zheng Wei added before the call ended. Wang Jun hung up and stepped out of the villa, where a stretched Lincoln awaited him at the entrance. The car is worth nearly $3 million, isn't it? The fact that it is used to pick him up indicates that Zheng Kai holds himself in high regard. The crucial moment arrives when the driver, upon spotting Wang Jun, promptly exits the vehicle to personally greet him. Are you Mr. Wang? Indeed. Excellent. Please step inside, the driver says as he opens the door. Thank you. Wang Jun has yet to experience such a sensation. It is, without a doubt, exhilarating. Once seated, they drive away, while someone nearby observes the scene intently. Upon seeing Wang Jun depart, the observer immediately dials a number. On the other end is Zhu Kancheng. What is happening? Is there any news regarding that Mr. Wang? Zhu. Wang Jun has boarded a vehicle from Royal Holdings. He is likely headed to their headquarters. What? Zhu Kancheng, astonished, finds it hard to believe. How did that fellow get involved with Royal Holdings? His shock is palpable. At that moment, Yang Li also catches wind of the news. The second miss of Royal Holdings left her residence around noon. They were in the room for over an hour, another person informs. Goodness. So this fellow is living off a woman. Zhu Kancheng murmurs. Have someone investigate their relationship with Royal Holdings. Understood. After hanging up, Yang Li inquires, what is the situation? What about Wang Jun? Zhu Kancheng recounts the events. Wang Jun is indeed living off a woman. I had higher expectations of him. Given the situation, it won't be difficult to deal with him. They perceive that this situation appears challenging to navigate. Little do they realize that Wang Jun's circumstances are entirely of his own making, unrelated to anyone else. Rest assured, I have ordered an investigation into him, Zhu Kancheng asserts. We shall see how to handle him. Chapter 42. I'm not here for an interview. Seated in the Lincoln, Wang Jun gazes out at the scenery, pondering Zheng Kai's intentions. Previously, when approached to be a bodyguard, he declined. He hopes this time it is not the same request, for he would refuse again. However, meeting affluent individuals could be advantageous. If he could persuade them to align with his interests, that would be splendid. Additionally, gaining insight into their forthcoming investment directions would greatly benefit his stock dealings. Throughout the journey, the driver remains silent, simply navigating the road. Wang Jun seizes the opportunity to check the stock market on his phone. Everything seems to be progressing favorably. Royal Holdings has reached over $2, drawing closer to the point of selling for him. As long as no issues arise, $10 is indeed attainable. Before long, the vehicle halts in front of Grand Building. "Mr. Wang, we have arrived," the driver announces, exiting to open the door for him. "Which floor is your company on?" Wang Jun casually inquires. "The 8th floor. You could take the elevator up. The chairman is awaiting your arrival." "All right, thank you, driver." "You're welcome." After stepping out of the car, Wang Jun enters the building, which boasts elegant decor and is bustling with well-dressed individuals. In the past, he had delivered packages here as a courier, but back then, the security guard had not allowed him to ascend. Now, it seemed that everything had changed. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and proceeded to the elevator. Upon reaching the 8th floor, as the doors opened, he was met by the sight of 10 individuals emerging from another elevator. The entire 8th floor was occupied by Royal Holdings. They hastily entered the company's entrance ahead of him, but he remained unperturbed and followed closely behind. At that moment, someone handed him a piece of paper and a pen. "Please fill in your personal information and submit it to me," a girl instructed. Wang Jun glanced at the form and could not help but smile ruefully, for it was AR sum. It seemed that the 10 individuals were there for interviews, and he was inadvertently included among them. He contemplated setting the paper aside to inquire about Zheng Kai's whereabouts when a woman approached. She wore a form-fitting black skirt. Her long hair cascading in curls, and her full lips exuded sensuality. She gazed at Wang Jun for a long moment, recognizing him, and finally smiled. "Wang Jun, I never expected to encounter you here." Wang Jun also recognized the woman as Jia Jinjin, a close friend of Kong Rong. What an ironic twist of fate to meet her here. At that juncture, the earlier girl called out, "Manager Jia, greetings. Xiao Wei, please have the other interviewees fill out their information inside. This one is mine," Jia Jinjin declared. "Yes, Manager Jia." The girl then ushered the other candidates further inside. They regarded Wang Jun with a tinge of envy, astonished that he had encountered an old acquaintance in such a prestigious company. Some even strained their ears, curious if there were any hidden agendas at play. "Jia Jinjin?" Wang Jun called out. She smiled, saying, "I can't believe you remember me. I've heard about your relationship with Kong Rong. I never imagined you would hurt her again. This is quite the unexpected reunion. Things were about to get interesting." "Xiao Wei," Jia Jinjin exclaimed. "I'm here. Our group's Procter & Gamble position is still vacant. Let him take the PG job." Clearly, this was a personal vendetta. The girl hesitated but complied. "Sir, please come this way," she said. Wang Jun placed the paper and pen down and addressed Xiao Wei politely. "Miss, I am not here for an interview. I am looking for your chairman." Jia Jinjin chuckled. "Our chairman is quite busy, and the people he meets are all influential figures. Do you think someone delivering packages could gain an audience?" Wang Jun chose to disregard Jia Jinjin's remarks and spoke courteously to Xiao Wei. "Could you kindly inform your chairman?" "Xiao Wei, you can go about your business. I'll handle this. People like him just love to put on airs. Who do you think our chairman is? He would possibly meet a courier." Jia Jinjin scoffed, her disdain evident. Noticing Wang Jun's attire, her contempt deepened. "That outfit must be borrowed from a colleague, right? We are only in need of someone to clean the restrooms. So if you're interested, you can start immediately," she said bluntly. Such individuals, akin to Kong Rong, truly made him feel repulsed. Resolute, Wang Jun decided to seek out the chairman on his own. As he attempted to enter, Jia Jinjin was taken aback. "Security, remove this person at once," she shouted. Her call summoned 2 uniformed men from behind, who approached Wang Jun. Wang Jun felt utterly speechless. Why could she not trust him? What was happening? Why all the commotion? At that moment, an elderly gentleman emerged from the back, his expression stern. Jia Jinjin leaned in and declared, "Chairman, this individual is trying to force his way into our company. I will have him expelled immediately." To her surprise, the man was Zheng Kai, who seemed to have aged rather considerably, likely due to fatigue. Otherwise, he should be in his 50s. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and throw him out," Jia Jinjin insisted. Wang Jun merely smiled at Zheng Kai, having seen his photograph on the company website. Zheng Kai recognized Wang Jun, and it took him a moment to adjust to the young man's new attire. You must be Mr. Wang Jun, correct? Indeed, Mr. Zheng. Welcome. Zheng Kai promptly stepped forward to warmly shake Wang Jun's hand. The astonishment in the room was palpable. Xiao Wei was taken aback. This handsome young man was indeed the one the chairman had invited. The interviewees were even more bewildered, with some recognizing Wang Jun as the renowned pianist, the so-called master of the streets. He looked so dapper that they nearly failed to recognize him. The fact that someone mistook him for an interviewee was a clear indication of poor judgment. The human resources manager seemed unimpressive, leading them to doubt the company's prospects. I think you're right. Let's leave. This is pointless. 4 out of 10 candidates decided to depart. Jia Zhenjin stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Mr. Zheng, does your HR manager possess an inflated sense of superiority? She hardly welcomed me and suggested I take on a janitorial role. Wang Jun chuckled, while Zheng Kai's demeanor shifted, unable to maintain his composure. After all, Wang Jun was his guest, and it was disheartening to witness such treatment. I apologize. This reflects our management's shortcomings. He then addressed Jia Zhenjin directly. Jia Zhenjin, you are dismissed. Please gather your belongings and proceed to the finance department for your severance. Chairman, Zheng Kai ignored her, guiding Wang Jun deeper into the company. Jia Zhenjin felt despondent. Had she known this would transpire, she would have engaged more amicably with Wang Jun. Now, it was too late for regrets. Manager Jia, Xiao Wei whispered. You haven't seen the last of me, Wang Jun. With that, Jia Zhenjin began to pack her things. Chapter 43. A glimpse to discern truth from falsehood. Please, come in. Zheng Kai courteously welcomed Wang Jun into his office. Wang Jun glanced around. The atmosphere was charged with productivity. Many gazes were fixed upon him, each person pondering the identity of this remarkable individual who had garnered the attention of the chairman himself. Please. Wang Jun walked to the left of Zheng Kai, signaling as both entered the office. A grand floor-to-ceiling window graced the space, and the furniture was crafted from exquisite hardwoods. Upon stepping inside, Wang Jun noticed shelves brimming with an array of antiquities. It was evident that Zheng Kai possessed a considerable knowledge of these artifacts. Wang Jun observed the collection, astounded. Each piece was a masterpiece, each valued at no less than 100,000. Some were extraordinary, likely worth around $1 million. Zheng Kai smiled with delight. Mr. Wang, do you also appreciate antiquities? If you fancy any, I shall gift it to you. Such generosity? Wang Jun replied, Willie. To accept such a gift would create a debt of gratitude, potentially leading him to undertake unwelcome tasks. I shall merely admire. He quickly added. Zheng Kai, however, smiled knowingly, sensing that if Wang Jun truly desired a piece, he would indeed offer it. At that moment, Wang Jun's gaze fell upon an enamel vase. Mr. Wang, you have a discerning eye. This is a Qianlong enamel vase, acquired from a friend of mine. It is a product of the Imperial Kiln, and its quality is exceptional, Zheng Kai said, a hint of pride in his voice. Indeed, the vase's body was as white as jade, delicate as an eggshell, adorned with exquisite floral and avian motifs. Its proportions were perfect, emanating an air of refinement, truly a rare gem. This is a hidden treasure from the ancient Moon Pavilion. Do you admire it? I can gift it to you. Zheng Kai assumed Wang Jun was captivated. Yet, Wang Jun's subsequent remark puzzled him. Mr. Zheng, while this piece appears to originate from the ancient Moon Pavilion, it is, in fact, a product of Tong Tai Xiang. Upon hearing this, Zheng Kai's expression darkened, for he recognized that Tong Tai Xiang was a porcelain house known for producing fakes decades ago. Their imitations were so skillful that even the untrained could mistake them for genuine antiques. Countless pieces from Tong Tai Xiang have been sold at inflated prices. That cannot be. Zheng Kai et Galim in so du lo. Mr. Zheng, have you had this piece authenticated? No, it was gifted to me by a friend just yesterday, and I haven't had the chance to verify its authenticity. However, my friend would never sell me a counterfeit. Wang Jun replied with a knowing smile. This is unacceptable. I shall have it appraised. Zheng Kai, unconvinced, picked up the phone and dialed a number. Please come to my office. I need your expertise on a porcelain piece." He hung up, and Wang Jun wondered about this acquaintance. Clearly a trusted ally, given their close proximity in the same building. "Come, Mr. Wang, let us sit and converse." Zheng Kai gestured for Wang Jun to take a seat. He proceeded to brew tea, revealing leaves that must have cost a fortune. Such is the enigmatic lifestyle of the affluent. "I wonder what Mr. Zheng intends for our meeting?" Wang Jun inquired after sipping the floral infusion. "Let us converse first. There is no rush regarding the matter." Zheng Kai replied. The clock was nearing 3 o'clock, and soon Wang Jun would set out to pick up his child. If Zheng Kai had not mentioned his departure at 4, he would have remained silent. The two indulged in some tea, and approximately 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit entered the room. "Old Zheng, where are the porcelain pieces?" "Let me take a look," he called out. "Old Zheng, here, take a look at this Qianlong cloison vase. What do you think?" "It was sent over by Lin Yi," Zheng Kai said, rising to point at the vase. Old Zheng examined it, his expression grave and somewhat awkward, conveying unspoken sentiments. "Old Zheng, do you wish to hear the truth?" he asked. "Speak plainly," Zheng Kai urged. "This Qianlong cloison vase is indeed authentic. However, it cannot be classified as an official kiln product." "What? What is produced by Tong Teixiang?" "Zheng Kai in Gui." Old Zheng chuckled awkwardly. "Old Zheng, you know it is Tong Teixiang. Are you testing me intentionally?" No, a young acquaintance identified it. "This item was delivered this morning. I trust Linny, but he has played me for a fool. How could Linny act in such a manner? Business among acquaintances should not be conducted this way. Indeed, I will call him later and give him peace of my mind. We must return this item. By the way, Old Zheng, where is the young acquaintance you mentioned? His discernment is quite impressive to have identified it as Tong Teixiang's work. Come, let's go sit over there." "My young friend is waiting," Zheng Kai suggested. Old Zheng followed him outside. Upon seeing Wang Jun, his brow furrowed in surprise. Why? Because Wang Jun was exceedingly young, unlike the seasoned individuals typically found in the antiquities realm. "Mr. Wang, this is my friend Zhang Jing, whose company on the 6th floor specializes in the acquisition of antiques." Zheng Kai introduced. Wang Jun, realizing the implications of a recovery company and observing Zhang Jing's attire, deduced that he must possess considerable financial means. Perhaps next time, he could directly sell his antiques to him, as valuable items could fetch a handsome price in his hands. "Hello, esteemed elder. I am Wang Jun." Wang Jun greeted politely, rising to extend his hand in gesture. "A splendid name, Wang the Sovereign." Zhang Jing replied warmly, shaking Wang Jun's hand. "By the way, Wang Jun, how did you discern it was produced by Tong Teixiang?" Zhang Jing queried again. This was essentially a question aimed at uncovering how Wang Jun recognized its falsity, a deliberate test of his acumen. It is noteworthy that even Zheng Kai could not distinguish the genuine from the counterfeit. Zheng Kai's ability to acquire numerous authentic pieces undoubtedly indicated his keen eye. Upon a cursory glance, it is difficult to ascertain. However, upon closer inspection, the cloison vase exhibits a thin body, is lightweight, and the quality of colors is not sufficiently refined. This is primarily due to mass production. In truth, Tong Teixiang could produce better quality, but their haste for profit results in such flaws. This quality is worth at most 300 yuan, no more. At that moment, Zheng Kai was visibly upset, evidently having invested a considerable sum in this porcelain piece. "Truly an expert. I am impressed," Zhang Jing remarked with a smile. Zheng Kai, in turn, regarded Wang Jun with increasing satisfaction. Suddenly, Wang Jun uttered a statement that left Zheng Kai quite astonished. Chapter 44. Time's up. "I must fetch my daughter, Old Zhang. If I acquire any antiques in the future, may I bring them to you for appraisal?" Wang Jun inquired. "Of course. As long as they are genuine, I assure you that my offer will be the highest in the industry," Zhang Jing replied with a smile. Zheng Kai felt perplexed, realizing that Wang Jun might be the one profiting from this arrangement. Wang Jun was truly remarkable. Perhaps he could achieve success solely through antiques. "Very well. If I come across something valuable, I will prioritize bringing it to Old Zhang's shop," Wang Jun declared, visibly elated. Had he met Zhang Jing earlier, he might have managed to sell the dragon pattern plate for an even higher price. Nevertheless, he had still made a profit. and he resolved to sell to him again when the opportunity arose. Agreed, Zhang Jing responded with great happiness. He then asked old Zhang, "How did you come to know Mr. Wang?" "Take a look at this video, and you'll understand," Zhang Kai said, presenting his phone to Zhang Jing. The screen displayed footage of Wang Jun courageously confronting a group of criminals. Upon seeing it, Zhang Jing realized, it is you. "Young man, I have seen your video. You truly command admiration. In all of Magic City, there are but a few who would dare to stand up as you did." It seemed Zhang Jing had indeed viewed Wang Jun's video. Modesty begets modesty. "I merely acted as any responsible citizen of Huaxia should," Wang Jun replied humbly. "Old Zhang, I initially intended to enlist Wang Jun as my bodyguard, but he has since pursued greater opportunities. He is quite adept at stock trading. Yesterday's stock purchase was a result of his guidance," Zhang Kai added. "What? I was wondering how you managed to invest 100 billion in Zhu's group so suddenly after observing them for so long." "So it was your young friend who advised you," Zhang Jing remarked. "Just a stroke of luck." Wang Jun quickly waved his hand dismissively. "Wang Jun, may I pose another question? Could you share your thoughts with me?" Zhang Kai asked. "Certainly, Mr. Zhang. Regarding tomorrow's trajectory, how do you believe Zhu's group will perform?" "Mr. Zhang, I will share my thoughts, though they may lack maturity. So please do not mock me," Wang Jun cautioned. "You are far too humble. Do share." "Given that the market has recognized your determination, stock prices have begun to shift. I estimate a target price around 3 yuan. Should you choose to withdraw, it may plummet to 30 cents. However, Zhu's group cannot be held long-term, as their assets are not robust," Wang Jun explained. "Is there more?" Zhang Kai continued. "Your ability to invest 100 billion indicates that you, too, perceive Zhu's group's momentum, not merely due to my comments, correct?" Zhang Kai smiled in silence. "Indeed, that is the case. His investment of 100 billion in Zhu's group was motivated by his own faith in it, having long desired to invest but lacking support. However, seeing Wang Jun's backing encouraged him to take that bold step, which ultimately elevated the stock's value." Zhang Jing, unfamiliar with stocks, found his presence here rather pointless. Consequently, he rose to leave. "Please continue your discussion. I have matters to attend to." Wang Jun, remember to bring any valuable items to my recycling company." "Certainly, old Zhang." "Very well, I shall take my leave." With that, Zhang Jing departed. "Xiao Wei, please bring in the items," Zhang Kai instructed as he picked up the phone. Zhang Wei entered with a box and placed it before Wang Jun, opening it. "Wang Jun, here is 1 million. Please accept it," Zhang Kai suddenly declared. "Zhang, what is this? If it weren't for your support yesterday, I likely wouldn't have invested in the billion-dollar venture. As of now, my company has already profited 300 billion. Wang Jun responded. "Moreover, I wish to hire you. For every profit made, I will deposit 1/10,000th of the earnings into your account, settling monthly. With the royal shares magnitude, 100 billion could yield 1 million, and if we assist them in generating 1 trillion, that would mean 10 million. There is nothing more lucrative than this. However, manipulating the main forces is no simple task. Why? Because they are not retail investors. Selling 100 shares is merely a drop in the ocean compared to the thousands they hold. If no one is willing to take over, the price exists in vain. Thus, in most cases, doubling within a year is akin to achieving godlike status in the stock market. To put another way, this is equivalent to waging war against the Zhu group with the funds from the royal shares. Ideally, we would leave Zhu Kansheng utterly defeated." Wang Jun pushed the money back. Zhang Wei was quite astonished. Individuals like Wang Jun were exceedingly rare. Was he truly dismissing 1 million? Zhang Kai was perplexed. "What? Mister, one does not agree. I am aware of your situation. Collaborating with me could ruin Zhu Kansheng's reputation and finances. I believe you would not refuse," Zhang Kai asserted, clearly understanding Wang Jun. No. Who carries cash nowadays? Please transfer it," Wang Yun replied. Zhang Kai laughed heartily, finding Wang Jun rather intriguing. "All right, Xiao Wei, please handle this." "Zhang Kai Zi, Mr. Wang, kindly send me your account number. I will transfer it immediately," Zhang Wei said. "Sure, I will send it to you shortly. Now, let us discuss other matters," Zhang Kai encouraged. "What are your thoughts on manipulating the Zhu group?" Wang Jun inquired. "I will share my ideas, and if you require details, I can prepare a document for you. If you find it feasible, You can proceed as suggested. Some operational methods are quite complex to articulate, so it is more convenient to encode them. Very well, please proceed. Crush them entirely. Short sell. Wait until it drops to 30 cents, then buy in. With the same amount of money, you could acquire at least 20% of their shares and then place your people on their board. The subsequent maneuvers, I trust, you will comprehend. Excellent. This aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Let us proceed with this plan, Zheng Kai expressed without a hint of doubt, ready to follow Wang Jun's lead. After all, they would not incur losses with 100 billion. There would be profits. Yet their primary objective was not merely to earn, but to seize control of the Zhu Group. If they managed this effectively, it would equate to a significant increase in their shares, potentially yielding more than 100 billion over the year. Wang Jun smiled, reassured by the feasibility of the plan. By the way, are you free later? Shall we dine together and discuss further? Zheng Kai invite. Unexpectedly, Wang Yun stood up. I apologize, but I have no time now. I must go pick up my daughter. The time has come for Mr. Wang to pick up his child. Upon hearing this, Zheng Kai was momentarily taken aback. What a commendable father. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely be infuriated. Yet, Zheng Kai is also the father of 2 daughters. Very well. Let us reschedule for another time. Shall we? Please accompany Mr. Wang. Zheng Kai declared. Certainly, Chairman. No need for trouble. I shall return on my own. That is out of the question. Shall we? Ensure the driver sees him home. Understood. Mr. Wang, please. Very well, goodbye. Chairman Zheng. Farewell. Chapter 45. The chaotic Zhu family. Once Mr. Wang had departed, Zheng Wei returned with a curious expression. Chairman, do you believe what he said holds merit? Zheng Wei was somewhat puzzled by Zheng Kai's demeanor. He could not discern the value in Mr. Wang's analysis. Indeed, Mr. Wang's points are quite valid, and he did not elaborate excessively. Ultimately, the decisions lie with us, but his suggestions are more comprehensive and meticulous than I had anticipated. Observe this message he just sent. Zheng Kai retrieved his phone, and indeed, Mr. Wang's message was visible. Although it was succinct, each step was clearly outlined. With such a meticulous advisor, one merely needs to follow his guidance. Of course, circumstances are ever-changing. As it stands, employing Mr. Wang's approach is the most prudent course of action. However, should the situation shift, we must adjust our strategy accordingly. Regardless, Zheng Wei marveled. He truly is a prodigy. There are few as well-rounded as he in this world. Indeed, it is highly probable that we will gain control of the Zhu Group. The forthcoming operations may pose challenges, yet if we adhere to his plan, we should be able to dominate the Zhu Group within a month. If there are changes within the Zhu Group, we may need to consult him again and incorporate his insights. Zheng Kai Zima, no matter the outcome, the prospect of controlling the Zhu Group appears to be a foregone conclusion, which is indeed fortuitous. Shall we? You have performed admirably. Who would have thought that Mr. Wang's ex-wife would prove to be such an invaluable asset? It is ironic that Zhu Sanqing's misguided pursuits brought Mr. Wang to our aid. With his assistance, we should be able to acquire the Zhu Group within a year and transform it into the Zheng Group. Zheng Kai continued. In fact, I had previously assembled a team to study the Zhu Group. Their report, spanning 100 pages, reached conclusions similar to Mr. Wang's and offered additional suggestions. Yet they pale in comparison to his insights. Are we truly obligated to grant him a 1 in 1,000 commission? Zheng Wei inquired, perplexed by the magnitude of the compensation. Absolutely. Why not? Should we leverage his expertise wisely, he could propel us to triumph in the business arena, securing our invincibility. We must seize this opportunity and ensure our adversaries do not outmaneuver us. Zheng Kai expressed unwavering trust in Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang has not disappointed him. Now, this individual is of paramount importance. I want you to allocate half of my bodyguards to ensure Mr. Wang's safety. If any members of the Zhu Group intend to harm him, protect him and his daughter at all costs. Isn't he quite formidable? Why would he require our protection? Even the mightiest among us possesses a vulnerability. And for him, that vulnerability is his daughter, primarily concerning her safety. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Zhu Corporation, an elderly gentleman with graying hair was seething with rage as he clutched a stack of documents. He is none other than Zhu Ln, the elder brother of Zhu CNCH Ing and the chairman of the Zhu Corporation, as well as a sworn adversary of Zheng Xi. How could we allow royal shares to become involved? How many shares do they currently hold? He fumed, clearly infuriated by their participation. Chairman, they currently hold 5 of our shares, replied a captivating female secretary, her short skirt reflecting an alluring sheen under the lights. 5%, neither too much nor too little. Yet it poses a lethal threat to us. I truly regret not annihilating royal shares last time. Chairman, do you think they are aware that we shorted them? The secretary inquired. Impossible. We operated through foreign investment. They cannot possibly know. And what shall we do next? Isn't that for you to contemplate? Quickly notify all managerial personnel to convene in the office and summon that scoundrel Ing as well. I haven't seen him in half a month, and he has been prancing around pretending to be a manager. Yes, Chairman. In a nearby villa district, Ing wore a crestfallen expression. Darling, what is wrong? Have you discovered something? Yang Li asked, her curiosity piqued. That rascal has gone to royal shares, seeking out that old coot Zheng Xi. How does he know the chairman of royal shares? Zhu Li appeared bewildered. I'm not certain, but according to my informant, he was there to strategize. The 100 billion in stocks purchased yesterday was due to his influence on Zheng Xi. How could he possess such capability? Convincing a company chairman to buy 100 billion in stocks? Yang Li was astonished. To her, Wang Jun seemed a mere nobody, nothing more than a courier. However, his recent displays of capability had thoroughly shocked her, leading her to reconsider, only to have Wang Jun ultimately decline her overtures. I find it puzzling. Could it be that the old coot learned of his ability to leverage 20,000 into 200,000, prompting him to recruit him as a strategist? That seems implausible. Yang Li remained silent. I wonder how many benefits Zheng Xi has bestowed upon him, with royal shares holding such a substantial stake. Could Wang Jun also possess some? What could be his motive for assisting him? Is he seeking revenge against us? Zhu Ing broached the topic of retribution. Yang Li chuckled him. You overestimate him. He wouldn't dare retaliate against us. After all, you are the general manager of the Zhu Corporation, not just anyone. He wouldn't have the audacity. I suspect someone may have exaggerated his capabilities. Yang Li was clearly skeptical regarding Wang Jun's prowess. That is perhaps a possibility. Zhu Ing conceded before his phone rang. He answered, his expression turning grave, as if the inevitable had arrived. I understand. I'll head over immediately. Zhu Ing concluded the call. I must return to the company for a brief visit. My dear, please remain at home and take care. What is it? Has something occurred? Yang Li inquired with a hint of confusion. My elder brother has unexpectedly summoned all managerial personnel for a meeting, though the reason remains unclear. Could it be related to the stock? I suspect so. During the recent short selling of royal shares, we were not summoned as such. Meanwhile, Wang Jun sat comfortably in his Lincoln, blissfully unaware of the ensuing chaos. He closed his eyes, contemplating the surreal events of the past few days. From having nothing to now being a winner in life, all had transpired in a matter of days. In this short span, he had amassed not only popularity and wealth, but also happiness. Suddenly, his phone chimed. A notification read, your bank card ending in 7253 has received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan. Wang Jun smiled at his phone. Royal shares certainly conducted their affairs with great efficiency. He had now become a millionaire. This entire experience felt somewhat unreal, yet it was undeniably genuine. With newfound wealth, he pondered what he could provide for his child. After much reflection, he decided to see what she desired. Whatever she wished for, he would certainly procure. As he contemplated, the vehicle came to a halt. He leaned out his head. They had arrived at the school, just as the bell rang for dismissal. Chapter 46, Charisma 1, Fortune 1, Endurance 1. At that moment, the entrance of the kindergarten was bustling with vehicles. However, these cars were modest, most valued at only 300,000 to 400,000 yuan, with some even in the tens of thousands. The arrival of the Lincoln captured considerable attention. Many parents began to discuss amongst themselves, pointing at the luxurious vehicle. This was the latest model of Lincoln's extended version, currently unavailable in Huaxia, and with tariffs, the price started at 500,000 yuan. Who could possibly drive such an extravagant car to pick up their child? It was perplexing, as ordinary drivers could hardly manage such a long vehicle. One required a special license. Thus, those who drove such cars must have dedicated chauffeurs. Surely, the occupant of this vehicle was a significant business magnate or perhaps a wealthy heir. As the kindergarten session concluded, a throng of children emerged. Within the car, Wang Jun spotted Sure, her small backpack adorably slung over her shoulder. He prepared to exit the vehicle. The driver, discerning his intention, promptly alighted and opened the door. The moment everyone laid eyes on Wang Jun, astonishment swept through the crowd. Particularly, Zhu Shizhong, who was stationed at the security booth, was rendered speechless, saliva pooling at his feet. Wang Jun had appeared in tattered clothing that day, perhaps truly embracing the essence of life. Or maybe such attire was deemed the height of fashion this year, something they simply did not comprehend. Zhu Shizhong quickly approached and bowed to Wang Jun. "Good afternoon, Mr. Wang." At that moment, onlookers regarded Zhu Shizhong with disdain, deeming him overly pragmatic. Meanwhile, Li Duo's gaze was fixated on Wang Jun, her eyes filled with longing. To be associated with him, a man of both charm and wealth, who could luxuriate in a Lincoln, was a thought that brought her joy. Emerging from within, Lan Yu spotted Wang Jun as he alighted from his vehicle. A tumult of emotions flooded her, leaving her feeling somewhat inadequate. Indeed, Wang Jun epitomized the archetype of a distinguished bachelor. A female accountant approached and remarked, "Director Lan, Mr. Wang is truly a man worthy of trust. I reckon he has earned nearly 100 million this year alone." Observing the accountant's enthusiasm, Lan Yu felt a stirring in her heart. Yet a shadow of doubt loomed. Did she truly deserve someone like Wang Jun? Not only was she affected, several female teachers at the school began to seize their phones, attempting to connect with Wang Jun via the parents' group. "Master, thank you. My home is nearby. You may head back first," Wang Jun gently replied. "All right, Mr. Wang, goodbye." The driver departed, cruising away in a Lincoln, while Wang Jun strode towards the kindergarten entrance, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. "Mr. Wang, you come to pick up your child as well." Li Duo approached him with eager cordiality. "Yes. Do you have time for dinner tonight? My son plays quite well with your Sure," she continued. Wang Jun, however, chose to disregard her overtures, fully aware that she was not being truthful. "Apologies. I have no time tonight. I must accompany my child. Let's leave it at that," he stated before turning towards Sure, who was still bidding farewell to her friends. Upon seeing her father, her joy erupted into a leap of excitement. With her cherubic face and sparkling, large eyes, she was utterly delightful. "Daddy hug." Sure extended her arms, her affection evident. The brief separation felt akin to an eternity as the child sweetly pouted. "All right, Daddy's hug." Wang Jun's eyes were filled with love for his daughter, leaving no room for anyone else. He lifted her into his arms and gently inquired, "Did you behave well today, Sure?" Lan Yu observed the father-daughter duo with a twinge of envy, recognizing the child's fortune in receiving Wang Jun's unwavering love. "Yes, Sure received a big red flower today." The teacher praised her for doing well. Sure exclaimed proudly, showing her father the flower. "Wonderful, Sure. Give Daddy a kiss." Wang Jun leaned in closer, and with a soft peck, Sure replied, "Thank you, Daddy, for the compliment." The child performed even better today than yesterday. "Now all her classmates adore her and want to play with her," Lan Yu remarked. "Is that so?" "That is splendid," Wang Jun replied with satisfaction. "As long as she is happy and grows joyfully, all efforts are worthwhile." "All right, let us return. Daddy will prepare a delicious meal for you," he added. "Yes, Daddy. I want pizza and roast chicken. Can we have that?" Sure eagerly asked. "Of course. I will make it for you," he assured her. "Oh, that's wonderful." Sure clapped her chubby little hands in delight. "Let us go now. Say goodbye to the teacher." "Goodbye, Teacher Lan." Sure waved cheerfully. Lan Yu smiled and returned the greeting, while Wang Jun swiftly carried his child away, heading toward home. Onlookers could not help but think that Wang Jun was undoubtedly a significant figure, a discreet yet formidable presence in the business world. After walking approximately 30 meters, Sure hugged Wang Jun and exclaimed, "Daddy, look, there's a little kitten over there." Wang Jun paused and indeed spotted a small white kitten curled up in the corner by the roadside, trembling with fear. The kitten appeared to be less than a month old, and beside it lay a box containing a bit of cat food, suggesting it had been abandoned. Who could be so heartless as to leave such a helpless creature here? He gently set his child down. Sure approached the kitten, which surprisingly did not shy away, but instead ventured closer to her. Perhaps it was instinctual. Maybe it sensed that this was its chance for salvation. Daddy, this little white kitten is so adorable. It's so fluffy, I really like it. Sure scooped up the kitten and cradled it in her arms. Wang Jun nodded in agreement. Yes, it is quite charming. It must be so lonely without a mother. Although Sure doesn't have a mother either. She has her father, and this kitten has no one. How pitiful. Daddy, can I keep it? Her innocent plea nearly brought tears to Wang Jun's eyes. Daddy, not receiving an immediate response. Sure called out again. All right, I support you. Let us adopt it. Thank you, Daddy. The child exclaimed, then affectionately addressed the kitten. From now on, I shall call you Little White. You must be good and listen, all right? The kitten mewed as if it understood her words. Seeing his daughter so joyous, Wang Jun remained silent, yet a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected your daughter's compassionate nature. You are rewarded with 1 appearance, 1 luck, 1 stamina. He could feel himself becoming a tad more handsome, luckier, and slightly more resilient. Chapter 47. Daughter, please strive a little harder. This reward was indeed commendable. 3 attributes increased by 1, particularly luck. Perhaps the chances of encountering fortuitous events would rise. Winning the lottery might become more feasible too. Daughter, please strive a little harder. Wang Jun couldn't help but exclaim. The more positive energy and diligence his child exhibited, the greater his own benefits. I will study even harder. Daddy, Sure earnestly declared while holding the little white kitten, clearly perceiving this as a transaction between her and Wang Jun. After all, raising a kitten would demand more of her time, necessitating greater diligence in her studies. You're so good, Sure. Let us head home. Okay, Daddy, carry me. All right. I'll carry you. Wang Jun lifted her up, but just a few steps later, an unfamiliar man suddenly appeared in front of him. Instinctively, he took a step back, ensuring the child was protected. Upon closer inspection, the man appeared to be in his 30s, clad in a suit with slicked-back hair. He was not very tall, but weighed at least 200 pounds, presenting an imposing figure. He bent down to pick up a small red box, resembling a miniature umbrella. When had such a box appear before him? Excuse me, sir, is this box yours? The man suddenly inquired. Wang Jun scrutinized the man with caution, and an idea struck him. He quickly discerned the man's intentions. This was nothing more than a classic pickpocketing scheme. It is a time-worn con that typically occurs in markets and secluded areas, where criminals await solitary pedestrians. When the opportunity arises, they deliberately drop a counterfeit valuable item, and then lure unsuspecting individuals into a trap by suggesting a shared claim or asking for cash to safeguard the supposed treasure, ultimately absconding with their money. Wang Jun wished to avoid further entanglement and was about to leave when another tall, slender man hurried over. Hello, have you seen a red box? He asked. The stout man shook his head and subtly gestured to Wang Jun. Wang Jun remained silent, intrigued to observe the unfolding spectacle. No, we haven't seen anything, the stout man reiterated, despite the object being right in his grasp. It was indeed a blatant lie. What should I do? That cost me 100,000. The ancient jade, known as Gao Guyu, is traditionally reserved for emperors and nobility, rich in material, craftsmanship, and cultural significance. Originating from the early Western Zhou dynasty, worn by the emperor as a sign of authority. Wang Jun chuckled. These swindlers were quite clever, even fabricating such specialized terminology to deceive. The slender man insincerely added, if you happen to see anyone with a red box, please inform me. I will reward you generously. Here is my business card. He then produced 2 cards, handing one to Wang Jun and the other to the stout man before departing. As soon as the slender man left, the stout man discarded the card and opened the box. Lo and behold, it contained jade. Furthermore, there was a receipt indicating a value of 100,000. Wang Jun glanced at it, utterly astonished. This was indeed genuine. Was it possible that these con artists had sunk so low as to use authentic items for their deceit? However, one must examine closely, so he asked, may I take a look? The stout man assumed Wang Jun had taken the bait. Let us step aside. It's too conspicuous here. Very well, Wang Jun agreed, following him to a more secluded spot, all while remaining vigilant. Meanwhile, sure, oblivious to the unfolding drama, played with a white kitten. The stout man carefully extracted the jade. Wang Jun observed it closely. It was authentic, intricately carved with the image of a cow turning its head. Aptly named Reversal of Fortune. It measured approximately 6 centimeters in height, around 10 centimeters in width, and 5 centimeters in thickness, weighing less than half a kilogram. Examining the jade's quality, he noted its high density, exquisite craftsmanship, rich patina, natural hues, profound calcification, and lifelike representation. Truly a masterpiece. He estimated that if Zhang Jiang were to appraise it, it would fetch upwards of 250,000, contingent upon Zhang's negotiation skills. Such exquisite items are rare and precious. Noticing Wang Jun's keen interest, the stout man suddenly remarked, "This item is exceedingly valuable, and since we discovered it together, we should share the spoils. How about we split it?" Wang Jun smiled. Indeed, the man had revealed his true intentions. "Very well. How do you propose we share it?" Wang Jun feigned naivety, stepping into the trap. Although he yearned to possess the jade, the script had to unfold as planned. Ultimately, the con artist would demand a deposit. If he merely provided them with a sum of 3 to 500, it would suffice. Exchanging 3 to 500 for a piece of jade worth over 200,000 did not seem like a loss. Was this perhaps the influence of fortune? Wang Jun pondered. He had purchased it for 100,000, and he was acquainted with several jade dealers who would likely offer no more than 20,000 for such an item. Thus, he proposed, "I will give you 10,000. How about I keep the jade?" The man foolishly believed himself clever. Wang Jun decided to play along. "Sure, I will give you my QR code. You can scan it." The man found himself at a loss. If this transaction were to be scrutinized, it could spell trouble for him. Hence, he opted for a cash exchange. "I don't have that much cash on me right now. Let us do this. You keep the box here, wait for me, and I'll fetch the cash. What do you think?" "All right, the box is with me, so I'm not worried about you running off." "Very well, I shall take my leave." The hefty man took a few steps before turning back. "Wait, I don't know you. What if you abscond with the jade? Perhaps you should leave something as collateral or cash." Wang Jun realized the man's true intentions were surfacing. So, he responded, "I don't possess anything of substantial value, aside from this piece of clothing. How about I pledge my garment to you?" "Sir, don't jest. How much is a piece of clothing worth?" The man's irritation began to show, as he perceived Wang Jun to be somewhat dim-witted. Little did he know, at that moment, he was merely Wang Jun's prey. "What'll we do then? Do you have any money?" "I do, but only 300 in cash." 300 is a bit scant. "Is it? Then I shall accompany you to the bank to withdraw more. You can return the money to me afterward." Wang Jun proposed a solution. This made the con artist anxious. If they truly went to the bank, he would incur a loss of 10,000. In a fit of panic, he replied, 300 it is. You hand me the money, and I'll take care of the box. I'll be right back." "All right, here's your 300. Wang Jun did not hesitate to produce the cash and hand it over to the hefty man. "Do not leave. Otherwise, I may return to find you gone." After taking the money, the man reluctantly departed. He could not fathom why Wang Jun possessed only 300 in cash. Meanwhile, Wang Jun chuckled to himself, weighing the jade in his hand. Tomorrow he could approach Zhang Jiang for a buyback. Indeed, when fortune smiles, it is unstoppable. Chapter 48. The World of Adults Poetry. "Let's return," Wang Jun announced as he tidied up. "But Daddy, didn't you say we should wait for that uncle?" Poetry asked curiously, having overheard the entire conversation. "No need to wait. He will not be returning," Wang Jun replied succinctly. "Oh, is that so?" Poetry did not grasp the complexities of adult life. Yes, indeed. Poetry did not dwell on it further, accepting the situation as it was. "By the way, Daddy, the little kitten has no food. It must be hungry, right?" Wang Jun immediately replied, "Then let us go buy some cat food." "All right." Thus, the little kitten shall not suffer hunger any longer. "Father, father, meow." The father and daughter turned and walked in opposite directions. Meanwhile, the portly man, clutching 300 yuan, turned into an alley. The slender man stood there, smoking a cigarette. How'd it go? Did he pay? The portly man sighed. He did. But only 300 yuan. How did you agree to that? Doesn't he possess anything else of value? No. It's a long story. The lad insisted on accompanying me to withdraw money, and in a moment of desperation, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, we only acquired this item for 50 yuan, earning a profit of 250. Curse you. Be wiser next time. Understood. Let us go, the slender man replied. However, just as they were about to leave, the phone rang. The slender man answered. What? That ancient jade is genuine? Damn it. Portly, hurry and find that person to reclaim it. What? But when they rushed out to search for Wang Jun, he was nowhere to be found. After scouring the area, they could not locate him. Should we call the police? The portly man suggested. Call the police on ourselves? Where's your head at? The slender man muttered. That fellow truly struck it lucky. Regardless of its authenticity, it was old Li who provided it to us. It's none of our concern. Though regretful, what could they do? They could only leave in discontent. As for Wang Jun, he carried Sure and walked 2 kilometers away in under 15 minutes. At that moment, he genuinely felt what it was like to possess a stamina level of 1. Even at a brisk pace, he exhibited no signs of breathlessness, and his legs felt neither sore nor painful. He could easily continue brisk, walking for another 10 kilometers. This should be the place, he mused, halting by a main road. According to his navigation, there was a pet store nearby named Yisheng. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed his destination merely 20 meters ahead. Just then, a young woman obstructed his path. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, with a splendid figure and striking features that hinted at foreign descent. Speaking in somewhat awkward Chinese, she greeted him. Hello, sir. Hello. How may I assist you? Wang Jun inquired while cradling the child. Sure gazed in astonishment at this foreign woman who seemed so different from them. Suddenly, the foreign girl asked, I find your voice quite magnetic. Might I frequently hear it in the future? Would you be so kind as to add me on WeChat? This cursed beauty captivates even foreigners? Previously, he had experienced luck at a level of 1, then stamina at 1, and now attractiveness at 1. These 3 fundamental attributes were vividly manifesting. Just as Wang Jun was about to respond, Sure firmly rejected the foreign girl. Only Sure can hear my daddy's voice. You cannot. Upon uttering this, Sure snatched Wang Jun's phone. Is this your child? The young woman inquired. Yes, she is my child. So adorable. Yes, Sure, call her sister. No, I dislike her. I will not. Poetess, in a fit of anger, turned away, unwilling to gaze upon the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty. My apologies. It's nothing. The foreign girl awkwardly departed. However, as she left, several other girls approached, each possessing a beauty rating of around 8. Hello, I've noticed you for quite some time. May I add you on WeChat? You are quite handsome. May I have your WeChat? Hey, handsome, can we exchange WeChat? A total of 5 girls came forth, seeking to connect on WeChat, a testament to his striking looks. Yet, the child clung tightly to her phone, refusing to let them add him. Ultimately, the girls had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Wang Jun had never before been approached for his WeChat, especially while holding a child. It is known that many are quite resistant to single men with children, unless the man is exceptionally attractive. Wang Jun found no need to decline, as the poetess took it upon herself to reject their advances, causing him to shake his head in disbelief. Father and daughter made their way to the Yisheng pet store, and upon reaching the entrance, they spotted the shopkeeper inside. The shopkeeper, a woman in her late 20s, stood around 7 meters tall, exuding an enchanting aura. Wang Jun entered the store while holding the child. The shopkeeper was engaged in a conversation with a middle-aged man about a brand of dog food. However, upon seeing Wang Jun, she paused, swallowed hard, set down the dog food, and eagerly approached him, dismissing the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, taken aback, wondered if such business practices were customary, and decided to leave the store without making a purchase. The shopkeeper seemed unperturbed by his departure. With warmth, she inquired, Sir, how may I assist you? Upon noticing the poetess, a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes, but it quickly faded. Is there cat food suitable for a kitten? The poetess indicated, cradling a small white kitten. Yes, indeed. Right this way, the shopkeeper responded enthusiastically, leading the father and daughter to a section filled with cat food. I recommend this brand. It is particularly suitable for kittens, featuring freeze-dried fresh meat paired with ample dietary fiber. The shopkeeper looked at Wang Jun, her eyes shimmering with fervor. Very well, I will take this one. How much is it? Wang Jun replied decisively, recognizing her expertise and wishing to avoid unnecessary delays. Currently, we are running a promotion. You may try a sample bag first, and if it suits you, you can come back for more. No need for that. Give me 10 bags right away. Wang Jun countered, deviating from the norm. Buying a single bag would necessitate a return visit soon, and he lacked the luxury of time. He preferred to purchase enough to last a month in one go. The young woman appeared slightly astonished, as most customers tended to seek bargains. However, this man was distinctly different. Shopkeeper, how much? Wang Jun inquired once more. The shopkeeper finally responded, that will be 1,000 yuan. All right, where's the QR code? Let me scan it. Here. Scan here. The young woman unexpectedly bore a tag upon her chest, prominently displaying a payment QR code. Having scanned it, 1,000 yuan was promptly transferred. Please prepare the goods for me. I shall take them with me now, Wang Jun urged, anxious to return home as it was nearing 5 o'clock, and his child would soon be hungry. He needed to cook. By the way, sir, these 10 bags are rather heavy. Where do you reside? I could assist in delivering them to you, the young woman suddenly proposed. No need. Wang Jun firmly declined. Yet, she exhibited no signs of embarrassment and continued. By the way, my surname is Li, and I am Li Yi. May I have your WeChat? Another request for WeChat. Wang Jun noted, but before he could respond, his daughter, sure, interjected, Daddy doesn't add WeChat. She seemed to sense Li Yi's ulterior motives, displaying an awareness uncommon for her age. Perhaps she felt that Li Yi's attentiveness to her father might diminish the love he had for her. Hence her resolve to prevent any such woman from connecting with Wang Jun. Little one, Ani wants to add you on WeChat for convenience. If you ever run out of cat food, I can deliver it to your doorstep. Do you understand? Li explained it. My daddy can buy it himself. No need for delivery, sure retorted. The child was indeed perceptive. All right, just help me package it quickly. I have matters to attend to, Wang Jun requested again. With no other choice, Li bent down to assist him in packing the cat food, her posture reminiscent of a cat. However, Wang Jun paid little attention, as she did not appeal to his tastes. She then lifted the 10 bags of cat food, which must have weighed at least 20 jin, and observed that Wang Jun did not appear particularly strong, especially as he was also holding a child. This is quite a lot. Shall I help you carry it home? Li offered once more. No need. Wang Jun effortlessly hoisted the 10 bags, as if they were weightless, feeling as though he could lift a pen with greater ease. Such undeniable strength was indeed impressive. At that moment, an elderly man entered through the door. Upon seeing him, Wang Jun was taken aback. Wasn't he that old Li? The one selling the dragon pattern plate? To Wang Jun's astonishment, old Li exclaimed, Daughter, do you have 1,000 yuan to lend your old man? Quick, I'm in urgent need. Upon spotting old Li immediately refused. I told you to stop peddling those counterfeit antiques. You never listen. You keep losing money and then come begging me for more. Old Li attempted to respond, but his gaze fell upon Wang Jun. What are you doing here? He asked, incredulous. We meet again, old Li. Wang Jun replied with a smile. That young man, did you sell the dragon pattern plate to old Lu? Old Li inquired, to which Wang Jun nodded slightly. I can't believe it. That plate was genuine. I've truly lost out. Old Li fumed upon seeing Wang Jun. He was equally astonished. Dad, do you know him? I don't know him, but I sold him a dragon pattern plate at a low price. Little did I know it was authentic. Young man, you've made quite a profit, Old Li remarked. He looked at Wang Jun with a hint of incredulity. This young man, with his somewhat excessive demeanor, surprisingly managed to procure genuine items from his father at a remarkably low price. Was it a testament to his exceptional skill, or merely a stroke of good fortune? This lad was quite peculiar, ever since I sold him something. My luck has taken a turn for the worse. First, my stall was vandalized, and then I lost an exquisite item to turn the world around, which was misplaced by 2 mischievous youngsters. Upon hearing old Li's words, Wang Jun understood the situation. The scam he had just encountered was orchestrated by old Li's acquaintances, who had been supplying these lawbreakers. This simply would not do. It was criminal activity. No wonder his stall had been destroyed. Old Li, I won't be purchasing from you again, Wang Jun said with a smile. To Old Li's ears, these words were painfully jarring. I'm done with this. I can no longer engage in such dealings. I might end up in serious trouble myself, Old Li lamented. Perhaps he had come to realize something. Perhaps he understood that those two rogues were engaging in illicit activities. Thus, he wished to withdraw. Regardless, it is always commendable to refrain from unlawful conduct. In light of this, Wang Jun decided to let it go. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Young man, what is your name? My surname is Wang. Wang Jun replied before departing. As he watched Wang Jun leave, Old Li was filled with mixed emotions, regretting his decisions, knowing that the transaction had been completed, leaving him with no standing whatsoever. Daughter, lend me 1,000 yuan to tide me over, would you? Meanwhile, Wang Jun hurried home. Upon arrival, he quickly prepared dinner and called for Sure to join him. Sure, come eat. He called out. Dad, wait a moment. I'm watching the cat eat. Seeing that he could not coax her, Wang Jun went over to pick her up. If you keep watching the cat eat, it will feel shy. You need to eat to grow tall, okay? Okay. Father and daughter sat down at the dining table. Wang Jun thoughtfully tied an apron around his child's waist before serving her. Sure took a bite and exclaimed, Dad's cooking is delicious. This child certainly had a sweet tongue. If it's tasty, then eat plenty, all right? Okay. Sure blinked her large eyes, her entire face flushed with delight. After a while, she suddenly said, Dad, my teacher and classmates all say you play the piano exceptionally well. I want to be as amazing as you, can I? Do you wish to learn the piano? Yes. Sure nodded vigorously. All right. After dinner and a little rest, I will teach you how to play. Okay? The father and daughter shared a harmonious moment together. An hour later, they finally sat down at the piano. Wang Jun began instructing her. When playing the piano, it's essential to first learn the correct posture. Your sitting position should be natural, upright, and conducive to playing. Avoid stiffness, tension, or being overly relaxed. All right. After approximately half an hour of earnest instruction, Wang Jun noticed that Sure had fallen asleep while seated. This child, falling asleep without even having a bath. Wang Jun sighed. The child was exceedingly fatigued after a long day at kindergarten. Thus, he gently cradled her and made his way to the bedroom, where he laid her down to sleep. As she rested on the bed, she mumbled in her slumber, Little kitty, hug me. It seemed that the bath would have to wait until tomorrow. Having settled the child comfortably, he stepped out onto the balcony for a smoke. Gazing at the moon above, he mused that being a father was rather pleasant. Chapter 50. The Western Han Dynasty jade carving of a dragon pattern pendant. Wang Jun reclined on the balcony, smoking a cigarette while scrutinizing the ancient jade he had acquired that afternoon with a flashlight. This piece was undoubtedly worth far more than 200,000. It was likely to fetch at least 250,000. Subsequently, he retrieved Zhang Zheng's business card, intending to add him on WeChat and inquire about the jade's true value. Should Zhang's offer exceed 250,000, he would consider selling it to him. If it fell short, he would consult Old Liu. Currently, he was not in dire need of funds, but achieving a high sale price would be most advantageous. However, approaching Old Liu posed a dilemma due to Old Li's involvement. It was certain that Old Li was acquainted with Old Liu. Old Li's statement of resignation was likely made for his daughter's ears. This line of work was fraught with complexities. The prospect of substantial profits was enticing. Yet if they discovered that he held the key to a significant opportunity, it could invite trouble from two unscrupulous individuals. While he was unconcerned for his own safety, he feared for Sure's well-being. Regardless, his priority was to add Zhang Zheng on WeChat. He scanned the QR code on the business card and successfully added Zhang's personal WeChat. Placing his phone beside him, he patiently awaited a response. Soon his phone chimed. Upon checking, he noted it was not Zhang Zheng, but rather a friend request from someone named Xiaoshui Irun. He accepted the request, and soon they began conversing. Hello, Wang Handsome. Oh, matey, how did you obtain my WeChat ID? Wang Jun was puzzled. Had technology advanced to such a degree? How could Li Yi have acquired his information? It's in the payment records. A quick search and I found it. Wang Jun then realized the ease with which such connections could be made. May I inquire about the purpose of your message? He asked politely. I've watched some of your videos. This afternoon, I hesitated to recognize you, fearing I might be mistaken. After further confirmation, it truly is you. You are such a good person. There are few like you in all of Huaxia. You must be quite popular with the ladies, correct? I observed no fewer than 10 girls adding you this afternoon. Li Yi rambled on, evidently recognizing Wang Jun and having seen his videos, particularly the one of him playing the piano. A refined gentleman like him should not be allowed to slip away, lest there be a great loss. Do you have a specific purpose? Please, be direct and avoid beating around the bush. Wang Jun felt a flicker of annoyance. He had added her for this? Well, it's nothing too pressing. I simply wish to show you something. What is it? He inquired. An antique. Could you assist me in examining it? Wang Jun was momentarily speechless. Isn't your father an antique dealer? You should consult him. If he possesses the expertise, he wouldn't have sold you an authentic piece at such a meager price. Honestly, this antique holds significant value for me, and I wish to ascertain its authenticity. Li Yi remarked. Given its importance to her, Wang Jun relented and agreed. Since Zhang Zheng had not responded, it would be prudent to ascertain what the item was. All right, send it over for my examination. Please hold on. I shall take a photograph, Li Yi replied. After a brief interval, she sent over an image. Upon opening it, Wang Jun felt an immediate surge of warmth. This was inappropriate for minors. The photograph featured Li Yi in an attire that was rather provocative. Nevertheless, Wang Jun maintained a serious demeanor, inquiring, "Is this the antique you mentioned, Ms. Li? It appears to be of a recent vintage, perhaps no more than 25 years. Oh, my apologies, I sent the wrong image." Li Yi quickly retracted the photograph and followed it up with a shy emoji. Wang Jun realized that this woman was undoubtedly being mischievous. Thankfully, he caught the error. Had his wife seen it, it would have been quite the predicament. Please refrain from mentioning those two words. I am divorced. Thank you. I apologize for not being aware of your divorce. Li Yi immediately responded, a hint of satisfaction evident in her tone. If you have something to send, do so promptly. I have matters to attend to. Wang Jun expressed his impatience. All right, I will adjust the lighting for a clearer shot, Li Yi replied. After approximately 5 minutes, she sent another image. It depicted an ancient jade pendant, reminiscent of the quality of his own. What do you think of this jade? Is it genuine? It was given to me by my father, who assured me of its authenticity for many years, but now I wish to sell it. However, I fear it may be a counterfeit, leading to a waste of resources and time. Li Yi continued. Please send the original image. This one lacks clarity, Wang Jun requested. The image's resolution was insufficient to discern finer details. For a proper appraisal, a clearer view is necessary. Just a moment. Li replied, sending hundredfold photograph. This piece is likely a Western Han jade pendant featuring intricate dragon motifs. It is indeed ancient jade. If sold, it could fetch around 150,000. I cannot guarantee its authenticity with absolute certainty. Really? That is fantastic. My father has not deceived me after all. By the way, what do you mean by not being able to guarantee 100%? It requires an in-person examination for a definitive evaluation. While it appears promising, a tactile inspection is essential for a conclusive determination. May I bring it to your home for a face-to-face assessment? Li suggested. Wang Jun recognized the implication behind her words. That may not be necessary. You can sell it tomorrow, as I've already indicated its value. As for its authenticity, I doubt anyone would attempt to mislead you. Wang Jun wished to avoid further entanglement. This woman was not his type, at best a mere 8 out of 10. Inferior to Lan Yu. Moreover, given her seasoned demeanor, she likely had several suitors. Such a woman was best avoided. He could certainly steer clear of her. Moreover, given the connections that old Li possesses, it is improbable that he would have extensive interactions with her. Are you interested? I can sell it to you for 100,000, Li Yi inquired. I'm afraid I must decline. Wang Jun replied. There's little profit to be made. Purchasing at 100,000 only to resell at 150? What if others are only willing to offer 100,000? Thus, Wang Jun was unwilling to take that risk. If it were 1,000, perhaps I'd consider it, but I can't bring myself to do so, especially since it has been claimed to be genuine, and there is simply no need for such actions. Li Bijame agitated. However, Wang Jun remained indifferent to her displeasure, as it did not concern him. If there is nothing else, I must be on my way. I have other matters to attend to. What would you possibly be doing at this hour? With another woman, perhaps? Li queried once more. What is wrong with this woman? Truly an oddity. It seems that being handsome is quite a burden. No comment, Wang Jun declared, closing the chat window just as he noticed that Zhang Jing had approved his friend request. Chapter 51. I simply enjoy watching you disapprove of me, yet remain powerless to change that. Zhang Jing accepted Wang Jun's friend request. Mr. Wang? Indeed, is I. Old Zhang. Greetings. May I inquire about the purpose of your message? Zhang Jing asked. I happened to acquire a piece of ancient jade this afternoon. Would you be interested in taking a look? Wang Jun stated directly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing promptly sent a voice message, clearly excited. Mr. Wang, what type of ancient jade is it? Please send me a photo. Just a moment. Wang Jun adjusted the lighting and took a photograph to send to Zhang Jing. Approximately 5 minutes later, Zhang Jing replied, Could you measure it? Certainly. It is 6 centimeters in height, 10 centimeters in width, 5 centimeters in thickness, and weighs about 300 grams. Good heavens! This is a superior piece of Hatian jade with a delicate and lustrous texture, high density, and natural coloration. The carving is exquisite, the lines are fluid, and the shape is magnificent with an oily sheen. This piece is capable of altering fortunes. It is a true masterpiece. Zhang Jing continued. I recall seeing a similar piece long ago, which resembled this one. Regrettably, I was unable to procure it at that time. What a pity. To encounter it again today is astonishing. I have sought it for quite some time. Zhang Jing's enthusiasm was palpable, revealing his excitement. If I have seen it before, could it perhaps be the same one? Mr. Wang, where do you reside? I would like to come and see it in person. One must view such a treasure face to face. Zhang Jing insisted. His apprehension regarding the authenticity of the piece prompted this request. Wang Jun, understanding the necessity of transparency, agreed, thus eliminating the need for a trip the following day. Indeed, you are right, old Zhang. I shall send you my location. Let me know when you can come. Right now, Zhang Jing replied. Very well. I will send you the coordinates. Moments later, Zhang Jing was astonished. You live next door to old Zhang? Indeed. That area is quite expensive, Mr. Wang. You truly perplex me, Zhang Jing commented. After sending a smiley face, Wang Jun chose to remain silent thereafter. However, Zhang Jing thought to himself that anyone able to afford such a residence must certainly be well off. When we meet, the price must be mentioned. Otherwise, Wang Jun may not consider selling to him. Mr. Wang, wait for me. I will arrive shortly. After Zhang Jing spoke, he ceased all further communication. Wang Jun reclined on the balcony, gazing at the moon above. At that moment, the moon appeared exceptionally full. His own life was on the verge of completeness. He possessed wealth that he could never have imagined, and through his diligent efforts, this wealth would continue to grow. He intended to invest this money in his daughter. As long as she thrived, he too would flourish. Moreover, he was determined to ensure she faced no grievances whatsoever. While he pondered, a sudden ring of the phone interrupted his thoughts. It was an unfamiliar number. Could it be Zhang Jing arriving? He stood up and glanced outside, but there was no one in sight. He decided to answer the call. On the other end, a repugnant voice emerged. Wang Jun, do you think you are quite impressive? Upon hearing this, Wang Jun recognized it was Zhu Sanqing's voice. At that moment, Zhu was seated on his own sofa, embracing Yang Li. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just you, little Zhu, Wang Jun replied with a smile, granting no respect to Zhu Kanqing. Such trash did not deserve any courtesy. When he had stolen Wang Jun's woman, he had forfeited all respect. However, if it weren't for this scoundrel, Wang Jun would never have realized the true nature of his wife. Wang Jun, I advise you to cease your support for royal holdings, or you will face dire consequences. Zhu Kanqing asserted. Wang Jun chuckled once more. Little Zhu, what is the matter? Are you afraid? He did not conceal his assistance to royal holdings. There was nothing to be ashamed of, and Zhu Sanqing's call indicated he was already aware. Am I afraid of you losing everything? Why would I be? If I were afraid, why would you be calling me? Wang Yun retorted. Zhu Kanqing fell silent. Wang Jun, I admit you are quite adept with stocks, but aiding royal holdings will not yield you any substantial benefits. I offer you 1 million. Please withdraw and refrain from interfering with royal holdings. What do you say? Zhu Qianxin continued. Wang Jun perceived the pressure Zhu was under. Otherwise, why would he call to plead for mercy? If it were his former self, he might have entertained a glimmer of hope, but he was a transformed man now. Little Zhu, have you lost your mind? 1 million? Do you think I can be easily bought? What would it take for you to back off? I can return Yang Li to you. How does that sound? Zhu Qiancheng proposed, revealing a complete lack of boundaries. Yet, astonishingly, Yang Li had not refused. It seemed she too wished to return to Wang Jun's side. Just a second-hand item, yet you treat her like treasure. She is merely a worn-out shoe, unwanted by anyone. Wang Jun exclaimed, I am merely offering you a chance. Don't think we are powerless against royal holdings. If we can short sell once, we can do it again. Zhu Qiancheng inadvertently revealed the intentions of the Zhu group. Wang Jun had anticipated such a move, as it was a classic strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. You have a plan? Then why are you calling me? Do not toast me if you intend to drink from the cup of punishment. So what? I have secured my stake in royal holdings. Your Zhu group will find itself in crisis because of you, and everything you hold dear will soon slip through your fingers. I hope you possess enough integrity when that time comes. I relish the thought of witnessing your despair. Wang Jun, do not claim I have not afforded you an opportunity. Zhu Qiancheng seethed with indignation. Yet in Wang Jun's eyes, it truly echoed the adage. How delightful it is to see someone unable to bear my presence yet unable to vanquish me. Oh, Zhu, remember to sue me. My child awaits the alimony from Yang Li. Wang Jun concluded with a grin. Zhu Sanqing's face turned a shade of green with rage. Truth be told, if he were to pursue legal action against Wang Jun, he would undoubtedly face defeat. Should you refrain from suing me, I shall initiate proceedings, Wang Jun added. The other party fell silent, ultimately ending the call. At that moment, Zhu Qiancheng was beside himself with fury, violently hurling his phone to the ground. Blast it! This Wang Jun will learn the extent of my prowess. Dear, do not be angry. One day he will realize his error. Yang Li consoled from the side. Her heart tumultuous. Humph. Were it not for my brother's regard for him, I would not care at all. This fellow, I spoke to him kindly. Yet he has incensed me. It was Zhu Luan who compelled Zhu Qianxin to concede. After all, having one more friend is preferable to one more foe. He was unaware that a slip of the tongue today would lead them to their ruin. Meanwhile, Wang Jun reclined in his chair, exuding satisfaction, reveling in today's fortuitous mood. Chapter 52. A thousandfold profit. Rubbish. Wang Jun chuckled at the phone, then opened his stock trading application. His gaze fixed on Zhu Group and Royal Holdings for an extended period. A realization dawned upon him. It appeared that Royal Holdings would indeed be shorted tomorrow. With 200,000 still invested, a short would spell disaster for him. This matter required immediate communication with Zheng Kai. Thus, he dialed Zheng Kai's number. Wang Jun, what is it? Came Zheng Kai's voice on the line. Zheng, how is your 300 billion faring? Wang Jun inquired, having gleaned some insights from Zhu Group's stock performance. However, the real situation could only be clarified by those directly involved. Currently, Zhu Group stock price stands at 25 yuan. If you trust me, liquidate all your stocks tomorrow morning between 2 and 25 yuan. Why? Is it too hasty to sell before it even reaches 3 yuan? Zheng Kai expressed his confusion. Father, who are you speaking with? Piped in Zheng Shui from the side. A friend. Can we discuss this later? Zheng Kai zipli. At that moment, Wang Jun could see Zheng Shui's silhouette moving within the house. Zheng Kai, feeling a twinge of anxiety, rose from the sofa. Apologies, my daughter is speaking to me. Could you share the reasoning behind your advice? He asked. Tomorrow, someone will maliciously short Royal Holdings. What? What is your purpose in doing this? I believe you should be aware of who intends to short Royal shares. Is it the Zhu family? Wang Jun continued. The liquidation of Zhu Group stocks is intended to secure funds for the repurchase of Royal shares. Oh, surely tomorrow they will initiate a sell-off. And when the stock price plummets, they can apply for a trading halt, subsequently issuing an announcement. With this capital, they can repurchase their own shares. Once the shareholders learn that Royal shares withdrew from Zhu Group due to a buyback, Zhu Group stock will undoubtedly respond with a decline. After all, when a major players retreat, it is a time of panic for the retail investors. Why initiate a resumption of trading and commence the buyback process? This strategy stabilizes and rebounds the company's stock price. Once the buyback announcement is disclosed, ideally at a premium, it demonstrates the company's commitment to safeguarding investor interests, thus stabilizing the stock price and thwarting the short sellers. There are indeed numerous strategies to implement, but the most direct and swift method is a buyback. As Wang Jun articulated this, Zheng Kai began to grasp his intentions. Astute indeed. I understand your approach now. You aim to accumulate wealth, then issue an announcement to instill concern among the short sellers. As a result of this announcement, Zhu Group's shares will likely plummet, and once they hit rock bottom, we can seize the opportunity to buy in. Wang Jun smiled, acknowledging, indeed, you cannot escape Zheng's discerning eye. Your method is excellent. I am eager to see how Zhu Luan will respond. Through this back and forth, we should swiftly gain control of Zhu Group's shares. Originally, Wang Jun was unaware of Zhu Group's intentions, but now, Zhu Kanqing inadvertently revealed too much. He would play along, allowing Zhu Group to experience the sensation of being hollowed out. Once in command, Zhu Kanqing could extricate himself from Zhu Group. Wang Jun added, naturally, if he does not take action, I would be remiss in my duties to you, Mr. Wang. Furthermore, we will also pursue a merger, ensuring Zhu Group vanishes from the metropolis. Zheng Gai Zima. Wang Jun had intended to say something further, but at that moment, the doorbell rang downstairs. It must be Zhang Zheng arriving just in time. All right, Mr. Zhang, I have another guest arriving, so I shall not prolong this conversation. Goodbye. Very well, farewell. Wang Jun ended the call and descended the stairs to open the door, revealing none other than Zhang Zheng. Mr. Wang, I did not anticipate you resided in such a grand villa. You seem quite affluent. Zhang Zheng observed the villa. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Wang Jun replied succinctly, as there was no need for excessive dialogue. It was best to let Zhang Zheng harbor misconceptions, as it would serve to enhance the situation and potentially yield greater profits. I shall not be courteous. Zhang Zheng, weary from his journey, stepped into the villa. Is this vast villa solely for your occupancy? Zhang Zheng inquired, noticing the absence of others. I live here with my daughter. Ah, I see. Once seated, Wang Jun poured him a glass of water. Where's the item? Zhang Zheng, now slightly anxious, inquired, eager to see the purpose of his visit, which was indeed the objective of his journey. Here, take a look. Wang Jun retrieved the items and placed them on the table. As soon as Zhang Zheng laid eyes on them, he was utterly captivated. Is it truly it? Mr. Wang, how did you come by this? Zhang Zheng inquired. Does it truly matter? Wang Jun responded with a smile. No, it doesn't matter. I'm merely curious. After all, I have been searching for this for many years. To see it again today fills me with immense joy. Wang Jun, however, was not interested in the origins of the item. Now that it was in his possession, his primary concern was to sell it for a profit. Old Zhang, what do you think is a fair price for this treasure? Wang Jun asked. Zhang Zheng hesitated. The words he had spoken earlier were still fresh in his mind. And considering he had sought this item for many years, coupled with Wang Jun's apparent affluence, he feared he might not secure this exquisite antique if he couldn't propose an appropriate price. Wang Jun remained patient, waiting for him to make an offer. 250,000, Mr. Wang, what do you think? Zhang Zheng tentatively proposed. Wang Jun simply smiled. Just as he was about to take the prized item, Zhang Zheng quickly clutched it to his chest. 300,000. I can't go any higher. Its value is at most 300,000. Zhang Zheng felt a pang of regret at this moment. Deal, Wang Jun declared, leaving Zhang Zheng with no choice but to chuckle awkwardly. He conceded, saying, I will transfer the 300,000 to you right now. With that, he began to operate his phone. Moments later, Wang Jun received the transfer. A total of 300,000. Old Zhang, it has been a pleasure doing business with you. If I come across any good items in the future, you will be the first I think of. Mr. Wang, your eye for quality is truly exceptional. I assume you didn't pay much for this exquisite piece? Wang Jun would not disclose the amount he had spent. Nevertheless, he politely replied, not much, but such treasures deserve to be found by those who appreciate them. Don't you think? That is why I thought of you. Indeed, Mr. Wang is absolutely right. After Zhang Zheng had finished speaking, he rose to his feet. It's getting late. I have some matters to attend to and must return. I will visit again next time. Very well. Allow me to escort you. Thank you. After seeing him to the door, Wang Jun turned and returned to his room to rest. Chapter 53. Understanding such individuals is detrimental the following morning. Wang Jun felt an itch on his face, followed by a sudden sneeze. It turned out that Shir was playing with the kitten right in front of him, causing it to brush against his nose. The allure of Barbie dolls had faded. Daddy, the kitten is hungry and needs to be fed. Wang Jun glanced at the time. It was 7 o'clock. The child had gone to bed early the previous night, so she was awake quite early today. Upon waking, she hurried to check on the kitten. What a compassionate child. He hoped the kitten would accompany her, nurturing her happiness as she grew. All right, you go wash up. Daddy will feed the kitten and prepare breakfast for you. Okay, thank you, Daddy. Shir went off to take her bath. Go on, he encouraged. Shir joyfully carried her towel and a change of clothes to the bathroom. Being both a father and a mother was tiring, but it warmed his heart immensely. Another day dawned, marked by the monotony of routine, yet today bore an additional responsibility, feeding the cat. As he prepared breakfast, he intended to check the time on his phone, only to be met with a flickering screen. Forced to power it down, it eventually returned to normal. This occurrence had become all too familiar. Once a sporadic annoyance every few days, it had escalated to multiple episodes each day, indicating that a new phone was in order. Once everything was in place, he called out, Shir, are you ready? Come down for breakfast. Dad, I'm all set. Shir descended, her first instinct to check on the cat, clearly finding it far more entertaining than the prospect of school. Hurry and eat. Otherwise, you'll be late for school. We can look at the cat again after you return tonight. Just a little longer, please, Dad. We agreed on this. It's not permissible. All right. Shir pouted, but acquiesced. After the father and daughter finished their meal, the clock struck 7:50. Wang Jun ushered his child toward the kindergarten. Upon arrival, the atmosphere remained as welcoming as ever, with everyone greeting him enthusiastically. Yet, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. It wasn't until he realized that Zhu Shizhong was absent from work today that the pieces fell into place. Typically, he would spot Zhu from afar, eagerly rushing to greet him, but today was different. Zhu was on leave. As he dropped Shir off at school, Wanyu was nowhere to be seen. Instead, another teacher came forth to greet Shir. Ms. Zhang, where is Ms. Lan? The curious child inquired. The beautiful teacher responded gently, Ms. Lan is on leave today. I'll be your guide. What happened to Ms. Lan? Shir pressed, clearly favoring her. Oh, nothing serious, dear. She just had a sudden matter to attend to. All right, Zhang said. Now say goodbye to your father and head inside. Goodbye, Dad. Goodbye, Shir. After bidding farewell to his daughter, Wang Jun couldn't shake the feeling of unease. What was amiss with Lanyu? Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. Perhaps he would inquire later. First, he needed to purchase a new phone, for his current device was unlikely to endure much longer. The mall was conveniently nearby, just a few hundred meters away. As he strolled toward the shopping center, he glanced at his phone, casually checking the pre-market performance of Royal Holdings, which appeared less than promising. He hoped that Zheng Kai would heed his advice. Otherwise, his money might be tied up for an extended period. Beyond assisting others, Wang Jun also harbored his own interests. He then scrutinized the status of Zhu's group, which seemed to be stabilizing in pre-market trading. However, this tranquility could very well be the calm before the storm. Just last night, Zheng Kai had already prepared a suspension announcement, awaiting the unfolding of events. Wang Jun remained vigilant, monitoring the stock situation of both companies, ready to call Zheng Kai for further updates if necessary. A business war was on the horizon, and the mastermind orchestrating it all was none other than Wang Jun himself. Who would have imagined that Wang Jun, once a man of no possessions, has now emerged as a puppet master orchestrating the affairs of two grand conglomerates? The speed of this transformation is bewildering, leaving one at a loss. Upon arriving at the mall, he realized that most of the shops had yet to open their doors, as such establishments typically commence operations at 10 o'clock. However, his phone had malfunctioned once more. Considering the circumstances, he decided to take a chance and ventured into the mall. Fortunately, some stores were already open. Recalling that the mobile phone outlet was situated on the 4th floor, he made his way there. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he was greeted by a bright ambience. It appeared that the merchants, anticipating low sales, had opened early. Casting a glance around, He ultimately opted for the Huawei store, not merely for the sake of supporting domestic products, but also because Huawei phones have consistently proven to be formidable competitors to their foreign counterparts. As he entered the store, an attractive saleswoman approached him immediately. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired. "I wish to purchase a mobile phone," he replied. The saleswoman continued, "What price range are you considering?" At that moment, an irksome voice interrupted. "What a coincidence. I wonder who it is." "Ah, it's Wang Jun. What brings you here? Are you in search of a mobile phone as well?" "Miss, please select a suitable budget phone for him. It aligns perfectly with his stature." Wang Jun furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice's owner, none other than the insufferable Kong Rong. He looked up to see Kong Rong accompanied by a burly man in a sharp suit, who from a distance appeared to be affluent. However, upon closer inspection, Wang Jun couldn't help but chuckle. It was Zhu Shizhong. It became clear that Kong Rong had latched onto Zhu Shizhong. This added an intriguing twist. No wonder he hadn't seen her that morning while dropping off at the kindergarten. She was out courting. Zhu Shizhong seemed to recognize him as well, avoiding eye contact, while Kong Rong remained blissfully unaware. Wang Jun had no intention of engaging with her. It was simply unnecessary. Dealing with such a person would be beneath his dignity. Yet Kong Rong pressed on, undeterred. "I owe you my gratitude. You helped me see the true nature of a person. That man only cares for my looks, not my heart. Ultimately, I must thank you. Had it not been for you, I would not have found such a wonderful boyfriend," she declared. Clearly, she had divulged everything to Zhu Shizhong, who likely sought nothing more than a fleeting affair. Nevertheless, Kong Rong remained blissfully ignorant. Noticing Wang Jun's indifference, she grew increasingly animated. "My boyfriend works in education, overseeing a large team of hundreds. He is a well-known second-generation wealthy individual in our district. His daily allowance likely surpasses what you earn in an entire year. By the way, their company is going public," Kong Rong continued, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of her claims. Wang Jun found it astounding that someone could inflate the role of school security guard to such grandiose proportions. And now they were going public? Zhu Shizhong was indeed a character. Meanwhile, the beautiful saleswoman stood there, utterly bemused. Indeed, there are peculiar individuals each year, and today appears particularly abundant in such characters. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Shizhong's face instantly flushed crimson, wishing desperately for a place to hide. If it were anyone else, it might have been more bearable, but facing Wang Jun, a person intimately acquainted with his past, made it all the more excruciating. Chapter 54. I advise you to be kind, my dear. Let us depart. It feels a bit stifling here, and I am not feeling well, Zhu Shizhong suddenly declared. The term my dear indicated that they had likely been together for some time. Otherwise, it would suggest a lack of self-respect, considering it had only been a few days since Kong Rong had taken up with a new partner. But I want to stay here. I wish to purchase a mobile phone. Wang Jun nearly retched at the sight of such a woman. Her affected demeanor reminded him of a scene from years past. While Kong Rong possessed a certain uniqueness in her appearance, she was far from conventionally attractive. He yearned to buy the phone quickly and leave, wishing to avoid her altogether. He had his eye on a particularly stylish foldable phone. "Excuse me, how much is this foldable phone?" he inquired. "Sir, this is the Huawei 2 foldable flagship phone. Currently, we have limited stock, with only one unit available. Priced at 20,000 yuan. It is the finest phone we have in our store," the sales clerk replied. 20,000 yuan did not seem exorbitant. Yet Kong Rong interjected, "Darling, I want this phone. You will buy it for me, won't you?" It appeared this woman was relentless in her demands. Could she truly expect to obtain such a luxury solely by depending on Zhu Shizhong, whose modest salary as a security guard would barely cover a fraction of that price? If this were a mere dalliance, it was indeed an exorbitant one. "Zhu Shizhong, will you leave on your own, or shall I disclose your true identity?" Wang Jun, agitated by the woman, directed his words at Zhu Shizhong. Kong Rong gazed at Wang Jun in astonishment, clearly unaware of how he knew her boyfriend. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "What's happening here?" "Mr. Wang, I will leave on my own," Zhu Shizhong declared, shaking off Kong Rong's grasp. "My dear, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. We can reschedule for another time." With that, he departed. Kong Rong stood in stunned silence. utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Wang Jun observed her with amusement, as a wave of humiliation washed over her, making her realize she had been deceived. Zhu Shizhong, you beast! You deceived me into giving myself to you, and I paid for the hotel room last night. You are an absolute fraud. This is not over, she shouted at him. Wang Jun chuckled, saying, Kong Rong, I advise you to embrace kindness and focus on your work, rather than dreaming of wealthy suitors. Such opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Do you truly believe a rich heir would seek you out? Perhaps you should glance in the mirror and contemplate your own appearance. Wang Jun offered no semblance of courtesy to Kong Rong. Her entire visage bore the marks of cosmetic surgery. Such women are often doomed to regret their choices. In a few years, she would surely lament her decisions. For the longevity of surgically altered beauty is tragically fleeting. In time, her face would sag, while authenticity endures. How dare you speak of him in such a manner when you yourself are hardly in a better position? He must have chosen to leave to spare you the embarrassment. Kong Rong continues to defend Zhu Shizhong, perhaps out of a sense of obligation. This woman is truly beyond redemption. Kong Rong awakened to reality. Zhu Shizhong is merely a security guard at a kindergarten. Do you truly believe he is involved in education? His responsibility lies solely in safeguarding the well-being of hundreds of children, which translates to countless lives. His monthly salary is a mere 5,000. So do not hold your breath for any extravagant gifts from him. Alas, materialistic women are so easily deceived. Wang Jun shows no regard for Kong Rong, bluntly exposing the truth. The nearby store attendant is taken aback. How astonishing it is that such absurdity exists in this world. It is truly shocking. This woman, Kong Rong, is indeed pitiable. Zhu Shizhong, mark my words, I shall not let this go. Kong Rong cried out furiously. Now, she has been used and deceived, having spent her own money on a hotel room, losing several hundred in the process, without gaining a single benefit. She had merely intended to purchase a few items, yet she finds herself empty-handed as he has fled. In her humiliation and rage, she is pushed to the brink. What she had perceived as a prized opportunity has turned out to be a mere illusion. Kong Rong picks up her phone, determined to contact Zhu Shizhong. And in that moment, her fury erupts. How dare you block me? I will find your home and settle the score. She is on the verge of collapsing in tears. Wang Jun pays her no mind and turns to the store attendant, saying, I will take this phone. Do you have it in stock? Yes, sir. The attendant responds, surprised. Although this phone is excellent, it is rather expensive. Typically, one would not purchase such a luxury. Yet, this man shows no hesitation in his decision. It is evident who possesses wealth and who does not. Take it out. I will inspect the phone. If all is satisfactory, I shall proceed with the payment. Very well. Sir, we also offer a complimentary smart children's watch that pairs with the phone. Would you like one? If it's complimentary, certainly, Wang Jun replies. This watch will be for sure. Should there be any issues, she can reach me. The attendant swiftly presents the new phone alongside a pink children's watch to Wang Jun. Wang Jun removes the SIM card from his old phone and inserts it into the new one. His previous phone was in such disrepair that it was practically unusable, frequently freezing. He inserts the card, effortlessly logging into WeChat. Where do I make the payment? Sir, simply scan here. Done. Upon completing the transaction, the store's cash register emitted a notification. WeChat payment of 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing this sound, Kong Rong was left in utter shock, realizing that Wang Jun was indeed wealthy. 20,000 spent without a flicker of hesitation. This was not the Wang Jun she once knew. At that moment, Kong Rong's phone rang. She quickly answered. It was a message from Jia Jinjin. She exclaimed loudly, Sister, I'm so furious. I lost my job yesterday because of Wang Jun. That guy actually knows our chairman and has a close relationship with him. Next time you see him, don't forget to scold him a bit more. Do you have some free time? Let's go out for a drink. I'm feeling quite down right now. Kong Rong felt utterly dazed. It turned out the fool was herself. While others were already billionaires, she remained a woman who merely clung to the wealthy. Moreover, how could she dare to scold Wang Jun? Just thinking about this made Kong Rong feel embarrassed to linger any longer. So she left in a huff. After Wang Jun completed his payment, he placed the watch into his pocket, intending to surprise Shir after school. Sir, Is there anything else I can assist you with? No. Thank you. You're welcome, and we look forward to your next visit. With that, Wang Jun exited the boutique. However, after taking just a few steps, he spotted a familiar face. She was holding a resume, delivering it from store to store. Chapter 55. The 19-year-old nanny when the girl arrived at the Huawei store. Wang Jun recognized her as Zhou Ying, the sales clerk from the children's clothing store in the same mall. She had a well-paying job and was doing quite well. Why was she looking for another job? Excuse me, are you hiring at your store? Here, that's my resume. Could you take a look? Zhou Ying didn't notice Wang Jun as she handed her resume to the Huawei employee. Sorry, we aren't hiring at the moment, the female clerk replied. Typically, specialty stores only have one position for each role, and they only recruit when there is a vacancy. Moreover, clerks are the easiest positions to fill, as they can hire on the spot. Upon hearing the response, Zhou Ying appeared somewhat disheartened but still politely said, I apologize for the intrusion. Just as she was about to leave and inquire elsewhere, Wang Jun called out to her. Zhou Ying, wait, who are you? Zhou Ying turned around, staring at Wang Jun. That day, Wang Jun had been dressed in tatters, but today he was well-dressed, making it difficult for her to recognize him at first. After all, he was merely a customer, and there was no obligation to remember him. Wang Jun reminded her, I previously bought children's clothing from you. Oh, it's you. Sir, how can I assist you? Zhou Ying recalled. Was your previous job satisfactory? What made you decide to switch? Wang Jun inquired curiously. Sir, I had only been employed for less than a week. The manager reduced my commission after noticing I had earned too much that day, lowering it to 1%. Now, on a good day, our sales barely reached 20,000, and that has to be split between two people. Our base salary is only 1,000. How are we supposed to live? Moreover, the manager is Su Chi's brother-in-law. I've seen them pocketing funds and using my alleged incompetence as an excuse. He terminated my contract, so I'm considering finding another job. Otherwise, my rent is due soon, and I'll have nowhere to stay. Sigh. Shanghai is truly a challenging city to survive in. Zhou Ying lamented, her words filled with resignation. Such is the life of a worker without money for rent. Landlords will evict you. Returning to the matter at hand, the actions of these two individuals are indeed devoid of humanity. Originally, one could earn several thousand in a day. Now, they barely scrape together a few hundred, amounting to only a few thousand each month. After deducting rent, surviving in the bustling metropolis becomes exceedingly arduous. This predicament is indirectly attributable to Wang Jun's excessive purchases of clothing. While Wang Jun bears some responsibility, the burden of blame rests even more heavily on the shoulders of the other two. How could such despicable people exist in our society? Wang Jun exclaimed in frustration. Indeed, it infuriates me. She continued. Let's go and confront them. Wang Jun was determined to seek an explanation. However, Zhou Ying promptly interjected, Sir, it would be wise to let this go. It is unnecessary. After contemplating her words, Wang Jun suggested, I have two proposals for you to consider. Please do tell. Zhou Ying urged. First, we should report them for tax evasion through 12366. This strategy is foolproof, since they have been lining their pockets. It is certain that their earnings have not been taxed. A report would guarantee results. That sounds promising. This way, I can find some relief. I Haven T slept well in 2 days. Zhou Ying fumed, her grip on the resume in her hand tightening, revealing her deep-seated resentment toward the duo. And the second suggestion? I would like to inquire whether you would accept a position as a nanny with a monthly salary of 10,000, including room and board. You would work from Monday to Friday, enjoying weekends off. Wang Jun's proposition left Zhou Ying in disbelief. Even a nearby sales associate from Huawei was taken aback, scrutinizing Wang Jun with renewed interest. Could it be that he was attracted to Zhou Ying's beauty and harbored ulterior motives? Yet, judging by Wang Jun's demeanor, he did not seem the type. Nevertheless, one cannot truly know a person's heart by their appearance. Handsome as he may be, does that truly matter? After all, aren't wealthy individuals often perceived in this light? Given Wang Jun's stature, he certainly could afford such an arrangement. However, 10,000 seemed rather insufficient. One might expect at least 100,000 for such an arrangement. Yet, Wang Jun was not inclined toward that lifestyle. In terms of salary alone, a novice nanny earns approximately 500 yuan monthly, while a gold star nanny earns around 8,000. Wang Jun's offer was already quite generous. As Wang Jun continued to speak, the sales associate realized that his intentions were not as they initially presumed. Sir, could you please clarify what you mean? Zhou Ying sought confirmation. Being a nanny would be considerably easier. You would not have to engage in the exhausting intricacies of workplace politics. Moreover, given Wang Jun's appearance, he seemed quite charming, and it would likely be a pleasant experience to be in his company. Today, he appeared even more handsome than before. Wang Jun elaborated, I have been searching for a nanny, and you happen to be seeking employment. Additionally, Shur has taken a liking to you and enjoys conversing with you. Thus, I wish to employ you primarily to care for the child, ensuring their well-being, as well as maintaining the cleanliness of a 3-story villa. How simple and straightforward this matter truly is. It is easy to misinterpret intentions. Zhou Ying and Shur indeed shared a mutual affinity, a fact of which she was well aware. So what say you? Are you unwilling? Wang Jun inquired in return. The beautiful sales associate nearby seemed eager to speak on Zhou Ying's behalf. Absolutely. Do you have a boyfriend? Wang Jun suddenly posed this question. Today, I am 19 and have yet to experience a romantic relationship, Zhou Ying shyly admitted. At that moment, the attendant mistakenly assumed that Wang Jun's forthcoming remarks would pertain to matters of romantic involvement. Indeed, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Well then, do not misunderstand me. It is of no consequence. However, if you were to have a boyfriend, I must express one stipulation. He is not to be brought to my home, as I fear for the impact it may have on my child, and moreover, it could pose a risk to their safety. After all, he would be a stranger. Do you understand what I mean? At this juncture, both of them misinterpreted her intentions, while Wang Jun remained focused on the well-being of his daughter. Sir, will your wife also be in the villa? Zhou Ying inquired. It is just my daughter and me. I have no wife. Wang Jun replied. I apologize, sir. Zhou Ying quickly responded. It is of no concern. Since you have agreed, let us return now. I shall show you where I reside and provide you with a key, Wang Jun stated. Yes, sir. You may call me Wang Jun. Certainly, Mr. Wang, she replied, struggling momentarily with the adjustment. Wang Jun continued, let us exchange WeChat information, and I will transfer 10,000 yuan to you. This afternoon, procure several fashionable outfits. Otherwise, should you come to my home to work, others might misinterpret your situation. He assured her that this amount would not be deducted from her salary, which will be dispersed at the end of each month. Do you comprehend? Wang Jun observed Zhou Ying's rather ordinary attire and felt she deserved to be properly adorned. While simplicity is commendable, people are naturally drawn to beauty. Cool. Following this, Wang Jun added Zhou Ying on WeChat and promptly transferred the sum to her. Zhou Ying felt somewhat dazed. The entire experience felt surreal. Indeed, Wang Jun's kindness towards her would translate to the well-being of his child. And as long as he spent money for his child's benefit, he would not hesitate. At that moment, the attendant was tempted to ask, Sir, are you still hiring? May I apply? This employer certainly treated his nanny exceptionally well. Enough. Come with me, and then you may step out on your own. I hope you can return home by 4 o'clock to prepare dinner. Is that agreeable? Certainly, sir. Let us proceed. Very well, let us go. Wang Jun led the way, while Zhou Ying discarded her resume into a nearby trash bin. Chapter 56. Doubling a million is no challenge. Zhou Ying followed Wang Jun out of the mall, and the time had yet to reach 9 o'clock. Wang Jun activated his new phone and glanced at the stock market trends. He could not help but marvel at how user-friendly this new device was, particularly when observing the line graphs, which provided a clear view of the company's stock performance. The stock market appeared to be quite stable, with neither of the two groups exhibiting extraordinary activity. Perhaps this tranquility heralded the storm to come. He intended to monitor the opening. Should Royal shares experience a downer at the outset, he would seize the opportunity to invest. He contemplated placing $1 million into the market, confident that doubling it today would be relatively uncomplicated, contingent upon the performance of Zheng Kai and his associates. As they walked, Zhou Ying could not restrain her curiosity. Sir, is your home far from here? Her inquiry implied that if it were distant, they might need to take a vehicle. while simultaneously seeking to ascertain whether Wang Jun owned a car. Not far, merely a few hundred meters, Wang Jun remarked as he put away his phone. No wonder he chose to walk. The distance was indeed short. Nevertheless, considering Wang Jun's financial standing, it was only natural for him to possess a vehicle. Yet, he did not, raising the question, are truly wealthy individuals always this understated? Perhaps so. The two engaged in light conversation as they strolled. And upon reaching the entrance of an opulent villa, Zhou Ying found herself in disbelief. The grandeur was overwhelming. She could never have imagined that Wang Jun resided in such a lavish abode. This is it, Wang Jun announced. My goodness. I read in the news that villas in this vicinity are worth at least $1 billion. Zhou Ying inquired, surely, you must be wealthy? I'm not wealthy. Wang Jun replied nonchalantly as he retrieved the key from his pocket and unlocked the door. Come in. As Zhou Ying stepped inside, she was taken aback by the magnificence surrounding her. Everything was simply exquisite. She had never encountered such luxuries before. She never envisioned herself as a nanny in a villa worth $1 billion. Living here must surely bring immense joy. It's so beautiful, Zhou Ying exclaimed, surveying her surroundings. Overwhelmed by the beauty that enveloped her. Wang Jun could not be an ordinary person. His parents must surely be quite affluent. I'll show you around. Be cautious with the items here. Do not break anything. You're responsible for cleaning the entire villa, and the kitchen is over there. Just prepare breakfast. The primary focus is on Sher's meals. As for mine, it's rather inconsequential. Just make it convenient. Understood. Zhou Ying thought to herself how fortunate it would be to have such a wonderful father. The thought made it difficult for her to face Wang Jun directly. How could she ever view him as a father figure? Unaware of her internal musings, Wang Jun continued, also, I reside on the first floor in this room, along with Sher. You may choose any room on the first floor. They're all available. All right, I will stay across from you. This way, I can conveniently care for the child. Wang Jun was indifferent to her choice of room, as there were many to select from. Very well, the choice is yours. Here is the key. Can you move in today? Wang Jun inquired. Is it possible for me to move in tomorrow? How much do you have to bring? If there are unnecessary items, feel free to discard them. Should you require anything in the future, just let me know and I will purchase it for you. Wang Jun's titit. Zhou Ying was taken aback by his generosity. Sir, if those items hold no value, they truly do not need to be kept, understood? Please prepare a list for me, and I will take care of it. Then I will move in today. I will return shortly to collect some essential items. Remember, do not forget to buy a few attractive outfits. I would not want anyone to misunderstand and think I am mistreating you. Wang Jun then addressed the issue of grocery shopping. It was not that he was stingy, but rather that certain matters required careful consideration to ensure Zhou Ying's well-being. After all, if she were to act with ulterior motives and recklessly approve reimbursements, profiting at Wang Jun's expense, it would lead an individual astray, which is not the outcome Wang Jun desires. Yes, sir, I understand. You can return before 4 o'clock. Then, sir, I shall go back to organize my things. All right, off you go. Wang Jun glanced at the time. The market was about to open, so he paid little heed to Zhou Ying's departure. Upon unlocking his phone, he found that trading had commenced. As anticipated, the shares of Royal Holdings plummeted drastically. The price fell from 3 to 2.5, and it seemed poised to drop further to 2. If this trend continued, it might soon descend to $1. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zheng Kai calling. Wang Jun, everything is indeed as you predicted. They have begun, and we have also applied for a trading halt. The suspension will take effect in 1 minute. Wang Jun felt a surge of joy. He had initially intended to calculate the opportune moment to enter the market, but it now appeared unnecessary. He directly purchased 1 million shares, absorbing all the stocks that were being sold off. The share price stabilized within a minute. However, this 1 million was merely a drop in the ocean for Royal Holdings. Soon, the price began to decline again, breaching the $2 mark. Suddenly, trading was suspended. An announcement was issued stating that due to excessive volatility, trading would be halted for 2 hours, citing significant adjustments within the company. Meanwhile, the boardroom of the Zhu Group was filled with executives. At this moment, Zhu Luan was brimming with confidence. The brief trading halt of Royal Holdings would not save them. They were courting disaster. During this suspension, I want you all to prepare. Once trading resumes, we shall unleash a torrent of selling. Whatever the cost, we must reduce their market value by over 90%. Zhu Kanqing remarked, Chairman, rest assured, I have engaged foreign investors with substantial resources. They had set the stage a month ago and are ready with $3 billion in funds and 10 times leverage. This amount is sufficient to short them. Well done. Everyone, take some rest. We will act when the time comes. Zhu Luan felt immensely pleased. Soon, he would witness Zheng Kai's failure. All these events were meticulously orchestrated by Wang Jun, who now checked his account, having successfully purchased 1 million shares. Although there were slight losses on paper, doubling his investment today was undoubtedly within reach. The stock market is exhilarating. Profits made in a single day could surpass what one might earn in a lifetime. Yet they could vanish in an instant. Wang Jun stared at his phone for a prolonged period, then turned his attention to the Zhu Group stock, which was fluctuating, but with minimal movement, a range of 5. It appeared that Zheng Kai had executed a very tight operation to withdraw funds. The afternoon trading session would surely bring chaos to the Zhu family. Chapter 57. The defeated dog Wang Jun remained vigilant, closely monitoring both Royal Holdings and the Zhu Group. At this moment, Royal Holdings issued a lengthy announcement, crafted according to Wang Jun's intentions. Upon its release, public confidence in Royal Holdings surged, leading to an optimistic opening in the afternoon trading session, with expectations of a significant upswing. Merely half an hour later, the stock of Zhu Group experienced drastic fluctuations, plummeting to a staggering 50% loss in market value. Financial news platforms swiftly turned their attention to this upheaval, inundated with articles predominantly forecasting a bearish outlook for Zhu Group. With this momentum, the future of Zhu's stock appeared bleak. Zheng Kai, elated by the turn of events, promptly made a call. Wang Jun, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss for what to do, he expressed sincerely. Once your stock stabilizes, we can maneuver strategically to acquire shares in Zhu Group and capitalize on their downturn. Understood, earning $100 billion today is certainly within reach. By the end of the month, we may even see greater returns. At that point, we shall settle our accounts. Zheng Kai rejoiced. Earning $100 billion would translate to $1 million for him. The notion that mere words could yield such wealth was previously inconceivable. Moreover, the ultimate profit was likely to exceed this amount. Upon receiving the funds, he intended to set aside a portion for Shershur's future, ensuring these resources remained untouched for their child. There's no rush. As long as you fulfill your commitments to me, the timing of the payment is inconsequential, Wang Jun stated, harboring a desire to see Zhu Kanqing cornered, akin to how he himself had once been treated. Although he had managed to save a little money back then, he ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of capital, falling victim to Zhu Kanqing's schemes, which left him destitute and estranged from his wife. This individual sought vengeance, desiring to see Zhu with nothing. Meanwhile, within Zhu Group, Zhu Luan seethed with rage. Unlike the earlier exuberance, he now resembled a defeated dog. What transpired? How could they issue such an announcement in mere minutes? They must have prepared in advance. Moreover, they siphoned off $300 billion from our stocks. We have already lost 50% of our value. If they continue this assault, it's tantamount to controlling 10% of our shares with the same capital. If this persists, our company will inevitably be gradually overtaken. Curiosity swirled regarding how Royal Holdings managed this feat. $100 billion is no trivial sum. How could they extract such funds so surreptitiously? Clearly, this had been meticulously orchestrated. As the announcement and subsequent news reports proliferated, panic ensued among investors, leading to a significant sell-off of Zhu Group shares. Even primary investors had lost faith in Zhu Group. If this trajectory continued, the situation would become exceedingly dire. Zhu Lin, incensed, surveyed his subordinates, who sat in silence, none daring to utter a word. Has someone leaked information? He inquired, but his subordinates remained mute, fear gripping them. At this moment, a secretary clad in black stockings approached Zhu Lin and whispered something into his ear. Zhu Luan erupted in fury. Zhu Kanqing stepped forward. He bellowed, showing no concern for the opinions of others, completely disregarding any semblance of respect. even towards the general manager. Zhu Kansang seemed to sense the gravity of the situation and cautiously rose to his feet. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The onlookers were bewildered as to why Zhu Kansang was being summoned. What had the secretary just revealed to Zhu Luan? Was it something significant concerning Zhu Kansang? Kansang, tell me, did you speak with Wang Jun yesterday? Zhu Luan inquired, his anger palpable. The audience began to grasp the situation. Zhu Kansang remained silent, and the prevailing atmosphere confirmed their suspicions. Speak up, Zhu Luan demanded. Chairman, it's merely Wang Jun. What trouble could he possibly cause? Zhu Kansang seemed oblivious to the seriousness of the matter, as if concealing something. You are truly a scoundrel. Wang Jun is currently in high favor with Zheng Kai. Whatever he says, Zheng Kai will heed. I simply wish to annoy him. Moreover, with hundreds of billions in funds at stake, if Zheng Kai trusts him, it is no trivial matter. This is confidential, regardless of Wang Jun's involvement. After all these years as a manager, you should be well aware of this. Furthermore, stop hiding at home and indulging in frivolities. Your focus should be on the company, not on a woman, Zhu Luan declared before everyone present. Surprisingly, Zhu Kansang showed no sign of remorse. Chairman, this is my mess to handle. Yes, you. What assurance do you offer? Zhu Luan refused to entertain Zhu Kansang's explanations. He then added, from today onward, you are suspended for 7 days. Go home and reflect. When you've come to your senses, submit a report to me. Zhu Luan exhibited no leniency, imposing the suspension upon Zhu Kansang without hesitation. Chairman, I've promised I will resolve this. Rest assured. How will you manage that? Even if we allow foreign investors to increase their holdings in our stocks, they will incur costs for borrowing funds. When the foreign investors flee, the losses we will suffer will be immense. Your actions have left me utterly disillusioned. Now, please exit. You need not attend the upcoming meeting. The situation was exceedingly urgent, especially for the Zhu family conglomerate. If they failed to counter royal shares, foreign investors might withdraw prematurely. These foreigners were untrustworthy, driven solely by profit. Zhu Luan's subsequent remarks revealed his lack of trust in Zhu Kansang, fearing he might create further complications. Thus, he ordered him to leave immediately. As Zhu Kansang attempted to voice his thoughts, 2 individuals entered, gesturing for him to depart. With a resigned sigh, Zhu Kansang exited the meeting room, while Zhu Luan commenced discussions on countermeasures. Time was of the essence. Reluctantly, the Zhu family conglomerate decided to temporarily suspend trading. However, they would eventually need to resume, and without presenting impressive results or a more compelling narrative, the stock would likely plummet upon relisting. Zhu Kansang was entirely unaware of these developments. As he exited the conference room, his anger intensified. He muttered curses directed at Wang Jun, finding the situation absurd. It was he who had initially informed Wang Jun. Yet now he was the one being blamed. Wang Jun, you scoundrel. It seems you are targeting me. Very well. I shall ensure you are separated from your daughter, making you lose something invaluable once more. Zhu Kansang seethed with rage, and these thoughts consumed him. Clearly, he intended to take action against Shi. He then picked up his phone. Arrange for me to capture a child at number 1 Sihai Road. Alive. Chapter 58. Jiajing? Hypocritical? Meanwhile, at the villa on West Sea Road, Wang Jun took out his smartwatch. After binding it, he marveled at the prowess of Huawei's technology. This small device boasted satellite positioning capabilities, danger alerts, and the ability to measure various metrics. It even emitted alarms when the child was agitated. With this gadget, he could always be informed of the child's condition and pinpoint her location while activating the audio. Possessing it would bring him a measure of peace. Observing the watch's charming design, he thought Shi would surely adore it. After linking the watch to his phone, he placed it in a box, intending to gift it to her upon her return, hoping to bring her a moment of joy. Just then, the doorbell rang. Wang Jun rose to answer it. Who is it? It's me, Zheng Shui. Wang Jun was puzzled. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 11 o'clock. Wasn't it too early for her to arrive? Coming, he called as he opened the door to find Zheng Shui standing there. She wore a lace, sleeveless top paired with a black bodycon skirt and towering heels, carrying a chic black leather bag, exuding an air of sensuality. What brings you here? Wang Jun inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her. I just received notice that we have class this afternoon, So I came early to practice the piano, Zhang Shui replied. Wang Jun was taken aback. Was it truly acceptable for her to come and go at will without prior notice? He felt disrespected. Is your school always this casual? Do you simply decide when to hold classes? And you ought to inform me in advance. Zhang Shui disregarded his words and sauntered inside, her movements exuding allure. Do I look good today? She asked, twirling slightly. I've had this outfit for ages, and today I finally mustered the courage to wear it. I must admit, the effect is quite remarkable. Wang Jun refrained from responding directly, instead asking, Is this how you dress for school? Of course not. Not everyone gets to see me like this, except for you. Enough, don't try to tease me. I am impervious to such charms. Wang Jun chuckled in response. However, Zhang Shui suddenly approached him, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear. And now, could she still be considered a student? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had been in society for many years. She truly understood the male psyche. Wang Jun felt a swirl of emotions within. Yet, reason admonished him to resist. Zhang Shui was slightly irritated. She had heard that most men could scarcely withstand such temptations. Yet, despite following the advice found online, she still appeared quite clumsy in the eyes of Wang Jun. This highlighted the distinction between those who are married and those who are not. Just then, I found myself with an hour to spare. Wang Jun chose to disregard her and walked ahead. Suddenly, a man burst through the door. He was quite robust, appearing to be in his early 20s, with a dragon tattooed on his arm. He presented a clean appearance, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. Faced with this unexpected intruder, Wang Jun felt perplexed. Who was this person? Before he could speak, the man addressed Zhang Shui. Xiao Shui, why have you ignored me these past few days? It turned out that Zhang Shui was acquainted with him. Jia Zhongjing, spare me the melodrama. I have made my feelings abundantly clear, she replied. Jia Zhongjing? The name seems somewhat ironic. Xiao Shui, don't be like that. I've made mistakes. Can't we move past them? He pleaded, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Shui. She reiterated, I've told you before, I have no feelings for you. I've rejected you 10 times. Please stop harassing me. Jia Zhongjing had an astonishingly thick skin. Even after 10 rejections, he still had the audacity to confront her. Of course, everyone is entitled to pursue love, but his persistence inevitably caused discomfort. Xiao Shui, I pursued you for half a year. What of this guy? He exclaimed, pointing angrily at Wang Jun. Wang Jun frowned. Hey, disrespectful one, I advise you not to point at me. Wang Jun was quite displeased at being treated in such a manner. What of it? Who are you to steal my Xiao Shui? Jia Zhongjing retorted furiously. Leave. I don't like you. Who do you think you're to call me that? It makes me feel nauseous. Zhang Shui snapped back, growing increasingly frustrated with his behavior. If she were to accept his advances, it would mean enduring his harassment daily. I know it's you. I saw you at his house these past few days. With the door closed, he accused. You were stalking me? Zhang Shui seethed, enraged that Jia Zhongjing had dared to follow her. Xiao Shui, I'm looking out for your best interests. Some people may seem respectable, but they are truly deceitful, he asserted. Wang Jun chuckled. Are today's youth really this foolish? That's none of your business. Just look at the way you dress today. Is that not for convenience? Jia Zhongjing shot back. In a fit of anger, Zhang Shui slapped Jia Zhongjing across the face, the sound echoing loudly. This only incensed him further, as he touched his cheek with a smirk. They say that hitting signifies pain and scolding signifies love. I believe you love me, Xiao Shui. His shamelessness was astounding. Wang Jun felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Yet, Jia Zhongjing continued to taunt. You had better leave Xiao Shui alone, or you'll regret it. He directed at Wang Jun. She was left speechless. Are you speaking to me? Is that even a question? She retorted, her annoyance palpable. Wang Jun let out a cold snort, deeming the child truly naive. However, it was precisely this dismissive gesture that incited Jia Zhongjing's fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist towards Wang Jun. No, Zhang Shui exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Jia Zhongjing merely laughed. His physique was significantly larger than Wang Jun's, and his punch was destined to inflict severe injury. Nevertheless, Wang Jun remained imperturbable. With astonishing speed, he stepped back, causing Jia Jingjing to lurch forward. Having dealt with such hulking figures before, he was well prepared. The previous adversary, a burly individual measuring 190 centimeters, had been thoroughly subdued. Moreover, his expertise in martial arts meant that should a confrontation arise, Jia Jingjing would not stand a chance. In a swift motion, he darted to Jia Jingjing's left and delivered a kick that struck the back of his knee. The force was modest, yet it was excruciatingly painful. Jia Jingjing, caught off balance, fell to his knees before toppling over entirely in a comical manner. In a mere 2 seconds, he was vanquished. Zheng Shui was astounded, questioning how Wang Jun had achieved this. Jia Jingjing, seething with anger, attempted to rise but found himself incapacitated by the pain in his knee. Chapter 59. What a coincidence! After considerable effort, Jia Jingjing managed to stand. Despite his superior strength, he could not fathom how he had been bested. Consumed by humiliation and rage, he seethed, "Useless wretch." Wang Jun chuckled softly, remarking on Jia Jingjing's facade of strength. Zheng Shui chimed in, "Jia Jingjing, you are truly pathetic. Utterly weak." Wang Jun sensed her profound disdain for the individual, yet her words only served to further infuriate Jia Jingjing. Rising to his feet, he retrieved a pair of nunchaku, flamboyantly brandishing them as if he were Bruce Lee. "Attack!" he shouted, swinging the nunchaku toward Wang Jun. However, before he could even execute his move, a sizable footprint was stamped across his face, causing him to collapse in defeat. What a glaring flaw! Wang Jun remarked with a smirk. So feeble, truly feeble, one wonders how flesh is even formed. In his presence, Jia Jingjing appeared nothing more than a mere weakling. "Child, return to your studies and refrain from mimicking acts of violence." Unexpectedly, Jia Jingjing retorted, "You little brat, I'll report you for assault." He felt humiliated before the goddess. "Go ahead and report. I have a surveillance camera here, and your trespassing gives me just cause to expel you for endangering my safety." Jia Jingjing was acutely aware of his precarious position, yet he refused to concede defeat. Instead, he picked up his phone. "Brother-in-law, I'm being bullied. Send a few people to assist me," he declared, clearly seeking reinforcements. It seemed Jia Jingjing was a delinquent, possibly influenced by a complicit brother-in-law. Zheng Shui was taken aback, realizing that this situation could escalate. "Jia Jingjing, have you lost your mind? You must plead with me, agree to date me, and I shall spare him." "Impossible." Abandon that thought. He is just waiting to be thoroughly beaten. However, Zheng Shui interjected, "Jia Jingjing, I advise you against it. You have no idea of Wang Jun's prowess. You would fare far worse." She had watched videos of Wang Jun and witnessed his recent performance. It is trivial for one individual to take on multiple opponents. Upon hearing Zheng Shui's warning, Jia Jingjing's anger only intensified, as he had foolishly believed she would relent. He was mistaken this time, and Wang Jun was not Zheng Shui's man to begin with. Wang Jun, meanwhile, was at a loss for words. Yet, he had to confront the impending situation. After all, this fellow named Jia Jingjing was aware of his own home. If today's matter was not handled appropriately, these individuals would not relent. He still had Sure to protect. Thus, he would allow them to come. Let them come. If necessary, he would knock them all down and then call the police to have them detained for a few days, after which they would behave themselves. Of course, he would only resort to law enforcement if the situation could not be resolved through force. Shortly thereafter, a commotion erupted outside. Could it be that they had arrived so soon? It seemed these individuals were nearby. Jia Jingjing chuckled. "You are called Wang Jun, are you? Soon, you will likely need to change your name to Tortoise Jun." At that moment, Zheng Shui felt she had caused Wang Jun undue trouble. "Wang Jun, I apologize for the inconvenience." Wang Jun ignored her, instead directing his gaze outside. For burly men approached, two of whom he recognized. First, he spotted Zhu Shizhong, followed by Captain Lin. He had just seen Zhu Shizhong that morning. How was he now with Captain Lin, who among them was Jia Jingjing's brother-in-law? It was no surprise they had arrived so swiftly, having just left the kindergarten. Captain Lin seemed to have noticed Wang Jun as well. Zhu Shizhong appeared quite embarrassed. After all, Wang Jun had spared him earlier, and he had also been on the receiving end of Wang Jun's reprimand. Thus, upon seeing Wang Jun, he immediately bowed his head. "Brother-in-law, you're just in time. Please help me teach this one a lesson," Jia Zhengjing called out as he approached Captain Lin. To his astonishment, Captain Lin seized Jia Zhengjing by the ear. "It hurts, it hurts." Jia Zhengjing was perplexed by this treatment. Captain Lin had witnessed Wang Jun's skills, seen his videos, and was aware of where Wang Jun worked, as well as his considerable wealth, arriving in a stretch Lincoln. Therefore, this was not a person to provoke. "You little rascal. If your sister finds out you're mingling with such unsavory characters, she will surely kill you," Captain Lin exclaimed. But brother-in-law, Jia Zhengjing attempted to protest. Wang Jun chuckled. "Captain Lin, is this your wife's younger brother?" "Yes, yes," Captain Lin replied. "Mr. Wang, we should have a drink together sometime. I have a matter to attend to, so I must take my leave." At that moment, Zhu Shizhong added that he could not linger any longer. "No need to see me off." Jia Zhengjing was left in utter shock. Who exactly was Wang Jun? The very helper he had summoned was familiar with him. As Zhu Shizhong departed, he took the other two with him. Only Captain Lin, Jia Zhengjing, Wang Jun, and Zheng Shui remained. "Mr. Wang, my sincerest apologies. This rascal is rarely disciplined. Has he caused you any trouble?" Captain Lin inquired politely. Jia Zhengjing felt a sense of incredulity. How could this be? Captain Lin was actually acquainted with Wang Jun. "No matter, this child requires strict guidance. Otherwise, next time he may very well find himself entangled in a sewing machine," Wang Jun remarked. He was not jesting. This is a society governed by law, yet he still engages in cliques. Does he not fear for his life? Indeed, Mr. Wang speaks the truth. I must ensure this child receives a proper reprimand." "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" "He is bullying me," the young boy protested. "You little rascal, say less. You're in someone else's home. Keep a low profile," Captain Lin exclaimed. Jia Zhengjing was thoroughly perplexed. What was he afraid of? Was Wang Jun truly that fearsome? "Brother-in-law, I'll call your sister and have her come to discipline you," Captain Lin declared, picking up the phone. He dialed directly. Wang Jun, with keen eyes, discerned the three characters, Jia Zhengjing. He had not anticipated that Jia Zhengjing was the younger brother of Jia Zhengjing. No wonder he looked somewhat familiar. It appears that like attracts like, people congregate in groups. After a brief conversation, Captain Lin handed the phone to Jia Zhengjing. Upon listening, Jia Zhengjing's expression soured considerably. It was likely that he was receiving a reprimand. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the disturbance. I assure you this will not happen again. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Captain Lin stated, then guided Jia Zhengjing away. Outside, Jia Zhengjing was vociferous. "Brother-in-law, what are you afraid of? He is not a monster. What is there to fear? You insolent brat. Do you think that those who can afford villas lack any prowess? You'd best behave and stay at home for a while. There is no need for you to attend school," Captain Lin retorted. "I refuse. The video I showed you that day was of him. Didn't you recognize it?" Captain Lin continued. "What?" This revelation left Jia Zhengjing momentarily subdued. "Let us go home. I have work to attend to." Eventually, silence enveloped the outside world. Zheng Shui wore an expression of deep apology. "Wang Jun, I apologize once more," she said, feeling quite embarrassed, as this incident had arisen due to her actions. "There is no need for apologies. Allow me to refund your money. Your sporadic attendance over the past few days has led me to decide against further tutoring you," Wang Jun declared. "Huh? Please don't do that. I promise to improve next time," Zheng Shui assured fervently. "Very well. I will return your fee, 12,000 in total. Please check your account." Wang Yun's tzitzit. Never one to dither in matters of business. This woman merely fragmented her time. He sought not to invest further in her. "Wang Jun, please let me explain. I did not intend for this to happen. I hear your words, but sometimes circumstances arise that are urgent," Zheng Shui urged, her desperation palpable. In her haste, she stepped forward, inadvertently causing her heel to slip into a crack between the stones. Unable to regain her balance, she stumbled toward Wang Jun. The unexpected turn of events caught him off guard as he fell to the ground, with Zheng Shui landing atop him. Their position became rather awkward, as she found herself resting upon his chest. Wang Jun felt a slight discomfort, his Adam's apple moving up and down as he swallowed. The scent of her perfume filled his nostrils. Zhang Shui ceased her pretense, leaning against him, listening to the rapid beating of his heart. After a moment, she apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The shoes are too high, and the steps here are too deep. I tripped." She offered an explanation, but showed no intention of rising. This was their first intimate encounter of such nature. Could you get up? My clothes are wet," Wang Jun finally said, unable to contain himself. "What? Where?" Zhang Shui asked, a hint of panic in her voice as she looked him up and down. Wang Jun realized she was overthinking and quickly clarified. "My back. It's soaked." He felt the dampness on his back, as the garden had just been watered, leaving the lawn saturated. The sensation was uncomfortable, with the grass being prickly beneath him, making it rather unpleasant to lie there. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get up now," Zhang Shui said, hurriedly rising. However, the next moment, an awkward sound echoed. A rip, as if something had torn. Oh no, it was the sound of her dress splitting. Startled, Zhang Shui instinctively covered her skirt with her hands. This was indeed embarrassing, and Wang Jun heard it too. He gestured for her to remain still. "Don't move," he urged, then rose to fetch his own clothes from the drying rack. Draping them over her shoulders, Zhang Shui looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. Good men are rare, and Wang Jun was one of them. "Thank you. I really caused you trouble," she said. "Is the quality of clothing so poor these days?" Wang Jun replied. "Maybe I've gained weight, or perhaps the craftsmanship is genuinely lacking. I should blacklist this brand. How frustrating. I spent 10,000 on it, and these high heels are useless now. They're ruined." She lamented, her dissatisfaction evident. Wang Jun remained silent, as commenting on a woman's weight is a sensitive subject. "All right, it's fine now. You should head back," he said, with her dress torn. It was likely Zhang Shui had lost her mood. "Okay, I'll leave. I'll return your clothes next time." "That's all right. Just bring them back whenever you can." "Great. Goodbye," she said, awkwardly leaving while draped in his clothes. Wang Jun closed the door behind her, removed his own clothes, and tossed them into the washing machine. After completing these tasks, he glanced at the time. It was nearly noon, and he needed to prepare something to eat. He planned to rest for a while and then pay close attention to the stock market in the afternoon, hopeful that his investment could double. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui returned home, holding Wang Jun's shirt to her nose, inhaling deeply. The scent of his masculinity was intoxicating. She smiled, embracing the garment, realizing she likely wouldn't return at any time soon. She intended to keep it in her room to gaze upon daily. "Xiao Shui, what are you doing?" came Zheng Ling's voice as she approached. Nothing. Zhang Shui exclaimed, startled, quickly hiding the shirt behind her back. "Sister, why have you returned?" Her expression was flustered. "I happened to be patrolling and passed by our home. It is noon now, so I came back to have a meal before heading to work," Zheng Ling replied, her gaze fixated on the garment in Zhang Shui's hands. "Whose dress is that? I see you sniffing it." "It's nothing. You needn't concern yourself with it," Zhang Shui said, a hint of embarrassment urging her to leave. "Wait." Zhang Shui halted in her tracks. "What is wrong with your skirt? Why are you dressed like this? Where have you been?" Zheng Ling discovered a 20-centimeter tear in the skirt, exposing the fabric beneath. Fortunately, the dress was double-layered. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. "Sister, please don't ask. I'll just go change," Zhang Shui insisted. "Stop. You must tell me. Has someone been bullying you? Who has wronged you? I will stand up for you," Zheng Ling asked, her vigilance heightened. After all, as a young woman, a torn dress surely indicated some trouble. "No, you are overthinking it. I will head upstairs now." However, Zheng Ling seized Zhang Shui's hand, preventing her from leaving. "You want to leave without clarifying things." Furthermore, she added, "As a young lady, one must be reserved. Before marriage, I do not wish for you to grow too close to boys, nor do I condone cohabitation before marriage. Father thinks the same. Have you forgotten?" Zheng Ling was evidently quite traditional. "Sister, I understand. I merely visited Wang Jun's home. We did not cohabitate. Where are your thoughts wandering?" "What? What did he do to you?" "Nothing happened. It was just that my high heels were difficult to walk in. I tripped and tore my skirt, that's all." "Then what about this dress?" Zheng Ling's demeanor was suffocating. "It belongs to Wang Jun. Seeing me in such a state was slightly embarrassing for him. So he offered me some clothes to cover up." "Sister, that is the truth. Is that so? I would not deceive you. Xiao Xue, I'm only looking out for your best interests. Nowadays, there are no good men. Girls must learn to protect themselves. Could it be that Zheng Ling has suffered some emotional turmoil? Or is she simply trying to safeguard her Navi sister? Sister, I do not appreciate that remark. Wang Jun is not that kind of person, Zheng Xue retorted, clutching the dress to her chest. Why won't you heed advice? All right, I understand. I will go change now. I have classes this afternoon. Goodbye. As for her younger sister, Zheng Ling found herself at a loss. She glanced toward Wang Jun's home and then stepped outside. Chapter 61. Misunderstanding. Zheng Ling exited her house and walked to Wang Jun's front door. She pressed the doorbell. Just then, Wang Jun had changed his clothes and thought to himself how yet another visitor had arrived. Who is it? It's incessant these days. It's me. Upon hearing Zheng Ling's voice, Wang Jun promptly opened the door. Previously, he had held a slight fondness for Zheng Ling, appreciating her kindness, which also endeared her to Shi. Thus, he treated Zheng Ling with a bit more warmth. Respect is reciprocal. Her demeanor warranted my regard. Moreover, compared to her sister, she exhibited greater maturity, avoiding childish antics. You've arrived, Wang Jun said as he opened the door. Mr. Wang, may we have a word? Zheng Ling's tone was somewhat stiff. Oh, Officer Zheng, if there is something to discuss, please come in. Wang Jun gestured for her to enter. However, she declined. No, it's better to speak here. Zheng Ling then glanced at the courtyard, where an unusual figure was imprinted on the lawn. Is this place so reckless? Right on the grass? At this sight, she struggled to contain her anger. Did you bully my sister earlier? Did you have any inappropriate contact with her? Zheng Ling pressed on. This left Wang Jun somewhat perturbed. What did she mean by inappropriate contact? Officer Zheng, I assure you, I did nothing to your sister. Then what about her skirt? It appears to be torn? Zheng Ling continued her interrogation. Wang Jun felt misunderstood and uncomfortable, but replied, Officer Zheng, we must rely on evidence in such matters. I have surveillance at home. You may review it. Assess the situation before drawing conclusions. Your approach feels akin to interrogating a criminal, which I find quite unsettling. Facing Zheng Ling's accusations, Wang Jun fit greatly displeased. Forgive me, but I have only one sister, and I fear for her safety. Thus, it seemed unlikely that Wang Jun could have perpetrated such an act against Zheng Xue. If he had indeed done so, he would surely feel guilty. And the time between Zheng Xue leaving home and returning was merely around 10 minutes. To resolve such matters in such a brief period seemed implausible. I apologize. I detest being falsely accused. We can check the surveillance. Shall we go inside to review it? Wang Jun insisted, feeling indignant at the unfounded allegations. Observing Wang Jun's steadfastness, Zheng Ling began to realize that Zheng Xue's claims were indeed true, prompting a shift in her demeanor. Mr. Wang, I did not intend any offense. I trust you're not that kind of person. However, I have only one sister, who is naive and lacks a comprehensive understanding of certain people and situations. Therefore, I hope you can empathize with my position. Wang Jun smiled, thinking it absurd that Zheng Xue seemed to be pursuing him while also casting him as the wrongdoer. Why is it that I feel as if I am in the wrong when I've done nothing? He pondered. Zheng Ling was asking for understanding, but why could she not extend that same understanding to him? It was intolerable that she seemed convinced of an occurrence that had never transpired. Yes, you have only one sister, but please manage her better. She should not be visiting my home so frequently. Those unaware might think I have drugged her. Wang Jun replied, somewhat irate, asserting his character. He was not a person to be trifled with. Their earlier encounter had been unexpected, and there had been no further developments. It was entirely accidental. I apologize for my previous tone. It was unintentional. Do you wish to view the surveillance? Let's go and check it, Wang Jun suggested, eager to clear his name. Zheng Ling realized she had overstepped. I'm sorry. I trust you. Her tone softened, acknowledging her earlier misjudgment. Officer Zheng, is there anything else? Wang Jun inquired brusquely. Were the roles reversed, few would have maintained their composure as Wang Jun had. Zheng Ling continued, that's it. To apologize to you, I would like to treat you to a meal, if that's agreeable. You may choose the time and place, all right? No need for that, Officer Zheng. If you're concerned about your sister, it would be more prudent to investigate the individuals who are pursuing her, They're the real threats. As a police officer, it is your duty to address such matters rather than interrogate me. I have children and wish to shield them from negative influences, and I hope you can understand that. Wang Jun felt his fondness for Zheng Ling wane slightly. Nevertheless, he recognized her intentions were for her sister's sake, so he refrained from making any harsh remarks. He conveyed that, for the sake of Shi, he would be exceedingly cautious in choosing a partner. However, unexpected circumstances were beyond his control, much like the incident that had just transpired. If Officer Zheng has no further matters to discuss, I must take my leave. I apologize, but I have other obligations, Wang Jun said as he closed the door. Zheng Ling stood outside for quite some time, feeling a twinge of self-reproach for her impulsiveness. Yet, for her sister's well-being, such impulsiveness was sometimes necessary. She picked up her phone and typed out a lengthy message, expressing her deep apologies and sharing her feelings, hoping Wang Jun would forgive her. However, after sending the message, it seemed to vanish into the void, receiving no response. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Jun was preoccupied with cooking and, although irritated by the earlier incident, did not consider it a significant issue. This only deepened Zheng Ling's sense of guilt. She feared Wang Jun would never forgive her. What should she do? After an indeterminate amount of time, Wang Jun sent her a video depicting Jia Zheng's harassment of Zheng Shui and the subsequent events, all of which she witnessed. I sincerely apologize once more, Zheng Ling said. It's all right. Sometimes, things are not as they appear at first glance. One should refrain from hasty judgments. What has passed is past, and I bear no ill will, Wang Jun replied. Understood. I wronged you. I must investigate the individual in the video. How dare this scoundrel treat my sister with such disrespect? I have never heard her mention this person before. Truly despicable, Zheng Ling exclaimed. Wang Jun did not respond, as it was her matter to handle, separate from his own concerns. Zheng Ling then forwarded the video to a colleague. Please help me gather all the information on this tattooed man. It seemed Jia Zheng was about to receive a lesson, at the very least. A warning to stay away from Zheng Shui. After finishing his meal, Wang Jun lay down to rest, knowing he had a challenging confrontation ahead in the afternoon and needed to be in good spirits. First, he needed to offload his shares at a high price. Then assist Zheng Kai in gaining the upper hand. His goal was to see the Zhu group decline progressively and to ensure Zhu Sanqing's early departure. As he browsed his phone, he noticed a teacher from the parents' group was live-streaming the children playing games. Among them, Shi stood out like a little princess, drawing the attention of all. The other children delighted in playing with her. As he gazed absent-mindedly, he unexpectedly succumbed to slumber. It was impossible to ascertain how much time had elapsed when the phone rang. He glanced at the number. It was unfamiliar. Thus, he answered the call. The voice on the other end was deep and resonant, suggesting a certain maturity. Is this Mr. Wang Jun? The man inquired. Wang Jun discerned other voices in the background, discussing stocks. At that moment, it was 2:20 p.m., with merely 10 minutes remaining until the afternoon trading session commenced. Who could be calling at such a critical juncture? Who is this? Wang Yun Quistint Pilplix. My surname is Zhu. I am the chairman of the Zhu group. Zhu Luan? Wang Jun blurted out. After a brief pause, the other party responded, It seems you are somewhat acquainted with me. Zhu Luan was indeed the elder brother of Zhu Kansheng. How could Wang Jun not be aware of him? Moreover, he possessed comprehensive knowledge regarding Zhu Luan. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Wang Jun had also thoroughly analyzed Zheng Kai's side. He was well-versed in their personalities and thought processes. What is it that you seek? Wang Yun replied coldly. Wang Jun, I wish to discuss a matter with you. I'll give you 5 minutes to speak. Wang Yun stuttered. At that moment, in Zhu Luan's office, his expression darkened considerably. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, who was it that sought Wang Jun's assistance? If he were to act imperiously, who would heed him? The fact that Wang Jun answered the call was a courtesy. He could easily have hung up if he desired. Zhu Luan chuckled awkwardly. Wang Yun, your character is quite intriguing. The reason I am calling today is to request that you refrain from involving yourself in our conflict with royal shares. I am aware of your situation with Kansheng. It was indeed his fault. I will ensure he visits you to apologize. In exchange, I shall offer you 3 million and cover all expenses for a trip abroad. How does that sound? Wang Jun laughed, incredulous that he could be bought off for a mere 3 million. Would he be exiled for a vacation abroad? Zhulun, I believe you have misunderstood. Is 3 million a significant sum? I can earn that much today without your assistance. Zhulun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wang Jun's formidable earning capacity. It must have been under Zheng Kai's promise that he achieved such profit, perhaps elucidating why he aided Zheng Kai. Name your price. How much would it take for you to cease aiding Zheng Kai? Zhu Luan inquired again, evidently uncertain. Wang Jun smiled, since he was being invited to name a price. He would not hold back. Given your earnestness, it would be remiss of me not to state a figure. I can garner at least 10 million from Zheng Kai each year. If you offer me 100 million, I might consider withdrawing. There is one condition. However, Zhu Kansheng must be ousted. Deprive him of all his wealth, and I shall act as if nothing has transpired. As for Zheng Kai, I can assure you that I will no longer intervene. What do you think? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Luan was filled with indignation. Firstly, 100 million is beyond his means. A few million, however, he could manage. Moreover, Zhu Kansheng is his brother. How could he strip him of everything? Such an act would be utterly unreasonable. He would never stoop to that level. After all, would one not hesitate to harm a blood relative? If outsiders were to learn of this, he would be subject to scorn and condemnation. They could hardly fathom that a mere woman could lead their conglomerate to the brink of destruction. This was merely the beginning. Zhu Luan's tone escalated in intensity. Wang Jun, I am approaching this matter amicably. Do not be ungrateful. Wang Jun had no intention of conceding to Zhu Luan. Zhu Luan, I too am communicating with you in a civil manner. Do not let your anger overwhelm you. Dying of rage would not serve you well. Wang Jun retorted sharply. He paid no mind to Zhu Luan's title, for what significance did it hold? He was not his superior, and thus owed him no deference. Nor did he feel compelled to show respect to a formidable adversary. The terms proposed were excessively harsh, especially given that the Zhu brothers were akin to a den of serpents. Previously, Zhu Luan had attended Zhu Sanqing's wedding, bestowing lavish gifts upon the couple, which were subsequently captured on video. Zhu Kansheng had even shared that footage with Wang Jun in a display of pride, igniting Wang Jun's fury. Zhu Luan's initiative to negotiate was either a sign of submission or evidence of pain inflicted upon him. Yet, Wang Jun's demands only heightened Zhu Luan's sense of discomfort, for they were utterly unacceptable. Zhu Luan was so agitated that words failed him. Wang Jun, witnessing his disarray, felt a surge of satisfaction. Neither of these brothers were virtuous. It was only fitting that they experienced the bitter taste of failure and the weight of reprisal. Zhu Luan, the events that will unfold next shall be quite entertaining, culminating in the Zhu Group's downfall and Zhu Kansheng's total loss. Otherwise, my vengeance will not cease. Consider this carefully. My words have been spoken, and time is of the essence. Farewell. With that, Wang Jun abruptly terminated the call. At that moment, Zhu Luan remained seated at his desk, consumed by a profound fury. Since assuming control of the Zhu Group, he had navigated a smooth course, never before experiencing such humiliation. He abruptly rose, and his secretary, clad in black silk, nervously adjusted her hair, her expression one of alarm. Chairman, may I leave? Get out. I'm not in the mood. Yes. The secretary swiftly tidied up and exited the office, while Zhu Luan picked up the phone. Notify all management to convene in the conference room. The clock read 2:30. In Villa number 1 of Sihai, Wang Jun remained unfazed by Zhu Luan's call. He decided not to venture out that day, opting instead to manipulate the stock market from the comfort of his home. First, he would double his earnings, and thereafter, even if he refrained from entering the stock market, aiding Zheng Kai and generating profits would yield millions. He surveyed the stock market landscape. The royal shares had resumed trading, and due to the recent announcement, their value began to rise swiftly. Short sellers were cashing out and departing promptly. Indeed, it appears that these foreigners will not linger in royal shares for long if there is no profit to be made. Prolonged engagement would merely constitute a financial drain. Consequently, they swiftly withdrew, leaving the stocks to be consumed by retail investors, with Zheng Kai expending minimal capital. Wang Jun assessed the situation and anticipated the price to hover around 4 yuan and 1 jiao, with a slight decline expected post-market. Given this, he decided to set his sell order at 4 yuan. The fluctuations in the stock would continue, although he held a long-term, optimistic view. He was not inclined to invest further in the stock market in the immediate days. He planned to extract his funds first, calculating that, including previous transactions, a complete liquidation would yield a total of 8 million yuan. This sum was beyond anything he had ever envisioned. He then turned his attention to the shares of the Zhu Group, which had plummeted by 30%. It was likely to decline further. Should it drop more, Zheng Kai would undoubtedly retaliate, but that would be of no concern to Wang Jun, who understood the operational strategies involved. Just then, another phone call interrupted his thoughts. Wang Jun mused. Had Zhu Luan come to his senses? If so, it would be quite intriguing, a chance to further humiliate him. Thus, he answered the call. Chapter 63. A crisis unfolds. Wang Jun picked up the phone. A woman's voice erupted from the other end, brimming with fury. You, Wang Jun, are truly despicable. What have you done to my brother? Why are the police at our doorstep? Who is this? Wang Jun struggled to identify the caller, noting her explosive temper. I am Jia Jinjin. So was Jia Jinjin. Wang Jun had speculated about her identity. He replied nonchalantly, I thought it was someone important. What is the matter? Wang Jun, what methods did you employ against my brother? Don't think your acquaintance with the police is impressive. Why are they searching for him? So that was the crux of the issue. How little time had passed since her brother was scrutinized by Zheng Ling. In Wang Jun's estimation, the young man must have a checkered past. Otherwise, the police would not be involved. Jia Jinjin, perhaps you should inquire about your brother's deeds before addressing me. Use your intellect. If he were law-abiding, would the police come knocking? My husband is a coward. Seeing you, he doesn't even have the courage to confront you physically. I am on the verge of divorce. Then I must extend my congratulations to Captain Lin. His marriage to you is indeed a misfortune, Wang Jun retorted, harboring no fondness for this woman, instead feeling quite repulsed. Wang Jun, every time I think of how you cost me my job, my rage intensifies. This is not over between us. You shall await your reckoning. Wang Yun left haughtily. Jia Jinjin, was this not a consequence of your own actions? I harbor no grievances against you. What does it matter that you have declared yourself my adversary? It was your superior who dismissed you, not I. Wang Jun, we shall see, Jia Jinjin declared, seething with fury. Indeed, we shall see. Seemingly unable to contain herself, she continued, do you know who Kong Rong's current boyfriend is? He oversees a large corporation with hundreds of employees, a conglomerate even larger than Royal Shares. Prepare for retaliation. Wang Yun tiokel at least revelation. What are you laughing at? Are you afraid? I believe you should inquire with Kong Rong about whether her new boyfriend, Zhu Shizhong, is an underling of your husband. Do you recognize the surname Zhu? He is merely a security guard, yet you treat him as if he were a treasure, even more esteemed than a royal corporation. It is truly laughable. That is inconceivable. Kong Rong's taste cannot be so poor. A simple inquiry with her would clarify everything. Earlier, I encountered a couple strolling hand in hand at the mall, which left me rather perplexed. Jia Jinjin, I advise you to embrace kindness and live your life well, rather than harboring hatred at every turn, as it will bring you no benefit whatsoever. As for how I should proceed, that is none of your concern. Indeed, it is not my place to interfere, but I kindly request that you refrain from disturbing me in the future. After Wang Jun concluded his statement, he hung up the phone. This woman is truly exasperating. However, he chose to disregard her, as there was no necessity for such engagement. Let her be. After all, there is no significant connection between them. At that moment, there seemed to be some noise outside the main door. Subsequently, the gate to the courtyard swung open. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the living room, Wang Jun observed a young woman entering. The girl was adorned in a lovely light blue dress and wore subtle makeup, carrying a backpack. Wang Jun could not help but feel a sense of astonishment upon recognizing her as Zhou Ying, whose beauty had undoubtedly transformed after her grooming, easily surpassing an impressive score of 85. Her appearance was only slightly less striking than that of Lan Yu and far superior to those who had undergone excessive cosmetic procedures. Mr. Wang, you are at home. I should have knocked. Zhou remarked upon entering the living room and noticing Wang Jun's presence. "I am home today. Have you completed your tasks?" he inquired. "I have. I first visited the mall to locate the previous store manager, intending to report their tax evasion. They were quite flustered and handed me the money. I also purchased several outfits and reported them on the official website. I believe it won't be long before they face scrutiny," Zhou explained. It appeared that this girl possessed a fierce determination. After acquiring the funds, she swiftly moved to report them, though it mirrored her own circumstances, as the money rightfully belonged to her, while their wrongdoing was a separate matter. "You did well. Really? Thank you for your support, Mr. Wang," Zhou replied, brimming with happiness. "All right, prepare yourself. It is now 3 o'clock, and the child will return around 4:40. Can dinner be ready by 5? Wang Jun inquired. "Certainly," Zhou assured him. "There is also a cat at home. The cat food is on that shelf. Please remember to feed it and clean the litter box," he instructed. "Understood. Very well. I shall prepare," she replied. With that, Zhou retreated to her room and soon began her diligent preparations, undertaking a thorough cleaning of the entire villa. Such industrious young women are indeed a rarity. Wang Jun appreciated her simplicity. She was not driven by immediate gains like many others. Observing her swift movements, he noted that within an hour, she had tidied the entire house impeccably. Meanwhile, Wang Jun occupied himself with his phone, monitoring the stock market, when suddenly a notification appeared on his screen. He hurriedly opened the account to find that his stocks were liquidated. A sum of 2.8 million had been credited. Now, his total assets amounted to approximately 3.1 million. This meant he had successfully sold everything at $4 each. A commendable profit had been made. For the time being, he resolved not to re-enter the stock market, opting instead to wait until this tumultuous period had passed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Zhu Group, Zhu Luan's expression darkened. "What did you say?" he exclaimed, filled with fury. "Chairman, we have investigated, and Royal Holdings has acquired a substantial amount of our stocks through numerous companies. I estimate they now hold 15 of our total shares. If their value continues to rise and reaches 31, they could gain absolute control over our company. In the realm of equity, a 10 stake is often regarded as significant, while a true major shareholder typically possesses at least 30. Due to the Zhu brothers consistently cashing out over the past few years, their current holdings only account for a mere 30. Should Zheng Kai obtain 31 of the shares, the Zhu Group would cease to bear the Zhu name. Such a scenario could be achieved through several means. First, by purchasing stocks to approach 31, although this method is prohibitively expensive. Secondly, by persuading shareholders to lend their support. Securing the backing of other shareholders would still allow control over the Zhu Group. The Zhu Group found itself in a precarious situation. 15 was no trivial matter. Any further fluctuation could spell disaster for the company. The immediate course of action must be to infiltrate the board of directors. Controlling the board was paramount. Other matters could be addressed in due time. Zhu Luan could sense the looming threat posed by Royal Holdings. The mastermind behind it all was Wang Jun. However, he would no longer seek dialogue with Wang Jun, as their discussions had reached an impasse. At that moment, the upper echelons of the Zhu Group were engulfed in panic. When someone exited the conference room to make a phone call, Zhu Luan felt a chill of apprehension. He feared that these individuals would fall under Zheng Kai's influence. An unprecedented sense of crisis washed over him. Chapter 64. Illness? Zhu Luan's situation was far from optimistic. Within the conference room, only 5 individuals remained. One spoke up, "Chairman, perhaps we should approach Wang Jun and see what he desires. We can agree to his terms." This suggestion revealed a lack of awareness. For Zhu Luan had already attempted to contact Wang Jun earlier, only to be rebuffed. "Yes, Chairman, without Wang Jun, Zheng Kai is nothing. As long as Wang Jun does not assist him, this matter can be managed." Others echoed this sentiment, urging Zhu Luan to reach out to Wang Jun. Yet, Zhu Luan had his own convictions and had already made efforts in this regard. He replied, "You are overestimating Wang Jun. He is not as formidable as you think. Do not elevate another status while diminishing your own." With that, the discussion came to a halt. "You need not worry. Have faith in the company, for it shall surely weather this storm." In truth, it matters not who is at the helm. The outcome remains the same. If Zheng Kai were to provide them with ample benefits, it would not be an issue for these individuals to facilitate a change in ownership of the Zhu group. Zhu Luan was well aware of this, yet his only course of action now was to maintain morale among his troops. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger. Why? Because this predicament was instigated by his own brother. Thus, men should sometimes refrain from letting their baser instincts govern their thoughts, as such folly could bring calamity upon their loved ones. Yet, some individuals are so depraved, believing that the allure of another's spouse is irresistible, and they feel compelled to seize it for themselves. Very well, everyone may disperse now. That concludes our discussion for today. The 5 individuals then exited the office, while Zhu Luan gazed at his phone, which displayed Wang Jun's number. Should he call or refrain? A call would likely invite further humiliation from Wang Jun. How could a dignified soul lower himself in such a manner? However, not calling left him apprehensive that Wang Jun might offer Zheng Kai some insidious advice. It was unfathomable to him that a mere youth could manipulate him so deftly. The crisis confronting the Zhu group grew increasingly dire. Yet Wang Jun remained unaffected by these developments, as he was preparing to leave to pick up his child. Zhouing, Mr. Wang, what is it? I'm heading out to fetch the child. Please ensure dinner is ready. Understood, Mr. Wang. Very well, I shall take my leave. After delivering his words, Wang Jun exited the courtyard and made his way towards the kindergarten. The time was 4:20 p.m. Upon reaching the kindergarten, he decided to indulge in a cigarette, perfectly timed for when the children would be dismissed. Soon, he arrived at the school gate, attracting considerable attention, a scenario not foreign to him. In the background, he faintly overheard discussions concerning Lanyu. Several parents were conversing privately about her situation, revealing that Principal Lan had undergone surgery at the first hospital that day. Upon hearing this, Wang Jun felt a pang of concern. How could it be that she had to undergo surgery? Wasn't she well just yesterday? Is it serious? Someone inquired. It's an appendectomy. It should be manageable, came the response. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group upon learning it was merely an appendectomy. In the minds of the male parents, Lan Yu held an almost divine status, were it not for the formidable presence of their wives. Some might have been tempted to pursue her. That explains her absence from school today, one parent remarked. Shall we organize a visit to see her? I think that would be appropriate. We must show our support, another agreed, as information regarding Lan Yu's hospital and room was shared among them. Wang Jun gleaned the essence of their conversation, concluding that an appendectomy was not particularly grave. Typically, a laparoscopic appendectomy would allow for discharge within 2 to 3 days post-surgery. Younger individuals tend to recover swiftly. If she had surgery today, she should be able to leave by the day after tomorrow. As he pondered this, the bell at the kindergarten rang, signaling the end of the school day. Wang Jun did not dwell on it further and, like many other parents, stood at the entrance, awaiting the appearance of his child. After a few groups of children had emerged, Shir finally stepped out. However, her expression suggested she was not in high spirits. He hastened towards her, concerned that she might have faced some distress. If that is the case, then who could it be? He certainly would not let it go unpunished. He hastened toward the child. Upon seeing him, Shir rushed forward. Daddy, what is wrong? Are you unhappy? Wang Jun, embracing the child, inquired with a hint of perplexity. At that moment, the child was alone, as no other teachers could accompany her due to Lan Yu's absence. I haven't seen Teacher Lan at kindergarten today. I'm so worried. Shir nearly cried, her kindness evident. Well, then, shall we visit Teacher Lan at the hospital? Wang Jun suggested directly, considering the child's feelings. Hospital? What happened to her, Daddy? She underwent a minor surgery and needs to stay in the hospital for 2 days. You won't be able to see her during this time, but Daddy will take you to visit her, all right? All right. Thank you, Daddy. Very well, let's go. Wang Jun promptly ordered a taxi via an app. Soon, a vehicle arrived to pick them up. Once inside, Wang Jun sent a WeChat message to Zhouing. Zhouing, I have something to attend to and will be home by 6. If you're hungry, please eat first. Understood, Mr. Wang, Zhouing replied. Meanwhile, Shir asked, Daddy, is the little kitty behaving? Yes, when I left, it was still sleeping. Is it hungry? I fed it before I left. Daddy, will the little kitty be lonely at home? Should we go back and take it out before visiting Teacher Lan? The little kitty is being taken care of. You needn't worry. Who is taking care of it? You'll find out when we return. Okay, Daddy, I was very well behaved today. The teacher even taught us to recite poetry. May I recite it for you now? Of course, I'm listening. With a tender voice, Sure began passionately reciting. Goose, 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 with necks arched, they sing to the sky. White feathers float on green waters, red feet stir the clear waves. This child's memory is truly remarkable. She recited it flawlessly from what she learned today. It seems she possesses a gift for learning. Daddy, how did I do? You were wonderful, Sure. What else did your teacher teach you? So much. She also taught us to count, but I already know how, and I can add and subtract too. The teacher even gave me a big red flower. Look. Sure proudly displayed the bright red flower before her. She added in her sweet voice, the teacher also said that even with a big red flower, one must not be too proud. She taught us to be humble, so even with many red flowers, I remain modest. Indeed, the educators at this school possess a high level of professionalism, instilling such important values in children so young. If this continues, the future generation will surely excel. What the teacher said is true, and you've done well, Sure. Yes, Daddy. The father and daughter exchanged words, their dialogue melting even the heart of the taxi driver. Chapter 65. Misunderstanding. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Sir, we have arrived at the first hospital. Please take care of your personal belongings, the driver, a courteous middle-aged man, said. Thank you. Poetry, we have alighted from the vehicle. Wang Jun cradled the child in his arms and purchased some fruit from a nearby shop. They then proceeded to the hospital, where he inquired with the ward nurse and swiftly located the room where Lan Yu was staying. This room contained 3 beds, with Lan Yu occupying the innermost one. The other 2 beds were temporarily unoccupied, their covers slightly disheveled, likely abandoned for an examination. Upon the arrival of the father and daughter, Wang Jun beheld Lan Yu, clad in a hospital gown. She lay on the bed, her complexion rather pallid and appearing quite worn. One could sense the weight of her struggles, particularly in the isolation of this unfamiliar city, where survival was undeniably arduous. As they approached, the child, upon spotting Lan Yu, joyfully exclaimed, Teacher Lan. She then wriggled free from Wang Jun's grasp and dashed towards the bedside. Such is the nature of children. A teacher's presence easily eclipses that of a father. Upon seeing Sure and then Wang Jun, Lan Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. A spark ignited within her gaze, momentarily lifting her spirits. Sure, what brings you here? She inquired, her voice considerably subdued, likely due to her frailty. Teacher Lan, I missed you today. Daddy said you were ill and had to be hospitalized. How are you now? Sure grasped Lan Yu's hand. What a perceptive child she was. I am well. Thank you for your concern. Sure, Lan Yu replied. Wang Jun then placed the fruit on her bedside and asked, Would you like some fruit? Shall I prepare an apple for you? Thank you. Lan Yu graciously accepted. With assistance in peeling the apple, it was indeed a welcome gesture, especially from someone she held dear. As she gazed at Wang Jun, she perceived him to be even more handsome at that moment. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, infusing her pallid complexion with a hint of color, a testament to the power of affection. Teacher Lan, what happened to your face? It's flushed. Are you running a fever? Daddy, look at Teacher Lan. What is wrong with her? The child, oblivious, associated the redness with illness and grew anxious. Yet the adults understood the true nature of the situation. Wang Jun quickly reassured, It's nothing. Teacher Lan is fine. She is simply excited to see us. Sure regarded Lan Yu with earnestness. Is that so? How is your condition now? Wang Jun inquired with concern. I shall be discharged tomorrow evening. It coincides perfectly with Saturday. I can rest over the weekend and return to work on Monday, Lan Yu replied. That is splendid. Do you require any assistance? Please, do not hesitate to ask, Wang Jun offered warmly. Oh no, there is no need. You are so busy, yet you still come to see me. I feel quite embarrassed. She responded, What are you saying? I must thank you instead for your care of my child, Wang Jun interjected. The changes in the child over these past few days have been significant, largely due to having such a wonderful teacher. At that moment, a woman in her 50s entered the ward, also dressed in a hospital gown. Upon entering, she immediately spotted Wang Jun and his daughter. She then exclaimed with irritation, "What is wrong with you husbands? Your wife has just undergone surgery, and yet you haven't bothered to visit until now. You constantly claim to be busy with work, but can work truly be more important than your wife?" Clearly, she was addressing Wang Jun's child. Your husband ought to behave better, regardless of the state of their relationship. Couples should make an effort to visit sooner, shouldn't they? Why has he only come now? The aunt added. Lan Yu interjected, "Sister, it is not as it seems. If you defend your husband despite this, you will only suffer." At this moment, Wang Jun was about to speak, but Sure preempted her, saying, "Grandma, this is my teacher, not my mother. My father and I came to visit my teacher." Lan Yu felt quite embarrassed, realizing that she had inadvertently caused trouble for Wang Jun. The aunt, now understanding the situation, awkwardly said, "Oh, I see. I had assumed otherwise. My apologies." However, on another note, when a teacher undergoes surgery, the school should at least make an effort to send someone to visit, shouldn't they? As a parent, you're doing this. Yet the school remains silent. If it were me, I would certainly be upset. To her, being ill warranted the presence of family and colleagues. "Sister, thank you for your concern. I truly am fine," Lan Yu replied, wishing fervently for the aunt to cease her chatter, as the more she spoke, the more unsettled Lan Yu felt. At that moment, she simply wanted to enjoy her time with Wang Jun. It was a rare occasion for someone to visit her, and if it turned unpleasant, it would be regrettable. "Please do not mind our elderly tendency to talk. I only wish the best for you," the aunt insisted. "Really, it is unnecessary." "Thank you," Lan Yu reiterated. Sure looked at the aunt, puzzled by her intrusive nature. However, as a child, she could hardly comprehend such matters. Meanwhile, Wang Jun had finished peeling an apple and handed it to Lan Yu. "Thank you," she said, taking small bites. The aunt had intended to say more, but then fell silent. After approximately 10 minutes of conversation, Wang Jun noticed Lan Yu's fatigue and suggested, "You should rest. We will take our leave now. Wishing you good health." "All right, take care on your way." Yet, Sure was unwilling to leave. "Daddy, can we stay a little longer?" "Why?" "Because Teacher Lan feels so lonely." The child spoke with the wisdom of an adult. "Wang Laosher is tired and needs to rest. Otherwise, her surgical wounds won't heal quickly, and her health will suffer. Thus, we must allow her the time to recuperate, understand?" Wang Jun explained as he embraced his child. "I see," Sure replied, absorbing the information. Afterward, she turned to Lan Yu, saying, "Teacher Lan, you must rest well so you can recover quickly." "Thank you, Sure. No need for thanks. I'm waiting for you to teach me how to sing." "All right. Once I am better, I will teach you, shall we?" "Okay, now let's head back," Wang Jun announced. "All right. Goodbye, teacher." "Goodbye." With that, the father and daughter exited the hospital room. The aunt once again approached with an air of mystery. "Little Blue, it is evident that you have a fondness for that gentleman. However, he already has children and treats them with great affection, suggesting a harmonious family life. My sister has a relative whose child is quite charming and single. Would you consider this? I could facilitate an introduction. It appears that Auntie possesses a penchant for gossip. Yet most people share a similar perspective. A father with a daughter visiting a single female teacher. Should his wife become aware, it would undoubtedly lead to turmoil. No need for that, dear sister. I am content as I am. Yet, he is already married, which complicates matters. He is divorced and a single father." As Lan Yu watched Wang Jun's departing figure, her eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and upon hearing her words, Auntie chose to remain silent. As for Wang Jun and the child, they exited the ward, but as they were about to descend, Sure tugged at Wang Jun, preventing his departure. "Daddy, wait. Don't leave." Wang Jun inquired, perplexed. Sure. "What troubles you?" "Daddy, look. That little friend seems so pitiful, always crying." Following the direction of her pointed finger, Wang Jun noticed a woman in her 20s, dressed plainly with disheveled hair, and upon closer inspection, her clothes bore patches. In her arms, she cradled an infant, likely under a year old, who was wailing incessantly. Sure then asked, "Daddy, is the little friend unwell?" Wang Jun observed the woman as she implored a nurse. "Nurse, could you please administer my child's injection first? I promise to pay later. My child is burning with fever." The nurse appeared quite troubled. "I'm sorry, but we require a physician's prescription before we can proceed with the injection. I cannot assist you without it. If something goes awry, none of us can bear the responsibility. My child is suffering. I beg you, I would kneel if necessary. The woman prepared to kneel with her child. The nurse reiterated, I truly apologize. It is against protocol. And you currently owe 500 yuan. If that isn't settled, it will be deducted from the doctors and us. Please understand our position. The nurse's expression conveyed her helplessness. She had witnessed such scenarios far too often. Throughout Huaxia, many individuals live below the poverty line, and impoverished parents seldom possess the means to afford medical care for their children. Thus, they fervently wish for their offspring to remain healthy. Witnessing this plight, Wang Jun felt a pang of sorrow. During his own struggles as a single parent, he too had called upon heaven and earth, only to receive no response. At this moment, he empathized deeply. Sure then suggested, Daddy, can we help them? Should we give them some money? We could deduct it from my allowance. The little kitty can eat a little less, right? Observing Shure's compassionate heart filled Wang Jun with immense pride. Assisting those in need within his capacity might yield benevolent returns. Moreover, as long as Shure thrived, he too would be rewarded, wouldn't he? Helping others also paved the way for a brighter future for them both. Very well. Let us extend our aid, Wang Jun resolved decisively. Due to his wealth, the cost of treating a child's fever amounts to merely 1 or 2,000 yuan. A trifling sum for him. Thank you, Daddy. The child bestowed a large kiss upon Wang Jun. No, it is I who should be thanking you, Wang Jun replied. However, Shure was perplexed as to why Wang Jun would express gratitude toward her. This was because, as long as the child radiated positivity, he was certain to receive a reward, and he could not bear to witness such a situation unfold. Perhaps by extending his hand, he could salvage a family, after all. Thus, he cradled Shure and approached the nurse's station. By this time, the woman was already weeping. Upon Wang Jun's arrival, everyone was momentarily taken aback. For Wang Jun was undeniably handsome. Their astonishment was further amplified by his words. Nurse, please recharge her account with 2,000 yuan. I shall cover the expense. The woman was utterly astonished, gazing at Wang Jun, who held a charming little girl in his arms. Sir, this is rather inappropriate, isn't it? I cannot accept your money. Faced with the charity of a stranger, the woman felt a tinge of wariness, as there is no such thing as a free lunch. Should the other party subsequently make unreasonable demands, it could lead to complications. Yet, Wang Jun remained unfazed by her thoughts. Madam, the health of the child is paramount. If the fever persists, the damage to the child could be severe, potentially impacting their entire life. I, too, have been in your position. With merely a penny in my pocket, yet life improved over time. Everyone faces challenges. Trust that fate will not forsake you. Your current circumstances are merely a jest from life. Treat it earnestly, and a brighter future awaits. This display of empathy elevated Wang Jun's stature in the eyes of those present. The woman was moved by his words, having initially misjudged him. Sir, may I have your contact information? Once I am financially stable, I shall repay you. There is no need. I hope that one day, should you encounter a similar situation, you too will extend a helping hand within your means. Aiding others, Wang Jun stated, garnering admiration from the crowd. 2 nurses in the department seemed to recognize him. Yet no one inquired further. Nurse, is this possible? Yes, certainly. I will attend to it immediately. The nurse promptly began her work. Sir, may I scan you? Certainly. Wang Jun presented his QR code. After a series of actions, the funds are transferred. The woman was profoundly touched. She held her child and prepared to kneel before Wang Jun. Madam, there is no need for that. I am helping you because I see a reflection of my former self in you, and my child feels compelled to assist. Wang Jun candidly expressed. Annie, you must stay strong. Your little one will surely recover. Shure gently encouraged. The woman nodded earnestly. Thank you, little friend. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life. This child truly exuded positivity. At that moment, a voice resonated in Wang Jun's mind. Ding! The system has detected your daughter's outpouring of kindness, granting you support. You are rewarded with 1 in appearance, 1 in luck, and 5 in height. Indeed, positivity begets rewards. With an appearance score of 1 and a stroke of luck also at 1, these aspects were palpable, discernible through the gazes of those around him. He straightened his posture, feeling as if he had grown taller, now standing at least 180 centimeters. In that moment, he sensed the intensity of the stares directed at him, fueled by his newfound attractiveness. His kindness only added to this allure, making him likable to most, particularly the single nurses in attendance. The only downside was that Wang Jun had a child, which inevitably led others to assume he was a married man. All right, let us take the child to see the doctor. This matter cannot be delayed. Thank you. May I ask your surname, sir? My surname is Wang. Very well, Mr. Wang. My name is Su Hui. After introducing herself, the woman cradled her child and departed. All right, sure. Let us head back. Okay, Daddy. I want to play with the little kitten when we get home. Indeed, and I have a surprise gift for you. Really? What kind of gift? You'll find out when we return. Yay. Thank you, Daddy. The father and daughter exited the hospital, but as they made their way to the outpatient department downstairs, Wang Jun spotted a familiar face, hurriedly emerging from the urology department, wearing a serious expression. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ruan Tian. What brings Ruan Tian to the urology department? What could have led him to such a predicament? Filled with curiosity, Wang Jun refrained from pondering further, recognizing it was not his affair. He then exited the hospital and summoned a taxi to return home. Chapter 67. Harmonious interaction. Father and daughter settled into the taxi. Sure nestled closely against Wang Jun's shoulder, peacefully asleep, her slumber deep and serene, accompanied by the gentle sound of her breathing. Wang Jun felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. After a long day at school filled with play, the child was fatigued. The journey from the hospital to their home would take 20 minutes, so he allowed her to rest a while. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Lanyu. Mr. Wang, I am grateful for your visit today. You have made me feel the warmth of humanity. Thank you. Not all. It is only natural for a parent to be concerned about their child's teacher, especially since the child expressed a longing for you, Wang Jun replied. However, the chat window indicated that she was still typing. Minutes passed without a response, likely as she pondered how to continue the conversation. Wang Jun chose to ignore it. But just as he set his phone down, Lanyu replied, I won't disturb you any longer. My colleagues have come to see me, and I'll chat with them for a while. See you on Monday. Given this, Wang Jun decided not to respond further. At that moment, he received a call from Zheng Kai. Hello, Mr. Zheng. On the other end, Zheng Kai's voice was tinged with excitement. Wang Jun, we owe you a debt of gratitude. We now control 15% of Zhu's shares. We have obtained contact details for the shareholders and dispatched lobbyists to engage with them, urging their support. Next, we must incite dissent among their ranks. As long as we persuade shareholders holding over 16%, Zhu Luan must step down. And that individual you mentioned, what was their name? Sheng? They too must be removed. This is my promise to you, and it is of utmost importance. Hearing his words, Wang Jun felt a sense of solace. This old fellow had finally not forgotten his original intentions. That is quite reassuring. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Wang Jun felt a wave of contentment wash over him. It will surely come. I hope you will pay closer attention to their stocks, and if you have any thoughts, please communicate them directly to me, if you would. Wang Jun replied candidly, of course. Yes, who would turn away from money? The Zhu Group's path is nearing its end. This is merely the beginning of Wang Jun's revenge. Well then, I have a few matters to attend to. Let me treat you to dinner another day. Let us end our conversation here for now. All right. He hung up the phone. He thought to himself that the Zhu family must be in utter chaos at this moment. He relished watching them in such disarray, especially the helpless demeanor of Zhu Kansheng. Indeed, at this moment, Zhu Kansheng was at home, wearing a glum expression. Young Li, Conjernet, asked what is wrong. You've had a grim face since you returned. Wife, my brother suspended my position. It infuriates me. Isn't that a perfect opportunity to rest? Isn't that good? It's because of Wang Jun that my position was suspended, Zhu Kansheng replied. Yang Li was taken aback. Because of him? How could that be? Did he persuade your brother to do this? No, not exactly. It's a long story. My brother is now placing great importance on Wang Jun, as he has already acquired a significant portion of shares in the Zhu Group. If this continues, our Zhu family will be controlled by Zheng Kai. What? Yang Li never imagined that Wang Jun could be so formidable. He hadn't been like this before. Recently, Wang Jun had indeed accumulated some wealth. Yet in her eyes, he lacked the capability to influence the chairman of $100 billion conglomerate. But in truth, Wang Jun had executed a remarkable comeback. "Wife, do you want children?" Zhu Kancheng suddenly asked. "What are you talking about? We agreed not to have children for the time being, didn't we?" Yang Li only desired his wealth, not to bear his children. She still held to her principles. "No, that's not what I meant. I meant sure. Do you miss her?" Sure. Yang Li fell silent. At that time, she had left with great resolve, heartlessly abandoning the child to marry Zhu Kancheng. And now, did Zhu Kancheng wish for the child to return? A return would only be a burden. What do you mean by that? To take the child back. You will care for her. Only in this way can Wang Jun be kept in line. I've noticed that he cares deeply for sure. If possible, bring her back to your side. And in doing so, control Wang Jun, ensuring he no longer associates with Zheng Kai, Zhu Kancheng articulated. That could be arranged. Yang Li agreed. In that case, you might see the child by tonight, Zhu Kancheng asserted. Very well, Yang Li replied, unaware that at this moment, Sure had already forgotten her. She was unworthy of being Sure's mother. Speaking of Sure, the taxi had arrived home. Wang Jun stepped out, cradling the child. He gently patted her, saying, Sure, we've arrived. Shall we get out and walk? Sure opened her eyes, still in a state of drowsiness. She yawned, her chubby hands stretching wide, before wrapping her arms around Wang Jun, playfully insisting, Daddy, carry me. I don't want to go. All right, Daddy will carry you. As he approached the door, it swung open unexpectedly, revealing Zhou Ying's face. Mr. Wang, you're back. Zhou Ying greeted them with utmost politeness. Sure seemed to sense the presence of a stranger, quickly turning her head. She gazed at Zhou Ying for a long moment, trying to recognize the girl. Zhou Ying, with grace, extended her hand. Little Sure, do you remember your sister? The one who helped you get dressed. With this, Sure began to comprehend. The gentle sister from that day was someone she liked very much. But why was she at her home? Sister, what are you doing in my house? Sure asked. From today onwards, Zhou Ying will be our housekeeper, responsible for our daily meals and care, Wang Jun explained. What about the kitty? Sure inquired again. Of course. Sister Ying has been taking care of your little kitty, Zhou Ying replied tenderly. Thank you, sister. Zhou Ying asked, shall I hold your hand as we walk? Yes. With that, Wang Jun gently set Sure down. The trio then made their way to the living room. As they entered, Sure caught a whiff of a delightful aroma. It smells so good. What are we having for dinner? Sister has prepared Chinese cuisine. Come, shishi. Let me hold you while you sit. All right. Observing the pleasant interaction between the two, Wang Jun felt a wave of relief. He had worried that Sure might struggle to adjust, given that Zhou Ying was still a stranger. It seemed he had overthought it. The child was happy. And that was what mattered. Mr. Wang, please join us for dinner. All right. Zhou Ying, you sit down and eat with us too. I'll wait a moment. Don't be shy. Consider us family. You need not view yourself merely as a housekeeper. Just feel at home. Very well, Mr. Wang. At that moment, Sure suddenly exclaimed, Sister's cooking is so delicious, even better than Daddy's. Wang Jun felt a wave of embarrassment. If it's tasty, then Sure should eat plenty. Will sister cook for you every day? Zhou Ying replied with joy. Yes, I want to eat lots and lots. All right, eat until your tummy is round and full. Chapter 68. What do you think of me? After the three finished their meal, Zhou Ying began to clear the dishes. Sure suddenly piped up, Daddy, don't you have a gift for me? The child's memory was truly remarkable. She reminded him of something he had nearly forgotten. Okay, Daddy will get it for you now. Wang Jun stood and walked to the cabinet, retrieving a beautifully wrapped box. He handed it to the child. Sure beamed at the sight of the lovely box, clapping her hands in delight. So wonderful, so wonderful. She opened the box, revealing an adorable smartwatch. The joy was palpable. Wow, Daddy, it's a watch, such a beautiful watch. Sure exclaimed with a sweet, melodic voice that was truly delightful to hear. With that, she reached up, grasped Wang Jun's head, and planted a big kiss on his cheek. This child displayed such warmth and enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Zhou Ying observed the scene before her, her gaze brimming with envy. She truly admired how fortunate Shi was to have such a wonderful father. Wang Jun was undeniably a gentleman. His kindness toward his child surely extended to his girlfriend as well. When Dad calls you in the future, make sure to answer your phone, he instructed. Okay, now, let me teach you how to use it. Sounds great. I really like it. Wang Jun proceeded to explain the functions of the watch to his child. The icons within the watch were exquisitely designed, appealing to the tastes of young girls, which made Shi exceedingly fond of it. Dad, what is this? A big watermelon? She inquired, pointing at an icon. Wang Jun realized it was a game called fruit cutting. It's a game that can enhance your reflexes, he explained. Can I play it? She asked eagerly. Of course. But remember not to play with the watch during school hours, all right? Wang Jun cautioned, concerned that she might become too engrossed in gaming at school. Shi understood. She always listened to her father. Subsequently, he allowed her to play alone while he opened his phone to check on stocks, contemplating whether there would be another opportunity to invest tomorrow. He planned to dabble in short-term trading. However, as he was absorbed in his thoughts, a call from Zheng Shui interrupted him. He answered, standing up to glance at the door, suspecting someone might be knocking. To his surprise, Zheng Shui said, Master Wang, keep the clothes here for now. I'll wash them, but they aren't dry yet. At that moment, Zheng Shui was in her room, taking a deep breath of Wang Jun's clothes. The scent of his masculinity was intoxicating. If Wang Jun were to discover this, it would surely be quite embarrassing. This wasn't a matter of Zheng Shui being peculiar. Rather, the clothes exuded an alluring aroma that was hard for her to resist. No worries. Just return them when you're done. There's no rush. Wang Jun politely replied. What if I don't return them? Zheng Shui suddenly posed the question. If you don't, then I'll just gift them to you. After all, it didn't cost much. This was merely a casual remark from Wang Jun. Yet Zheng Shui took it seriously, responding, Thank you, then I'll accept them. They look rather nice. The unexpected exchange left Wang Jun somewhat flustered until a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The system has detected your daughter has completed the fruit-cutting game. You are rewarded with the skill-perfect aim. Shi actually finished the game? He mused, astonished by his child's digital prowess. Not only did she achieve this, but she also granted him a skill that promised precision in his endeavors. What purpose could this skill serve? Perhaps it would prove useful in some future confrontation. Master Wang, what is wrong? Why so silent? Are you lamenting over the clothes? Zheng Shui inquired again. No, I'm just watching my daughter, he replied. At that moment, Shi set down her phone watch and asked Wang Jun, Dad, can I go play outside with Yingjie? All right, just be careful. Don't fall, he cautioned. Okay. Shi had just stepped out with Zhou Ying when they were overheard by Zheng Shui. Master Wang, have you had guests at your home? My housekeeper, why? With such a large house, is one housekeeper sufficient? Why not consider me? I could attend to your daily needs as a personal housekeeper. Was Zheng Shui attempting to provoke him? A personal housekeeper? Child, prioritize your studies. Do not waste your time daydreaming. Focus on your education and do not let your parents down, Wang Jun replied earnestly. All right, old man. I was merely joking. By the way, your manner of speaking is just like my father's. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. Wang Jun felt they had exhausted their conversation. Nevertheless, Zheng Shui was undeterred. There is still one more matter, she continued. What is it? Speak. What do you think of me? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate me in your heart? Are the youth of today so forward? This was a direct request for evaluation. Wang Jun had never encountered such a question before. Even Kong Rong, when confessing, never asked for a score. You are quite good. Wang Jun pondered before uttering 4 words. This was akin to merely stating that one is a decent person. Yet, the other party did not grasp the implication and inquired further. Is that all? Nothing more. You don't have anything else to say? Faced with Wang Jun's bluntness, Zheng Shui felt both anxious and flustered. At this moment, she sensed she might be overexerting herself. What else is there to say? I have a child. Zheng Shui fell silent. Indeed, having a child meant that if she pursued Wang Jun too aggressively, Zheng Kai would be furious. However, what if the child were to return to her? Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Yet, that was merely Zheng Shui's wishful thinking. From Wang Jun's perspective, he could never return the child to Yang Li, as that woman would not provide a good environment. Moreover, she was with a man far beneath her worth, Zhu Kan-chum, which made Shishi's future exceedingly worrisome. Thus, such thoughts were impractical. Ms. Zheng, do you have any further matters? If not, I shall hang up. Wang Jun felt that Zheng Shui had called merely to chat. He had no time to indulge her in conversation. Even if he had time, he preferred to spend it with his child, playing and bonding. Don't. Tomorrow, are you free? I have a ticket to the May Day concert. Could we go together? I'm afraid I have no time. That's it. Please, just one more thing, one more. Zheng Shui tried to prevent Wang Jun from ending the call. Just then, Zhou Ying's voice suddenly came from outside. What are you doing? Don't come over. This is a private area. Please keep your distance. Followed by the sound of a child crying. Shishi was sobbing loudly. What happened? Did someone intrude into the villa? Wang Jun said nothing further and rushed outside. Zheng Shui moved to the window to check, and upon seeing, she was taken aback. She couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, something terrible has happened. Hurry to Wang Jun's house. Chapter 69. Which scoundrel dares to harm my daughter? What? What is happening? Wang Jun is in danger. Hurry, let us go see. Zheng Shui exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. What? Upon hearing this, Zheng Shui reacted instantaneously. The situation was urgent. She dashed into the room, retrieved a pistol, and rushed out. Wang Jun followed suit, bursting from the living room. At that moment, Zhou Ying trembled in fear, confronted by two burly men with their heads shrouded in black cloth. One of them was holding Shishi. The front door had been shattered, and Shishi was crying out, Daddy, Daddy, save me, save me. She screamed desperately, biting the man's hand with all her might. Feeling the bite, the man winced in pain and raised his hand, preparing to pry Shishi's mouth open. Witnessing this, Wang Jun felt a surge of rage. If that brute dared to harm even a single hair on Shishi, he would not let them go unpunished. He glanced outside, where a small car was parked with its back door ajar. If the two men retreated now, they could escape in mere seconds. Scoundrels! Yet, he was still 10 meters away from them. If he rushed in now, he feared it might be too late. And Shishi could already be harmed. Who, indeed, had the audacity to abduct Shishi? With little time to ponder, Wang Jun looked at his Huawei phone. He felt as if the man was less than a meter away. If he threw the phone now, it would undoubtedly hit its target. Without hesitation, he hurled the device. The phone soared through the air, striking the man squarely on the temple. The man let out a blood-curdling scream. Is this the power of a skillful shot? Even Wang Jun found it hard to believe. The phone fell directly into Shishi's hands, and in her moment of panic, she clutched it tightly, momentarily safe. The man staggered, the blow causing him to lose his balance and tip to the side. As he began to fall, his companion rushed to support him, only to be startled the next second. Wang Jun had already closed the distance. In that critical moment, Wang Jun unleashed incredible speed. The other man abandoned his fallen comrade and attempted to flee. But Wang Jun was already upon him, scooping up the child before delivering a swift kick to the downed man, who collapsed unconscious. Zhou Ying stood in stunned silence. How could Wang Jun be so powerful? Yet, the ordeal was not over. Wang Jun placed Shishi safely in Zhou Ying's arms. She received the child, simultaneously kicking the unconscious man and muttering, Scoundrel! Wang Jun then sprinted out of the yard, where the other man was attempting to enter the car. Suddenly, two individuals appeared, rushing toward the vehicle and snatching the keys. Clearly, they were allies. Wang Jun did not hesitate, aiming to pull the man out. However, the man was quick, abandoning the car to flee. Trying to escape? Just then, Zheng Ling arrived, aiming her gun directly at the man. Don't move. I will shoot if you take another step. The man panicked, veering off in another direction. He was certain that Zheng Ling would not dare to pull the trigger. As for Zheng Ling's arrival, Wang Jun had no time to ponder it further. Instead, he picked up a stone from the ground. The man felt as if he were merely a meter away, and this remarkable skill of precision was truly extraordinary. He hurled the stone, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, it struck the man's leg with a resounding thud, causing him to collapse. Zheng Ling's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Wang Jun be so accurate? If he were given a gun, could he not incapacitate the adversary with ease? Yet, before she could contemplate further, Wang Jun charged at the man, swinging his fist directly at him. The man cried out in pain, exclaiming, "Who sent you here?" Wang Jun demanded an answer, but the man remained silent, prompting Wang Jun to strike even more fiercely. Such disrespect towards his daughter, and nearly causing her harm, made these two individuals unforgivable. However, his blows were so forceful that he rendered the man unconscious. Zheng Ling hurried over, placing her hands on Wang Jun, urging him to stop. "Enough," he s out cold. "Don't hit him anymore." Wang Jun, still engulfed in rage, pushed Zheng Ling away. At that moment, Zheng Shui also emerged, joining Wang Jun in his fervor. Yet, Wang Jun had lost all reason. Such a person deserved to die. His ferocity was evident, causing even those inside the vehicle to feel uneasy. It was only when Shi called out, "Daddy, Daddy," that Wang Jun regained his composure, realizing he could not let his daughter witness such violence. Thus, he ceased his assault. The Zheng sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Whoever dares to harm my daughter, I will kill them," Wang Jun bellowed. "Enough," Zheng Ling shouted. Wang Jun was genuinely terrified by the sight of his daughter in such distress. But what if she were in her position? If her daughter were bullied, what would she think? "Daddy, hug." It was only after Shi approached with Zhou Ying that Wang Jun's demeanor softened. His daughter was his anchor, his Achilles heel. "Daddy, I am scared." "The child is fine. It's all right. Daddy will protect you," Wang Jun reassured, holding his child close. At that moment, his hand reddened. Fortunately, his extraordinary aim had saved the day. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. This incident truly caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Zheng Ling went to check on the man lying on the ground. He was still breathing. She then began to rouse him. Zheng Shui approached, asking, "Wang Jun, are you all right?" "I am fine," Wang Jun replied, holding Xixi, who was still trembling. He did his utmost to soothe her. Simultaneously, Zheng Shui noticed Zhou Ying nearby, her eyes filled with curiosity. Zhou Ying, on her part, was struck by the beauty of the Zheng sisters, feeling a sense of inadequacy. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for not keeping an eye on the child. It's not your fault. You did well. It's the villains who are truly despicable," Wang Jun gently reassured her. Thus, it became apparent to everyone that this girl, referred to as Mr. Wang, must be a nanny or something similar. Yet, the girl was exceptionally beautiful and youthful, around the same age as Zheng Shui, and it was quite remarkable for someone so young to take on the role of a nanny. This certainly left much to the imagination. However, no one pondered too deeply. "Sister, if someone were to investigate the three behind this, how could they dare to come and abduct someone?" Zheng Shui remarked. "The intent is too pronounced. Typically, such incidents are not mere robberies, yet they specifically aim to snatch a child. This behavior is exceedingly suspicious," Zheng Ling added. "That is undoubtedly true. This is a heinous case." At that moment, Wang Jun rose and turned to regard the two men from earlier. "Thank you for your timely assistance. Otherwise, the villains might have escaped. As a token of gratitude, please accept 1,000 each," Wang Jun offered to the two individuals who had intervened. Both men appeared to be well trained. They replied, "No need for that. It was our duty." Clearly, they were unwilling to accept Wang Jun's money. Yet at this juncture, Zheng Shui approached. "How do you know them?" It was evident that she recognized the two men. "You know them?" Wang Yun inquired. Chapter 70. Preparing to avenge, Zhu Qiancheng Zheng Ling also came forward, her astonishment evident upon recognizing the two. "What are you doing here?" she asked. Wang Jun immediately sensed their familiarity and closeness. "Young lady, Miss Zheng," they both exclaimed simultaneously. Their manner of addressing them implied a shared allegiance. "Who are you?" Wang Yun asked. "Pilpix." One of the men explained, "We were sent by Chairman Zheng to discreetly protect Mr. Wang and your daughter." This revelation left Wang Jun somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zheng Kai would hold him in such high regard and provide him with 2 bodyguards. "What? My father knows Wang Jun?" Zheng Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Zheng Shui was equally astounded. "My father knows you. How come we were unaware?" she asked, following up with curiosity. At this point, the bodyguard added, "Young ladies, you are unaware that Chairman Zheng has been in such high spirits recently due to Mr. Wang's efforts, which helped Royal Holdings earn hundreds of billions." "What?" Zheng Ling was utterly shocked, gazing at Wang Jun in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zheng Shui began to entertain various thoughts. Given that Zheng Kai was acquainted with Wang Jun, if she desired to win Wang Jun's favor, would Zheng Kai agree? If he did, wouldn't he that suggest Wang Jun held more significance than his own daughter? Conversely, if he refused, might that jeopardize a valuable ally for royal holdings? Clearly, she was overthinking. At present, Wang Jun held no interest in her. Zhou Ying, on the side, was at a loss. She understood that Wang Jun was wealthy and could afford a villa. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that he had hundreds of billions in capital at his disposal. Such a man was extraordinarily powerful and exceptional. Wang Jun, I truly did not expect you to know my father, Zheng Ling said. Regardless of whether Wang Jun's acquaintance with Zheng Kai was intentional or coincidental, the fact remained that he had aided them in earning substantial profits. Zheng Shui remarked, earning hundreds of billions explains why father has been so cheerful lately. It turns out it was due to Wang Jun. You are quite impressive, Wang Jun. I find myself increasingly admiring you. I must seek your guidance on investment matters someday. Even the second young lady of the Zheng family perceives several hundred billion as an astonishing amount. Her monthly allowance pales in comparison to such a sum, merely a drop in the ocean. Wang Jun remarked, in truth, I merely offered some perspectives. It is Zheng's audacity that drives this endeavor. Implicitly, he suggested that his words had inspired Zheng Kai to pursue profit. Unbeknownst to me, you share such a connection with my father, and he has never mentioned it. Zheng Ling interjected. On this matter, Wang Jun chose silence, deeming further discussion unnecessary. He cradled Shi, whose spirits had somewhat lifted after the earlier perilous incident. He hoped she would not be haunted by nightmares that night. He passed the child to Zhou Ying for her to hold. Who sent you here? Wang Jun inquired of the man in the driver's seat. The man remained mute, clearly unwilling to divulge anything. Suddenly, the phone in the car rang, and the man appeared visibly flustered. As he attempted to silence it, Wang Jun swiftly snatched the device from him. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw the name Zhu. A thought struck him. Could it be Zhu Lun, seeking to threaten his daughter? Zheng Ling pointed a gun at the man's head, commanding, behave yourself, just in case. The man was taken aback, realizing it was a genuine firearm. Daddy, Daddy, Shi cried out in distress. Yet, Wang Jun instructed, Shi, remain silent. Father must ascertain who dares to threaten you. I shall not let them escape unscathed. All right. Shi held Wang Jun's phone tightly. Wang Jun answered the call. What is the status? How is your task progressing? The voice on the other end seemed to belong to Zhu Kancheng. Good heavens! This scoundrel dares to target my daughter. Wang Yun no holds. Zhu Kancheng, I never anticipated you were behind this. Remember, you shall face my retribution. Zhu Kancheng retorted. Who are you, and why have you taken my employee's phone? Who am I? I am your father. Wang Jun replied defiantly. You are Wang Jun. Don't be so arrogant. Zhu Kancheng seethed with rage. What you have inflicted upon me will return to you 100-fold. Just wait. Wang Jun declared fiercely. I cannot comprehend your words. Since my employee is absent, I shall hang up. Zhu Kancheng feigned ignorance and abruptly ended the call. He would never admit to any wrongdoing, acknowledging it would implicate him further. Those who orchestrate abductions are guilty of a serious crime, liable to face over 10 years of imprisonment or life sentences, along with hefty fines or asset forfeiture for lesser offenses. However, if someone else were to take the fall, Zhu Kancheng might evade any consequences, allowing him to remain free and untroubled. Scoundrel, you shall pay dearly for this. Wang Jun cursed, plotting his next move against Zhu Kancheng. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. No one spoke, much like the Zheng sisters, who were oblivious to the identity of Zhu Kancheng, let alone Zhou Ying. Only the two bodyguards might have had some knowledge. At that moment, a police car arrived and 4 officers disembarked. Sister. The policeman greeted Zheng Ling with utmost courtesy, having recognized Wang Jun, who had previously visited the police station. Thank you for your hard work. Please take these 3 individuals to the station for questioning. Zheng Ling instructed, succinctly outlining the situation. Understood, the officers replied. Additionally, we would like Wang Jun and the little girl to accompany us to the police station for statements. It won't take long. Zheng Ling reiterated her request. Very well, but please wait a moment. the door is broken, and I will have someone come and fix it, Wang Jun pointed out, mindful of the potential vulnerabilities in his friend's villa. It would be unfortunate if valuable items were stolen. At that juncture, the bodyguards reassured him, Mr. Wang, rest assured. We will remain here until your return. Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. Wang Jun expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. It is our duty. Subsequently, Wang Jun and Zhou Ying proceeded to the police station to provide their statements, returning around 8 in the evening. Upon their return, the two bodyguards were still present, and Wang Jun offered them a token of appreciation. Finally, he arranged for the repairman to fix the door, keeping him occupied until 10 o'clock, after which he began to contemplate how to retaliate against Zhu Kanchen. Chapter 71. Laying Low. Zhou Ying, could you help Shir take a bath? Wang Yun asks, cradling Shir in his arms. Sure. Shall we go wash up Shir? Zhou Ying responded cheerfully. Daddy, I don't want to. Can I wash tomorrow instead? The child protested. This habit of hers had become quite ingrained. She often perspired throughout the day, which was simply unacceptable. Thus, Wang Jun firmly denied her request. No, if you don't take a bath, you won't smell nice. All right then, Sister Ying, I'll trouble you, the child replied, her tone surprisingly adult-like. Okay, come along. Sure. Sister will take you to wash up. Zhou Ying gladly led the child to the bath. Meanwhile, Wang Jun took out his phone to check for updates. After a few attempts, he was pleasantly surprised to find everything functioning perfectly. The quality of this domestic phone was remarkable. It had survived the fall unscathed. He had anticipated it might be damaged, in which case he would have sent it for repairs and purchased a spare. It seemed that would not be necessary. As he scrolled through information regarding the Zhu group and some intelligence, he began to strategize his revenge against Zhu Kanchen. However, before long, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he dozed off. The day had been exhausting, and his efforts to rescue the child had taken a toll, leaving his body feeling heavy. In a hazy state, he sensed someone draping a blanket over him. Upon waking, he discovered it was Shir who had covered him, nestled beside him in slumber. How thoughtful this child truly was. Meanwhile, Zheng Kai remained at the company, while Zheng Wei stood before him, recounting the incident involving Wang Jun. Who was responsible? Zheng Kai inquired as he drew a cigarette. It must be Zhu Kanchen, Zheng Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Zheng Kai chuckled. And why is that? The Zhu family truly invites misfortune upon themselves by daring to provoke Wang Jun's ire. Are they unaware that Shir is Wang Jun's everything? It appears that Wang Jun will be even more devoted in serving us from now on. Zhu Kanchen is indeed a foolish entity, bringing himself right into our midst. Zheng Kai exhaled a puff of smoke. Indeed, according to our bodyguards, Wang Jun is extremely angry and has already begun plotting revenge against Zhu Kanchen. We must prevent him from acting foolishly. Violence is not the answer. With a person like Zhu Kanchen, he should be left with nothing. Zheng Kai Asut. Wang Jun seemed poised to execute such a plan. Increase the number of personnel assigned to protect Wang Jun. He must not be allowed to encounter any danger. Zheng Kai commanded. Understood. By the way, there is another matter. What is it? Wang Jun has become acquainted with Xiaoling and Xiaoxue for the past few days. Xiaoxue has been visiting his home to learn piano. Zheng Kai was initially taken aback, but then contemplated the situation. We should advise the two to limit their interactions with him. After all, he is a single parent with a daughter, and given his precarious situation, we cannot allow Xiaoling and the others to get too close. Zheng Kai continued. Xiaoling is fine, but Xiaoxue, Zheng Wei remarked, as he had some understanding of the two. I will speak to them. If necessary, we can arrange for them to move elsewhere. Zheng Kai suggested. Unbeknownst to them, such actions would only instigate rebellious thoughts in Zheng Shui. Simultaneously, Zhu Luan received news regarding the kidnapping of Wang Jun's daughter and learned who was behind it. He promptly picked up the phone and called Zhu Kanchen. At that moment, Zhu Kanchen sat on the sofa, lost in thought, while Yang Li observed him in puzzlement, wondering what was troubling him. He remained in this daze until the phone rang. However, Zhu Kanchen did not answer, appearing as if he had lost his soul. Dear, the phone is ringing. It's from your elder brother, Yang Li announced. Oh, I see. Hello, brother, what is it? Zhu Kanchen replied weakly. You fool, are you a pig? Do you not comprehend the society we live in? This is a society governed by law, and you cannot act recklessly. Are you still contemplating kidnapping Wang Jun's daughter? Haven't you already caused enough trouble? Zhu Luan chastised him vehemently. Zhu Kansheng, already in a foul mood, felt the weight of Zhu Luan's scolding. In frustration, he retorted, "Brother, it's not entirely unfounded. It was Yang Li who wanted a child, so I thought." Yang Li was perplexed, realizing that it was indeed Zhu Kansheng who intended to carry out the kidnapping to threaten Wang Jun. This man is truly despicable. Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. You believe I don't know what you were thinking? You should rest at home and refrain from coming to work. Leave the company matters be for now. Brother, it shouldn't come to that, right? It's just a minor issue. Minor issue? Such a mindset will lead to your own downfall. I cannot bear to see you like this. There's still some time left. Why not take a break and go away for a while? I have arranged for someone to purchase a ticket to Europe for you. You and your wife can enjoy a 6-month vacation and return afterward. As for your troubles, I will take the blame. Zhu Luan genuinely cares for Zhu Kansheng. No, brother, the company needs me. Zhu Kansheng protested. Your return would only impose a tremendous burden on the company, and your reputation could adversely affect it. Do you understand? Ultimately, Zhu Luan prioritizes the Zhu group above all else. Brother, are you deliberately trying to push me out? Zhu Kansheng exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. You scoundrel! You are my brother. How could I possibly do such a thing? At noon, I spoke with Wang Jun, who demanded 100 million from me, threatening to leave you with nothing. I did not agree. If I truly wanted to oust you, I could have made you destitute by now, but I chose not to. Do you comprehend? Zhu Luan asserted. Zhu Kansheng remained unconvinced. Brother, how could Wang Jun pose such a threat? He is merely an ordinary man. Are you truly afraid of him? Do you know? Royal Shares has already acquired 15 of our shares. If this continues, the control of the Zhu Group may slip from our grasp. All of this is orchestrated by Wang Jun. What do you think? Zhu Luan continued. Yet, Zhu Kansheng still found it hard to believe. I'm staying in Magic City. I'm not going anywhere. And brother, why fear him? He is nothing but a failure. A man who cannot even keep his own wife is hardly formidable. You are overestimating him. It was evident that Zhu Kansheng refused to accept Wang Jun's strength and was unwilling to acknowledge it. In truth, he was merely putting on a brave face, struggling with a significant psychological burden. Enough. Rest for another month. I will handle your matters. During this time, refrain from provoking Wang Jun. Goodbye. Zhu Luan concluded before abruptly hanging up the phone. Zhu Kansheng set down the receiver, his mood decidedly sour. Wang Jun, this isn't over between us, he declared, clenching his fists. What is this about? Why is my brother so fearful of Wang Jun? He wants me to return to work in a month? Dear, don't we have a raw stone shop at the Songzhan Antique Market? Even if we don't return to the Zhu Group, we can still earn a living through that, right? Indeed, if that is the case, we can pursue other avenues to generate income. Zhu Kansheng sighed. For individuals like them, whose expenditures were considerable, a day without earnings caused great distress. With the Zhu Group no longer in the picture, his channels for making money had diminished, prompting him to seek alternative means to bolster his finances. Chapter 72. Unfavored by children the following day at 7:30. Wang Jun was roused from sleep by Shir's persistent antics. She played with a kitten beside him, occasionally nudging him to wake. Daddy is such a lazybones. The sun is shining on his backside, yet he remains in bed. Daddy, wake up, she urged, tugging at Wang Jun's hand, though he was too heavy for her to move. Kitty, let us wake Daddy. Shir placed the kitten's paw on Wang Jun's nose. At that moment, he let out a great sneeze, startling Shir. Daddy, you scared Shir, she whispered softly. Wang Jun finally awakened, expressing his sincere apologies. I'm so sorry. My dear child, it's all right. Daddy is getting up now. Okay, Daddy is up. After that, Wang Jun rose from his slumber. He glanced at the time and noticed it was getting late, prompting him to urge her, Shir, hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. Sister Ing has already prepared everything for me and made a delightful breakfast. The colors are so vibrant, even more beautiful than what Daddy makes. And they're little pig-shaped buns. Shir struggled to recall all the names of the dishes, but it was clear there was an abundance of them. Well then, let us rise to enjoy breakfast, and afterward, Daddy will take you to school. At that moment, however, Shir replied, Daddy, can we skip school today? Wang Jun was taken aback by her response. Was the child being bullied? Why else would she resist going to school? He quietly inquired. Why don't you want to go to school? Are you unhappy there? Or are the other children bothering you? Daddy, it's just that teacher Lon isn't coming to class. And I miss her. I won't be able to focus at school. Such a thoughtful child. Yet schooling was essential. Lefo, Wang Yun li shu he. Teacher Lon will be back next Monday. She is unwell and cannot teach at the moment. If you miss her, I can arrange for you to video call her after class. All right? Okay. But no lying. Let's make a pinky promise. All right. Pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Wang Jun engaged warmly with his child. At that moment, Zhou knocked on the door. Mr. Wang, are you awake? Breakfast is ready. Yes, I'll be right there. Having a little housekeeper made all the difference. There was food ready upon waking, and he didn't need to fuss about preparing anything. After a short while, he dressed and stepped outside. Upon entering the dining room, he was indeed greeted by a lavish spread of breakfast. It looks quite sumptuous, Wang Jun remarked. Zhou Ying replied. Mr. Wang, I hope it suits your taste. Before he could respond, Sure had already begun to eat. Sister Ying, this little pig bun is delicious. Cool me. Sit down and eat with us. Sure, eat first. I have a few tasks to attend to. Zhou Ying insisted, just come over and eat with us. Wang Yun insisted, as he had never regarded her as an outsider. A housekeeper was welcome to join in the meal. Zhou Ying glanced at the dashing Wang Jun. All right, from now on. If you don't sit down and eat with us, we won't touch the dishes. Upon hearing this, Sure promptly set her pig bun back down, seemingly echoing Wang Jun's sentiment. If Zhou Ying didn't eat, neither would she. Very well, I shall sit down, and you both can eat. Thus, she took her seat. Wang Jun ate swiftly, finishing his meal in just a few minutes. Afterward, he turned his attention to the news and stock market updates. The news regarding the stock market for the previous day was now overwhelming. He also noted the report about Royal Holdings taking a stake in the Zhu Group's board of directors. Zheng Kai was indeed swift in his actions. Regardless, securing a position on the board was the first step, followed by a strategic approach to tackle each issue individually. With the time now at 7:50, there were just 5 minutes left before departure. He remained unhurried, for Sure was voraciously enjoying her meal. With each small bite, she was wholly absorbed, and witnessing her adorable demeanor melted Wang Jun's heart. Zhou Ying also noticed the way Wang Jun gazed at Sure, her eyes filled with envy. She longed to be Sure, to bask in Wang Jun's affection. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality when Wang Jun called her name. Zhou Ying, what is the matter? I see a distant look in your eyes. Are you feeling unwell? No, Mr. Wang. I'm perfectly fine, Zhou Ying replied, her face flushed crimson. Mr. Wang, I'm full now. I shall tidy up. Sister Ying, you've hardly eaten. You won't have the strength to walk, Sure chimed in. Sister is on a diet. Zhou Ying explained. Sister isn't fat. You look lovely, why diet? Sure countered, bringing immense joy to Zhou Ying. What a charming child, she thought. Sure is truly delightful. All right, have we finished eating? Time is upon us. Let's head to school, Wang Jun remarked after glancing at the clock. Father, Sure is full. Sure slid off her chair, walked over to grab her backpack, and bid farewell to the little cat. Little kitty, wait for me to come back from school, okay? Moi. Wang Jun then scooped her up. Zhou Ying, I'll leave the house in your capable hands. After taking a few steps, he turned back. By the way, tomorrow is the weekend. You can rest and decide where to go. Understood, Mr. Wang. Travel safely, Zhou Ying replied. Goodbye, Sister Ying. Sure waved at Zhou Ying. What a polite child, Zhou Ying mused. See you in the afternoon, Sure. Shortly thereafter, the father and daughter departed the villa. As they exited, a young girl clad in yoga attire approached them, her perfect figure on full display, devoid of any excess flesh. The vibrancy of youth was unmistakable. Wang Jun recognized her as Zhang Shui. It was surprising she was still exercising at this hour, her brow glistening with sweat as she ran towards him. Good morning, Master Wang, she greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Wang Yun responded politely. Good morning, little one, Zhang Shui enthusiastically addressed Sure. However, Sure seemed indifferent towards Zhang Shui, not even casting a glance her way, and shielded Wang Jun's eyes preventing him from seeing Zheng Shui as physique. This left Zheng Shui feeling somewhat awkward. Wang Jun noticed her discomfort and said, "We must be off to school. Farewell." With that, he carried Shi towards the kindergarten, leaving Zheng Shui standing there in bewilderment. She pondered why Shi harbored such aversion towards her. Perhaps she should consider buying the child some toys. Thus, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Wang Jun hastened towards the kindergarten to drop off Shi. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Zhang Jing calling. What on earth does he want? Chapter 73. Zhang Qian, secretary and driver? Wang Jun answered the call. Good morning, Zhang Lao. Wang Jun, are you at home? Zhang Jing inquired immediately. Evidently, there is a matter at hand prompting this inquiry. Perhaps Zhang Jing is residing nearby. What is it? Wang Jun asked, somewhat perplexed. It is as follows. I heard from a friend that their company has received a shipment of raw stones, and I wanted to inquire if you would be interested in taking a look. I thought I might also try my luck in finding some treasures to bring back. Zhang Jing explained. Understanding the situation, Wang Jun pondered for a moment. Since he had no pressing matters in the morning, he figured it may be worthwhile to accompany him. After all, with his luck, he might just uncover something valuable. The day felt unproductive, leaving him somewhat restless. He hoped to discover some fine raw stones. All right, I'm near my home. Just give me a moment. Wang Yun promptly replied. Very well, my car is nearby. I shall come to fetch you, Zhang Jing said, displaying an eagerness that seemed somewhat self-serving. One might suspect he wished to utilize Wang Jun's assistance to procure something. Perhaps he was also gauging Wang Jun's capabilities, given their initial successful transaction. Or perhaps his intentions were genuinely to cultivate a friendship. Wang Jun did not dwell on it too much. Since Zhang Jing had sought him out, he might as well see what was in store. Okay, I will await your arrival. Wang Jun then headed home. However, after taking just a few steps, Li Duo positioned herself in his path. What is it, Ms. Li? Do you need something? Wang Jun inquired. I have a matter to discuss. May I have a moment of your time? Li Duo responded. Wang Jun wondered what her intentions were. This woman had persistently sought to add him as a friend, yet he had consistently declined. If they were connected, certain matters could be addressed online. However, accepting her request might lead to unwanted advances. She appeared fierce and not easily trifled with, leaving him wary of potential complications. You see, I have a friend who is a child star agent. He has taken an interest in your daughter, Shi, believing she possesses the potential to become a child star. I wanted to ask if you would consider allowing her to pursue this opportunity, Li Duo elaborated. So that was the matter at hand. In the past, Wang Jun might have entertained the idea, as child stardom could yield financial rewards. However, now he sought to provide his child with a joyful childhood, free from exploitation. The greatest advantage of entering the child star realm is the multitude of opportunities it presents for self-expression and confidence building. Yet, the significant drawback lies in the overwhelming demands it places on a child's time, transforming them into mere vessels for profit and robbing them of their innocence. Moreover, not every child is suited for such a path. Wang Jun would prefer his child to experience happiness rather than hardship. He envisioned her as an ordinary child, untouched by such pressures. Additionally, the pitfalls surrounding this industry are numerous. Many agencies exist solely to swindle parents, demanding exorbitant investments that often yield nothing in return, all under the guise of sponsorship. Thus, he replied, I am not interested. Do you not see the potential within your child? Allowing her to embark on this journey could pave the way for a bright future. Children deserve their own opportunities, and it could alleviate the burdens on adults, creating a win-win situation. I shall not profit from my child. Moreover, I am not in want of money. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Without a moment's pause, Wang Jun departed, leaving Li Duo seething with indignation. Do you realize? Countless individuals strive fervently to become child stars, yet you display no interest? You are depriving the child of a promising future. Wang Jun, however, dismissed her words. Happiness is paramount for a child. Thus, he chose not to respond further to Li Duo, hastening his return. At this moment, Zhang Jing should be awaiting him at his doorstep. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Indeed, after walking a few dozen meters, he spotted a Maybach parked at his residence. Zhang Jing leaned out from the back seat, gazing at the villa's entrance. This vehicle's worth ranges between 2 million and 5 million. It was unexpected that Zhang Jing drove such an exquisite car. Evidently, engaging in the antique business brings considerable wealth. Before Wang Jun could utter a word, Zhang Jing emerged from the vehicle. Wang Jun, oh yeah. He beckoned. Old Zhang, are you nearby? Indeed, I happened to pass by President Jing's residence and thought of you. You're out early today? Not really, just dropping the child off at school. Ah, I see. Shall we get in the car? Certainly. Zhang Jing was about to open the car door for Wang Jun when he quickly interjected. No, old Zhang. That would be too much. Very well. You may enter yourself, Zhang Jing replied. All right. Once both had settled into the vehicle, it roared to life. The driver, a striking young woman in her 30s, was a captivating sight. The wealthy certainly have different preferences, even allowing a young lady to take the wheel. Such a carefree existence. Upon noticing Wang Jun, the woman's enchanting eyes fixated on him through the rearview mirror, rendering him somewhat uneasy. She was clad in a black, ultra-short skirt, and a glance revealed her stunning figure. There was an undeniable allure about her, radiating a mature, seductive beauty, surpassing any girl he had encountered before. Her makeup was impeccable. She would undoubtedly score a solid 90 if assessed. Of course, that would be a different story without makeup. Such a young woman. Could she be a secretary moonlighting as a driver? Perhaps that was indeed the case. It seemed impractical for a driver to dress so provocatively. It must be cumbersome to drive in such attire. Surely, she wasn't wearing high heels? However, Wang Jun refrained from overthinking, as a voice interrupted his musings. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am Zhang Qian, old Zhang's niece. So she is Zhang Zhang's niece. It appears he had overthought the matter. Greetings. I heard from my uncle that you have acquired a remarkable treasure. Indeed, that is true. You have done my uncle a tremendous favor, as he has sought it for many years. Is that so? Yes, thus I must thank you. That item holds profound significance for him. Where are we headed? Wang Jun, noticing her eagerness for conversation, hastily shifted the topic. To Songshan East Road, where there are numerous raw stone shops. We shall go and have a look. Wang Jun had heard of that place, known as the largest raw stone trading hub in the entire city. Many miracles were born there. A single raw stone can lead to wealth for some and poverty for others. The two began to engage in conversation, discussing everything from antiques to cultural relics, and then to jade and paintings. As their dialogue progressed, Zhang Jing found his perception of Wang Jun increasingly fascinating. I never expected someone so young to possess such knowledge. Even surpassing my own, he remarked, acknowledging their advancing age. Zhang Lao chuckled. I merely grasped the surface, hardly worth mentioning. Young man, you are too modest. Zhang Jing let out a hearty laugh. Chapter 74, what? Are you afraid to gamble? Uncle, we have arrived. Just as their conversation reached a peak of enjoyment, Zhang Qian interjected. Wang Jun then realized they had entered a vast outdoor parking lot of a grand shopping mall. As Wang Jun prepared to exit the vehicle, Zhang Qian had already alighted and opened the door for him. Mr. Wang, be careful not to bump into anything, she said, her actions leaving Wang Jun slightly flustered. It was then he noticed Zhang Qian was wearing a revealing tank top, the brightness of her figure strikingly evident, particularly as she bent down to open the door. Was this blatant display intentional or accidental? It was hard to discern. Thank you, Wang Jun expressed, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to such attentiveness from a female driver, especially one as charming and alluring as Zhang Qian. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing exited the vehicle from the other side, seemingly having orchestrated Zhang Qian's behavior. However, Wang Jun chose not to dwell on it and instead relished the moment. Upon stepping out, he observed a multitude of storefronts, each adorned with raw stones casually displayed at their entrances. A cursory glance revealed their inferior quality, hardly valuable. Otherwise, they would not be so carelessly arranged. The stones within the shops, however, appeared to be of superior quality. The exquisite ones must be inside, he mused. Come, Wang Jun, follow me, Zhang Jing cheerfully invited. After you, Zhang Lao. The trio proceeded until they halted before a shop labeled Treasure Jade Raw Stones. Just as they stood outside, a man in his 40s emerged, balding, with thick-framed glasses, exuding a scholarly air. Perhaps all those in the raw stone trade shared such an aura. "Zhang Lao, you've come." The man greeted warmly. "Xiao, come introduce yourself. This is Wang Jun, my friend." "Wang Jun, meet Xiao Long, my acquaintance." "Hello." Wang Jun greeted with sincerity. "Wang Yun, I've heard of you from Zhang Lao. The tale of your remarkable achievement is truly impressive. Just a fortunate coincidence, hardly worthy of mention," Wang Jun replied, pondering how many people Zhang Jing had shared his story with. Perhaps it was due to his penchant for boasting. After all, such valuable items tended to circulate within the circle, primarily for showcasing and possibly for lucrative sales. Regardless, it was indeed an impressive feat this time. "The raw stones will surely satisfy you," the man assured them. "Is that so? That would be splendid. Shall we proceed to examine the newly arrived merchandise?" Zhang Jing interjected into the conversation of the two. "Very well, Zhang Lao, let us venture inside," replied Xiao Long, leading the trio into the store, where the air conditioning was delightfully brisk. Upon entering, they noticed dozens of raw stones of various sizes displayed at the counter, each exhibiting commendable quality, promising a plethora of exquisite treasures. "Where's your boss?" Zhang Jing inquired casually. "President Zhu hasn't visited the store for 2 months. Please, this way." Xiao Long guided the group to a nearby table. Upon hearing the name Zhu, Wang Jun's curiosity piqued. Could it be someone he knew? "Let us enjoy some tea before we delve into the stones," Xiao Long suggested. "Certainly, you may take the lead on that," Wang Jun agreed. The quartet settled down and commenced brewing tea. After a few minutes and a couple of sips, Zhang Jing rose from his seat. His intentions were evidently focused. Since they had come to inspect the stones, they ought to do just that rather than squander time over tea. Having sipped their tea, it was time to scrutinize the stones. Observing his urgency, Xiao Long exclaimed, "Come, let us examine the stones." He then led the three towards the table adorned with raw stones. Wang Jun glanced at the assortment. The quality was promising, with considerable potential for profit. However, upon a cursory inspection, he did not identify anything particularly remarkable. A modest profit of a few thousand would be possible, but that hardly seemed worthwhile. If one were to earn, it ought to be substantial. At that moment, his attention was drawn to an unremarkable gray stone, which had a small opening revealing a jade surface. He recognized the value of this piece. It was indeed a treasure. Fortune often favors the bold, and such luck must be actively pursued. Without the discernment to recognize it, even the most fortuitous circumstances would be squandered. Just as he was about to inquire about the price of the stone, an individual entered the shop. Wang Jun furrowed his brow in recognition. It was Zhu Kencheng. What a fortuitous encounter indeed. Zhu Kencheng, upon spotting him, also noticed Zhang Jing, seemingly aware of the connection. "President Zhu, you have arrived," Xiao Long greeted him. "This is Wang Jun, a friend of Zhang Lao," he added. "I never expected you to be at large," Wang Jun boldly declared, recalling the events of the previous day, which should have led to Zhu Kencheng's apprehension. Yet here he stood, quite openly. Zhu's family must have expended considerable resources to facilitate his freedom. Xiao Long was taken aback. "You two know each other?" he asked, while Zhang Qian observed the unfolding tension with intrigue. Zhang Jing positioned himself between the two, sensing the potential for conflict. Wang Jun had not anticipated that his quest for raw stones would lead him to Zhu Kencheng's establishment. Perhaps this situation could be leveraged to his advantage to induce a loss for Zhu. Moreover, he needed to consult Zheng Ling regarding the circumstances that allowed Zhu Kencheng to remain unscathed. "Wang Jun, what a coincidence," Zhu Kencheng remarked nonchalantly. "Why did you kidnap Shi? If Zhang Jing were not present, Wang Jun might have directly confronted him with violence. However, inflicting harm carries consequences. Should Zhu Kencheng exploit the situation, Wang Jun could find himself imprisoned, leaving Shi vulnerable and exacerbating his own guilt. Thus, he must devise a strategy to assert his dominance over this individual. Zhang Qian quietly inquired of Zhang Jing, "Uncle, is Shi Wang Jun's girlfriend or his wife?" Clearly, she harbored a keen interest in Wang Jun. The mention of another woman stirred feelings of unease within her. "Don't speak carelessly. She is his youngest daughter." "Is he married?" "Divorced, with a 5-year-old daughter." "Is that so?" At this moment, Zhu Kanqing interjected, "What are you talking about? I haven't done anything of the sort." "What? Are you here to gamble on stones? Do you even know how?" Zhu Kanqing preferred not to elaborate on the matter, but instead made light of it. Gamble on stones? A thought sparked in Wang Jun's mind. If that were the case, he would make Zhu Kanqing bleed a little. He intended to profit from a particular stone, ensuring that Zhu would suffer a silent loss. He had already devised a plan to make Zhu Kanqing part with some money. "Me? Do you dare to wager with me?" Wang Jun smiled confidently. "You? Understand gambling on stones? Don't make me laugh." Zhu Kanqing mocked him. "What? Are you afraid?" Wang Jun employed a tactic of provocation. All eyes turned to Zhu Kanqing, awaiting his response. At that moment, Zhang Jing quietly cautioned Wang Jun. "Wang Jun, Zhu's perspective is exceptionally refined. Gambling with him may not be prudent." His words were a warning against engaging Zhu Kanqing. However, Wang Jun dismissed the advice. Could anyone truly surpass him? Just based on that stone, he had a way to make Zhu compensate. Zhang Qian chimed in. "Indeed, my uncle speaks wisely." Zhu gained his reputation early on through gambling on stones, which led to the establishment of this very shop. Though her voice was soft, Zhu Kanqing overheard and smiled. He gazed at Zhang Qian, clearly captivated by her allure, swallowing hard. She had caught his attention, more enticing than Yang Li. If he could possess her, well, no worries. I doubt he dared to gamble with me. Wang Jun was resolute. No one could sway his decision. Zhu Kanqing then replied, "Gamble? Why not? I fear you may end up losing so much you'll be left with nothing, repeating past mistakes. We shall see who emerges victorious. How do you wish to wager?" Zhu Kanqing asked, cigarette in mouth. Excellent. He was stepping deeper into the trap Wang Jun had laid. "Quite simple," Wang Jun declared. "I will select a piece from your newly acquired raw stones and offer 1 million to start. If it exceeds 1 million, you shall pay me double the market price. If it falls short, I will cover the difference to 1 million. As for the market price, let Elder Zhang serve as the notarizer. What do you think?" This arrangement would effectively ensnare Zhu Kanqing, for should he indeed take the stone, he would incur significant losses, at least half of his investment. For instance, if the market price is 1,500,000, then Zhu Kanqing would have to charge 3 million. After deducting Wang Jun's 1 million, he would still owe Wang Jun 2 million. The higher the market price, the greater his losses. Wang Jun's audacity in this matter indicates a complete confidence in Zhu Kanqing. This serves as the first consequence for his abduction of Shi, and it is certain that such occurrences will multiply in the future. Zhu Kanqing did not respond directly, but instead gazed at Xiao Long, who nodded in acknowledgement. This nod implied that within this batch of raw stones, the highest value had not exceeded 1 million, possibly even less than 100,000. Regardless, he perceived it as a profit. Zhang Jing remarked that the market price is exceedingly transparent. Should one be fortunate enough to uncover a good stone, the price would follow a predictable trajectory. "I can act as a notary," he proclaimed. "Very well. You may choose. I hope to gamble a few more times to extract more of your money," Zhu Kanqing replied. This indicated that he had completely fallen into the trap. Wang Jun chuckled, stating that once would be sufficient for him to reap a substantial reward. There is no need for multiple attempts, especially since among this heap of raw stones, only one was valuable, while the rest were worthless. Gambling on stones is an exhilarating venture. A saying circulates within the stone gambling industry. One cut leads to poverty, another to wealth, and a third to rags. This reflects the stark reality of the trade. Ultimately, no one can discern whether the high-priced stones they purchase are good or bad until they are opened, at which point the weight of uncertainty can finally be lifted. Yet, sometimes a single cut does not determine fate. The first incision may yield nothing, but the second may reveal a bounty of green. Conversely, it is also possible to end up with nothing at all. In stone gambling, one also wagers on mindset. Those with bold hearts may thrive, while the timid may perish. Choose wisely. I await your 1 million deposit, Zhu Kanqing said with a smile, unaware that he was gradually stepping into Wang Jun's meticulously crafted snare. Meanwhile, Xiao Long, Zhang Jing, and Zhang Qian observed Wang Jun with varied thoughts. Xiao Long harbored concerns for Wang Jun. Having handled these raw stones himself, he was acutely aware of their true value. Conversely, Zhang Jing and Zhang Qian were deeply worried about Wang Jun, believing he was being overly ostentatious, potentially leading to significant losses, which would result in an awkward situation. However, Wang Jun paid no heed to their apprehensions and approached the stone he had previously noticed. This stone had been slightly opened, revealing a hint of jade beneath its surface. "This one," Wang Jun declared. Zhang Jing immediately intervened. "Wang Jun, reconsider. This one is unlikely to be viable. The quality of the water is poor and it is not worth much. At most, it wouldn't exceed 3,000. Indeed, Wang Jun, my uncle speaks wisely. This stone truly lacks value. Choose another to minimize your loss," Zhang Qian added. Xiao Long remained silent. Zhu Kansheng, however, chuckled, saying, "Let be this one. It suits you perfectly. Unremarkable, unlikely to yield anything of worth. I hope you won't weep later." Wang Yun left, clearly confident. "Mr. Wang, have you decided on this stone?" Xiao Long inquired as he approached. "Yes, of course," Wang Jun affirmed. "Very well, let us proceed to cut it open and see," Xiao Long announced. "Agreed, let us cut it." Thus, Xiao Long took the stone from Wang Jun and proceeded toward the back of the shop, followed closely by the others. This was their processing factory. It was truly unexpected to discover such a large processing facility here. Holding the stone, Xiao Long inquired, "Where shall we cut?" "Here, just a bit to the side," Wang Jun replied, picking up a nearby marker to make a mark. This operation resembled the actions of seasoned stone gamblers. Observing Wang Jun's adeptness, Zhang Jing and Zhang Qian pondered if perhaps Wang Jun might succeed this time. However, the current situation appeared rather bleak. "All right." Xiao Long handed the stone to the cutter. The sound of cutting pierced the air, unsettling everyone. The two, uncle and nephew, were sweating profusely. Should Wang Jun incur a loss of 1,000,000, Zhang Jing would likely feel guilty, especially since Wang Jun had no intention of being here. It was he who had extended the invitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian clenched her fists, contemplating the possibility of a miracle. Xiao Long remained relatively calm, for he understood the inherent value of the stone. Whether it was cut or not, the outcome would be the same. Zhu Kansheng, on the other hand, sneered at Wang Jun. "Wang Jun, you may not believe me, but you're a novice. This stone is worth at most 5,000, entirely composed of the lowest quality material. I've acquired this stone, and I know its value." Clearly, he believed victory was assured. However, Wang Jun paid him no heed, not even wishing to exchange a word. His focus fixed on the jade material. As the cutting commenced, torrents of water cascaded down, and the stone was cleaved open. The result was utterly unforeseen. Zhu Kansheng laughed. Zhang Jing sighed, and Zhang Qian appeared lost in thought. Xiao Long remained undisturbed. Wang Jun approached the jade material, only to discover that beneath its beautiful exterior lay a series of black holes. This implied that the jade was worthless, not even worth 500. Yet, Wang Jun's expression remained stoic. "Master, please cut here once more," he commanded. The cutter began to shake his head, asserting that there was truly no need to cut further. Zhu Kansheng laughed heartily. "Did I not tell you? No, it's even worse than I predicted. It's not even of the lowest grade. What is this? Black jade?" Chapter 76. A turn of events. Go ahead. Cut. If you must cut it all, let him despair, Zhu Kansheng urged. "Yes, General Zhu." As the cutter continued to slice, more and more black holes emerged. At this point, the outcome was clear. There was no good jade within, only endless voids. It's futile. There's no need to cut any further. 1,000,000. Will that be in cash or bank transfer? Zhu Kansheng declared, his expression brimming with triumph. The entire jade material was riddled with holes, both blackened and jade-like. "Master, could you polish along the grain, just a little?" Wang Yun requested, insisting that it was not yet time to concede. Those present began to wonder if he had lost his mind or simply could not accept defeat. It was evident that he had already lost. There was truly no need to continue. The Jade Master found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to cut or refrain from cutting. Why not give it a try and see if there are any other possibilities within? He suggested. "Let me tell you, don't waste your efforts. It's impossible," Zhu Kansheng declared with smug satisfaction. "Master, please make the cut," Wang Jun interjected, disregarding Zhu's words. The master turned to Zhu, awaiting his command. Go ahead and cut. Let it be disheartened. Zhu insisted. Thus, the master, reluctantly following the grain, began to carve out a shape slowly. As he watched the diligent master at work, Zhang Jing felt a twinge of discomfort. How could it come to this? It seemed that Wang Jun was still too young, lacking the maturity to navigate such a situation. Zhang Qian also reevaluated Wang Jun, realizing that this young man was not as formidable as the legend suggested. Although his stock prowess was impressive, he appeared utterly devoid of insight when it came to gambling on stones. He seemed merely a man keen on putting on airs. With this thought, Zhang Qian purposefully distanced herself from Wang Jun. He sensed a shift in her demeanor. Such women are pragmatic. If they perceive you as useful, they treat you well, but once they deem you expendable, they may swiftly cast you aside. Wang Jun had encountered many such individuals and had grown accustomed to their ways. For women like her, genuine affection was unnecessary. They would stand by you when you thrived, yet vanish the moment you faltered, akin to Yang Li. Xiaolong. Go fetch some wine. I wish to celebrate our modest gain of 1 million today. Zhu Kansheng proclaimed triumphantly. Certainly, Zhu, Xiaolong replied, heading off to procure the drinks. Oh, I must call my wife to share this delightful news. What do we call this? A triumphant exhalation. Now, to ponder how to spend this 1 million. Zhu Kansheng's countenance was thoroughly off-putting, yet Wang Jun chose to ignore his intentions. At that moment, Zhu Kansheng had already picked up the phone to call Yang Li, putting it on speaker as if to ensure everyone was privy to the news. Darling, guess who I ran into today? Who? She replied. Wang Jun. Him? What happened? Yang Li asked, puzzled. You won't believe it. He came to our shop to buy raw stones and even wanted to gamble with me. Now it turns out, we struck black skin. We've made a windfall of 1 million. Is that so? Yang Li responded coolly. Indeed. He.S. wearing such a serious face right now. Zhu Sanqing's demeanor was truly repugnant. However, just as he spoke of his joy, the polishing master suddenly exclaimed, Zhu, come take a look. This piece appears to be something remarkable. What? Zhu Kansheng was taken aback. What good could come from black skin? Zhang Jing and Zhang Qian approached to see for themselves. Zhang Jing stared intently at the stone for a long moment. To his astonishment, a complete fossilized worm emerged from the stone. He was astounded. This is a fossilized worm. Jadified. From over 100 million years ago. What? Zhu Kansheng was bewildered. How can this be? It was clearly black skin, yet it has revealed a fossilized worm. And a jade one at that. If so, its value will soar. At that moment, Xiaolong returned, carrying several bottles of beer. He seemed to have heard Zhang Jing's words as he tossed aside his beer and approached. Zhang Qian, with the least discerning eye, failed to grasp the essence of their conversation. She inquired, what is this worth? 1 bug is worth 100,000. That is the market price. Zhang Jing explained. A few years ago, someone sold a jade stone with 5 jade bugs for 500,000. Zhang Qian crouched down, and her action unsettled the polisher, leaving the others feeling a bit warm in the nose. What is wrong with this girl? This is quite a test of patience. However, Zhang Qian paid him no mind and began counting the bugs on the stone. She remarked, this jade stone has approximately 15 bugs, which means at the previous price, it could fetch 1,500,000. Indeed, that was merely the market price at the time. Such items are exceedingly rare, and the more there are, the higher the price. This stone not only possesses excellent quality and color, but also features a lifelike figure reminiscent of Bodhidharma. If calculated at market value, it is undoubtedly worth 2 million, Zhang Jing added. Then, it seems Wang Jun has struck it rich. Zhu Kansheng noted, Zhang will pay 4 million, subtracting 1 million as a guarantee. That leaves Wang Jun with a profit of 3 million. Old Zhang, are you sure about this? Zhu Kansheng questioned incredulously. Mr. Zhu, having dealt in jade for so many years, you should understand whether my valuation is fair. Zhang Jing dismissed Zhu Sanqing's skepticism, offering him no courtesy. At that moment, Xiaolong also approached, captivated by the sight. I truly did not expect to see jade bugstone here. It is extraordinarily precious. I had heard that someone was collecting them, but I never thought it would be in our shop. This is impossible. Zhu Kansheng clearly struggled to believe the reality before him. On the other end of the line, Yang Li seemed to have overheard their conversation. So, Wang Jun has made a profit once again, she thought, feeling a pang of discomfort. Zhu Kansheng, pay up 3 million. Wang Jun declared. Wait, let me take another look. Unlike his previous elation, Zhu Kansheng now resembled a dejected stray dog. Then you should examine it closely. Wang Jun maintained his composure. Mr. Zhu, it is authentic. This is indeed genuine. One of the craftsmen chimed in, evidently unaware of the bet between Wang Jun and Zhu Kansheng. I did not ask for your opinion. Step aside. Zhu Kansheng retreated to the side, counting the jade material. There was no doubt. It was indeed fossilized jade, of high quality and great aesthetic appeal. 2 million was certainly attainable, yet finding a buyer at that moment posed a challenge. However, he was obligated to pay Wang Jun 3 million, resulting in a loss of 1 million for himself. Wang Jun was engaging in a no-risk venture, which left him feeling quite disgruntled. Yet, the wager had been established, and reneging was not an option. Zhu Kansheng, have you made your decision? Are you ready to pay? Wang Jun urged. What is the rush? At that moment, Zhu Kansheng, in a moment of excitement, dropped the jade material, shattering it to pieces. This might not even be worth 200,000. It could be a problem even at 20,000. He wished he could slap himself hard. How could he not hold onto a piece of jade securely? Now, he faced a 3 million loss. Xiaolong, given the money. Zhu Kansheng finally sighed. There is no other option. I must pay up now. We only have 3 million in our account. If we give it away, we will be left with nothing. Xiaolong whispered. Although his voice was low, Wang Jun heard him. No money? Isn't that even better? Give it to him. Zhu Kansheng insisted, his teeth clenched. Chapter 77. Irresistible Charm, Mr. Wang. Please provide the car number, Xiaolong said. Let's pay with a QR code, Wang Jun suggested. All right. Following Xiaolong's lead, the payment was made swiftly, and soon a notification indicated that 3 million had been transferred. At that moment, Zhu Kansheng spoke again. Wang Jun, are you daring enough to gamble once more? Clearly, he was not satisfied. He had anticipated that Wang Jun would acquiesce, but to his surprise, Wang Jun replied, What is there to gamble? Isn't it delightful to have 3 million in hand? Besides, the potential for profit in these raw stones is far too low. On the other end of the line, Yangli was already feeling dizzy with anger. The couple was already financially strapped, and now, thanks to Zhu Kansheng's foolishness in breaking the items, Wang Jun had made off with their 3 million. Their cash flow had deteriorated significantly, making it easy for problems to arise. Their situation would only worsen, which was hardly a positive prospect for Yangli. At that moment, a thought crossed Yangli's mind. Asset transfer. No matter what, she needed to relocate anything beneficial to her as a safety net. Otherwise, she might end up with nothing. This fellow truly resembled a modern-day Ma, just lacking an agent. However, Zhu Kansheng was oblivious to these thoughts. All he wanted was to challenge Wang Jun to another game. I see you're afraid. That was merely a fluke, wasn't it? Zhu Kansheng attempted to provoke Wang Jun. Yet, such tactics were ineffective with Wang Jun. Among your newly acquired stones, not one exceeds 100,000. What is there to gamble? At that moment, Xiaolong stood still, for Wang Jun's assertion was indisputable. The prices of these stones were low, typically ranging from 3 to 5,000. They were simply a ruse. Individuals like Zhang Jing could easily be deceived. They had no idea how a fossilized insect had slipped into the mix. Without cutting the stones, one could not ascertain their contents. However, if they were to cut them all open, there might be surprises. Yet if they did so and found nothing valuable, the losses could be greater. Afraid? Then stop making excuses. Coward! Zhu Kansheng seethed. Yes, you are correct, but knowing when to stop is the true path. Wang Jun would not fall for such tricks. This remark left Zhu Kansheng trembling with rage. He then turned to Zhang Jing, saying, Old Zhang, what about you? Would you like to take a look at their stones? Only then did Zhang Jing come to his senses. Although he often gambled on stones himself, individuals like Wang Jun were truly rare. I suppose I could take another look. All right, Old Zhang, examine them carefully. I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Jun's actions resembled that of a card player who wins and then flees. This infuriated Zhu Kansheng, who felt the urge to strike someone. But what could he do? He couldn't restrict Wang Jun's movements, could he? Shall we explore other places? Zhang Jing suggested. Zhang Jing cast a glance at Zhang Qian, who immediately understood and leaned closer, intertwining her arm with Wang Jun's, seemingly intentional. Indeed, Wang Jun. There's an antique shop here. Shall we explore it together? Zhang Qian proposed. This took Wang Jun by surprise, as an unsettling pressure emanated from the clasp of her arm. Was she employing the wiles of beauty? Yet, upon further reflection, the prospect of uncovering hidden treasures was enticing. Thus, he acquiesced. Sure, let's go take a look. All right, let us proceed, Zhang Jing affirmed. The trio exited the factory, while Zhu Kancheng remained fuming, helplessly watching their departure. Wang Jun, this is not over between us. You infuriate me. He glanced at his phone, realizing the call had not yet ended, which rendered the situation awkward. Yang Li had overheard the entire exchange. He then picked up the phone. Wife, you truly are useless. You've lost 3 million again. If this continues, our marriage will reach its end. Please, don't say that. I had no idea things would turn out this way. Avoid any further dealings with Wang Jun. I sense something sinister about him. Rest assured, I will make him relinquish everything he has consumed. With that, he ended the call. At that moment, Xiao Long inquired, Zhu, what shall we do next? Let us clear some inventory. Without cash flow, we are at a standstill. Zhu Kancheng replied. Now, he could not return to the Zhu group, and if the raw stone business continued to decline, he would be left with nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Jun and the other two emerged from the jade raw stone market. Wang Jun, how did you discern that one was a fossil? Zhang Jing inquired curiously. Oh, it was merely a guess. What? A guess? Was he that audacious? Zhang Jing exclaimed. You are being modest again, Wang Jun. How could this be a guess? He continued. Zhang Qian leaned in closer. Indeed, Wang Jun. You must possess some special insight. Do share with us. Honestly, it was just by chance. It became apparent that Wang Jun would not divulge more. They sought to extract some wisdom from him, but such an endeavor proved exceedingly challenging. There were certain secrets he would never disclose. Sharing them would strip him of his own enigma. Both understood Wang Jun's discretion and ceased their inquiries. Yet, his audacity was formidable. Few would dare to emulate his boldness. After all, a single cut could result in a loss of 1 million. 1 million is no trifling sum. It is not merely 100. Selecting a stone worth 2 million from a pile of seemingly worthless raw stones was truly a stroke of genius. This way, just a bit further lies the Songzhan antique market, Zhang Jing stated, no longer pressing for answers. It was clear that if Wang Jun wished to share, he would. If not, it was best to refrain from further probing. Upon hearing Songzhan antique market, Wang Jun recalled his previous visit, not realizing it was so near the raw stone trading market. On his last visit, he had found a dragon pattern plate, but had not come across anything of value since. He wondered what today might bring. Well then, let us see. After taking a few steps, he spotted a restroom and said, Excuse me for a moment. The two exchanged knowing glances. We shall wait for you here, Zhang Jing remarked. All right. Wang Jun then headed towards the restroom. As they watched him depart, Zhang Qian inquired, Uncle, Wang Jun appears youthful, yet he possesses remarkable maturity. How could someone esteemed by President Zheng be anything less? She continued. Moreover, his earlier performance was truly impressive. It is rather disappointing that he refused to share his insights with us. Indeed, he exuded an irresistible charm that stirred my emotions. I can see that Wang Jun aligns with your aesthetic preferences. He has both the financial means and the vision. If you manage to win him over, it would be a significant advantage for us. I will do my best, but I fear Wang Jun may be beyond the reach of mundane temptations. Uncle believes in you. Is there any man in this world you cannot captivate? Uncle, please, I am not a woman of easy virtue. Just then, Wang Jun emerged from the restroom, prompting the two to fall silent. Shall we go? Wang Jun asked. Zhang Jing cheerfully replied, Of course, this way please. The trio then entered the Songzhan antique market. The hour was still early, and the market was not yet crowded. Zhang Jing remarked, Wang Jun, I know of an antique shop that offers exquisite items. Why don't we take a look? We might uncover some treasures. Without hesitation, Wang Jun responded, Sounds good. It seemed there were still shops he had yet to explore. Perhaps Zhang Jing could lead him to some hidden gems. They passed by the more conspicuous shops, which primarily deceived novice collectors, while seasoned connoisseurs frequented specific locations. Most of these shops were rather inconspicuous. As they walked in unison, Zhang Qian leaned closely against Wang Jun, her allure causing a slight flush at the tip of his nose and attracting numerous curious glances. People whispered among themselves, pondering the identity of this young man fortunate enough to have such a beautiful companion. However, before their curiosity could deepen, Zhang Jing guided Wang Jun into a narrow alley. After navigating several twists and turns, they stopped before a particular shop. Wang Jun recognized it. It was old Lu's store, the very place where he had previously purchased a dragon pattern dish. It dawned on him how small the antique world truly was. Zhang Jing introduced, "I am quite familiar with the owner of this shop. I have procured many items from him. Recently, he mentioned acquiring a dragon pattern dish. I thought I would come and take a look. If you find something you fancy, feel free to speak directly with him. He will surely offer you a discount." Wang Jun felt a twinge of awkwardness, as old Lu was also one of his suppliers. Surely, the dragon pattern dish mentioned must have been the one he sold. He was keen to observe how old Lu would price it. "Oh, let us see shortly. All right, let us head inside." The three ventured into the shop. At that moment, the voice of the rotund Zhou Yun echoed through the air. In his hand, he clutched a battered bowl, a peculiar obsession of his. "Lao Lu, could you take another look? This bowl must be from the Qing dynasty, right?" Zhou Yun inquired. I interjected, "Zhou Yun, this hobby may not suit you. Perhaps you should seek employment instead." After a brief glance at the bowl, Lao Lu replied. Wang Jun, upon seeing the bowl, remarked, "This item is obviously a counterfeit. How could the fool have purchased it?" Such individuals exist, lacking any aptitude in this realm, yet persistently yearning to plunge into it. "Lao Lu, please take a look." Zhou Yun insisted, evidently oblivious to Lao Lu's implication. The suggestion to abandon his pursuit was clear. The bowl was a forgery. At that moment, Zhang Jing entered the room. "Xiao Lu." Upon hearing his name, Lao Lu raised his head and quickly recognized the newcomer. "Zhang Lao, you're here. Come, have a seat." He gestured warmly. Zhang Jing introduced. "Come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Jun. Wang Jun, this is Lu Yang, an old friend of mine." Zhou Yun, upon seeing Wang Jun, was rendered speechless with surprise, as was Lao Lu. "Wang Jun, it's a pleasure to see you again," Lu Yang said with a smile. "Indeed, Lao Lu." Wang Yun responded. Zhang Jing observed the two. "Ah, so you are acquainted. The world of cultural artifacts truly is quite small." He chuckled. "Indeed. Come, let's sit and enjoy some tea," Lu Yang suggested, adding, "I happen to have a fine selection of tea to share with you." "Wang Jun, could you please assess this bowl for me?" Zhou Yun requested directly after Lu Yang had departed. "Zhou Yun, this item is clearly a fake. Lao Lu just mentioned it. You should really consider finding a proper job," Wang Jun replied. "That cannot be. I had it appraised, and the expert confirmed it to be genuine. Worth at least 20,000. Zhou Yun retorted. Wang Jun responded with a smile. "Then you should have the appraiser assist you in selling it." Zhou Yun fell silent at this. "I'm going to confront him," he declared as he left. At this moment, Lu Yang returned with the tea leaves. He did not notice Zhou Yun's absence and remained silent, focusing instead on brewing the tea. Soon it was ready. As the cup was placed before Wang Jun, he took a delicate sip. The tea was clear and fragrant, truly a fine brew. Lu Yang was indeed generous. "Xiao Lu, do you still have that dragon pattern plate you mentioned earlier? I came today to have a look, and thought Wang Jun might like to see it as well," Zhang Jing stated. Lu Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment, for the dragon pattern plate was one that Wang Jun had sold to him. He had previously been unaware of the acquaintance between Zhang Jing and Wang Jun. Now that he knew, it seemed inappropriate to sell the plate in Wang Jun's presence. If he refrained from increasing the price, selling something he had acquired for 13,000 at its original price would be meaningless. Wang Jun sensed his discomfort, but chose to remain quietly, sipping his tea. Zhang Qian gazed at Wang Jun with a hint of incredulity. She mused to herself that Wang Jun must have dealt in many exquisite items before. Perhaps he is indeed a diamond bachelor. Such men are exceedingly rare and should be seized upon. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she felt a touch of shyness in Wang Jun's presence. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing pressed on. "Well then, show me what you have. I'm quite curious." "Very well. I shall fetch it for you," Lu Yang conceded. He rose and approached the cabinet, retrieving the dragon pattern plate that Wang Jun had previously given him. Zhang Jing added, Wang Jun, in the future, do prioritize me for any exceptional items. I assure you, I will offer a more generous price compared to Xiao Lu. Wang Jun did not conceal his thoughts, replying, had I met Zhang Lao earlier, this dragon pattern plate might not have ended up with Lu. His implication was clear. Had he known Zhang Jing sooner, the plate would have been sold to him instead. Zhang Jing chuckled. You speak the truth. Now, Zhang Lao, take a look. At that moment, Lu Yang placed the item before Zhang Jing, who examined it closely. His expression shifted subtly, for the item was indeed remarkable. He remarked, this dragon pattern plate features an arched belly, an uneven base, and a retracted foot, with exposed clay of a fiery red hue. The inner base is adorned with a four-clawed dragon motif, while the inner walls exhibit sea patterns, exquisitely engraved with delicate lotus on the exterior, both inside and out. It boasts a brilliant blue glaze, a rarity of its kind. Such craftsmanship marks it as a true masterpiece. Wang Jun also scrutinized the dragon pattern plate, noting that it seemed to have been well maintained, appearing even more splendid than when he had previously handled it. Lu Yang, upon hearing Zhang Jing's appraisal, beamed with delight. Zhang Lao, how much do you believe this dragon pattern plate is worth? Chapter 79. Anger. A question posed by Lu Yang prompted Zhang Jing to glance at Wang Jun, who remained inscrutable, sipping his tea, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding discussion. Zhang Jing inquired, would you sell it for 150,000? As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Yang turned to Wang Jun with a knowing smile, recalling that Wang Jun had previously mentioned a value of 150,000 for such an item. I cannot sell it to you for any price, no matter how high, Lu Yang replied. Why not? I'm quite fond of it. You invited me here for this very purpose, did you not? Zhang Jing countered. Lu Yang responded, if I were to sell it to you, it would be rather dishonorable. I cannot profit from this. Clearly, Lu Yang understood the nuances of human relationships. Selling it at an inflated price might leave Wang Jun with lingering doubts. And given the transformative nature of Wang Jun's presence, he deemed it prudent to maintain goodwill for potential future collaborations. Conversely, he had no desire to sell it for less. So why complicate matters? This item would surely find a buyer, and it was merely a question of maximizing profit. Very well. Zhang Jing reluctantly set down the dragon pattern plate. At that moment, Lu Yang took the plate and inquired, I have heard that you acquired a bull turns over the universe. I must visit your abode someday to see it. Anything that captures Zhang Lao's discerning, I must be a treasure. Zhang Jing candidly replied, to be honest, that bull turns over the universe was also sold to me by Wang Jun. Lu Yang was taken aback. He believed that Wang Jun must have sold numerous items to Zhang Jing. Thus, he remarked, Wang Jun, in the future, should you acquire anything of value, do consider me. I assure you I will offer a handsome price. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing felt displeased. Xiao Lu, are you attempting to undermine me in my presence? Zhang Lao interjected. Where is the issue? This is merely fair competition. There are certain items for which I might indeed offer a higher price than you, but for others, that may not be the case. Given Wang Jun's discerning eye, it was certain he would procure valuable items in the future. That may be so, but my offers will invariably surpass yours, Lu Yang countered. In the entire Songzhan antique market, the prices I provide are the highest. Zhang Lao replied, in the context of the Songzhan antique market, your price remains somewhat low. That is debatable. As the two men appeared on the brink of an argument, Wang Jun hastily intervened, exclaiming, harmony breeds prosperity. Harmony breeds prosperity. Observing their covert rivalry brought him joy. In truth, should he sell, both would naturally inquire, striving to outbid one another. If he could find an even wealthier buyer, it would be a matter of comparing offers. The highest bid would secure his antiques. He had not anticipated their quarrel over this matter. All right, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Zhang Jing rose, followed by Zhang Qian. Zhang Jing then suggested to Wang Jun, let us step outside to explore the stalls and see if we can unearth anything of interest. Certainly, I have not visited in quite some time. It is an excellent opportunity to take a look, Wang Jun agreed without hesitation. Lu Yang added, Wang Jun, you're always welcome to visit again. We have each other on our friend lists, so do remember. This fellow was evidently disregarding Zhang Jing, hinting at his discontent. This made Wang Jun feel somewhat at fault. Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer. Wang Jun also stood, and the trio exited the shop. Zhang Jing's expression was not particularly pleasant, likely still simmering with anger. Zhang Qian, however, proactively suggested, Uncle, let's explore over there. She pointed towards the eastern side of the antique market. Wang Jun had not been to that area before. Therefore, he inquired, what do you think, Zhang Lao? If you wish to go, we shall certainly explore. Zhang Jing expressed his respect for Wang Jun, unlike his demeanor towards Lu Yang. Thus, the three made their way towards the eastern market, which was filled with numerous stalls. Due to the time of day, the foot traffic had increased significantly. They wandered about leisurely. Wang Jun glanced at his mobile phone, checking the data from his connected smartwatch. The readings indicated that Shishi's heart rate was stable, and other data suggested she had a joyful morning. As long as she was happy, that was all that mattered. If she were to feel otherwise, he would promptly return to the school to check on her. He also briefly reviewed the shares of the Royal Group and the Zhu Group, which were currently in a state of fluctuation, not showing significant volatility. Now was not the time to invest. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment for a substantial purchase. With 6 million at his disposal, a little more effort would surely lead to assets in the tens of millions. He intended to establish a fund for Shishi's growth, periodically depositing a portion of money into an account. In the event of an unforeseen circumstance, or in his later years when he could no longer earn, Shishi could rely on these funds for a livelihood. Though he did not wish for such a scenario, it was the best he could currently offer her. At that moment, Zhang Qian leaned over and inquired, "What are you looking at, Wang Jun?" "Nothing," Wang Jun replied, putting away his phone, valuing his privacy. His attention was soon drawn to a nearby stall where a crowd was crouched, rummaging through various items. Approaching, he discovered an array of ancient coins, circular, square, and oblong. Such vendors of ancient currency were indeed rare. The coins were scattered like small trinkets across a white cloth. Curious, he crouched down to examine them, realizing they were genuine artifacts from numerous dynasties. The prices varied, yet Zhang Jing and Zhang Qian were puzzled, believing there was little value in these coins. They thought that ancient coins, which were not particularly rare, would not fetch high prices, typically hovering between 3 to 500 yuan, as most of the scarce coins had already been collected. However, Wang Jun was intrigued by these ancient coins. Noticing his fascination, Zhang Qian quietly asked, "Uncle, is there anything valuable among these? What is so special about ancient coins?" While ancient coins may not possess the allure of original stones, exceptional stones are not always available. Rather than clinging to a single stone, diversifying might yield greater profits. Perhaps this was Wang Jun's unique perspective. Some collectors are passionately devoted to certain items, even enthusiastically assembling complete sets of ancient coins, which can drive the prices of rare coins sky high. Yet, most coins here were from popular dynasties, making them less valuable. Zhang Jing concluded, "I see. Should we continue to look?" Zhang Qian suggested. "Let us see what kind of ancient coins Wang Jun is interested in," Zhang Jing replied, adopting a watchful stance, as currency was not his forte. Ignoring their conversation, Wang Jun remained focused on the coins, sensing there were treasures among them. Chapter 80. Mingfeng Yuan Bao. Wang Jun's keen eyes caught sight of an ancient coin inscribed with Mingfeng Yuan Bao, igniting his interest. He picked up the coin, and the stall owner, a man in his 30s who had been distractedly eating from a lunchbox, immediately set it aside upon noticing Wang Jun's discovery. "Ah, you've got an eye for quality. That coin in your hand is the most valuable one I have here," the vendor exclaimed, flattering Wang Jun. This fellow certainly knew how to tailor his words to his audience, but seemed he would say the same to any potential buyer. Soon, however, he would find himself contradicted. At this moment, a middle-aged man remarked, "Young man, that piece is hardly worth anything. The most valuable ancient coins are undoubtedly the Kaiyuan Tongbao from the Tang Dynasty and the Song Silver Dollar, along with the Shaoxing Yuan Bao from the Southern Song Dynasty. The rest are of little worth." It was evident that this middle-aged individual possessed a certain knowledge of ancient coins. "Il merely absurde," Wang Jun replied. The vendor appeared slightly displeased, yet maintained a smile as he inquired, "What do you think, sir? Are you interested?" Wang Jun asked, "How much is this?" The vendor, revealing his shrewdness, declared, "If you truly wish to purchase, let us skip the haggling. I can offer it to you for a flat price of 1,000. The vendor's audacity was astonishing, opening with such a steep price. The nearby elderly gentlemen expressed their indignation at the vendor's behavior, feeling it was an unfair tactic against a novice. I interjected, "My friend, it seems you are not offering me a deal, but rather trying to take advantage of me. This ancient coin is hardly worth 1,000. The middle-aged man concurred, stating, "Indeed, I would say it is worth no more than 100, and that is pushing it." "Young man, I can tell you are also a coin enthusiast, aren't you?" Someone else inquired. Wang Jun replied, "I simply have a fondness for it. I find it quite unique." As for the Mingfeng Yuan Bao, its condition was not particularly impressive, but Wang Jun decided to purchase it, recognizing its intrinsic value. The term Mingfeng represents an era largely forgotten throughout antiquity. Naturally, one must sell such items to realize a profit. If he were to offer the Mingfeng Yuan Bao to Zhang Zheng, it is likely he would decline, as he would not grasp its worth. However, if it were sold to a connoisseur specializing in ancient coins, it might fetch a handsome price. Thus, it is typically those with discerning eyes who can unearth treasures. Wang Jun was also prepared for a long-term possession of the coin, leaving open the possibility that someone might offer a price for it in the future. The vendor retorted, "How could I possibly sell it for 100? I am offering it at a fair price of 500. Unexpectedly, Wang Jun countered, "You have seen the condition of this ancient coin. It is not the finest. We are honest individuals here. I will offer you $10 for it, merely for my amusement. If that does not suffice, then so be it." Everyone was taken aback by Wang Jun's audacity, slashing the price down to $10. While the earlier middle-aged man had suggested 100, the vendor pondered carefully. "How about we meet halfway at $20? I am not making much profit. These coins are all collected, and I am only trying to earn a modest living." This statement left everyone more disheartened. The vendor was now proposing to sell it for $20, which still felt exorbitant. Even 100 seemed excessive. 50 was pushing it. It appeared that everyone had underestimated the vendor's procurement channels. He might have acquired it for as little as $10. Wang Jun laughed joyfully, having struck an incredible bargain. "Very well, it is a deal." He handed the vendor the money, $20 for a Mingfeng Yuan Bao, which could potentially be valued at over 100,000. The worth of this item hinged on the buyer's perception. Should a buyer offer a high price, its value would rise. Otherwise, Wang Jun would simply enjoy it himself. "Dear vendor, do you have coins from other dynasties? Perhaps I could assemble a complete set, which would be quite valuable." The vendor, having successfully made a sale, inquired, "What do you think?" "No, I simply favor this one. I have no interest in others," came the reply as the individual rose from their seat. "Very well. The proprietor welcomes you to return next time. I will be here on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays." "Sound good?" Wang Jun then approached Zhang Zheng, who asked, "What is the value of this item?" "As for value, it depends on what collectors of ancient coins are willing to pay. Let me take a look." Zhang Zheng picked up the Mingfeng Yuan Bao and examined it closely, yet he was unable to discern its true essence, which was largely due to his lack of expertise in this domain. Had he been knowledgeable, the outcome would have been different. Furthermore, Zhang Zheng possessed little interest in the speculation of ancient coins. As the trio strolled along, Zhang Qian suddenly posed a question. "When was the Mingfeng era?" "This requires delving into a segment of history," Wang Jun responded. Zhang Zheng set aside the ancient coin and attentively listened. "To elaborate, during the twilight of the Sui dynasty, the imperial court was on the brink of collapse, giving rise to three prominent figures, the first being Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan, the second, Wang Shicheng, and the third, lesser known, was Xiao Xian, the great-grandson of Emperor Xian of the southern Liang. Are these ancient coins linked to these three individuals?" Zhang Qian asked. "Astonished Wang Yunis Ilwadishong." Indeed, prior to the establishment of the Tang dynasty, Xiao Xian declared himself king of Liang, adopting the era name Fengming. However, this dynasty was short-lived, lasting less than 5 years before being overthrown by Li Yuan. At that time, Li Yuan ordered the destruction of all Fengming Yuanbao. rendering them exceedingly rare in existence. I suspect Li Yuan may have drawn inspiration from the design of the Ming Feng Yuan Bao when minting the Kai Yuan Tong Bao. If that is the case, then the Ming Feng Yuan Bao's value would indeed increase. The worth of such an item is contingent upon the knowledge of the beholder. If they are discerning, its value naturally ascends. Yet, for those lacking such knowledge, purchasing it for 20 yuan to enjoy is still a reasonable choice. His words resonated with the middle-aged men nearby, who felt a sense of shame. They had not anticipated Wang Jun's profound understanding of ancient coins. In contrast to their own mere speculation, devoid of a grasp of the historical significance, Zhang Jing, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Wang Jun, I truly did not expect your extensive knowledge of history." He then returned the Fengming Yuan Bao to Wang Jun, expressing his lack of interest in the item, as his aspirations lay elsewhere. Simultaneously, he harbored doubts regarding its genuine worth. One must engage in pursuits where they excel. Failing to do so may lead to significant losses. However, as for a 20 yuan item, I do not harbor grand hopes. Yet, it could be valued at over 100,000. I chanced upon it after all. I collect these. Should fortune favor me with a suitable buyer one day, selling it would not be too late, Wang Jun added. I know a few experts in ancient coins. I will refer them to you later. They might be interested in purchasing, Zhang Jing offered. Thank you, esteemed Zhang. Wang Jun replied graciously. Not all. Come, let's explore the stalls further. Agreed. Chapter 81. Between 10 and a million, the three continued to examine several stalls, yet found no particularly valuable items. Zhang Jing purchased a few trinkets, spending several tens of thousands, with their actual worth potentially around 100,000. Wang Jun refrained from acquiring any further items, deeming them unworthy of his investment. The trio meandered through the market until they stumbled upon a humble eatery nestled within the Songzhan antique market. Zhang Jing glanced at the time, realizing that they had unwittingly missed the mealtime. Let us first enjoy a meal here, and then take a brief respite before resuming our exploration this afternoon, he suggested. Wang Jun, feeling the pangs of hunger, readily agreed. That sounds good. Let's dine here. All right, let's head inside, Zhang Jing replied. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, as it was indeed mealtime. Upon their arrival, the trio garnered considerable attention, particularly due to the striking Zhang Qian, whose radiant presence and avant-garde attire captivated the predominantly male clientele. At that moment, a man approached them with warmth. He was the proprietor of the establishment, a slender, dark-skinned gentleman in his 50s, with eyes that sparkled with vitality. Upon seeing the three, he greeted them enthusiastically. How many of you? There are 3 of us, boss. Do you have a private room? Zhang Jing inquired. Yes, please follow me, the proprietor responded, leading them to a private chamber before presenting the menu. Feel free to jot down your selections. Our seafood is quite renowned, and our prices are reasonable. Once you've made your choices, just call for me, he added before exiting the room. Zhang Qian handed the menu to Wang Jun, urging, you choose. Wang Jun, however, passed it back to Zhang Jing, saying, let Zhang Lao take the lead. Very well. Zhang Jing accepted the responsibility. Wang Jun, do you have any dietary restrictions? He asked. None at all. I'm fine with anything, but let us not order too much, as it would be wasteful if we cannot finish, Wang Jun replied, absent-mindedly toying with the ancient coin he had recently acquired. All right. Zhang Jing began to note down a few dishes. After a moment, he called out, boss, we are ready to order. The proprietor swiftly entered the room, examining the choices. Let me confirm with you. Spicy crab. He paused mid-sentence. Is my handwriting difficult to decipher? Zhang Jing inquired. However, the proprietor's attention was drawn to the Ming Feng Yuan Bao in Wang Jun's hand. Excuse me, handsome. May I take a look at that ancient coin? Wang Jun was taken aback, surprised that the proprietor possessed knowledge of such matters. It seemed that a restaurant situated in an antique market would indeed have some familiarity with antiquities. He handed over the Ming Feng Yuan Bao for inspection. Do you also have an understanding of ancient coins? Zhang Jing asked. Somewhat, the proprietor replied, scrutinizing the coin. This is a remarkable piece indeed. To my knowledge, there are fewer than 100 of these coins known to exist in the market. Given the proprietor's awareness of such an obscure ancient coin, it was evident that he was a connoisseur. Oh, So you are familiar with the provenance of this coin? Zhang Jing inquired further. Indeed, I've been searching for this coin for 3 or 4 years. I never expected to encounter it here today. The Mingfeng Yuan Bao was the currency of the Liang dynasty during the reign of Shao Xian, subsequently vanishing from history following the downfall of the dynasty by Emperor Gaozu of Tang, Li Yuan. Consequently, the Mingfeng Yuan Bao has become exceedingly rare, rendering it highly coveted among collectors. When the proprietor made this assertion, both Zhang Jing and Zhang Qian were taken aback. They had initially presumed that Wang Jun had merely purchased an ancient coin casually, paying it little mind, and were largely unaware of its intrinsic value. What do you believe this Mingfeng Yuan Bao is worth? Wang Jun inquired with a smile. Indeed, encountering someone knowledgeable could potentially lead to a lucrative sale. Had you discovered it a few years ago, it might have been valued at $1 million. However, due to the recent increase in its availability, it is now worth at least 100,000. These ancient coins appreciate in value precisely due to their scarcity. Years ago, the Mingfeng Yuan Bao was exceptionally rare, naturally elevating its worth. 20 yuan could fetch 100,000. Wang Jun is quite astute. Zhang Jing, too, developed an interest in the Mingfeng Yuan Bao. He even contemplated purchasing the ancient coin from Wang Jun handsome. Might you sell it to me? I only need this Mingfeng Yuan Bao to complete my collection of coins spanning from the Sui to the Qing dynasty. At that moment, Zhang Jing felt a pang of anxiety. If what the proprietor claimed held true, then the value of this coin was indeed substantial. Need he consult his friends for authentication? He might very well acquire it. Wang Jun, having overheard the proprietor's comments, inquired, "What price do you deem appropriate, esteemed owner?" His question was intentional, a tactical maneuver to seize the upper hand. If he were to state a price first, it would likely be the highest. For instance, if he suggested 100,000, the other party might negotiate down. Conversely, if he allowed the proprietor to quote first, he could then adjust his offer accordingly. Handsome, do you have a price in mind? Wang Yun lightly. None. But should you propose a high enough offer, I could be persuaded to part with it. Please hold on. Let me ponder this. The proprietor had just mentioned at least 100,000, and the amount he was willing to pay would reflect the coin's significance in his eyes. If its value were considerable, he might be inclined to stretch his budget. Moreover, such an opportunity was rare. Should he miss this chance? Who could say when he might encounter another? Therefore, it all hinged on what the proprietor was willing to offer. This predicament placed the proprietor in a challenging position, as he could not ascertain how much the other party was willing to pay. At present, he found himself in a passive stance while simultaneously astonished by Wang Jun, this seemingly youthful gentleman. Naturally, no one wishes to pay a premium. The lower the price, the better. However, he had just asserted the worth to be over 100,000. If he were to quote a lower figure, he might not even secure the coin, leaving the proprietor wishing he could retract his previous words. Zhang Jing was equally curious about how much the proprietor intended to offer. If necessary, he too might be inclined to make a move. This demonstrated Zhang Jing's shrewdness. He swiftly retrieved his phone, texted the words Mingfeng Yuan Bao to a friend, and requested a prompt appraisal. If feasible, he wished to act swiftly. After all, flipping such an item could yield a significant profit. Why not seize the opportunity? Wang Jun remained remarkably composed. He took a sip of water and patiently awaited the proprietor's offer. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, instinctively inched closer to Wang Jun, captivated by his prowess. The item, acquired for merely 20 yuan, could potentially fetch upwards of 100,000. Moreover, Wang Jun's extensive historical knowledge was impressive. It appeared that a deeper understanding of cultural history could indeed be invaluable, allowing one to profit in ways unnoticed by others. Take your time. There's no rush, Wang Jun remarked, sensing the proprietor's growing anxiety. Sir, after consideration, I am willing to purchase this ancient coin for 110,000. What do you say? Wang Jun pondered for a moment, aware of his own threshold, having researched the transaction prices of the Mingfeng Yuan Bao. The last verifiable sale had reached 300,000, albeit through auction, where prices typically soar. Thus, while he did not aspire to reach 300,000, 200,000 was his psychological target. Boss, it appears this Mingfeng Yuan Bao may not hold significant value for you, he suggested. How so? The proprietor inquired, somewhat perplexed. Wang Jun merely smiled, implying that if it were truly valuable, the offer would not be a mere 110,000. Should he have proposed 200,000, he would have sold it immediately. I believe the Mingfeng Yuanbao possesses considerable collectible value. I must admit I misjudged its worth earlier. Therefore, I propose you sell it to me, Zhang Jing interjected. He had just received a message from a friend indicating the item was exceedingly rare, especially coveted by collectors, and its price was considerably high. Friend, we cannot proceed in this manner. You are merely inflating the price, the proprietor retorted, clearly agitated. Why had Zhang Jing remained silent until now? Only to bid once the price was announced. Let us engage in fair competition. Your earlier remark led me to believe the Mingfeng Yuanbao's collectible value is exceptionally high. I too wish to contend for it, especially since I have a friend involved in this field. Perhaps I could sell it to him, Zhang Jing continued. Wang Jun had already discerned the proprietor's intentions. He must have inquired about the base price, as he would not have acted otherwise. However, the current situation resembled an auction, with both men vying for the coin. Friend, let us not proceed in this fashion, the proprietor urged, glancing anxiously at the ancient coin in his hand. How about 150,000? That is already quite generous. I bid 180,000. Zhang Jing interjected before Wang Jun could respond, leaving the proprietor visibly distressed. Friend, this Mingfeng Yuanbao is of immense importance to me. Without it, my collection would feel incomplete. Its presence would also enhance my standing among friends. Furthermore, there are buyers who seek complete sets. If I were to sell my collection from the Sui and Tang dynasties to the Ming and Qing dynasties, I could at least double my investment, depending on their willingness to purchase. I find it equally significant. Thus, I wish to strive for it once more, Zhang Jing asserted. Wang Jun was somewhat taken aback, unable to fathom that this old fellow would behave in such a manner. Zhang Xian cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Jing's phone, and upon seeing it, she too was struck with astonishment. Zhang Jing, noticing her reaction, promptly turned off his screen to prevent the boss from seeing it. If the boss learned the base price, it would be unfavorable. 200,000. Handsome. Will you sell it to me? Is that possible? The boss inquired. At this moment, Zhang Jing hesitated, perhaps because he had reached his highest acceptable price. Wang Jun, observing the exchange between the two, was quite entertained by their back and forth. Boss, I have a friend who deals in ancient coins. The value of this item far exceeds 200,000, so I offer 230,000. Zhang Jing declared. The boss grew more anxious. 250,000. Handsome. That might just be the highest bid. The boss appeared on the verge of tears. Zhang Jing remained silent, contemplating whether to raise his offer. Suddenly, Wang Jun asked, Zhang Lao, what do you think? He was probing, hoping Zhang Jing would increase his bid. However, the latter had no intention of doing so. Well, never mind, I want to raise it. I'll leave it to the boss, Zhang Jing remarked. The boss then believed he had been tricked. Isn't this your offer? What? You don't want to bid 250,000? Then I'll take it for 230,000. Zhang Jing responded promptly. The boss, protective of his prize, placed the Mingfeng Yuanbao in front of himself. I want it. I want it, he exclaimed, then turned to Wang Jun. Handsome. Are you willing to sell it to me? Wang Jun glanced at Zhang Jing and replied, I see the boss is also a person of destiny, so I shall sell it to you. This item is merely a solitary piece to me. If I cannot gather a complete set, it serves little purpose and does not reflect its true value. His words were eloquently phrased, bringing joy to the listeners, especially the boss, who felt that his purchase of the Mingfeng Yuanbao was worthwhile. After all, he reflected, with so many ancient coins in his possession, acquiring just one more would complete his collection. How could he not be pleased? Handsome, show me your QR code. I'll transfer the money to you. And we have a deal, the boss insisted. Naturally, Wang Jun displayed his payment code. The boss scanned it and saw the 250,000 had been credited. The swift arrival of the funds left Wang Jun feeling somewhat unreal. The boss added, Today's meal is on me, as a gesture of friendship. Handsome, let us connect. If you have any good items in the future, feel free to sell them to me. I mainly collect antiques. It appeared that everyone in this antique market was quite remarkable. Even a restaurant owner dabbled in this field. And the fact that he could readily dispense such sums of money was indicative of considerable wealth. Perhaps running a restaurant was merely a side venture for him. All right, shall you skin me? Sure. After the two exchanged WeChat contacts, the boss said, all right, I'll go instruct the kitchen to serve you. Thank you, boss. As the boss departed, Zhang Qian quietly asked Zhang Jing, Uncle, what is this? Regrettably, the auction value of the Ming Feng Yuan Bao hovers around 300,000. He managed to bid 25,000, and if I were to increase my offer, it would be futile. This is what Zhang Jing expressed. Indeed, should he elevate his bid further, the seller would undoubtedly push it to 300,000. Zhang Jing's friend might only be willing to pay up to 300,000 at most. Earlier, Zhang Qian glimpsed his phone, which indicated that a bid of 300,000 could secure the item. Clearly, he harbored no secrets regarding this matter. Wang Jun was also aware of this. Bidding for a single Ming Feng Yuan Bao seems unwise. Considering the time and the myriad uncertainties involved, an unforeseen event could occur by the time of the auction, such as someone else presenting a similar item, thereby diminishing its value. Thus, Zhang Jing chose to forego increasing his bid, inadvertently granting Wang Jun an opportunity. Old Zhang, my psychological price hovers around 200,000. The seller is quite honest, and at 25,000, I still profit, Wang Jun remarked. Wang Jun, you are indeed quite astute. Now, let us discuss other matters, Zhang Jing suggested. It was evident that this old fellow sought to extract information from Wang Jun. Wang Jun, however, was not oblivious to this intent. He would not divulge his own bottom line. Such matters require discretion. Chapter 83. What does Xiao Long intend? While Wang Jun conversed with the two, his phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed a contact with a dragon avatar had added him. He did not pay it much heed and chose not to accept. However, a second request arrived, this time with the note, Xiao Long pondering the motive behind this addition. He wondered if Zhu Kanchong had prompted him to reach out or if Xiao Long sought something from him. If that were the case, it could prove intriguing. As an employee of Zhu Kanchong, he likely possessed substantial knowledge about many matters concerning him. I must accept this request, he concluded. Turning to Zhang Jing, he said, Old Zhang, I have a matter to attend to. Please excuse me, while gesturing toward his phone. Zhang Jing understood. No problem. Go ahead and chat. Zhang Qian leaned in, pouring a glass of water for Wang Jun. At that moment, Wang Jun accepted the request. Hello, Mr. Wang. Xiao Long greeted him immediately. What can I do for you? Wang Yun replied. I apologize for the abruptness of adding you as a friend. I wish to inquire if there are any more valuable raw stones from this morning's batch. Your insight is exceptionally keen. Could you enlighten me? Clearly, he sought information regarding the fossilized insects, for acquiring another would equate to an effortless profit of several 100,000. Wang Jun refrained from providing a clear answer. The other continued, of course, if you share this information with me, I would offer you a 20% cut upon sale. It would essentially be a risk-free venture. Wang Yun chuckled. Xiao Long likely had no idea what he could sell it for, or if he could even sell it at all. If he ended up at a loss, offering a meager sum to Wang Jun would be a futile endeavor. Furthermore, if there were indeed high-value raw stones available, he would have purchased them already instead of waiting for Xiao Long to collect them. Yet, this information must remain undisclosed, or he would lose his bargaining power. Thus, he replied, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Why not? How about 50? You may wish for me to share with you, but only under one condition. Speak. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall assist you. Provide me with the financial statements of Zhu Kancheng from the past few years, and I shall divulge the information you seek. The other party remained silent for an extended period, the chat window persistently indicating an ongoing input. Clearly, he did not comprehend the request, yet he must have understood Mr. Wang's motivations for making it. Mr. Wang, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request. Financial statements are the most crucial aspect of company. If I were to share them with you, our costs would be exposed, which would not bode well for us. Therefore, that is not feasible. Indeed, who can ascertain whether you might share these financial statements with others? Should they fall into the wrong hands, it could disrupt the market. Furthermore, there is the possibility that Xiao Long may be colluding with Zhu Kancheng. Mr. Wang realized that he had perhaps overstepped the bounds. He then posed another query. Has Zhu Kancheng engaged in tax evasion? If so, to what extent? Please inform me. If Zhu Kancheng has committed such illegal acts, then reporting him would be imperative. The law imposes severe penalties for corporate misconduct in this regard. Tax evasion amounting to over 10%, but less than 30% of the payable tax, with the evaded amount exceeding 10,000 but less than 100,000. Or if the tax authorities have imposed a second administrative penalty for tax evasion, and he continues to evade, could lead to imprisonment for less than 3 years or detention, along with a fine of 1 to 5 times the evaded amount. Should Zhu Qiansheng be guilty of such actions, a prison sentence of no less than 3 years would be inevitable. There is nothing more gratifying than seeing him behind bars. Xiaolong responded with a smiling emoji. Mr. Wang, we are both honest businessmen. We do not engage in such activities. His assertion indicated a refusal to disclose information. It was truly unexpected that this individual remained fiercely loyal to Zhu Qiansheng. Given this, further conversation seemed unnecessary. Thus, Mr. Wang stated, "It appears we have nothing further to discuss. Let us conclude this here. Mr. Wang, how about this? I can offer you 60, which is already quite generous. Alternatively, I could provide you with an additional 100,000? Xiaolong evidently failed to grasp Mr. Wang's reluctance to assist him, as everything hinged upon Zhu Qiansheng. Apologies, but I am not in need of that small sum. If you can furnish me with valuable information, perhaps I might offer you a complimentary assessment. Since you possess no pertinent information, let's leave it at that. However, I am open to waiting for you to provide information at any time," Mr. Wang declared. Xiaolong fell silent, perhaps contemplating his next steps. If he sought profit, the path of betrayal against Zhu Qiansheng would be necessary. Mr. Wang mused that if he could ensure Zhu Qiansheng's incarceration, it would be ideal. If not, he would seek gradual retribution, ensuring that Zhu understood the consequences of his actions. "Mr. Wang, please have some water." At that moment, Zhang Qian approached with a cup, ready to serve Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang had performed exceedingly well, earning 3 million in an instant, while also profiting over 200,000 from an antique coin. This rate of earning surpassed even that of Zhang Jiang. If I could follow Wang Jun, it would certainly be preferable to being with Zhang Jiang. How much has Zhang Jiang earned this morning? It is simply incomparable. If one were to learn, she should acquire Wang Jun's expertise in appraisal. Furthermore, the latter is not only handsome, but also charming, and they could engage in several lucrative business deals worth billions. It would truly be a worthwhile endeavor, offering enjoyment as well. However, Wang Jun responded, "Thank you. I can manage on my own." As she reached for the cup, it unexpectedly slipped from her grasp, spilling water onto her pants. This unforeseen incident left Zhang Qian somewhat flustered. She quickly grabbed a napkin from the table to wipe away the water, only to realize something was amiss, her face betraying a hint of shy amusement. The most awkward situation, however, was for Wang Jun, especially with Zhang Jiang still present. Surprisingly, Zhang Jiang pretended not to notice. "My apologies, it was my clumsiness. Let me help you dry it," he offered. "No need, it's fine," Wang Jun replied. "Perhaps we should go to a hotel to dry it? They have a dryer there." "Really, it's nothing," Wang Jun insisted as she stood up, the water from her pants pooling on the floor. To her astonishment, the pants were waterproof. "Goodness, these pants are quite miraculous," she mused. Then, turning to the two, Wang Jun said, "I apologize, please excuse me. I need to step outside for a smoke." With that, she exited the private room. Once she left, Zhang Jiang turned to Zhang Qian with a serious expression. "Xiao Qian, you seem rather hasty. A girl should maintain her composure. This approach is unacceptable. Wang Jun is no ordinary man. Most men would likely be drawn to you, yet he remains unfazed. Such prey requires a more sophisticated hunting strategy. Yours is far too rudimentary. Uncle, he is just too captivating. I may have overdone it a bit. I will certainly be more cautious next time." Zhang Qian acknowledged her mistake. Chapter 84. Once you enter the antique world, it is as deep as the sea. As Wang Jun exited the private room and was about to step outside the restaurant for a smoke, he suddenly heard a commotion. He witnessed 3 inebriated men behaving inappropriately towards a young woman. "Hey, beautiful, why not join us for a drink?" one of the men in black suggested, while the others made equally vulgar remarks. "With such a seductive outfit, you must be a hostess, right? What are your rates? We can afford it. How much for the night? Just name your price." The woman, in her 30s, retained her allure, but was visibly furious. "Get away from me. I'm not interested." Her rejection, however, only provoked the three men further. Wang Jun recognized her face. It was Li Yi, the owner of the pet shop, whose father, old Li, was the seller of the famed dragon pattern plate. What was she doing here? The man in black boldly seized Li Yi, clasping her from behind. Li Yi, enraged, struggled to break free, but her strength was no match for him. The other patrons of the restaurant were alarmed and quickly retreated. Someone exclaimed, "It's Brother Bao, everyone. Get back. Don't provoke them." The atmosphere was tense, as it was evident these men were local bullies explaining their audacity. At that moment, someone was about to call the police, picking up his phone. A man clad in blue clothing violently smashed a beer bottle, the sound reverberating loudly and shocking everyone present. "Whoever dares to report us is opposing us. Their fate will be the same. Remember, I will show no mercy." This declaration startled everyone, and no one dared to call for help anymore. Zhang Jing and Zhang Qian emerged from within. Upon seeing Zhang Qian, a man known as Leopard Brother remarked, "That girl is quite attractive. Bring her over to have a drink with us." With that, the man in blue rushed forward, causing Zhang Qian to tremble in fear. However, before he could reach her, a hand seized him. It was Wang Jun's grip. Though the man was somewhat robust, he paled in comparison to Wang Jun. "Let go of me," the man shouted. "Fine." Wang Jun released his hold, causing the man to lose his balance and fall to his knees before Zhang Qian. Enraged, he turned around, wielding the beer bottle as a weapon aimed at Wang Jun. Yet, his movements were painfully slow for Wang Jun, who deftly evaded the attack, causing the bottle to become lodged against the assailant's throat, prompting him to retreat in fear. Wang Jun then stepped in front of Leopard Brother, commanding, "Release her. Kid, mind your own business. This territory is under my protection. Be wise and leave." Leopard Brother retorted, "Wang Jun, you're here." At that moment, Li Yi recognized Wang Jun and called out, Well, it seems you know each other. Is that kid your man? If so, let's cripple him," Leopard Brother sneered. Ordering his lackeys, "Go beat that kid up." Two henchmen seized chairs and charged forward. Zhang Qian warned, "Be careful," but in the next instant, Wang Jun skillfully dodged their attacks. Their abilities were woefully insufficient to pose any challenge. Angered by their failure, they turned to regain some dignity. But Wang Jun had no intention of complying with their wishes. He effortlessly evaded their strikes and snatched a belt from one of them. From the outset, Wang Jun had no desire to engage in a brawl, as doing so could lead to accusations of fighting. His aim was to subdue the three men and call the police, ensuring they faced consequences. The two henchmen were driven to madness, having exchanged blows, yet failing to land a single hit on Wang Jun. They attempted to encircle him in a combined assault, but once again, Wang Jun evaded them with ease, binding them with the belt. In an instant, the two were trapped. Wang Jun then picked up several metallic dice and hurled them at Leopard Brother, striking his arm. The pain caused Leopard Brother to release Li Yi, who cleverly advanced forward. Leopard Brother attempted to pursue, but another die hit his left leg, causing him to stumble. Following that, several more dice struck his limbs. Subsequently, Wang Jun swiftly retrieved a rope and, with remarkable speed, bound the adversary securely. The entire sequence unfolded in a mere blink, leaving three individuals restrained and the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Applause erupted among the crowd, as it was evident that these individuals had long been a source of frustration. Zhang Qian murmured in awe, "Goodness, I never realized Wang Jun was this formidable. He single-handedly subdued three opponents without inflicting harm. What a remarkable feat." Zhang Jing was equally astonished. The man referred to as Brother Leopard, sprawled on the ground, exuded audacity. "Kid, I'll remember you. If I ever see you again, you'll get a beating," he threatened. This declaration elicited laughter from the crowd. "How do you intend to strike? Three of you couldn't even handle one Wang Jun. How would you manage to confront him? You might not even have the chance. Come find me when you get out of jail." "I'll be waiting," Wang Jun retorted with a smile. Brother Leopard was left speechless. At that moment, Li Yi approached Wang Jun and extended her hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me." Zhang Qian also drew near, gently tugging at Wang Jun's sleeve. Li Yi observed this interaction with surprise, clearly recognizing a connection between the two. In a world where injustice is prevalent, it is natural to lend a helping hand. However, the audacity of such acts in broad daylight, even under the influence of alcohol, was astonishing. "Who is this?" Li Yi inquired suddenly. "They are my friends," Wang Jun quickly replied. It was then that someone suggested, "We should call the police. It's not right to leave these three here." "The police have already been notified. They will arrive shortly," came the response. As they awaited the authorities, Wang Jun turned to Li Yi, asking, "Madam Li, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's just my father, who has a penchant for antiques. We had agreed he would no longer indulge in this hobby, yet here he is again. I thought I'd fetch him, but he hid from me. I intended to grab a bite before searching for him, only to encounter these ruffians," she explained. Old Li is unlikely to change. Once you delve into the world of antiques, it is akin to a bottomless sea. "There is no turning back," Wang Jun remarked. "Miss, you appear quite familiar. Is your father named Li Pai?" he inquired. "You know my father?" "Li askit, her surprise evident," Zhang Jing interjected. What a coincidence. It was clear that something significant had transpired between them. Chapter 85. It's getting late. I must pick up my daughter. Upon hearing Zhang Jing's comment, Wang Jun deduced that Old Li had likely engaged in some unscrupulous activities. This man was unprincipled, perpetually dealing in counterfeit goods. Wang Jun pondered whether Zhang Jing had fallen victim to his schemes. It seemed improbable, given Zhang Jing's discerning eye. He continued to listen intently. "Not only do I know him, but Li Pai swindled me out of 200,000. I've been searching for him ever since," Zhang Jing revealed. This revelation confirmed Wang Jun's suspicions, though the details of the deception remained a mystery, likely known only to Zhang Jing himself. He refrained from disclosing the specifics of the con, as doing so would be tantamount to striking a blow to his own credibility. If one truly deceives him with counterfeit goods, then one would indeed be left without face. "I apologize. My father is precisely the kind of person. Although he initially promised to cease his actions, he took away hundreds of thousands from me last night, and I am currently searching for him," Li Yi remarked. Clearly, she has been unable to locate him. Having such a father is indeed a tragedy for this woman. Yet, who can deny that he is her father? Wang Jun also felt a sense of shock. This fellow Li Pai is truly despicable, absconding with his daughter's money. "Do not fret, my dear. Debts are settled between individuals. You seem to be a decent person, but if you do find him, please inform him that Zhang Jing is prepared to initiate legal proceedings, urging him to repay the money swiftly. Although it is not a considerable sum, I have always harbored a deep disdain for deceit," Zhang Jing stated, exuding an air of magnanimity. For him, several 100,000 is not a significant amount. He is merely infuriated by the act of being duped. At the very least, one should not vanish without a trace. "Absolutely," was all he could respond. "Wang Jun, how is it that you are with them?" she inquired further. "Oh, just out for a stroll with friends," Wang Jun replied nonchalantly. "You must have acquired quite a few valuable items, haven't you?" "Nothing of worth, merely some trivial things," Wang Yun responded casually. Yet at that moment, Zhang Qian interjected. Wang Jun just made a small profit of 3 million from gambling on stones. Uncertain of her motives, she uttered such words. Wang Jun merely sensed the surrounding gazes were somewhat askew. Was that admiration? However, the situation left everyone stunned. This remarkably powerful young man had earned 3 million in just a morning, and merely a small profit? His wealth must surely exceed hundreds of millions. Who is this individual? Everyone here is engaged in antiques, yet the disparity is so vast. Leopard Brother was equally astonished, realizing the opponent's immense wealth. In the presence of the affluent, their voices diminished significantly. Wealthy individuals often possess formidable backing. Consequently, Leopard Brother and his companions fell silent, no longer daring to speak up. In truth, they were not intoxicated. They were merely allowing the effects of the alcohol to embolden their behavior. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Clearly, Wang Jun possesses more wealth than she had initially perceived. If only he had but one less daughter, life would be splendid without the added complication. That was merely a stroke of luck, Wang Jun humbly replied. If my father possessed your discernment, perhaps he would not be in such dire straits, Li Yi remarked. She was aware of Wang Jun's exceptional ability to discern truth from falsehood, a skill that was nothing short of astonishing. Let's help him find a job. He should not linger here all day. The waters run too deep, Wang Jun advised. Repay, after laboring for so many years without profit, ought to reflect on whether he is truly suited for this line of work. Engaging in deceit and trickery is not a viable solution. Thank you for your suggestion. I will ensure he comes to assist at my shop, she replied as they continued their conversation. At that moment, 3 uniformed police officers arrived, expressing surprise at the sight of the 3 ruffians on the ground. Excuse me, who called the police? One officer inquired. At this juncture, an individual stepped forward. Officer, it was I who made the call. These 3 were coercing a woman into drinking in broad daylight, only to be subdued by that handsome young man. Brother Bao urged. Nonsense. It was clearly a mutual fight. I demand an injury examination. This clever fellow understood that if it were categorized as mutual combat, the situation would become considerably more complicated. The crowd grew increasingly displeased, with dozens of eyes scrutinizing the scene. Do you still wish to argue? None of you are injured. What is the point of an examination? Someone remarked. This revelation left everyone astounded. Wang Jun had managed to subdue the 3 individuals without inflicting any harm. Such depravity must warrant a longer sentence. I can attest that they were the ones who first harassed the woman. That handsome man was merely acting heroically. At this moment, the proprietor stepped forward. Officer, I can also confirm that these 3 were the instigators. I've already extracted the surveillance footage. Please take a look. The entire assembly rallied behind Wang Jun, leaving Brother Bao and his companion speechless. Everyone stood as witnesses for Wang Jun. The officers reviewed the video and requested the owner to send it to them. One individual approached Wang Jun. I recognize you. You're the one who acted heroically before. It's me. Brother Bao was flabbergasted. The police were familiar with Wang Jun, and it appeared the matter was far from resolved. Zhang Zheng, Zhang Qian. And Li Yi suddenly realized that Wang Jun was the very person who had gained considerable attention online. Your martial arts skills are exceptional. Our police department is studying your techniques. He continued. I practiced a bit in my youth, Wang Jun replied with a smile. They exchanged a few more words before the officers escorted the 3 away. Wang Jun left his contact number, assuring them he would be available for any necessary statements. After the incident was resolved, the restaurant returned to normalcy, though the hour had already surpassed 2 o'clock. Wang Jun then inquired, shall we have a meal together? Sure. To his surprise, Li Yi readily accepted. Zhang Zheng felt indifferent about her presence, but Zhang Qian sensed a palpable hostility from Li Yi. Is she your girlfriend? Li Yi asked, taking a seat beside Wang Jun with apparent concern. No. This is Zhang Lao's niece, Zhang Qian. Wang Jun hastily clarified. Li Yi graciously introduced herself. Nice to meet you. Hello, Zhang Qian replied curtly. Undeterred, Li Yi inquired, how is your daughter doing now? This question bore the familiarity of old friends. Wang Jun casually engaged in conversation. The meal continued for nearly an hour amidst an awkward atmosphere. Zhang Lao, it's getting late. I must go pick up my daughter. Let us gather again sometime. Apologies for my departure. At this, Wang Jun checked the time. It was time to fetch Shi from school. His daughter was of utmost importance. He would leave for her without hesitation, regardless of where he was. I'll drive you. I need to visit Mr. Zheng as well, Zhang Zheng offered. With that, Wang Jun readily accepted. Observing this, Li Yi also rose. Wang Jun, do visit my home sometime. It's getting late. I should be on my way. Farewell. Wang Jun did not acquiesce to her request, but instead bid her farewell. Chapter 86. Finding a mother for the child? Soon, Wang Jun entered Zhang Zheng's car, which swiftly took off. At that moment, there were still 30 minutes until 4 o'clock. If traffic permitted, the journey to the kindergarten would take merely about 10 minutes. Along the way, Zhang Zheng suggested, Wang Jun, how about after picking up the child? We visit my company this evening? We can converse further. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Clearly, he had ulterior motives, perhaps to extract information or to have Wang Jun appraise some antiques. Nevertheless, Wang Jun declined, prioritizing the child above all else. He was unafraid of offending Zhang Zheng. After all, They were equals, neither superior to the other. No, I need to have dinner with my child tonight and assist her with her studies. Moreover, she must go to bed early. I can only spend time with her in the evening, and I do not wish for her to feel unhappy. Zhang Jing was taken aback by Wang Jun's refusal. Many sought his company, yet he had turned them away, never anticipating that Wang Jun would also deny him. If he understood how well Wang Jun treated his child, enabling her to thrive, he might think differently. Wang Jun, you truly care for your child. She must be exceedingly fortunate to be your daughter, Zhang Qian remarked. Childhood is fleeting, and I am merely fulfilling the responsibilities of a father, Wang Jun replied. Furthermore, he was not financially dependent on anyone. Such a life perspective was admirable. Indeed, you are correct. There is a saying, companionship is the truest declaration of love. One should spend more time with their children whenever possible, Zhang Jing conceded. At that moment, Zhang Qian inquired, Wang Jun, are you not considering finding a mother for your child? Such would provide a more complete love for her. Wang Jun simply smiled without responding, for he was not yet prepared for that step. A child from a single-parent household receives far too little affection, Zhang Qian continued. Her next words nearly implied that she could take on that role herself. I believe divorce inflicts the first wound on a child. As the nurturing environment of their original family is lost, remarriage, if the partner is indifferent or selfish, could inflict a second wound, compounding the harm. Therefore, I remain cautious and strive to provide the best for my child until everything becomes clearer. As for a partner, that can wait, Wang Jun articulated, reflecting genuine love for his child. Moreover, he recognized that if the child were unhappy, he might lose everything he held dear, and his values remained commendably intact. I never expected your values to be so sound, but I believe you should also open your heart rather than remain guarded, Zhang Qian said. Suddenly, Wang Jun asked, Zhang Qian, are you married? She slightly shifted her hands before replying, I'm only 25, unmarried and single. Why? Do you have an interest in me? At 25, she appeared to be in her 30s, displaying considerable maturity. Zhang Jing felt a strong urge to interject, questioning whether he was even acknowledged in their conversation. However, in the next moment, Wang Jun remarked, once you marry, you will understand that marriage encompasses more than just love. It involves the mundane realities of daily life. His words brought a touch of embarrassment to Zhang Qian, who had mistakenly believed Wang Jun's intentions were romantic. I don't comprehend what you mean, Zhang Qian replied. Perhaps Zhang Lao understands, Wang Jun suggested. At that moment, however, Zhang Jing interjected, I don't understand either, as I am not married. Wang Jun could only respond. I did not anticipate that Zhang Lao was part of the singlehood faction. Zhang Jing sighed, reflecting on his youth. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women, he wondered why he would squander his latter years on just one. Women, he mused, are not necessarily to be possessed when needed, and now that I'm older, I have lost interest in companionship. It is noteworthy that individuals like Zhang Jing are not uncommon in society. Wang Jun chose not to comment further on this, instead retrieving his phone to send a text to Zheng Ling. What is the status of Zhu Sanqing's case? Today I still saw him wandering about freely, Wang Jun inquired. Zheng Ling quickly replied, we are still investigating, but as of now, someone has stepped forward to take the blame, and they have also engaged a prominent lawyer to defend him, making it quite challenging to prosecute. Indeed, Zhu Kanqing proved to be a formidable adversary. This must be the doing of Zhu Luan. If that is the case, then Zhu Luan should be dealt with as well. After all, these two brothers breathe the same air. I understand. You have my gratitude for your efforts. It is our duty, Zheng Ling replied. Should any further developments arise, I will certainly inform you. For now, I must attend to several other cases. Very well. You stay busy. Wang Jun turned off his phone screen. Having caused Zhu Kanqing a loss of 3 million today, he contemplated his next steps. Lost in thought, the vehicle arrived at a familiar location, the kindergarten. As the luxurious Maybach pulled up at the school entrance, it naturally drew considerable attention. After all, a vehicle valued at 5 million is no ordinary sight. Thank you, Zhang Lao. I shall take my leave now. All right, I will drop you off here, Zhang Jing replied. Be sure to connect with me. I will add you on WeChat. Zhang Qian added. Certainly. Once Wang Jun exited the vehicle, it drove away. The sight of Wang Jun left onlookers astonished. Last time, it was a Rolls-Royce. Now, a Maybach. His speed of changing cars was astonishing. Zhu Shizhong, stationed at the security booth, noticed Wang Jun and approached him with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Wang, here, to pick up your child? Indeed. Wang Jun glanced at the time, noting that there was still a while until the class ended. He then took out a cigarette, to which Zhu Shizhong promptly produced a lighter to ignite it for him. Thank you. Continuing with a playful grin, Zhu Shizhong inquired, Mr. Wang, I have heard that you are in the antique business. Since childhood, I have harbored a deep fascination for antiques, yet my skills and appreciation remain rather lacking. Might I ask how one might attain a level of proficiency sufficient to make a living in this field? Wang Jun regarded this individual with a discerning eye. Sensing his ulterior motives, he was wary of imparting too much knowledge lest it be misused for deceitful gain. He would not allow such a scoundrel to prosper. A respectable job is commendable. Mastering the art of appreciation takes time and effort. Without adequate insight, one could lose everything. Is it truly that dire? I see others thriving. Zhu Shizhong retorted. What you observe is merely their success. You are blind to their sacrifices, Wang Jun replied. Mr. Wang's words resonated with Zhu Shizhong, prompting him to refrain from further discussion. After a while, the school bell chimed. Wang Jun extinguished his cigarette, while Zhu Shizhong wisely returned to his post. The children emerged from the kindergarten, their voices a joyous cacophony. Wang Jun spotted Shi, who was chatting animatedly with her friends. He could faintly hear their cheerful banter. Shi, your father is so handsome. He can play the piano. My mother says I should grow up to be like your father. He is amazing. Shi, can we invite your father over to our house? My mother really likes him. Can you come to my house with your father? The children spoke over one another, their innocent words flowing freely. However, should their candor be exploited by adults, it becomes a taboo. Shi beamed with joy, but responded to each inquiry. My father is handsome, but he is very busy. He has to pick me up from school, teach me piano, help me with my studies, and so much more. Look, there's your father. One child exclaimed. Shi ceased her chatter and, with small steps, dashed towards Wang Jun, exclaiming, Daddy. She then bestowed upon him a big kiss. How was your day? Wang Jun inquired with concern. Today I was very good, but I missed Teacher Lan, Shi replied. How is Teacher Lan doing now? She asked again. Well, shall we video call her shortly to find out? Yes, we must video call Teacher Lan, and you mustn't lie, Daddy. When have I ever deceived you? Wang Jun chuckled. Shi pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing with his statement. Hello, Uncle. Several children greeted Wang Jun. Each child was adorably charming. Hello, little ones. Wang Jun replied with a smile. It was evident that Shi was quite popular at kindergarten. He had just witnessed her being surrounded by her peers as they exited, much like a little princess. Proudly, Shi declared, I have a superhero daddy. The others expressed their envy. Hearing her words filled Wang Jun with warmth. All right, say goodbye to your classmates. Shall we video chat on the way home? Yes. Subsequently, Shi waved to her classmates, while Wang Jun hurried home with the child in his arms. After walking approximately 20 meters, a profound silence enveloped them. He then picked up his phone, tapped on Lanyue's avatar, and pressed the button for a video call. After a considerable wait, the video connected. Hello, Wang Yun. Lanyue appeared on the screen. Her complexion visibly improved, as if she were tidying up something. She seemed to have made a special effort in her appearance. Hello. Following this, Shi took the phone. Teacher Lanyue, are you feeling better today? Can you return to class on Monday? We all miss you so much. I miss you too. Please come back to class quickly. Okay. The child spoke in a continuous stream, prompting Lanyue to hesitate before responding. Thank you for your concern, Shi. Teacher Lanyue will be discharged soon and will rest at home for 2 days. I'll be back to class by next Monday, and then I can see all of you. Please take care of yourself, so you don't make me and Dad worry, Shi added. Wang Jun thought to himself, what a wonderful daughter she is, always considering others. This child truly understands. Teacher Lanyue, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Shi inquired again. No, I'm fine, Lanyue replied, slightly embarrassed. Clearly, Shi's words had made her feel a bit shy. Did that mean Wang Jun was also concerned about her illness? She pondered over this thought. Perhaps it was indeed the case. Teacher Lanyue, I have a new nanny at home who cooks delicious meals. You must come over for dinner when you have the time. Let her prepare something tasty for you. Without waiting for Wang Jun's consent, Shir eagerly invited Lan Yue, likely intending to treat her to a meal. Is the nanny pretty? Lan Yue asked softly. Yes, Yingjie is very pretty and treats me kindly. There was a small pause, as this topic inevitably led to deeper thoughts. Wang Jun had acquired a young and beautiful nanny, which slightly soured Lan Yue's mood. Yet, she could not show her feelings too overtly in front of child. Teacher Lan Yue, can you come over for dinner next time? Sure, but no deceiving. All right, I promise. No lies. Wang Jun sensed the conversation was veering into uncertain territory. If it continued, Shir might concoct some unexpected plan. So he gently interjected, all right, Shir. Teacher Lan Yue needs to rest now. Let us not disturb her, shall we? Okay, but when will Teacher Lan Yue come to our house for dinner? Shir countered. Once she asked better, if that is all right, will next Monday work? Shir pressed on. This child, how much she adored Lan Yue. Or perhaps Lan Yue possessed a captivating charm that enchanted her. Wang Jun found it perplexing, yet since the child had expressed it, he felt compelled to agree. That depends on whether Teacher Lan Yue is available. If she isn't, we cannot impose, right? Wang Yun spoke gently to Shishi. At that moment, Lan Yue interjected, I am available. Then she seemed to realize the impropriety of her eagerness and felt a touch embarrassed. However, the child was unfazed, her joy soaring. On a Monday evening, it was decided that dinner would take place. All right, everything shall be as Pashur wishes, came the cheerful agreement. La ni uezima. This child is quite clever for her age. She mused that if the child could be appeased, handling the adults would be an even swifter endeavor. Now, Teacher Lan needs to tidy up. Let's not disturb her, shall we? Very well. Farewell, Teacher Lan, Boshu exclaimed. Goodbye, Lan Zipli. As Pashur adeptly ended the call, cradling the phone protectively, seemingly to prevent Wang Jun from using it. Is something on your mind? Do you wish to speak with your father? Wang Jun inquired. Daddy, my classmates say the amusement park is fun. May we go there tomorrow? It turned out that was what she had been contemplating. Wang Jun thought to himself, tomorrow is Saturday, so we shall indeed take the child for some fun. It will also allow Zhou Ying a moment's respite. All right, we shall visit the amusement park tomorrow, he declared. You are the best, Daddy, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, a notification resonated in Wang Jun's mind. Ding! The system has detected your daughter's immense happiness. You are rewarded with 1 point in appearance, 1 point in luck, and 1 point in endurance. A reward once again. More luck could be advantageous in the future. Let's return home, he suggested. Okay. The father and daughter made their way home, but upon reaching the entrance, they discovered several boxes piled outside. Wang Jun was perplexed. He pondered that he hadn't made any purchases. Could they belong to Jiang Xiaoyong? As they approached the boxes, they realized they were all packaging for Barbie dolls. Pashur pointed at the boxes and asked, Daddy, did you buy me these toys? No, sweetheart, I didn't buy them. Perhaps someone else placed them here. If you like them, I can get you some next time. In the past, Wang Jun may not have been able to afford such luxuries, but now, he could easily indulge his child's whims. Oh, then let us buy them next time. Pashur agreed, remembering his words. Wang Jun moved closer and discovered someone crouching behind the boxes. Zheng Shui? Wang Jun exclaimed in surprise. What brings you here? Little Pashur, are you surprised? These Barbie dolls are a gift from your sister. Do you like them? Zheng Shui said brightly. Wang Jun realized that Zheng Shui had bought them for Pashur, but he was puzzled as to why she would do such a thing. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Shui's intention was to win the child's favor, as pleasing the child was essential for her next step in gaining Wang Jun's affection. I don't like them. They weren't bought by Daddy, so I don't want them, Pashur declared firmly. But you could pretend they were a gift from your father, Zheng Shui suggested. I dislike my sister. Pashur retorted. This left Wang Jun feeling somewhat embarrassed. Pashur, we mustn't say such things. Your sister bought these for us. Even if we don't like them, we should express our gratitude and refrain from speaking ill of others. All right? Pashur pouted. But I really don't like her. She leaned against Wang Jun. Perhaps Zheng Shui's enthusiasm was overwhelming, or perhaps the child simply feared that she would take her father away. Children's preferences are so pure and untainted by ulterior motives. At that moment, Zheng Shui's face darkened as she repeatedly reassured herself. Xiaoxiu, it's all right, it's all right. Just try a little harder. She was merely a child, yet it was evident that her heart had been wounded. After all, she had shown such kindness to the child, only to be met with indifference, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. I apologize for any trouble the child may have caused. Young ones can be quite thoughtless. Please don't take it to heart, Wang Jun remarked. Although he found Zheng Shui's behavior somewhat perplexing, he recognized that her intentions were indeed for the child's benefit. There was no need to respond too rigidly, especially considering that the other party was a young lady of considerable means, likely unaccustomed to such experiences. Initially, one might have expected Zheng Shui to become irritable, but surprisingly, she gently inquired, "What is Sure like? Shall I buy it for you? I wish you would leave my home." Sure retorted. Sure, that is quite rude, Wang Jun softly admonished. I apologize, the child is a bit rebellious, he quickly added. It's quite all right. Perhaps the child is not yet familiar with me. I shall return another time, Zheng Shui said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she took her leave. Muttering to herself, what have I done wrong? What do children like? I must study this carefully. One would have thought she might retreat in dismay. Yet it appeared Zheng Shui was not affected in the least. If this woman were to fail, it would indeed be hard to justify. As Zheng Shui departed, Wang Jun chose not to comment and simply walked inside. Mr. Wang, you're back. As he entered, Zhou Ying greeted him warmly. Yes, he replied. Sister Ying, we are going to the amusement park tomorrow, Sure exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly proud of the plan. Really? Will Dad take me? Can you come too? Sure. Your sister Ying is off tomorrow. Please don't take up her time, Wang Jun said, slightly exasperated with the child. However, Zhou Ying interjected, Mr. Wang, may I join you? Of course, as long as you have time, he replied. All right then, I will accompany you both tomorrow. Great. Sister Ying hugged. The child was becoming increasingly affectionate. Then she asked, what about the little kitten? The kitten is at home. I gave it a bath today, and now it's sleeping. He explained. Shall we go see the kitten? Yes. The two made their way to the living room, while Wang Jun busied himself with his phone. After a while, Zhou Ying approached him. Mr. Wang, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? He inquired, putting his phone down. Earlier today, I received official news that 2 individuals from the Children's clothing store where I previously worked have been apprehended. These wrongdoers have received their just desserts. Thank you for your guidance, she expressed. So that was the matter at hand. I had intended to share this with you sooner, but I was concerned you might be busy, so I waited. I must say, this has been quite a relief, she continued. That's wonderful. These individuals deserve punishment to foster a positive societal atmosphere. Indeed, Zhou Ying concluded, that's all for now. I must get back to work. After she left to attend to her tasks, Wang Jun felt a sense of joy for her evident happiness. The young lady is innocent yet remarkably unique. After a considerable time, Zhou Ying re-entered, carrying several boxes. What are you doing, Zhou Ying? Wang Jun inquired. Mr. Wang, these toys bear your name. So I brought them in, she replied. It turned out she had brought in the toys, since they were merely left outside. She thought it best to show them to Sure. If she wished to play with them, he would purchase them. If not, they could be returned to Zheng Shui later. However, it was highly unlikely that Zheng Shui would want them back. Once purchased, these items were generally non-returnable. All right, take them to Sure and see if she plays with them. If she doesn't, let me know, he instructed. Understood. Zhou Ying then handed the toys to Sure, while Wang Jun resumed his engagement with his phone. At that moment, Zheng Shui sent a message. She immediately asked, Wang Jun, did you say something to my father? This puzzled Wang Jun. What do you mean? My father told me to move out and not to see you anymore, she replied. Wang Jun swore he had not done such a thing. Am I insane? Why would I discuss that with your father? My relationship with him is strictly business. I would never broach personal matters. Besides, whether you move or not seems to have no bearing on me. Sorry, I was wrong. Zheng Shui suddenly apologized. Wang Yun holds. What on earth is happening? It must be that Zheng Kai mentioned him to her. You and your sister are alike in this regard, never asking for clarification, but directly confronting me. I am utterly speechless regarding your sisterhood. Wang Jun remarked. What does my sister want with you? You should ask your sister. I do not have time for such discussions. I'm sorry, Can I treat you to a meal? No need. I appreciate your kindness. Chapter 89. Masterful skills in lyrics and melody. After replying to Zheng Shui, Wang Jun was engrossed in his phone when Shi approached him, holding a book. Daddy, can you teach me to sing? I want to sing for the little friends, she said. But Daddy doesn't sing well, he quickly exclaimed, having always been tone-deaf. To teach Shi to sing would only lead to her misfortune. If she sang off-key, she would be ridiculed by other children, which would be unbearable. Daddy sings the best, Shi insisted. Seeing her enthusiasm, Wang Jun felt a pang of compassion. Thus, he softened his resolve. Very well. What song do you want to learn? The Little Donkey, from the book. She pointed to the sheet music, which featured an adorable illustration of a little donkey. I'll do my best, but if it doesn't sound good, you mustn't blame Daddy. I won't. Daddy is the best. With that declaration, Wang Jun found himself without further objections. All right then, let's sing, he said, and began to sing. I possess a small donkey, which I have never ridden. One day, on a whimsical impulse, I decided to mount it and head to the market. With a little whip in hand, I felt quite pleased with myself. Yet somehow I stumbled and fell into a puddle of mud. As I sang merrily, Shi began to furrow her brow, clearly unimpressed by my vocal performance. It was so off-key that even the children found it unbearable, rendering the moment rather awkward. Nonetheless, despite my lack of melody, the child did not let it deter her spirit. She simply turned to me and remarked that Sister Ing would surely appreciate the song. Shi then expressed her desire to learn from Sister Ing before departing with her book in hand. This child truly understands the nuances of human emotion. Even when I acknowledged my singing was poor, it was an undeniable truth. Subsequently, Shi sought out Zhou Ing in her room. Moments later, enchanting melodies began to emanate from within. Zhou Ying's singing was truly exquisite. Wang Jun rose and stepped towards the doorway, observing the two enjoying each other's company. At that instant, Shi joined in the singing. Suddenly, a message echoed in Wang Jun's mind. Ding. The system has detected that your daughter is practicing singing. You are rewarded with master-level composition and lyric writing skills. A wealth of theories and knowledge flooded into Wang Jun's consciousness. Master-level composition and lyric writing skills? How extraordinary! Could this mean a future as a creative singer, or perhaps writing songs to sell? The thought sent a thrill through him as he beheld the radiant expression on his child's face. Inspiration struck him like a bolt of lightning, and a song about the bond between a father and daughter flickered through his mind. If this song were to be shared, it would undoubtedly become a sensation. He dashed out of the room and into the living area, swiftly jotting down the melody and lyrics that had just formed in his mind. The song was completed. Now it was time to test it. How should he sing it? Would he sing it himself? Why not give it a try? Perhaps with the master-level skills acquired, his own vocal abilities would have improved. Thus, he ascended to the second floor and promptly opened the piano, beginning to play. The sound of the piano was delightful and gentle, in stark contrast to the earlier clamor. As he followed the sheet music, he began to sing a piece entitled In My Heart, a song dedicated to his child. After a brief prelude, he sang, In this chaotic world, you are the gentle spring breeze that caresses my heart. You are the melody of my existence, and every moment spent with you is a miracle. Hand in hand, we traverse the long streets of time, never to part. You are the dream within my heart, accompanying me through night and day, unchanging. At that moment, Zhou Ing paused her singing lesson with Shi, having heard the piano from upstairs. Compelled by the enchanting sound, she ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the room, she was astounded to discover Wang Jun playing the piano and singing so beautifully. Shi followed suit, murmuring, Daddy sings so beautifully. But why had he sung so poorly earlier? Was it intentional or something else? Zhou Ing, captivated, recorded Wang Jun's engrossed performance on her phone. Meanwhile, outside the villa, passers-by halted in their tracks, their gazes drawn towards the second floor of the grand residence. The dim light cast a warm glow, revealing the profile of a man engrossed in playing the piano and singing. Someone had recorded the song, accompanied by Wang Jun. At that moment, Wang Jun was lost in his performance, playing with quiet concentration. As passers-by began to gather, the audience swelled to nearly 50, primarily young women in their early 20s, each holding a phone to capture the enchanting scene. It was only after the song concluded that Wang Jun became aware of his intrusion. He approached the window, expressing his sincere apologies for disturbing everyone. Fear gripped him. He dreaded another complaint about the noise from his previous performance. In his eagerness, he had neglected to close the doors and windows properly. Otherwise, his singing would have gone unheard. A voice from the crowd inquired, "Sir, what was the title of that song?" It was so beautiful and deeply moving. The lyrics were exquisite. It must be a famous piece. Which celebrity sings it? If so, your rendition was exceptional. You look just like a star. I'll send your photo to my friends. They must know who you are. Let us search for your information online. Can we look it up by your address? Oh, but celebrities usually don't disclose their addresses. The enthusiasm of the crowd was overwhelming. Thank you all for your kindness. This song is called In My Heart. I wrote it for my daughter, Wang Jun replied. The audience was taken aback. You must be a well-known composer, someone remarked, acknowledging the talent required to write such a song. Just look at how he plays the piano. And he is so handsome. He must be a celebrity. Another added. Indeed, Wang Jun's striking appearance could easily lead to such misconceptions. I'm a fan. I must follow him. The crowd began to search online, with some using image search tools to uncover Wang Jun's identity. Unbeknownst to them, he was merely an ordinary man, and no amount of effort would yield results. Sir, may I have your autograph? Someone asked eagerly. Sorry. I'm just an ordinary person. I apologize for the intrusion, Wang Jun said, ignoring the crowd as he drew the curtains, restoring normalcy. However, someone had already posted videos of his performance and interaction online, igniting a viral sensation across the internet, which Wang Jun remained blissfully unaware of. As he turned, he caught sight of Zhou Ying, gazing at him in astonishment. Mr. Wang, your piano playing is remarkable, she remarked. Meanwhile, Sure proudly chimed in, Sister Ying, my dad is incredibly talented at the piano. My classmates want to come to our house to learn from him, and even teachers are interested. This child certainly knew how to flatter him in front of others. Her words warmed his heart. Is that so? Zhou Ying smiled, intrigued. Yes. Sister Ying, would you like to learn? I can ask my dad to teach you. Sure remarked that there was no inquiry regarding Wang Jun's willingness. Yet, Wang Jun remained silent. As long as the child is happy, that suffices. It's a good time to learn together. Dad is teaching me piano, all right? Sure continued. At this moment, Zhou Ying interjected. Mr. Wang, is that permissible? Observing her earnest demeanor, Wang Jun did not hesitate. Since she expressed a desire to learn, he found no reason to decline. Thus, he responded, of course, in the future, when Sure is studying, you may join as well. Teaching one additional student is hardly an inconvenience. My only concern is whether she truly wishes to learn. If she does, that would be wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wang, Zhou Ying exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, the question lingered. What would mastering the piano truly achieve? Perhaps it could lead to private tutoring, but that required extensive practice and obtaining a certification. No need for thanks. Wang Jun, with a warm-hearted disposition, feared she might lose interest in learning. By the way, Mr. Wang, could you teach me that song, In My Heart? Zhou Ying inquired further. Since that song was born from a moment of inspiration, he agreed to teach her, certainly, provided you genuinely wish to learn. Absolutely do. It's so beautiful. I've never encountered such a splendid piece before. Very well, I shall organize the lyrics and melody for you, and then you can review them. Later, I will teach you how to sing it. Is that acceptable? Understood. Sure chimed in, Daddy. I want to learn In My Heart too. I'll sing it for my classmates, and tell them my daddy wrote the song. All right, you can learn it alongside your sister Ying. Oh, Daddy, Wang Jun then asked. Sure, how is your song coming along? Daddy, after sister Ying heard you sing, she came up, and we didn't continue the lesson. Now, I will teach you again. Sure, let us head downstairs. Okay, so the two descended the staircase. Wang Jun, in turn, prepared another copy of the lyrics and melody. He then registered the music copyright online to secure it against potential infringement, especially after having performed it. He needed to safeguard his creation, as any theft could yield no financial return. This oversight was a lesson learned, yet it was not too late to rectify it. Subsequently, he composed 2 additional songs. While these lacked the emotional resonance of In My Heart, they were still commendable. He also registered the copyrights for these 2 pieces. He initially contemplated continuing to write, yet something felt amiss. Perhaps there were limitations to this craft. After all, inspiration does not flow abundantly. Should he encounter something poignant, he might compose a few more pieces. 3 songs were sufficient for now, and he would await their sale. Once he completed his tasks, he descended the stairs. The ground floor was notably tranquil. Upon entering the room, he found Shir fast asleep in Zhou Ying's quarters. Zhou Ying, noticing his arrival, remarked, "I just bathed Shir." She said she was tired and fell asleep. "All right, could you carry her to my room? I fear she might wake and cry if she cannot find me." "Of course, sir." After Zhou Ying finished speaking, she went to embrace the child. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Wang Jun stepped outside. "Who is it?" There was no response from outside, only persistent knocking on the door. Confused, Wang Jun opened the door. As soon as he did, he was met with a strong smell of alcohol. The lighting was dim, but he could discern that the visitor was a girl dressed rather revealingly. Zheng Shui. Wang Jun recognized her immediately. It was indeed Zheng Shui, holding a bottle of foreign wine. Suddenly, she lost her balance and stumbled towards him. Before he could react, she kissed him. Wang Jun, taken by surprise, fell backward, landing on the grass. The kiss was saturated with the scent of alcohol. As he opened his eyes wide, he noticed Zheng Shui's flushed face. How could this girl have consumed so much alcohol? Wang Jun gently pushed her away, but she clung to him tightly. Before he could help her up, Zheng Shui mounted him, ready to remove her clothes. "Wang Jun, do you love me?" she suddenly asked. Wang Jun was taken aback. What was wrong with her? "Are you all right? You've drunk so much." "I love you, Wang Jun. I will give you everything right now." Wang Jun was no scoundrel and would not take advantage of her vulnerability. "No, please don't do this. If someone sees us, it could end up in the news tomorrow. I'm sorry about this afternoon. I came to make amends. If we take this step, my father won't stop us from being together." So that incident had led to this, possibly exacerbated by Wang Jun's earlier harshness toward her. One could feel Zheng Shui's fervent love, yet Wang Jun was puzzled by how little time they had known each other. Was this how young people pursued love these days? So passionately? Such women were intensely passionate, but also daunting, for if their affection waned, their vengeance could be equally fierce. "Sir!" At that moment, Zhou Ying emerged from inside, startled by the scene before her, for Zheng Shui had already removed her top. Upon seeing Zhou Ying, Wang Jun immediately urged, "Zhou Ying, please help her up. She's drunk." All right. Zhou Ying rushed over to assist Zheng Shui. Wang Jun helped her put her clothes back on and settled her into a chair. "I'll get her some water." "Okay," Zhou Ying replied. Wang Jun went to the kitchen and fetched some water, feeding it to Zheng Shui. Meanwhile, Zheng Shui slurred, "Wang Jun, shall we be together?" She was clearly unaware of her surroundings, oblivious to how much she had drunk. "You call her sister. Let her take her home." Zhou Ying was flustered, never having anticipated such a scenario. "All right." Wang Jun picked up his phone and called Zhengling, "Could you come over? Your sister is out drinking and is now at my place." "What?" "All right, I'll be there right away." After Zhengling hung up the phone, she hurried to Wang Jun's residence. Chapter 91. Do not avoid it. Zhengling arrived swiftly. Upon seeing the incapacitated Zheng Shui, her expression turned somewhat awkward. "Xiao Shui, how could you get so drunk? Honestly, what did she even drink?" Zhengling inquired again, this time not questioning Wang Jun, but adopting a more concerned tone. Wang Jun shrugged, clueless about where Zheng Shui had been drinking. "I have no idea. She just arrived at my place like this. Heaven knows where she went to drink." At that moment, Zhou Ying raised her hand and declared, "I can testify. This lady appeared out of nowhere just now." Zhengling, puzzled, asked, "Who is this?" "She is our housekeeper." Zhengling gazed at Wang Jun, surprised that he had managed to hire such a young and beautiful housekeeper. Is she truly a housekeeper? What does she do when there is no work? She rushed in and directly embraced Mr. Wang. Even removing her clothes, Zhou Ying added, wanting to ensure that Wang Jun was not misrepresented as a villain, as she was well aware of the earlier events and feared that Wang Jun would find it difficult to defend himself. Zhengling felt increasingly awkward. "This child. I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused to you both," she said. "It's all right. Let's just get her back." Wang Jun replied, "All right, I will carry her back now," Zhengling said. However, As she attempted to lift Zhang Shui, she found her to be quite heavy and limp, like a sack of flour, making it impossible for her to manage alone. Feeling embarrassed, she said, could the lovely lady assist me? Zhou Ying then looked at Wang Jun. Help her, please. Of course, Mr. Wang. Zhou Ying promptly moved to assist. Suddenly, Sing Su loaned at Wang Jun. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here and sleep with Wang Jun. Her breath reeked of alcohol. Zheng Ling felt even more embarrassed. Anyone unaware of the situation might assume something inappropriate had occurred. Zheng Ling desperately tried to pry Zhang Shui away, but to no avail. Finally, she said, I'm sorry. Wang Jun, could you please help me out? Can you take Xiao Shui back to my home? Zhang Shui was now draped over Wang Jun, and Zheng Ling could not budge her. Wang Jun contemplated for a moment, realizing that this might be the best course of action. Otherwise, Zhang Shui would remain there indefinitely. All right. With that, Wang Jun effortlessly lifted Zhang Shui into his arms, showcasing his impressive strength. Zhou Ying hurriedly went ahead to open the door for him, while Zheng Ling followed closely behind. Zhou Ying, while you're at home, please lock the door and keep an eye on Sure. I'm worried she might wake up. I'll return shortly. Okay, Zhou Ying replied and turned back. The three of them soon arrived at Zheng Ling's doorstep, where they found Zheng Kai waiting outside, his eyes fixed intently on Wang Jun, then shifting to Zhang Shui. Clearly, he had misunderstood the situation. What is going on? Wang Jun, what have you done? Wang Jun, confused, wondered what he could have possibly done to provoke such an accusation. Zheng Kai's expression was distressing. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet, reflecting on his own role as a father, he could empathize with Zheng Kai's feelings. If one day Sure were to return home with a man, he too would be furious. Zhang Shui is just drunk. I escorted her home. Moreover, I must emphasize that what one perceives with their eyes is not always the truth. It is prudent to clarify matters before speaking. Wang Jun felt a tinge of displeasure. Understanding the situation, but yearning for a more respectful manner of communication rather than the condescending tone employed. Dad, it was Xiao Xue who drank too much and ran over to Wang Jun's house. I asked him to bring her back. Zheng Ling explained upon witnessing the scene. What is this child thinking? Why did she consume so much alcohol? Zheng Kai's expression remained grim, though it softened slightly. I sincerely apologize. I misjudged you, Wang Jun said, expressing his regret. Zheng Kai promptly offered his apologies, leaving Zheng Ling somewhat astonished, for she had never witnessed her father apologize to anyone before. This was a first. Mr. Zheng, I have placed Zhang Shui here, Wang Jun stated, choosing silence as he carefully set Zhang Shui down on a chair in the courtyard, leaving the logistics of her movement to others, as it was not his concern. Zheng Kai felt a small surge of irritation. In the future, he might not maintain a close rapport with him. However, he needed Zheng Kai's assistance to resolve issues with the Zhu group, so for now, he would refrain from severing ties. After placing Zhang Shui down, Wang Jun remarked, well, it's getting late. I shall take my leave. Farewell. He then turned and departed swiftly. Zheng Ling glanced at Zheng Kai before saying, I will see you off. No need, Wang Jun replied, hastening his exit, leaving only the Zheng father and daughter present. Xiaoling, what happened? How did Xiao Xu end up like this? Zheng Kai inquired, pointing at Zheng Shui. Dad, concerning young people's affairs, it is perhaps best that you refrain from intervening. Xiao Xue has feelings for Wang Jun. Your attempts to prevent her may lead her to make unwise choices. Moreover, Wang Jun seems indifferent to her. Nothing has transpired between them. Zheng Ling interjected. Xiaoling, I only wish what is best for you both. Wang Jun is a decent man, but he's a single parent with a daughter. I cannot bear the thought of my daughter marrying someone like him and becoming a stepmother. Dad, your views are rather antiquated. Perhaps Xiao Xue's feelings are merely fleeting? If Wang Jun continues to decline her advances, she may simply move on. By obstructing her now, you only fuel her rebellious spirit. We are not children. We know what is appropriate and what is not. Am I wrong to suggest that there are more nuanced ways to navigate her emotions? All right, I understand. You should take her home to rest. We could discuss this matter tomorrow. Dad, please do not evade the subject. I also oppose the idea of moving. My workplace is nearby, and relocating to such a distant place would be exceedingly inconvenient, Zheng Ling retorted, her frustration evident. Zheng Kai's authoritative demeanor left her feeling unsettled. Enough. I can no longer interfere in your affairs. Do as you wish. I shall not involve myself any further. With that, Zheng Kai turned and retreated to his room. It seemed that the Zheng sisters would remain in their current residence for the time being, while Wang Jun returned home. As he stepped through the threshold of his home, Shir stirred from her slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "Daddy," she exclaimed upon realizing his absence, momentarily believing he had departed. In truth, he had merely stepped outside for a cigarette, but now he was back. "Come now, dear, return to your dreams." "All right," she acquiesced, drifting back into slumber. Meanwhile, Wang Jun indulged in a refreshing shower before succumbing to the embrace of sleep himself. The video, featuring his song in the heart, had ascended to the forefront of news headlines, igniting a fervor online and infusing the entertainment sphere with a refreshing vitality. It garnered the attention of numerous music critics and professional artists who eagerly shared it. Chapter 92, Sensation. At that moment, Wang Jun's video dominated every short video platform, with users compiling various segments into a cohesive collection. He was tagged as a fighter, pianist, and vocalist. An abundance of favorable reviews emerged from music critics. Even the most acerbic among them spoke kindly of him. A rarity indeed. One critic named Fong Wenshan remarked, "His vocal prowess transcends mere technique. It embodies a profound artistic sensitivity, and the heart unfolds like a narrative, with each note brimming with emotion. His musical interpretation is remarkably unique, accurately conveying the sentiments and themes within the lyrics. Even under subpar recording conditions, the emotion remains palpable, showcasing his exceptional vocal ability. It has been years since anyone in the entertainment industry has matched his caliber." Another singer, Han Hong, commented, "His timbre is exceptionally soft, yet imbued with strength. The clarity of his voice and pitch is unparalleled among contemporary artists. His piano skills are equally impressive, and his appearance is commendable. Should he enter the entertainment realm, I eagerly anticipate collaborating with him. I believe we will create remarkable musical works together." Zhang Shuiyo asserted, "This song is destined to be a hit. He could debut instantly. I have faith." A renowned agent proclaimed, "I must obtain all his information. I will seek to sign him tomorrow, at a premium. We cannot allow anyone else to seize this opportunity. We must act swiftly. This matter cannot be delayed." A prominent journalist declared, "A new star is on the rise. The entertainment industry is about to welcome another superstar. If there are to be new four heavenly kings, he shall undoubtedly claim the foremost position." A celebrated lyricist noted, "It has been ages since I have encountered such pure lyrics. Only genuine emotion can inspire such words. I believe Chinese music had regressed 2 decades, but his emergence propels it forward a decade." Each individual utilized their influence to amplify Wang Jun's presence, resulting in a burgeoning following. His star was on the ascent. The renowned singer Yang Mi commented directly, "What is his name? Does any fan know? I wish to collaborate with him, regardless of the cost." A netizen responded, "Big Me? I know him. He is my classmate. Wang Jun, follow me, and I will share more." Another added, "He is my former colleague, once a delivery man, named Wang Jun." "Isn't that Wang Jun? My high school classmate. Follow me, and I will provide his contact information. I have his details. Any major star, message me, and I will share." In a remarkably brief span, Wang Jun's video has amassed over 10 million views, a figure that continues to ascend. It is anticipated that after a single night, his notoriety will further increase. Meanwhile, Wang Jun's phone is inundated with friend requests, and his calls are incessantly ringing. At this moment, Wang Jun is enveloped in a profound slumber. Fortunately, his phone possesses a feature that intercepts the barrage of calls, leaving behind only a plethora of missed call records. Consequently, Wang Jun remains oblivious to the fact that people are attempting to reach him. His WeChat has also reached its limit for adding friends. The entertainment industry is in an uproar, with countless headlines directing attention to Wang Jun's video. Reactions across various factions are surprisingly uniform. In a certain villa, Zhu Sanxing's hands tremble slightly. "My dear, look at this. How could Wang Jun possibly sing? He even garnered a share from a celebrity." Yang Li interjects, "It's impossible. I've been married to him for 5 years, and he is utterly tone-deaf. Then what about this video? Could he have paid for promotion? Some individuals will go to great lengths for fame, Yang Li remarks. That seems plausible. I shall have someone investigate. If this rascal dares to do such a thing, it could lead to his ruin. Zhu Kanxing exclaims triumphantly. Do not let this slip away. 300,000 could vanish just like that. Yang Li admonishes. Who would have thought that this fool would be so fortunate? If it weren't for him, we could have profited 200,000 from that stone. Zhu Kanxing falls silent, his resentment towards Wang Jun intensifying. What a failure. If you falter again, I shall seek a divorce. My dear, please don't say that. I assure you, it won't happen again. This time, I will ensure he never rises again. I know some journalists. With their assistance, white can easily be painted black. Very well, do as you wish. I need to get my beauty sleep. Shall we play some poker? I'm not in the mood. You can sleep in the living room tonight. Yang Li declines Zhu Kanxing's invitation. Since his income has ceased, her irritation towards him has escalated daily. Their marital life has soured, particularly when she gazes upon his face, which often elicits feelings of disgust. Meanwhile, at Zhang Zheng's residence, he is evaluating today's acquisitions and placing them into his collection. Just then, Zhang Qian steps inside. Uncle, have you seen a video about Wang Jun? Zhang Zheng looks up at her. No, what is the matter? What happened to him? He inquires. Nothing much. I heard he composed a song that has now topped the charts, appearing on music lists, video rankings, and trending searches. People have even initiated a campaign to find Wang Jun, Zhang Qian explains. Zhang Zheng takes the phone she offers and examines it. He listens to the song and finds it hard to believe. Wang Jun is rather extraordinary, isn't he? He can appraise antiques, fight, excel in stocks. And now he is a talented songwriter. Such a person is nothing short of a polymath. Indeed, everyone has high hopes for him. Even previous videos have resurfaced. Zhang Qian confirms. Is that so? Yes. Observing the situation, Zhang Zheng let out a sigh. Huh? At this rate, Wang Jun is bound to gain fame. Once a man becomes renowned, he inevitably attracts a multitude of women, particularly glamorous celebrities. Can you honestly claim you could compete with them? Zhang Zheng responded with remarkable composure. Uncle, what should I do? Came to reply. I'm uncertain about that. I have no interest in matters of romance. It's up to you to decide, Zhang Zheng stated, clearly revealing his indifference towards women, as his passions lay solely in collecting. Women, in his view, would only hinder his progress. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, reclining at home, was also captivated by Wang Jun's video. She delicately touched the screen with her slender fingers, marveling at Wang Jun's handsome visage, exclaiming in admiration, Wang Jun is truly impressive. It's astonishing that he excels not only at the piano, but also in singing and songwriting. He is remarkably versatile. This song he composed for Sure is absolutely delightful. Chapter 93. Surrounded the following day. Before Wang Jun had fully awoken, he was startled by Zhou Ying's exclamation. Mr. Wang, there are throngs of people outside. Sure was similarly roused from her slumber. As Wang Jun opened his eyes and gazed out the window, he indeed beheld a crowd gathered at his doorstep. What could they possibly want? Wang Jun pondered, perplexed as to why so many had come to his home. He noticed several television broadcast vans parked across the street, with numerous reporters standing nearby, delivering live reports. A cluster of fashionable individuals congregated, seemingly engaged in animated discussion, alongside a number of curious citizens encircling the area. Glancing at his phone, he noted an overwhelming 99 friend requests and a plethora of unknown numbers attempting to reach him. What on earth transpired yesterday? He looked next door, where the Zheng sisters stood on their balcony, equally astonished by the spectacle, even though they had seen their fair share of the world. Nothing could compare to this star-like reception. Surely, they were wondering which celebrity had arrived. Wang Jun, uncertain himself, opened the door and stepped into the living room, lost in contemplation as he tried to recall the details leading to this unexpected situation. Zhou Ying, visibly shaken, murmured, Mr. Wang, where did all these people come from? I have no idea. They were here when I woke up. I was just about to clean, Wang Jun replied, realizing that Zhou Ying had been instructed to rest today. Zhou Ying, you are on break today. Take it easy and do not worry about chores. We shall go out for a bit later. Mr. Wang, it's fine. I will prepare breakfast now, she insisted, displaying her industrious nature as she went to the kitchen. At that moment, Zheng Shui called. What is it? Wang Jun's voice resonated with magnetism. Master Wang, she hesitated, appearing somewhat embarrassed. What is it? Speak freely, I am listening. I feel quite awkward about yesterday. I'm still staying here. Wang Jun was left speechless. Was this truly the only thing she wished to convey? Yesterday was uneventful, so do not dwell on it. Anyone can become muddled when inebriated. During such moments, one's judgment inevitably falters, which is entirely natural. Wang Jun would not take the words of a drunken individual seriously. Nor is there any necessity to do so. To believe them would be to concede defeat. That is good. But what is going on outside your door? Why are there so many people? Zheng Shui abruptly shifted the conversation. Wang Jun also pondered the reason behind this. Such a ruckus early in the morning is quite unbearable. I have no idea. What is happening? Wang Jun wished to exclaim. Who can enlighten me on this matter? At that moment, Zheng Ling interjected. Perhaps it's due to that video from yesterday? The video had surpassed 100 million views, an extraordinary phenomenon. It had been quite some time since a video of such magnitude had surfaced. Wang Jun vaguely heard the mention of video. What? What video? Zheng Shui asked, bewildered. You were too intoxicated to see it. It was a video of Wang Jun singing, and it's currently trending, Zheng Ling responded. Zheng Shui was taken aback. However, the call remained connected. Wang Jun realized what had transpired. Surely, his singing video had been uploaded online. He promptly declared, I'm hanging up, and ended the call. Zheng Shui was left perplexed. Is that it? He just hung up? Yet, she refrained from calling back and turned her attention to the throng below. What did these people possibly want? It was not long before Zheng Shui recognized some familiar faces. Was it the renowned singer Zhang Xueyo? And there was Han Hong? And Fang Wenshan? Goodness, these three individuals carry significant weight. What brings them here? Wait, is that Yangmi? My idol! Zheng Shui exclaimed. Zheng Ling also began to recognize several individuals. After all, the Zheng family held considerable influence in the bustling metropolis, and they had accompanied Zheng Kai to various events since childhood, becoming acquainted with numerous figures in the entertainment industry. These were well-known agents. How could they be here? Additionally, there were several music critics. Was yesterday's song truly that artistic and worthy of attention? Zheng Ling questioned, equally perplexed. The presence of these individuals signified the entire entertainment industry's focus, as they were at the forefront of it all, drawn together by Wang Jun's performance. A multitude of celebrity fans gathered around, prompting an upgrade in security measures to ensure safety. An incident here would be unacceptable. Fortunately, the road was not a main thoroughfare, or it could have triggered a traffic debacle. Meanwhile, Wang Jun opened a short video app. Upon seeing the app, he was utterly astonished. Indeed, there was an overwhelming amount of coverage about him. He even spotted a live stream directed at his villa. Furthermore, numerous influencers had arrived, broadcasting live and amplifying Wang Jun's popularity. In an instant, he became a household name throughout the metropolis. Wang Jun had undeniably attained the status of a major star. Observing the situation before him, Wang Jun was equally bewildered. He never anticipated that he would achieve such popularity. The mastery he possessed in songwriting proved to be truly remarkable. With a single composition, he garnered immense attention. Could this talent potentially be a means to acquire greater wealth in the future? A re-evaluation of his plans was undoubtedly in order. As he pondered these thoughts, Sure, still in a daze, emerged from her room. Her expression hinted at discontent, likely stemming from being roused from slumber. Wang Jun approached and embraced her. Sure, are you awake? Daddy, it's so noisy outside. Sure can't sleep. Typically, she was the first to awaken, often naturally, but today she had been disturbed by the commotion outside, which resembled a bustling marketplace. If the adults were unable to find rest, one could only imagine how it affected the children. There's so many people outside. Please close the door, Daddy. Can you sleep a little longer? Daddy, no. I want to play with the kittens. Sure replied with determination. All right, then go and play with the kittens. But remember to wash your hands. Okay, Daddy. Children remain oblivious to the intricacies of adult life. All Sure desired was to comprehend the source of the noise. The notion of her father's newfound fame was of little concern to her. However, were she to learn of his success, it would undoubtedly bring her joy. Watching her depart, Wang Jun turned his gaze back to the outside world. With so many people surrounding him, he feared he might be unable to leave. He had promised to take his child to the amusement park today, a commitment he was determined to fulfill. Otherwise, he would be untrue to his word. It appeared that he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on and inquire about the intentions of the gathered crowd. Perhaps it would be best to wait until after breakfast to address the matter. Chapter 94. Has Jiang Xiaoyong returned early? At that moment, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Jiang Xiaoyong. Could it be that Jiang Xiaoyong had returned earlier than expected? If so, he would need to search for a new residence. In the past, such a situation would have left him feeling trapped, but now, with over 6 million in cash at his disposal, a little more effort could easily double that amount. Thus, he held no particular concerns about housing. These thoughts flitted through his mind like shadows. As his phone continued to ring, he answered. Hello, Wang Jun, you rascal. You've made it big internationally. My friends are all inquiring about you, and since I know you, they're asking for your photos. Do you have any? Send me a few so I can show off. Jiang Xiaoyong exclaimed upon answering. So, it was this matter that stirred the excitement. Wang Jun had initially thought Jiang Xiaoyong was about to reclaim his property. He was also puzzled as to how he had gained international fame in just a matter of hours. Did the speed of information dissemination abroad surpass that of his own country? And did foreigners truly understand the essence of his songs? What was happening? Your song resonates deeply. It has touched my heart. Even I, a man without children, find myself desiring to have one, Jiang Xiaoyong continued. So that was the reason behind it all. It was merely a song he had casually composed the day before. Wang Jun remarked offhandedly. That casual dismissal left Jiang Xiaoyong utterly astonished. You have become quite adept at feigning, my friend. Yet, to speak candidly, your endeavors are commendable. I have a music instructor who has developed a keen interest in our Eastern music. He has entrusted me with the task of locating you, as he wishes to invite you abroad and become your mentor. He is one of the most esteemed music instructors in the United States, accepting only 10 students each year. You are destined for fame. Wang Jun Jiang Xiaoyong continued. Initially, I had few friends here, but ever since your video went viral 8 hours ago, everyone has been inquiring about our affairs. I casually mentioned that I know you, and now I have become the most popular figure at my school. Can you believe it? Numerous beautiful foreign girls have actively sought my contact information. Although I understand they are truly interested in you, the sensation is exhilarating. You see, being alone in a foreign land can be daunting, but when others hold you in high regard, it bestows a sense of strength. Jiang Xiaoyong's words resonated deeply within Wang Jun. Indeed, he had inadvertently aided Jiang Xiaoyong. This was a fortunate turn of events, serving as a reciprocation of support towards Jiang Xiaoyong. A few lovely girls have approached me again. Hurry, send me a few of your photos, Jiang Xiaoyong urged. I haven't taken any recent pictures. They're all quite old. Otherwise, you could record a video for me, Jiang Xiaoyong suggested. All right, I will snap a few for you. Wang Jun promptly replied. That's the spirit. But please, do not disclose my whereabouts. I am rather troubled at the moment, Wang Jun added. Disclose? Is that truly a disclosure? I merely mentioned that you're staying at my place. A few girls have already booked their tickets to come see you, Jiang Xiaoyong remarked. This is splendid. Such a fortunate occurrence should bring you joy, Jiang Xiaoyong added. By the way, my foster mother has not been well lately. Could you assist me in checking on her when you have the time? Of course, no problem at all. Wang Yun redet Euclid. Please provide me with her address. Sure. I will give it to you later. I have already mentioned it to her, Jiang Xiaoyong replied. Understood. You may stay in the villa for now. It is mine now. I currently possess 4 such villas, and I find it somewhat excessive. Moreover, I am abroad and do not plan to return just yet. If I can find a wife here, that would be splendid, improving my genes and having a mixed-race child. Will the playboy settle down? What nonsense! I have never been frivolous. I have always been devoted. I remember you were quite fond of younger girls, Wang Jun teased. Enough banter. Quickly send me the photos. You have my WeChat, and I await your response. All right, I suppose I should take a few photos now, Wang Jun said. Good. I shall await your return. Jiang Xiaoyong then ended the call. Wang Jun felt a bit awkward. How do I take a selfie? I need someone else to help me. He pondered aloud. Zhou, are you free? Zhou immediately emerged from the kitchen. Mr. Wang, what can I do for you? From now on, call me brother, referring to me as Mr. Wang feels rather distant, Wang Jun replied. Very well, brother Wang. Could you assist me in taking a few photos? Life photographs, requested by my friend, leave me in a bit of a quandary, as capturing them myself feels somewhat contrived. All right, thank you for your assistance. Not at all. So, where shall we take these photos, brother Wang? Zhou inquired. Right here will suffice. I can pose sitting and standing for a couple of shots. Very well. Subsequently, Wang Jun struck several natural poses while Zhou captured candid moments. The two were engrossed in their photography within the villa, while outside, the crowd continued to swell. At this moment, Wang Jun remained remarkably composed, indifferent to the growing throng beyond. Let them linger outside a while longer. After all, I am not in a hurry, for they came seeking me, not the other way around. Paradoxically, this demeanor only served to elevate his popularity, as it granted the audience ample room for imagination, leaving them to guard his doorstep in anticipation. A wave of live broadcasts surged forth, captivating millions of viewers online, with the numbers steadily rising. Fans of these celebrities took notice, and through their extensive sharing and numerous live streams, the internet exploded with interest, drawing resources squarely toward Wang Jun. Yet in that moment, Wang Jun remained unfazed by the crowd's intentions, choosing instead to finish his breakfast in peace. Shortly thereafter, Zhou completed her photography session and examined the images closely. How'd it turn out? Wang Jun inquired. It's done. Please send them to me. Certainly. Zhou promptly forwarded the photos to Wang Jun and then added, Brother Wang, may I keep these two pictures? Of course, they are merely photographs. Wang Jun graciously replied. It was evident that Zhou was quite taken with the images, likely due to Wang Jun's enhanced charm, now elevated to a level of 3, rendering him even more handsome with an intensified aura of youthful vigor. All right, I've sent them to you, brother Wang. Wang Jun reviewed the pictures and found them quite satisfactory. Thank you. When will breakfast be ready? Wang Jun inquired again. Soon. Much appreciated. Not all, brother Wang. Excellent. Wang Jun then sent the photos to Jiang Xiaoyong. Chapter 95. Reluctance to compromise upon receiving Wang Jun's photographs. Jiang Xiaoyong responded, Goodness, your high-definition images are incredibly striking. It's truly enviable. You could debut right here. To which Wang Jun modestly replied, What are you saying? That is not true. My looks are not resilient. Truly, I assure you. Jiang Xiaoyong insisted. One moment, let me show this to my classmates. At that moment, Wang Jun glanced outside, noticing that the crowd had no intention of dispersing. It seemed they would not depart until they caught a glimpse of him. Just then, Zhou approached and said, Brother Wang, breakfast is ready. So soon? I prepared it in advance this morning. It just needed to be reheated. Excellent. Let us invite Shir to join us. Certainly, brother Wang. Thus, the three gathered around the table to enjoy their breakfast. At that juncture, Zhou asked brother Wang, If the crowd doesn't leave, will we still be able to go outside? Evidently, Wang Jun's celebrity treatment took her by surprise. All right, I will step outside for a moment, Wang Jun remarked, acknowledging that there was no need to shy away from the situation. However, many were concerned, particularly Zhou, who feared that Wang Jun might struggle to cope. At that moment, Shir inquired, Daddy, can we still go out to play? The child remained oblivious to the external circumstances, solely focused on the prospect of outdoor play. Wang Jun reassured her, Everything is fine. Our activities will proceed as planned. A promise made by Daddy must be fulfilled. Thank you, Daddy. Let's eat quickly, so we can head out soon. All right. The three resumed their breakfast. After a considerable wait, Jiang Xiaoyong sent another message. Goodness, Wang Jun. My classmates have taken your photo, and everyone is eager to learn more about you. Please send me your height, weight, and hobbies. Xiaoyong, please. These details are private. Wang Jun replied. Hurry up. I rely on you to impress the ladies, Jiang Xiaoyong insisted. Wang Jun felt speechless. Quickly, I'll introduce you to some foreign girls. Forget the foreign girls. You're truly incorrigible. I'll send you some personal information, but nothing too detailed. And by the way, I have a daughter. So what? Foreign girls don't care about that. They just want happiness. Who cares if you have a daughter? Just have another mixed-race child. That would be even better. Your mindset is something else. This is how the people here are. I've been influenced by them. Fine, I'll send it to you, but I must leave soon. All right. This is the last time. Reach out again if you need anything tonight. Wang Jun felt like scolding Jiang Xiaoyong for his antics, yet their camaraderie was too strong. After a series of exchanges, Jiang Xiaoyong received the information he sought, replying with a satisfied thank you, before falling silent. Meanwhile, the three continued their breakfast. In the office of Zheng Kai, he sat with a furrowed brow. Xiaowei, what did you say? Half of the entertainment industry is gathered outside Wang Jun's door. It seems to be most of the entertainment industry in the Magic City, Xiaowei responded. What charm does he possess to attract such a crowd? Surely, they aren't hoping to engage in stock trading? Zheng Kai Muset, Zheng Wei clarified. Chairman, that's not the case. I heard that Wang Jun wrote a song for children yesterday, and it has become immensely popular. Many kindergartens and elementary school students are singing and learning it. Even my child can sing a few lines. It has truly become a nationwide phenomenon overnight. Zheng Kai sensed an underlying pressure. This situation is not favorable for us, he remarked. In what way is it unfavorable? If Wang Jun ventures further into the entertainment industry, he could amass greater wealth. Would offering him 100 million for a million be too meager? If he turns up his nose at our million, wouldn't that be a problem? Zheng Kai displayed remarkable insight. Zheng Wei remarked, it matters not. The Zhu Group is on the verge of collapse. Once the Zhu Group is dismantled, everything will fall into place, regardless of whether Wang Jun is willing to assist us further. Although he spoke thus, a sense of regret lingered within him. Chairman, there is no need for concern. Zheng Kai reassured, his apprehensions not entirely unfounded. Indeed, this was the reality. Some individuals, like Zheng Wei, exhibit kindness only when they require your assistance, and can turn hostile when they no longer need you. This is a common human inclination, and Wang Jun seemed unperturbed by it. He was capable of generating his own wealth, amassing more than merely a million. With such a swift influx of cash, he had no need to regard Zheng Kai's sentiments, nor was it necessary for him to do so. Furthermore, Zheng Kai's demeanor towards Wang Jun yesterday might complicate any future collaborations. Ultimately, it depended on how the involved parties managed the situation. Xiaowei, I need you to investigate Wang Jun's current stance. Chairman, wouldn't it be more effective for you to approach him directly, given your familiarity? Zheng Kai countered, I was rather harsh with him yesterday. I fear he may be reluctant to speak with me. Zheng Wei found himself at a loss, pondering the peculiarities of human nature. To make an enemy of Wang Jun was hardly prudent. However, the circumstances had unfolded as they had, leaving little room for alternative actions. Zheng Kai, understandably concerned for his own child, was nonetheless acting inappropriately. The crux of the matter lay in Wang Jun's perspective on the issue. You shall undertake this task. If you find it unmanageable, let Xiao Ling handle it. But Xiao Shui must not be allowed to engage with Wang Jun. She seems to have developed feelings for him. Sending her would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter, Zheng Kai interjected. At this juncture, Zheng Wei interjected, the young man is now a national idol. Who could possibly resist such charm? What? An idol? Zheng Kai et Golim. He has secured a remarkable position in the hearts of the people, evoking admiration. What position? Zheng Wei struggled to articulate. In any case, he is immensely popular, particularly among young women. Zheng Wei could only conclude with a hint of disbelief. Does this fellow possess some sort of enchantment? How can this be? With talent and looks, which girl wouldn't be captivated? Even the aunties are fond of him. Please do not misunderstand. The aunties wish for him to become their son-in-law. Zheng Kai felt increasingly out of touch with the younger generation. Yet his own situation was far from favorable. Enough of this. Let Xiao Ling inquire about his opinion of me. Chairman, it might be better if you were to convey this. It would seem odd coming from Xiao Ling, Zheng Wei suggested. You shall speak to him. It is settled then. Now, I have matters to attend to. Zheng Kai was unwilling to compromise his dignity. Understood. Zheng Wei conceded reluctantly. Chapter 96. Conspiracy. Meanwhile, within the Zhu Group, Zhu Luan sat in his office, diligently working despite it being a Saturday. He gazed at the news on his computer, sinking into a contemplative silence. Just then, his secretary knocked and entered. Chairman, you summoned me. Have you investigated Wang Jun's current situation? Why are there so many people congregating at his doorstep? Chairman, the matter arose from a video yesterday in which Wang Jun performed a song that became an overnight sensation. Countless manufacturers sought his endorsement, and a multitude of stars, some from distant places, even took late-night flights to Shanghai for a chance to meet him. Music producers and management companies also mobilized, all attempting to secure a contract with Wang Jun. If successful, they would gain the rights to the song, thereby reaping substantial commercial benefits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Luan fell silent. Did our music company take any action? No. We must act, no matter the cost, to sign Wang Jun. Zhu Luan insisted. However, Chairman, aren't you seeking to deal with Wang Jun? Why pursue a contract with him? The secretary was perplexed. What do you understand? Yes, I was presumptuous. Zhu Luan continued. Signing him has its advantages. We can impose a hefty penalty for breach of contract, compelling him to engage in activities he would rather avoid, and even restrict his movements. We could trap him under the guise of rehearsals, preventing him from contacting Zheng Kai. But won't the cost be too great? Too great? Who can endure it? Once the deed is done, we can bury him. Let us see how he manages then. We can keep him in obscurity for 10 years or more, and watch how he gains fame or finds his voice. Truly, Chairman, you are remarkable. The secretary could not help but exclaim. Is there more brilliance to come? Haven't you experienced it yourself? Yes, Chairman, you are indeed the foremost in the realm. The female secretary added. Enough, swiftly proceed with this matter. We cannot afford to be careless. Yes, I understand. Meanwhile, at Zhu Sanqing's residence, he dialed a number. Yang Li was by his side. Zhu Kanchang stated, I need you to register the music copyright for Xinjian while Wang Jun is still unresponsive. Once the copyright is secured, we can impose restrictions that will thwart his musical career. Yes, Mr. Zhu, the person on the other end replied. Following that, Zhu Kanchang hung up. Yang Li then inquired, what is your purpose in doing this? Can't you see? Most individuals lack music copyrights because they do not understand the application process. If we register the copyright in advance, we can later accuse him of infringement. What do you think will happen then? He could face exorbitant damages. Zhu Kancheng explained. Oh, I see. If that is the case, he will be left with no options. Indeed, I plan to reclaim every penny he has earned from me. This brat is infuriating. Zhu Kancheng remarked. That is certainly the case. Wang Jun must have received assistance from someone formidable. He was not like this before. It is truly unexpected that he has transformed in such a manner. Yang Li commented. Indeed, the former Wang Jun was a failure. Yet now he returns with the bearing of a king. This psychological disparity is profoundly distressing for everyone. They cannot accept that Wang Jun has surpassed them. Conversely, when Wang Jun falters, these individuals will undoubtedly take the opportunity to belittle him. Such people are exceedingly pragmatic. Regardless of his past, in a few days, he will surely find himself with nothing. Zhu Kancheng said bitterly. I too await that moment. Yang Li echoed. All right, let us await good news, Zhu Kancheng remarked. It had only been a few hours, yet he was astonished by the multitude of events that had transpired. However, Zhu Kancheng was likely to feel disheartened. Why? Because, approximately 5 minutes later, a phone call came in. How is everything progressing? Zhu Kancheng inquired immediately. Yet the response was disheartening. Mr. Zhu, the registration was submitted by XINGN last night. We were unable to register at all. What? Have you identified who registered? It was Wang Jun. The other party replied. Is there any financial means to suppress him? Zhu Kancheng questioned. That would be quite challenging. Music copyrights must be entered into the system, which cannot be altered. Even wealth cannot influence this. It is a matter of copyright, and there exists a strict boundary. Any attempts to circumvent this for monetary gain will be restricted. What? This fellow? Zhu Kancheng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Wang Jun would possess such knowledge. Wang Jun had acted preemptively, leaving Zhu Kancheng questioning his own existence. Is there any other avenue? Mr. Zhu, Wang Jun must be an industry insider. He is far too familiar with the process. To the point of astonishment, the other party replied. Impossible. He isn't affiliated with any music academy, Zhu Kancheng countered. To his surprise, the other party responded. Many musicians do not hail from music academies. yet they can outperform even the most trained musicians and achieve greater fame. Thus, musical talent knows no origins. All right, I understand. Please think of other possibilities, Zhu Kansheng urged. Understood, came the reply. Once the call ended, Zhu Kansheng felt utterly overwhelmed. He could never have imagined the situation would unfold in such a manner. But what to be done now? Perhaps all he could do was wait and see. What's the situation? Yang Li inquired. Not very optimistic. That kid seems to excel at everything. It's baffling, he responded. Just then, his phone rang again. Who is it? Which woman? Yang Li noticed the contact name on Zhu Sanqing's phone, someone named Xiao Qing, and her temper flared. My brother's secretary, my informant, Zhu Kansheng explained. Put on speaker. I want to hear. Yang Li insisted. She has never betrayed anyone but me. Fine, I have no issues with her. Zhu Kansheng acquiesced and activated the speakerphone. Young Master Zhu, what's the matter? Mr. Zhu has instructed Zhu Corporation's entertainment division to sign Wang Jun. What? Why would brother do such a thing? Zhu Kansheng was taken aback. Young Master Zhu, listen to me, Mr. Zhu's intention is to prevent Wang Jun from assisting the Zheng family any further. Also, if we secure the signing, we can control him. Otherwise, he will face substantial penalties for breach of contract. Xiao Qing elaborated. Your brother is far more formidable than you, Yang Li remarked. Sister-in-law is also here. Greetings, sister-in-law. Xiao Qing added. Yang Li remained silent. Zhu Kansheng then said, All right, please gather more information and call me if anything arises. Yes, young Master Zhu. Zhu Kansheng then turned to Yang Li, saying now, it all depends on how Wang Jun will respond. I too am curious if he can navigate this ordeal unscathed. Chapter 97. Directly igniting international attention, Dad. When shall we go out? There are so many people outside. How are we to leave? After their meal, Sure inquired. At that moment, Zhou Ying suggested, Wang, why don't we exit through the back door? This was merely a formality, an exit from the rear. However, Wang Jun was reluctant to do so. Such matters ought to be confronted head-on. I will go out and have them disperse. Otherwise, they will linger here, disrupting our lives. The children still need to attend school, and being photographed every day is intolerable. Wang Jun said, Dad, I want to go with you, the child remarked. There are too many people outside. You and Sister-in should wait inside for a while. Once Dad has dealt with everything, we can go play, all right? Okay. Then I will play with the kitty for a bit. Good. Subsequently, Wang Jun stepped out of the villa and opened the front door. The moment the door swung open, all eyes turned toward him. An abundance of cameras focused on him, and several individuals immediately sprang into action, commencing a live broadcast. It could be said that Wang Jun was basking in glory at that moment. The entire metropolis was enveloped in what could be termed Wang Jun time. Numerous television stations and live streaming platforms were broadcasting everything pertaining to Wang Jun. Hello, everyone. Wang Jun greeted with robust enthusiasm. Mr. Wang, greetings. I am a reporter from the Weekly Journal. May I ask you a few questions? Mr. Wang, I am a journalist from Time magazine. Would you be available for an interview? Initially, a throng of reporters surged toward him, encircling Wang Jun. He then proclaimed, Hello, everyone. I will not be granting any interviews. Please leave me alone and do not disturb my life, if you would. Everyone was left astonished. Typically, this would be a golden opportunity for fame. Yet Wang Jun seemed utterly unfazed. Was this a request for everyone to depart? At that moment, the entire internet erupted. Netizens quickly divided into two factions. Some exclaimed, Wang Jun is putting on an act. Indeed, requesting an interview was a courtesy he declined, a clear display of pretentiousness. This was a prime opportunity for fame, which he was squandering. If it were me, I would have eagerly welcomed the interviews. Conversely, the supporters were more numerous. Wang Jun's behavior was commendable. These individuals were overstepping, encroaching on his private domain, causing him considerable distress. Wang Jun was truly a breath of fresh air. Most would be at a loss, yet he stood firm. And I commend him for it. Yes, I admire individuals like Wang Jun. Everyone deserves personal space, and these reporters have gone too far. As for the scene, all the reporters were bewildered. Clearly, they had never witnessed such an occurrence. Why? Because they were accustomed to being sought after for coverage. Wang Jun, however, had refused their advances. It is essential to understand that their reports are rare opportunities. Who would have thought that such a foolish individual could exist? Mr. Wang, we will only take a moment of your time. I'm sorry, but that is not possible. Please leave. I need to take my daughter out, Wang Jun reiterated. At this, everyone was even more astonished. It is truly surprising to discover that Wang Jun has a daughter. This revelation prompts a flurry of speculation among the crowd. Just as the reporters are about to voice their thoughts, a figure makes his way through the throng. It is a middle-aged man wearing glasses, who courteously requests the crowd to part. At that moment, recognition dawns upon them. It is none other than the renowned musician, Fang Wenshan. Look, it's Fang Wenshan. Someone exclaims. I adore the songs he composes. He embodies the essence of a poet. I can hardly believe he is here. Wang Jun's prowess is indeed impressive. Wang Jun is acquainted with Fang Wenshan, albeit through online interactions, primarily through the myriad of lyrics penned by him. Fang Wenshan gazes at Wang Jun and extends his hand. Mr. Wang, greetings. I am Fang Wenshan. Hello, I am Wang Jun, he replies. It is a pleasure to meet you. Fang Wenshan continues. May I inquire what brings you here? Wang Jun straightforwardly asks. Fang Wenshan's demeanor appears slightly awkward, yet he suppresses his discomfort. I hold your talent in high regard. It can be said that in the past 20 years, both a decade prior and a decade hence, one cannot find a remarkable individual like Mr. Wang. Not at all. Mr. Fang, you flatter me, Wang Jun responds, exuding a demeanor of confidence and composure, displaying neither subservience nor arrogance. Fang Wenshan, on the other hand, does not idolize anyone, including Wang Jun. He senses that this encounter must hold some significance. Thus he believes that maintaining politeness suffices. Truly, I have collaborated with numerous singers and creators, yet none possess your exceptional talent, Fang Wenshan states. The journalists present diligently record these remarks, magnifying them for emphasis. This is bound to spark considerable interest online. Opinions regarding Wang Jun become polarized. Some find him overly pretentious, while a greater number admire his unparalleled abilities. Mr. Fang, is there something you wish to discuss? Wang Jun